out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served. Or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a 3rd-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy to see you at any of our 5 locations in Provo, South Jordan, Lehigh, Harriman, and American Fork. So come on in and enjoy some quality time and great food with family and friends. And we promise, we won't be pushing you for a tip.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's, and we just want to say thank you, and especially to our loyal customers. We want you to know that at JCW's, your business is all the tip we need. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Lagoon, your favorite amusement park, is now hiring for several positions. If you're looking for an amazing job, apply today at lagoonpark.com/jobs. At Lagoon, come be a part of our team and be part of our story. Must be 14 years of age or older to apply.
Create your floral sanctuary with Olson's Greenhouse. Locally grown premium quality flowers to complement porches, patios, and containers. Don't miss Olson's Container Fest, Saturday, April 26th at all Home Depots. Details at OGG.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NBA.
It's Jokic. Zubats is on him. And this is for the win. Oh, it's close. They're going to call it. Did Gordon beat the buzzer? They're going to take a look at it.
Tatum ducks the shoulder, drives strong in the paint, reverses it up and in over Wagner. Tatum's up to 19. Celtics by 5, 66-61.
And over Reeves on the pull-up three, and he hits it again. His fifth three of the game, his third here in the quarter. He's up to 38 points.
Finds Cunningham up top. Met by Anunoby. Crossover at the foul line. Pull up two. Back rimmed it. Who's got the rebound? Tipped by Harris. Hart fighting for it. Winds up on the deck. Comes to Hardaway near corner. Shoots at the horn. Missed it. He missed it. Rebound McBride. Pistons want a foul. They're not getting it. The New York Knicks. You want toughness? How about the grittiest win of the season? 94-93 and a 3-1 series lead. Taking both games on the road in Detroit.
Knicks get the benefit of a no call at the end of the game. Pistons think they should have been at the line with a chance to win. Would they have made it? We'll never know. Knicks are up 3-1. Refs came out later and said, yeah, we blew it. What are you going to do? Not much. Cow's out of the barn. It's over.
Yeah, I wonder why they can't look at that. I mean, just too much was on the line on that.
Yes. You need to change the rule that you can't look at a no call with no whistle. Well, there's nothing to review. Sure there is. But
it was clear that he got hit.
Yep.
On the side.
Pistons lose a couple of close games. 1 point yesterday, 2 points in Game 3 at home, and now they're down 3-1 going back to New York. All the series went to 3-1 yesterday. The Timberwolves are up on the Lakers 3-1, 116-113. LeBron played 46 minutes, did not score in the fourth quarter. Had a big game, but ultimately the Wolves are up 3-1. Like the Lakers' chances of coming back, or is it over?
I wouldn't rule them out, but obviously at 3-1, you're going to go with the team that has 3, and the other team that has 1, you're going to think that they're not going to win. I mean, it's been done many times, but I wouldn't pick it. I know it can happen.
Yeah. Damian Lillard going down in the middle of the first quarter, grabbing his heel. Everyone assumes Achilles injury. Didn't look good. He needed help off the court, and without him, the Bucks just get blown out, 129-103. Pacers are up 3-1, going home to try and close it out in Game 5. Lillard's still got 2 years of money on his contract, $50 million per, a little over $100 million all added up.
But, yeah, that trade didn't work.
No, and he's 34, turning 35 this summer. So don't know what the Bucks are going to do, but it doesn't look like there's a lot of options right now. Couple games tonight. Cleveland's going for the sweep over Miami. They're up 3-0, and the Warriors are up 2-1. Steph Curry with a big game, but how about Gary Payton II down the stretch? 11 points, a couple boards. Last 6 minutes of the game, he basically turned into Superman down the stretch.
Well, I mean, that's what former players of Salt Lake community do.
There you go. Let's hear it for the Bruins. Warriors will try to make it 3-1 tonight. They're up 2-1 as they play Game 4 in Houston. DJ at PK.
#NFL. It's capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person, he's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is, he elevates the space around him. From the football field to the city to the game of football itself, Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting up. Couldn't be more jacked to be sitting right here beside him and introduce you all to the man of the hour.
My gosh.
That's James Gladstone. Waxing philosophical doesn't do justice to that. And they'll go forward without a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick next year that they gave up to move up those 3 spots. So Cleveland was going to pick him, but I guess when they got that phone call, it was just too good an offer. So they make the trade. The story of the draft, Cleveland gets Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round. A spectacular slide right there, PK. We'll have time to get into it later this morning, but it'll be a while here. There are many theories on why he slid. Is it all of them combined? You put more weight on one of these theories than the other?
I go race.
I don't think you do.
Others have. Why can't I?
Yeah, that's true. Others have. Stephen A. Smith led the charge and was comparing it to Colin Kaepernick. Submarining some of the interviews might have hurt. Maybe there was a team or two in the mix that you didn't want to go to, so you put on a poor performance in the interview. Maybe they were the ones who would have taken you.
That's good thinking.
Yeah.
Word gets out. It doesn't matter now. To me, it's It's the story of the draft if you make it the story of the draft, but that's an insult to everybody else who's worked so hard to put themselves in a position to be drafted. I can argue the story of the draft is more than half of the guys came from the SEC and the Big Ten. Is it going to continue? Is the gap going to grow even bigger? Blah, blah, blah. The story of the draft is whatever story you want to make it of.
There were 160 players taken from those two leagues, dwarfing everything else. I think it was 28 players from outside the Power 5 conferences and Notre Dame. Power 4 conferences in Notre Dame.
It's Power 5 in basketball, 4 in football.
4 in football. Former Utah State wide receiver Jalen Royals went to Kansas City in the 4th round. And former Ute tight end Caleb Lohner went to Denver in the 7th round. Those are the two guys from our local universities who were drafted.
That's just a great story for Lohner. I mean, Utah, man, you can just build this up. You don't even have to play football for, more than just a few games. You come to Utah, we can get you in the NFL.
We'll show you how it's done.
4 catches, 4 touchdowns. Didn't play until this year, basketball guy otherwise, and he still gets drafted. Now, maybe he's just a freak of an athlete, and Utah didn't have anything to do with it. But nevertheless, they were the ones. I think the story is that Freddie knows the family and had been on him for a couple years to do it, so he does it. And now he's being drafted. I hope he makes it. It'd be really fun. I mean, it's happened before. You don't necessarily have to be a world-class this or that. So he's got some outstanding athletic skills, and where he went to Denver, right?
He did.
And Sean Payton knows how to use guys. I'm excited for him to see how it plays out. It's a fun story.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Former BYU wide receiver and kick returner Keelan Marion committed to play football at Miami. With 2 years of eligibility left, he's off to the ACC to play for the Hurricanes. Surprised he landed there? Or after they leave, they're dead to you?
I wouldn't have any idea where he would have landed. I just know that he wanted more money, and BYU wasn't willing to give it to him.
Wide receiver Micah Hudson, who left Texas Tech in December for Texas A&M, has transferred back to Texas Tech. He was a 5-star prospect in the 2024 recruiting cycle, played sparingly as a freshman last fall. You can go home again. His third school is his first school. The NCAA, for the first time, is authoring licensed sports books to use its marks and logos and receive official data from championship events through an expanded partnership with technology firm Genius Sports. But only if the betting options deemed risky are prohibited. What the heck does that mean? Betting options that are risky? Aren't they all risky?
Depends on how much money you have and how much you can sustain a loss.
DJ PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
High game, bottom 9, 2-2, with Ramos leading off for the Giants.
Ramos has been on base twice, and he hits a soft bouncer past the mound. Off the third base side, Jackson, he barehands it and throws it away at first. It goes right on by Berger and down the right field line. And now Ramos around second, heading for third. The throw, it goes wild. It goes over to the sidewall. He jumps up. He heads home. And the game is over. It's a Little League home run.
Scored officially as an infield single and 2 errors. A comedy of errors. A bizarre way to win a game, but the Giants win 3-2. They walk it off over Texas.
Well, the Giants didn't win the pennant. Let's not go crazy.
They did not win the pennant. They did not. They have taken over first place. They lead the division, but they have not won the pennant. 4 home runs in a game is pretty weird, pretty rare, PK. It's happened 19 times. Your Diamondbacks get it done and yet lose the game. Were you watching that baby Saturday?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Eugenio, we call him Gino Suarez. He becomes the second player to hit 4 home runs against the Braves. Can you name the other one?
Against the Braves. I cannot. I would just be guessing people who've hit a lot of home runs.
Willie Mays.
Okay, there it is.
Back when they were in Milwaukee.
The Milwaukee Braves gave up 4.
Yeah.
Oddly, Arizona, despite the fact you got one guy hitting 4 homers, still managed to lose the game 8-7. That's pretty weird. But he makes history along the way. Homering in the 2nd, the 4th, the 6th, and the 9th. Salt Lake Bees lose to Oklahoma City 8-7. They blew a 6-1 lead. They are off today, and they open a 6-game series in Albuquerque tomorrow against the Isotopes. DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
To the near sideline. Willie Kamada, he'll play a square ball, picked up by Diego Luna. Luna to the top of the 18. Luna into the area. Luna shoots. Luna scores. Diego Luna against the run of play. First half stoppage time. RSL takes the lead. Dos Santos in goal. Luna looks right, goes left, sends the keeper the wrong way and scores. And RSL takes a 2-1 lead. Diego Luna, his 2nd goal of the match, and RSL's back in front. There's a shot from distance and a goal. Junqua buries it from outside the 18. Out of nowhere, he flies into the attack and scores from 25 yards out. It's 3-1 RSL. And 3-1 is the final. They win in San Diego by the exact same score they lost at home to San Diego. Doesn't really make sense, but that's the way it worked. And RSL picking up 3 points. They also lost Brian Vera, a collision with his teammate, and he was looking back over his shoulder trying to find the ball and got run over by the goalkeeper and out with a concussion. We'll see how long he's gone for. That looked ugly.
When you walk into the kitchen, if your wife has ever made you dinner and it's really good, you just said, yeah, it's been a good day. Oh, but look, we got pot roast. There it is with gravy, mashed potatoes, and beans. Oh, yes, and my favorite liquid beverage is right there. You ever do that?
I haven't done that, but now that you say that, I should.
Do this.
I should do that. Probably scare her, and she'll probably wonder what's wrong with me.
Do play-by-play at dinner.
Yeah, I should. I'll let you know how that goes. Have to see how that works. RSL's going to Vancouver next week to play first place. What? Whitecaps are never in first place. What are they doing in first place?
I'm shocked. I mean, what is this? I mean, come on. Charlotte going to win the NBA championship next?
Right. Exactly.
This is crazy.
Cleveland Browns three-peating as Super Bowl champions. This is just weird. Utah, the Royals losing in Houston. They gave up a late goal and got shut out again. DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
Andrew Novak, Ben Griffin win the Zurich Classic 28 under. They win by 1 shot. The local team, Patrick Fishburne and Zach Blair, missed the cut at the event. You like your team golf?
No, I was watching Live, man. How come we never have Live results?
I don't know. You want me to put Live on there? We can put Live on there.
Jeez, you're so biased. What are you, Bob Casper?
Yes, I am. I am Bob Casper. I am the son of a Hall of Famer.
You're the son of something if you keep doing that.
Thanks.
Joaquin Newman won $4 million. They've only played 6. He's won 3. Jeez. Joaquin, way to go, my man.
You see Richard Bland with the Albatross?
Richard Bland?
The 2 on the par 5.
Oh, 265 yards out.
Maron. And John Rahm drove some 426-yard green because they're playing in elevation.
Okay, you don't have to pretend that you watched it and you're all things to all people.
I
just
didn't.
having
I saw
fun.
I saw it on Twitter, but a guy drove a green.
Pretend you watched it. Pretend.
A guy drove a green from 420 yards. You don't find that outrageous?
And I found it ridiculous and not acceptable is what I found. That's like constant baseball being 25 to 23. That's not baseball.
It's not
Driving
baseball
at 400 plus yards is not golf. Now I realize the elevation in Mexico City and all that stuff.
Right.
So, but no, I don't. I think that's stupid.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Now it's intercepted by Aho. Looking across Svechnikov. Bingo! Hat-trick goal! Andrei Svechnikov, his 3rd of the game. It's 5-2. And Carolina has a 3-goal lead with 3:17 left.
Looking inside. Time for 2nd league with 16 power play goals this year. Hands off to McDavid. Back to Draisaitl. Waits. Nugent Hopkins. McDavid redirects in front. Draisaitl scores. Series tied. Edmonton 4. LA 3 in overtime.
Oilers win in OT, so the Edmonton Oilers at home have tied the series up 2-2 with the LA Kings on the overtime goal. And the Winnipeg Jets, who had the best record in the National Hockey League, lose back-to-back games in St. Louis. The Blues, the 8th seed, 5-1 winners. That series is tied 2-2. The random nature of the Stanley Cup playoffs on display, PK. The Jets on paper ought to run the Blues out of there, but nonetheless, it's 2-2 after 4.
Do you attribute it to home ice? Because you go big on home court.
I don't know what to attribute it to. I do not go as big on home ice. I don't think the numbers back that up at all. Although in this series, that is the way it's played out. Home ice has paid off in 4 games.
The numbers. If that's not you to a T.
There it is. The Jets ought to be way better. And yet, they're in a tight series. Capitals, who are the top seed over in the East, they beat the Montreal Canadiens 5-2, and they lead that series 3-1. Lightning Panthers tonight, Avalanche Stars, both those games on ESPN. And that is what is trending, brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Justin Mello, NFL draft analyst for the Draft Network, is coming up after the break. We will talk draft with him. Keith Smith, NBA analyst and contributor for Spotrac. At 8 o'clock, we'll talk NBA playoffs with him. DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Only one right lane is open at eastbound 45th South at State Street and Murray, backing traffic up all the way up to 100 West. Want to probably avoid that area this morning until it's cleared up. Use 300 West to avoid those delays coming off I-15. Also, I-15 northbound is slowing from Midville into Murray due to residual delays from an earlier crash that has since been cleared. This update is brought to you by Murdoch Hyundai, home of 3.99% for 6 years on Santa Fe, Tucson, or the Elantra. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
The accusation of tampering happens all the time. It's just as dialed up a little bit more into the transfer portal, even before they're in the transfer portal, and that money is being thrown out there.
Now in today's college football, how do you control that? How do you police that? Unless you can prove directly that those coaches are making the offers, I don't know how you can police that.
Look, sometimes you dedicate yourself to doom scrolling. This is just mouth open, like gossip scrolling on the transfer portal. So it's so much fun to read some of this stuff that goes back and forth. Fan bases have zero chill. I mean, the accusations are wild, and it's awesome because it's brand new. We've talked about how wild it is when coaches don't like dudes walking across the field to say good game to the other team because they don't want to risk a coach getting in somebody's ear on their helmet and going, hey man, we'd love to have you.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Alex Curie here. I'm down 65 pounds. It's not just about dropping the weight. It's about having a weight loss partner, and that's what you get with Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to the blueprint Salt Lake City Fat Loss provided me.
slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors to tell you about our 10-year everything guarantee. Most contractors spout off having great warranties that last forever. But those warranties are always, and I do mean always, riddled with loopholes, exception, fine print, and nonsense. At RGS Exteriors, we cover everything. Parts, labor, material, everything and anything for 10 full years. There's no cost to you whatsoever. No hoops to jump through, no exceptions. Yes, the products we sell, like James Hardy Siding, our windows, gutter covers, come with a 25 to 50-year manufacturer's warranty, just like everybody else. But the truth is, the products almost never fail. It's always the labor and material which is never covered, so you're stuck paying for service calls. For peace of mind, call RGS Exteriors. You'll sleep easy for 10 full years. 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online rgsutah.com. Gutters, siding, windows, and all exteriors with the 10-year everything guarantee.
The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK reminding you, don't miss Minky Monday on the Zone. Tune in all day next Monday to win Minky Couture blankets, the original classy blanket. Minky Couture makes the perfect Mother's Day gift, and Zone listeners get 50% off with the code ZONE50. Don't miss Minky Monday on 97.5 The Zone. The code is ZONE50. NFL draft is in the books. Feeling good about what anybody did, bad about anybody did. It's a great unknown. Who the heck knows?
Yeah, I don't know that you really know for sure, but I think that numbers matter. The more picks you can have, the better. You look at Seattle. They had 11 picks, right? 7 rounds, 11 picks. You're going to hit. You may miss one or two, but you're going to hit. And that is something that's really important. And this is the ultimate team game. But yet at the same time, you need so much help up front. You have to win the line of scrimmage.
Justin Mello joins us now. He is the NFL draft analyst for the Draft Network. Justin, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Appreciate you for having me on.
Any teams you think did really well or did really poorly? Winners and losers.
One of the ones that really stuck out to me as a winner was the New England Patriots. First draft under new head coach Mike Vrabel. He pounded the table for them to bring Ryan Cowden over from the New York Giants. People forget that's who he wanted as general manager of the Tennessee Titans. When him and the Titans decided to part ways, well, he gets his way in New England, right? He gets Ryan Cowden over there. They oversee their first draft together. And I thought this thing went really well for them. And, ironically enough, the first-round pick might be one of the riskiest, right? They go with Will Campbell at number 4, ignoring the historically short wingspan and arm length. They say they think he's going to be a left tackle for them. Now, if he isn't, they won't say the quiet part out loud, but he can kick inside to guard. Certainly would be bad value at number 4 if he's a guard, but, it's a high-floor player. And new regimes, first-year tandems, GM head coach tandems, they often go for high-floor players in their first year. They don't want to get it wrong. There's a lot of pressure on them. From there on out, that's where their class really started impressing me. In the second and third rounds, they get Travion Henderson, running back out of Ohio State, who's going to add a big-time playmaking layer to their backfield. They get Kyle Williams, the wide receiver out of Washington State at 69th overall. This is a dynamic playmaker who's slightly undersized, but can play the X position, in my opinion, can get off press man coverage at the next level, despite his size deficiencies, because he's got such a dynamic relief package. He's very, very twitchy at the line of scrimmage. And they added a bunch of great players late as well. I thought Jared Wilson, the center out of Georgia, went about 20 picks later than I had him pegged. I think he's a long-term starter there on the interior. And I really liked, and they're, Mike Vrabel-type players, Joshua Farmer, the D tackle out of Florida State in the 4th round, and then LSU edge Braden Swinson in the 5th round. I had 3rd-round grades on both of those players. I can borderline guarantee that they're going to at least be really good rotational players at the next level. I thought the Patriots crushed this draft.
Hey, look at the Patriots with drafting Campbell. That was the first top 10 offensive lineman that they've drafted since like Hannah in the 70s. Now you can argue, obviously, they've been having later picks with how good they are. But the point where I'm going with this, if you look at the first round, I think exactly half were either defensive linemen or offensive linemen. 9 offensive linemen and I think 17 defensive linemen. And I had heard or read somewhere that defensive lineman was the most that was drafted overall in the entire draft since like 2001 or something like that. Is it an emphasis, do you think, that as far as what's going on, or was it not enough good skill players? What would you attribute that to?
I would attribute that to a couple things. First of all, the NFL is a copycat league. Okay, they might not admit it, but everyone's always trying to follow the blueprint for success. And whoever lays the most recent blueprint, that's going to be copied all over the NFL. How did the Philadelphia Eagles win the Super Bowl? It was with a deep rotation of defensive linemen who attacked Patrick Mahomes, what felt like on a snap-by-snap basis, right? They won that Super Bowl because of their defensive line and the pressure that they were able to put on him. So that's one reason for that. How about on the flip side, you need offensive linemen, right, to prevent that from happening. So that's why there's an emphasis on the trenches in this draft. And regarding the D linemen, I'll add to it by saying this also happened to be a really deep class, I think, at both positions, interior defensive tackle and then edge as well. There wasn't a lot of high-end talent at edge, premium talent, but there was a lot of good football players, guys that went in the 2nd, 3rd, even 5th round, as I just said. I was super high on Braden Swinson. I was high on a guy like Jordan Birch out of Oregon. This class just had a lot of really good defensive linemen. And at tackle specifically, I thought it was one of the better interior D tackle classes we've seen in recent memory. You got guys like Tyleik Williams, who went in the 1st round, to the Detroit Lions. That was a bit of a surprise. You had guys like Darius Alexander, who, despite getting a little bit of first-round buzz around the league, went 70th overall, to the New York Giants. It was a really good quality football player. So for me, it's a combination of it happened to be a good, deep class at those positions, but it's also a copycat league, and everyone wants to get a piece of what the Philadelphia Eagles did in the Super Bowl.
I think if I had the second pick in the draft and someone offered me a number 2, a second-round pick this year and a first round next year, I don't know how I'd pass, especially if it's a team that's, historically bad, and that first rounder could be way up there in the first round. Was there any chance Cleveland Browns could say no and take Hunter, even though the fan base was all geared up to draft him? They had to take that trade, didn't they?
They did. And in all honesty, it sounded like, General Manager Andrew Berry didn't really think that long and hard about it. We got those rumors early on in the day, and as soon as the draft started, it essentially happened. Right? I mean, they interrupted the number 1 pick to essentially talk about the trade that was happening. And from the Browns' perspective, I get it. I really do. The offer was phenomenal. If you go by the old, draft trade charts that assign a numerical value to the picks, right? Like a number-based value to each pick. If you look at, and these teams, they follow it. Like, there were trades that happened that were almost to the letter. Like, put it this way, the Seahawks and Titans trade that happened in the second round, the Titans got 560 points worth of value, and the Seahawks got 550. Like, that's how closely these teams follow that. Well, the Browns and Jags trade, that one deviated as much as you'll ever see. The Browns won that trade by plus 1,800 points. If you're sitting at home saying, well, what does that mean? 1,800 points is essentially the equivalent of the number 8 overall pick in any draft. So to put that in perspective, Jacksonville overpaid by the value of a number 8 overall pick. That is a huge, huge overpay, historically speaking. So Cleveland had to take the trade. And when you're trading out of a quarterback spot, a spot where you're not going to get a quarterback, it becomes easier to make that deal, right? Like, Mason Graham, to me, was the 4th best overall player in this class. I had a blue chip elite grade on Mason Graham. I thought we overcomplicated his evaluation throughout his weight came in under than we expected. His arms aren't as long as I'd like. Put on the tape. Mason Graham was downright dominant at Michigan. He is a defensive tackle, in my opinion, that is in the mold of a Quinnen Williams, a Chris Jones, a Jeffrey Simmons. He will be one of the best defensive tackles in the NFL. And look, I was high on Travis Hunter too. I'm not here to badmouth Travis Hunter, but I can understand why you would trade out of that pick. It's a bit of a projection. Anytime you're projecting someone to be Babe Ruth or Shohei Ohtani, for example, it's a projection. We don't see those things happen very often. So can he play both sides? Can he handle that workload? He's a bit light in the pants from a weight perspective. He's a little skinny to project playing 70 snaps on offense, 70 snaps on defense every single, play. So we'll see how that goes, but I don't blame Cleveland for taking the offer.
You talk about teams trying to mimic what Philadelphia did. We saw 5 running backs go in the first 2 rounds, 2 in the first, 3 in the second. Any of those guys stand out to you as being able to be, not nearly, I wouldn't put them on the Barkley schedule or scale, but have success with them?
Well, I mean, Ashton Jeanty was the best one, and he was the best one for a reason, and I don't blame the Raiders one bit for going with him at number 6 overall. I thought that was one of the easiest mock draft picks you could make. You've got an old school football coach in Pete Carroll, right? One who won a Super Bowl due to playing good defense. And, he had a great quarterback, but was a bit of a game manager. They leaned on Marshawn Lynch throughout those formative years. So I wasn't surprised to see Jeanty go to Las Vegas there at number 6. And I will say, if there's one guy that has that potential, it is him. There's a reason he went that high. This is a really deep class. Trey Henderson, as I mentioned earlier, to New England. I think that's a great landing spot with Mike Vrabel. I loved his partner, Quinshon Judkins, the running back there at Ohio State, who also had 1,000 yards this past year, transferred to the program from Ole Miss and helped the Buckeyes win their first national championship in quite some time. I spoke to scouts, leading up to this draft, who said there were going to be running backs taken in the 6th round that would have been 3rd-round picks last year. This is just one of the deepest classes we've ever seen. I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs, mark my words, they got Brashard Smith in the 7th round out of SMU. He's going to be a rotational playmaker for them. That guy's one of the best pass-catching backs in this class. Andy Reid's going to carve out a role for that skill set. They never have a workhorse there. Brashard Smith will rotate into that lineup and have an impact. So this is Damian Martinez to Seattle. They're on the Pacific, on the West Coast. He goes there. They've got Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet, but they're going to carve out a role for him. Like, good teams that have good running backs drafted one anyway because it was such a deep class. You've got to take advantage of it. The Titans have Tony Pollard and Tajay Spears. They took Khalil Mullings out of Michigan, right? Same thing Seattle did. They've got Ken Walker and Zach Charbonnet, but they took Damian Martinez. So just a super, super deep class. Ginty was certainly the best one for me, and I think there's he's got Hall of Fame potential, in my opinion. So there's some separation between him and the rest of this class, but this was an incredibly talented class of runners overall.
The Big 12 had 31 players drafted. The Utah and BYU fans here tracking this stuff locally can't help but notice the Big 10 and the SEC both doubled that. You could even just say Ohio State, Georgia, and Texas combined, those three surpassed what the Big 12 produced. Is that trend going to continue? Is it going to accelerate? What do you think?
Probably. In all honesty, like if there's one thing the NIL era has done that is, one of the unfortunate aspects of it is, these prospects are all transferring to these big schools, right? That's where the money is. That's where the exposure is. I think NIL has led to less parity in college football, and that's the trend I expect it to continue following. It's the Ohio States. It's going to be Michigan. It's going to be Texas. It's going to be Georgia. It's going to be Alabama as soon as they get ready to reload here post Nick Saban. So, yes, unfortunately, I do think that's one of the negative effects, one of the negative side effects, if you will, of NIL, is there's going to be even less parity than there was before. And that's just the way it is. When you talk about BYU and Utah, they had a couple of guys I thought were going to get drafted that didn't. Caleb Etienne had a good year, first-team honors as the left tackle for the Cougars this past year. He went undrafted. I believe he ended up with the Cincinnati Bengals. I'm about to break news once we get off here. Dorian Singer, I don't know if you're familiar with his story, really interesting, was planning on returning to Utah, but got denied the additional year of eligibility. He found that out on the morning of his pro day. I mean, just talk about just a terrible timing by the NCAA, who showed no care for this kid, right? You got to make that decision far earlier than the morning of his pro day. So he finds out he's in the draft that late in the process. It convoluted his pre-draft chances, and he just got a rookie minicamp invite. He didn't get drafted, didn't sign as a UDFA, but I just got word he's going to camp with the Las Vegas Raiders. So at least he's going to get an opportunity here in a week or so to go show an NFL team what he's all about. So unfortunately, to close, NIL is just this is it. We're going to consolidate talent at a handful of programs. That's the way this thing is going.
Do you think the biggest mystery of the weekend is how Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson actually met?
I saw that clip briefly on social media where I guess he refused to ask the question. I would love to know where they met. It's pretty tough when you're 70 to meet a 25, however old you're, the 20-year-old.
24, come on. She's not 20. Jeez.
Apologies. I can't imagine where Bill Belichick was hanging out. There was a ton of 24-year-olds, but might have been Chuck E. Cheese. Who knows?
Chuck E. Cheese. Nice. Everybody's got a theory on why Shedeur Sanders plummeted. Which of the theories do you like the most?
That he bombed the interview process. I find it hard to believe because, look, I wasn't very high on him as a prospect. Just removing all of the other stuff from the equation, I had concerns about his game, but I still thought he was like the value of a late first-round quarterback at worst, early second-rounder. At worst, I didn't really get the hype in the number one, number two overall. I thought there was a fair amount of separation between him and Cam Ward. Clearly, the NFL thought the same. But that was a debate, right, early on in the process. I didn't think, not even my wildest dreams, that I think number 144 overall, fifth round. It's pretty clear that teams, the teams will draft guys with concerning off-field stuff. We know that. Let's not pretend it doesn't exist. Teams will draft guys that are, have serious off-field allegations, and they'll take them in the first round if they're talented enough, right? So it does a couple of things to me. It says, A, the NFL did not think he was quite talented enough to deal with what they consider to be concerning off-field, not necessarily allegations, because there's nothing criminal there. It's just personality. It's attitude. It's a quote-unquote diva-like approach, right, that he embodies. I heard the interview with the New York Giants went very poorly. They said he was not prepared, that this was, again, a rumor, but they had handed him an install, and they felt he was not prepared to talk about their offense. which is very important, especially for a quarterback. Like, for example, Cam Ward nailed that aspect with the Tennessee Titans. When they had him do the install, they're like, yeah, this is a franchise quarterback. He did not get that same feel and vibe from Shedeur Sanders when it came to the install portion of the pre-draft interview process. So for me, it's a combination of, the cameras are always going to be around, dealing with his father. He's only ever been coached by his father, right? Like, it's how is he going to act when we remove him from that environment? How's he going to handle that change of scenery and pressure? So to summarize, it's a combination of teams clearly didn't think he was talented enough to take the risk that they deemed there to be one, right, based on some of the off-field stuff. And certainly he bombed that process.
We appreciate the time, Justin, and the references. Good work. You got a side gig there doing a little stand-up. You're the man. Thanks for joining us.
Pleasure. Appreciate you for having me on.
Justin Mello, NFL draft analyst for the Draft Network, and probably getting a little NIL from Chuck E. Cheese on the side. You are pondering all things football.
I'm thinking tennis right now. I'm all about tennis.
You are not thinking tennis right now.
Who's going to win the next tournament? Is the Australian Open? Has it happened? Football, yeah. Football, the draft is the essence of building your team. And it's not the only way, obviously, but it is so dang important because of the number of picks that you have and the number of bodies that you need. And the Shedeur Sanders is a big story, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's over.
Just go win the job in Cleveland.
Yeah, I don't know about that. If you can eventually make the team. Number one goal for him has to simply be make the team.
They do have 4 guys for 3 spots.
Yeah, and Dylan Gabriel was drafted ahead of him. So what? I mean, the year that the Washington team drafted Robert Griffin, RG3, they in the 4th round, I think they took Kirk Cousins. Now, Griffin was a slight of built and had a lot of injury issues. Maybe he could have made it, maybe not, I don't know. But injuries certainly played a factor in his demise as far as his professional career. But Kirk Cousins is still playing today, right? He's been in the league all this time. So the fact that Cleveland went for 2, okay. To me, that it betters your chances of finding one that's good.
And that's what a lot of people were saying with what Cleveland did. They brought 2 guys in with the thought that one of them will eventually emerge.
I don't have any problem with that.
Nobody's emerged for 20 years.
Well, sure.
So double your odds.
Try something else.
Well, I mean, Bernie Kosar lives there. I think he could walk through that door.
He could with his 60-whatever-year-old shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be limping a little bit maybe.
DJ PK, Keith Smith, NBA analyst and contributor to Spotrac, coming up at the top of the hour. We will talk NBA playoffs with him. DJ and PK, stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
South Salt Lake evacuations have been lifted after that gas leak fire forced neighbors out of their homes overnight. Most of the roads should now be reopened just south of 3300 South and West Temple. A few may still be closed as they do some residual work in the area. Big delays remain on eastbound 45th South between 300 West and State Street due to crash blocking all but the far right lane in that area as well. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that away with Whipple Service Champions. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Hockey Club.
Success in the NHL is rented, and rents due every day, and that applies to everybody, including me. You got to get better. Everybody in the league is getting 4% better, so you got to push to 10% better. If we can get each individual in our club 10% better, we're going to become a lot better, and it's going to help us take that next step to get into the playoffs, and that's our goals next year, to not walk into the playoffs, but drive into the playoffs. And it's a huge summer for our organization, not only to get better with trades and free agency, but also the players that are returning is to take that step and have that hunger inside them that it's we're getting in no matter what.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Make Mother's Day easy this year and get the best gift ever, a blanket from Minky Couture. Minky Couture creates the amazingly soft, comfy, and cozy Minky blankets and robes. Just in time for Mother's Day, save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at MinkyCouture.com or visit your local Minky Couture for special neighborhood deals. Again, save 50% with promo code ZONE50 in stores or online at MinkyCouture.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or lease a 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as $290 a month. You heard right. Get up to $10K off or lease for as low as $290 a month. Make your dollars go further at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
Lease for 36 months, 10K miles per year, $39.99 due at signing. Please see dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Attention Utah residents, the tariffs are here and prices will be going up May 1st. Sound Warehouse is loaded in thousands of dollars in pre-tariff mobile audio video systems and more. Beat the tariffs at Sound Warehouse until the end of April. Marine, Harleys, and side-by-side audio. The entire inventory of Sound Warehouse at pre-tariff prices through the end of April. Salt Lake, Orem, and Ogden or soundwarehouse.com. Rockin' Utah for over 46 years. The Warehouse. Sound Warehouse.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at KSLPodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce, and Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at KSLPodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
For 160 years, the Salvation Army has been standing strong, serving those in need. This Salvation Army Week, celebrate by giving $160 to help support a Utah family in need. Donate now at 160years.org.
Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Band of the day is Neon Trees, brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concert events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
Is this their biggest hit?
Probably.
How's my lady, Elaine Bradley, doing? Haven't heard much about her lately.
They just finished the tour. That's why
They did?
brought them back around. Yeah, they were kind of Midwest, southeastern part of the country.
She's still rocking the drums?
Yep.
Good for Elaine. What are you smiling about?
You're funny. In a bizarre sort of way. Question of the morning up on our Facebook page, DJ and PK. What are the reasons Shedeur Sanders didn't get drafted until the 5th round?
I think there's a bunch. You know, the thing that I expected, though, I figured that at some point he was going to renounce his desire to be in the draft and transfer to BYU and play basketball.
No.
For reported
Everybody else is.
They did add Kennard Davis Jr.
There's just not enough money in the NFL. That'd be such a great line.
If you are any kind of player and BYU's not recruiting you, what an insult. That's more of an insult than Shedeur dropping to the 5th round.
Greatest insults in sports. List them. Go.
That if you're a top player and BYU's not recruiting you, how embarrassing is that? I mean, Kentucky,
really
Carolina, Duke, just get BYU leftovers now.
Cougar leftovers.
Yeah. That Lone Peak return missionary, yeah, we got a place for you. It's called UVU.
Play there for a couple of years. We'll see.
There's a school down the street.
Forget about Rick's. We got UVU.
They wear green and gold.
There's a lot of truth to that one.
Where missionaries go to play.
Yep. Got to play right away.
But a lot of things go into it, you know. I don't know that you can pull out one. But, I mean, I think even this was political. What side of the aisle you're on. If you're on that side, it's because of what he looks like and whatever. If you're on this side, it's, nah, man, he didn't interview well and blah, he's entitled and his dad's a drama queen and he's going to, who wants all that drama and all that, you know.
Sherry went right there. Teams don't usually look for drama, but they'll jump at it if someone has the talent.
Oh, I mean, that's for sure. Yeah, there's no question about that. That's been proven a million times over. I mean, the guys get busted for DUI on Tuesday, and they're starting on Sunday. I mean, and that's just not to minimize that, but that seems like on the lower end of it as far as that goes. I wonder how much drama there would be because when the season starts, if Deion Sanders is worrying about his son, he's going to be exposed as a fraud as a D1 coach. I mean, because once they come back from their vacations in July and they meet, a lot of the teams will have a retreat with the coaches, and then it's on. You're putting in massive hours, and their seasons essentially coincide. NFL's a little longer on the front end and the back end, but the guts of it is the exact same time. And so if you got time to be worrying about what your son is doing at his job, then that's going to look negatively upon Deion Sanders, and that's going to hurt recruiting and everything else. So I sort of have a raised eyebrow on that, thinking, really? You know, Deion likes to talk, and he'll always like to talk, and nobody believes in us, and you don't like us, and we'll show you. I mean, that's his shtick. That's never going to change. But after a while, that just becomes hot air.
But the thought, because he said he wanted to coach his kid at one point, or people thinking, we bring in this kid who's a project, the media will get all fired up. If Deion says just a little bit of something one time, I mean, people can run with that forever. And people will run with it anyway because the kid has some celebrity.
But there's a story every day. The NFL is about winning and losing, and what are you doing there? I just don't see Deion Sanders having much of an effect. He's going to come off foolish. And he's shrewd enough to where it seems like he'll get to the line but then back away from it.
He does do a good job of that.
Yeah.
He doesn't. Sometimes people run and they get way across the line before they look up.
Right.
And for a guy who has talked into a microphone, into a camera as often as that guy has, he didn't do that.
Right.
He has an outstanding sense of that.
And there was a big deal last year. He wouldn't answer the questions from the Denver guy. Then it went away.
It did go away.
Yeah.
All right, DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. When we come back, the NBA playoffs. Keith Smart, NBA analyst, contributor for Spotrac, joins us coming up next. Stay with us.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
You know what they say about April showers bringing May flowers, and then we're in the last part of April. We'll see what that brings as far as the weather and as we get into May. But I think the point is, you got to have some work before you enjoy the good times. That's the way it is set up, basically the way life works. Same thing certainly with the way your money works. You got to work hard, and then when the time comes, you can enjoy the good times. Now, you need to be prepared. When? Right now. Yesterday, as a matter of fact. How do you go about it? Don't go it alone. That's one thing I am sure of, because none of us, well, very few of us anyway, are experts when it comes to all the ways to maximize your money. Are you a financial genius? Probably not. Well, get with people who know what they're talking about. Call Trajan Wealth today. Yeah, because the fiduciary advisors, they know what they are talking about. When you imagine your retirement, what do you see? Well, you probably see different than your neighbor and your brother or sister, because everybody has different goals, and all those different goals of those people require your own unique plans, and that's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come in. Let Trajan Wealth help craft you a plan that will meet your goals. Call them today. Initial consultation is for free, nothing to lose, and a whole lot to gain. That local phone number is 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. The offices in which you can meet with them are conveniently located up in Farmington, down in Draper. For sure, easy to get to, and also easy is their website to get a bunch of information immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Before you turn your AC on this spring, make sure it's uncovered. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and it's a good idea to make sure nothing's blocking the outside unit and you have a clean air filter. If your AC doesn't work when you turn it on, consider calling Any Hour Services. For only $29, we'll send a certified HVAC technician to your home to troubleshoot why your air conditioner isn't working and present you with options to repair it. Call Any Hour Services at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. Love this time of year. The seasons are changing. We're all getting out into the great outdoors, whether it's taking the kids to their game on Saturday morning or getting away with friends and doing a little hiking up in the mountains. I want you to remember that at the end of that very busy day, it's time to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse and have the very best meal. It's waiting for you right now at 2 wonderful locations. I mentioned mountain activities. Well, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is right there in Hotel Park City. There's so many wonderful things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. Well, there's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse right here for you at 275 Southwest Temple. The service you get there is beyond compare, and the food is something to simply rave about. That entree is cooked exactly to perfection, just the way you like it. It's time. Make your reservations to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, Hotel Park City, downtown Salt Lake City.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W Beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W Beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Lagoon, your favorite amusement park, is now hiring for several positions. If you're looking for an amazing job, apply today at lagoonpark.com/jobs. At Lagoon, come be a part of our team and be part of our story. Must be 14 years of age or older to apply.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Got close. Get Mom the best Mother's Day gift ever, a Minky Couture blanket. Save 50% using the promo code ZONE50 in stores and online at minkycouture.com. The best Mother's Day gift ever. We're joined now by Keith Smith, NBA analyst and contributor for Spa Track. Keith, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Why don't we start by analyzing the referees? Man, Jazz fans have had a lot to say about refereeing over the years. Dick Pavetta is at the top of the list, but there's other things. I found it interesting that the Lakers didn't get the call they wanted. The Knicks got the no call they desperately needed. So it doesn't always favor the big market teams. But refereeing is always a topic in the playoffs. As much as we know calls are going to get blown, what can they do to the rule book so that they can review what happened at the end of the Knicks game? Because that is harsh for Detroit to be down 3-1 after that.
Yeah, it is harsh. As far as changing the rules, that gets tough. I really don't want to get into a place where we're allowing coaches to challenge non-calls. Like the challenge system, it's already taking too long as it is with some of this stuff. I think some of the cleanup they've made about, we're not going to review out of bounds plays and I think those were good changes and necessary changes late in games because we just had a million stoppages. But it is hard, and the thing is, this was a string of tough days for the officials. You had the ones yesterday. You had the Celtics Magic game where they called a phantom 8-second call, then maybe it was a backcourt, then they decided it was just an inadvertent whistle, which ultimately they got it right, but it just was a real messy amount of time. I've seen multiple games where people thought they should have reviewed the clock. I think the league has to really sit down and take a hard look at, all right, how do we get these things right? But I certainly don't have the answer for that.
If I asked you in the next 5 years, yes or no, Oklahoma City wins a title, what would you say?
I think I would say yes. They just seem set up for pretty good success. Now, I'll couch that with NBA windows are never open as long as people think they are. We only need to look back at the former Thunder group where it was like, well, they're set up to dominate the league for the next decade, and they never even got back to a finals. Things happen. Injuries happen, guys move on, guys decide, you know what, I'd like a bigger role. I want my own team. With the new rules now in the NBA with the aprons, it's going to be harder and harder to keep teams together long term. But I would say within that kind of a window, they seem set up pretty well. It might be as soon as this year that they win a title. It looks like they're going to really push pretty hard for it, and I wouldn't count them out. So I think that they get one in that period of time.
Now, let's ask the exact same question, but let's say Cleveland Cavaliers instead of Oklahoma City Thunder. What's the response then?
There, I would probably say a lot less likely. I don't know. We'll see. This might be their very best year. They're a little bit older. They've got some lack of resources that the Thunder certainly don't have. The Cavs are, they're about out of tradable picks to kind of, fill holes as they need to and patch things that come up. Where the Thunder are sitting in a spot where it's like, oh, all right, we need a 3-and-D wing. Great. Let's go get one because we have that ability to do that with our draft capital and all the tradable contracts that they have. So that's my worry with the Cavs. It's, this year and probably next year they're going to have to battle Boston, who's still right there, with them. And I think some would still pick Boston ahead of them. But, then after that, now you're a little older, guys will start to come up with contracts. They're going to be very, very expensive next year. So I'm a little bit more worried about their long-term future, even if I think their near-term future is a lot better.
I can understand certainly why you're saying that. And, with the Jazz here, they keep talking about wanting to open that window and have it open for a long time. And right now it just seems so far-fetched. I suppose if the draft lottery odds fall their way, maybe that would increase. But you wonder, when do teams make these choices to go all in? And you have to be really careful. And in the case I'm looking at is Milwaukee. It seemed like, a couple years ago, wow, getting Lillard, man, that could really, really help them. But now it looks like that was a bad move. And you wonder, how does that affect somebody like a Kevin Durant? Because he's older, and could he be more injury prone? And what would you give up for him? What do you think about all that?
Yeah, I always say one of the hardest jobs of an NBA GM is knowing when to push all in. Because if you do it too early, well, then all of a sudden it's like, man, we didn't get there because, our guys weren't ready and we weren't quite ready to make that big trade. If you wait too long, you might sit there and say, wow, we never got there because we waited too long to do it. In the case of, Dame going to Milwaukee, I think that was as much about, hey, we got to prove to Giannis at that time a couple years ago, we're still really serious about trying to win here. We're not trying to, do anything different. So I think that's, a big part of it. But yeah, with a guy like Kevin Durant, I do think teams are going to look at it. And I don't know that the Dame injury necessarily changed anything, but I think teams are going to look at it and they're going to say, all right, how much do we want to give up for this guy who is, he's an older player. He's had a lot of injuries over the years. He's great, but is he great enough to lift us where we want to be? The Suns are going to get a decent return for him when they trade him this summer, but I don't know that it's going to be one of those blockbuster returns where, like, man, the Suns completely reset everything and they're on a great path forward. It's probably going to be more of a, all right, they kind of got what they got, and here we go.
I think there are NBA fans who find it really frustrating how much guys sit during the regular season, but it's not just the players. The general managers want to try to make sure their team is healthy for the playoffs, and yet we've seen 4 huge injuries in the playoffs. Butler and Morant, and Lillard just went down, and Tatum missed a game. It seems like even though you can say, well, that just happened because something happened in the moment and that doesn't have anything to do with January and wear and tear, it seems like these injuries are only going to make people double down on sitting guys next year. Do you see it the same way?
Yeah, I think it's somewhat possible. I think to a large extent the ship has sailed with the load management stuff when the goal for teams is to win a title, whether that be right now in the moment or down the line as we build out our team, that they're always going to do things that are in service of that goal. And it's funny, the one thing with the whole discussion that really bothers me is when, you get people shouting like, these guys just don't care. I have yet to meet the player who enjoys not playing. And let me rephrase. There's been a couple guys, but their careers have not been very long, and they've been out of the league pretty quickly. These decisions are almost always driven by the team. And the team is, no, you need to sit. Like Jason Tatum, you brought him up. There's, it's well known in Boston that they basically have to tell him, do not put a jersey in his locker tonight because he's not playing. And too bad. And he gets mad and throws a fit because he wants to play. Most of these guys want to be on the court, but I think, there is to that point, there's only so much you can do. Like Jimmy Butler, that was just a bad fall, and that could happen in game 1. That could happen in game 100 when you're deep into the playoff run. It's some injuries are unavoidable, but there's definitely wear and tear injuries. I mean, you only need to look at Tom Thibodeau teams over the years. By the time they get into the playoffs, a lot of their guys are worn down. They're coming up with stuff where it's a hamstring and it's an ankle, but it's like, all right, but was it a freak thing or was that wear and tear throughout the course of a long season and playing a whole lot of minutes?
We saw at the end of the season there, nearly literally right at the end, some bizarre moves with coaching with Memphis and Denver getting rid of their coaches with just a handful of games to go. It was odd timing, it seemed. With that in mind, if the playoffs don't go the way they want, particularly for Memphis, and we'll see about what happens with Denver, do you think that there would be major changes with those teams, not just with the coaching?
Yeah, I think we're hitting the point with both of those teams where Memphis is done now, and then we'll see where Denver goes, as you said. But I think we're at the point where you need to start, talking about, all right, what are we going to do with these iterations? I think the Grizzlies were 5 years or so into this group together, led by John Morant, Desmond Bane, and Jaren Jackson Jr., and they have one first-round series win to show for it. At some point, it's not enough. Like, it's just not good enough. We're not winning enough. We're not doing enough to, push where we want to go. And I had Grizzlies fans come at me for saying that because, like, these guys aren't 30 years old. And it's like, okay, well, wait till they're 30 years old, and then you don't get any value for them in trades. I think Denver, they at least can say, hey, we won a title. Now we need to reset around Jokic if we want to win another one. So I think what you're seeing is in this new era of the NBA, with the aprons and all those things, you're going to see teams be a lot more harsh with their team building where it is, we can't just pay and keep everybody and hope it eventually grows and coalesces into something unless it's like Boston was, where they won at a high level when the guys were very young. Oklahoma City, a young team winning at a pretty high level. But if you've been going at this for 5-6 years with pretty much the same group and you're not getting where you want to be, you're going to start seeing changes get made.
It does feel like there could be as many as a half dozen teams that make major moves this summer. And I know the salary cap gets in the way of that, but whether it's Milwaukee or Phoenix, Denver and Memphis, you just mentioned, New Orleans has a new general manager in Joe Dumars. It seems like there's a lot of teams that could make a move, which if you're Danny Ainge and the Jazz, creates a lot of opportunity. Do you think there'll really be that movement, or do you think this is where we anticipate it and then money and salary cap gets in the way of things happening?
I do think we're going to see a lot of movement. I think what you're going to see is, unless the Thunder rampage through and go, to quote Moses Malone, fo, and all the way through and dominate on the way to a title, I think everybody's going to look around and be like, all right, the league's pretty open. Why not us? And when you have that thought process, that tends to lead to, all right, let's go get Kevin Durant. Let's go get Zion Williamson. Let's go make a run at Giannis if the Bucks decide to go in a different way here. I think we're in a spot where we're going to see major superstars move, and they're going to have to move via trade because the only team that's very likely to have major cap space this summer is the Brooklyn Nets. Everybody else looks like they're kind of positioned to be an over-the-cap team. Now, they'll get involved in trades. I mean, we saw multiple major trades made involving star players at the trade deadline when it's far harder to make those deals because you don't have the extra roster spots. You don't have teams, like the Nets sitting on cap space to be a facilitator in those things. So I do think we're going to see quite a bit of movement. And it feels like the NBA, once every 4 or 5 years or so, really we get one of those summers where it's like, man, everything kind of reoriented. It feels like we're due for one of those this summer.
You talk about how it's hard for GMs to know when to go all in. And I was thinking about that as you were saying that. I'm trying to think of a team in recent times that has won it all by going all in. I just don't know that I necessarily see that. We already brought up Milwaukee, but there's other examples of teams trying to go all in. And is that really the way to go as opposed to drafting well and developing those guys and see if those guys, a Jokic and a Jason Tatum And obviously we see with Oklahoma City, now I realize SGA was not a draft pick of theirs, but when they acquired him, he was still a young pup, so to speak, and obviously blossomed. Is it really beneficial to go all in? I can't think of anyone, but I may not have the knowledge that you have. Does anybody jump into your mind?
I think there's two forms of doing it, and the two that I can come up with that are one of each way. I think Milwaukee, when they got Drew Holiday, I think it's been kind of forgotten now because that was a while. He's no longer on the team. He was traded, but they still owe picks from that trade to the Pelicans. They gave up an all-in package to get Drew Holiday, and that did result in them winning the championship in 2021. I think, it was a different and weird thing, but the Lakers made kind of an all-in trade to get Anthony Davis that paid off in the title. Now, that was, a very weird situation because Davis made it clear he only really wanted to be a Laker, but they still gave up, multiple draft picks and multiple guys in Brandon Ingram, Lonzo Ball, that had all been drafted by them in the previous couple of years. So that was a pretty big all-in trade. And then the other one, I would say, it paid off a weird way later down the line after subsequent moves. But I think when the Celtics knew, all right, we have Jaylen Brown, who looks like a pretty promising young guy. We have this other high pick. We like this Tatum kid we're drafting. All right, let's go sign Gordon Hayward. Let's go trade for Kyrie Irving. We're going to go all in. It didn't pay off with that exact iteration, but there, while you felt more comfortable, that's kind of the Oklahoma City model, where it is, we have this young talent already in place, and we have some more picks coming. We feel a little bit more comfortable. We can go all in, because if we do get part of it wrong, which they got it wrong with Kyrie Irving, it was, all right, let's make a trade, right? Let's make a trade and go the other way and get out of this, and we can do other things. And if you kind of, it's a real nerd exercise that I quite frankly enjoy, but start chaining together transactions over the years, and you get to, oh, well, this is what actually led to this happening, and that's how you get there. But yeah, it is tough. It's one of those things where if you do it, you better get it right, because otherwise what you're doing on the backside is you're probably rebuilding for a while.
Yeah.
Maybe Porzingis and Drew Holiday to Boston to win the championship. Maybe that's another example of not all in, but pretty critical moves. I mean, they were fairly significant gambles.
Yeah, definitely gambles, especially Porzingis with the health. Now, they didn't give up all that much to get him. It's one of the crazier things that in that trade, the Celtics actually got a first-round pick out of that deal to get Porzingis. But, that was the gamble. And the Holiday trade, it's one of those that's one of those sliding door moments where he kind of fell in their lap, because the Bucks had to trade him to the Blazers, and nobody else could get in there to snag Holiday for themselves. And then the Celtics were, all right, we traded smart. We need somebody like him. We've got a couple contracts to go, and let's get it done. But, yeah, it's definitely one of those positions where you look at it and you say, yeah, I mean, those are, I would say those are more all in-ish moves, because they didn't give up a ton of draft capital in them. But, yeah, those are also good examples of, if you get it wrong, now your franchise is set back because you got two older guys, an injury-prone guy, and you might be in trouble. But it definitely did work out for them.
Keith, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us and talking NBA hoops.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
Keith Smith, NBA analyst and contributor for Spot Track. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. More to come on the NFL draft and more on the NBA playoffs and the possibilities that might be opening up for the Utah Jazz to make a move this summer. That's all on the way. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got northbound I-15 delays between Lehigh and Murray. Currently a crash on eastbound 45th south at State Street. Still blocking the left lanes. Only one right lane is open as traffic is backed up all the way to I-15 in the area. Also southbound 15 is slowing from Riverdale into Roy and also into downtown Salt Lake City if you're headed that direction. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah is your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit them today at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Travis Hunter, said that playing both ways in football is harder than what Shohei Ohtani does in baseball. A corner and a receiver, you're basically using the same skill set. Shohei Ohtani is playing two different positions that are completely unrelated. Being a good pitcher has absolutely nothing to do with being a good hitter. That's like being really good at algebra and poetry.
You're Leonardo da Vinci. You're not Stevie Wonder. It's like, yeah, Stevie Wonder's a great drummer and harmonica player and guitar player and piano player. It's like, yeah, he's musical. Da Vinci being the greatest painter of all time and maybe our greatest inventor. How the hell did that happen?
Yeah, that's not the same thing.
What were you working with?
It's like Carl Lewis being good at the 100 and the 200.
What? How?
How is that even possible?
He's fast.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W Beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W Beef is dry-aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hey folks, it's Dave here with Deb, and we want to tell you about our friends at Mountain Home Services.
That's right, Dave. Mountain Home Services has been serving Utah since 1954, and they're the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, they have a 100% satisfaction guarantee.
You know, Deb, with summer around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your air conditioner checked. Mountain Home Services has got you covered with top-notch AC services.
Absolutely. And let's not forget their expert electrical and plumbing services. Whether you need a quick repair or a major installation, their skilled technicians are ready to help.
You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com or call the same easy-to-remember number, 801-543-2222.
And there's a special offer for our KSL listeners. So call now and ask about their KSL specials.
Don't wait. Keep your home running smoothly with Mountain Home Services. Call 801-543-2222 today. That's 801-543-2222.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
In today's fast-paced economy, staying competitive means more than just experience. It means standing out with the right knowledge and skills. An MBA from BYU's top-ranked full-time or executive MBA program will give you that advantage. Whether you're looking to move up in your current career or pivot to something new, becoming a BYU MBA can give you the edge you need. You'll gain critical leadership skills, hands-on experience that will set you apart in today's rapidly evolving job market, and become part of an incomparable alumni network. The BYU MBA gives you a top-ranked education at the leading edge of business that's focused on principled leadership, all for an extraordinary value. Scholarship money is available to help you make your MBA goals a reality. Apply soon. Final application deadline is May 1st. Get ahead of the competition. Advance your skills and transform your career. Learn how you could become a BYU MBA. Visit mba.byu.edu.
Experience the best in fly fishing with Rocky Mountain Outfitters, where quality and adventure meet. Their Orvis-endorsed guides offer personalized trips on the Blue Ribbon Provo River, boasting over 4,000 fish per mile. With a 2-to-1 guest-to-guide ratio, Rocky Mountain Outfitters ensures an unforgettable experience for all skill levels. Whether you're an individual or part of a corporate group, they provide all the gear you need. Visit Rocky Mountain Outfitters online to book your next fly fishing adventure. RockyMountainOutfitters.com.
Our climate is dry. After all, we live in a beautiful desert state made up of high mountains and red rocks. Grass drinks up a lot of water, but Waterwise Landscaping thrives while using less. And the best part? You can get paid to make the switch. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
one of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
When I wasn't myself.
When I need it most,
Help me live on.
live on.
live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
The Garden Restaurant at Temple Square is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building and open Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant at Temple Square.
When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, these guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey baby, won't you look my way? I can be your new addiction. Hey baby, what you gotta say? All you're giving me is fiction. I'm a sorry sucker and this happens all the time.
Here's what I want you to do, and I want you to really pay attention, because I'm saying this every day. You better do it. Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. And you can submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. And then help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. And it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. I'll do something to keep my sanity.
DJ PK, you put a question up on our Facebook page. It's a good one. Mel Kiper Jr. says for 50 years, the NFL's had no idea how to evaluate quarterbacks. Is he out of his mind?
Mel lost his mind over the weekend. He decided to die on the hill of Shedeur Sanders. Why?
So I like to follow the draft. I don't need to watch every minute of it. You catch up with the ticker once in a while. You can follow it on social media these days. And what you just said, that is like nearly a unanimous opinion. It's just like there were people either saying Mel Kiper is going to die on this hill.
He did.
Mel is losing his mind. Mel is must-see TV. What is wrong with him?
And then they go, you are nuts.
He just, please don't let anyone draft Sanders. It will end Mel's monologue.
He would have burst. His head would have exploded.
Oh, my gosh. Forget the Shedeur Sanders story. Let's get to the Mel Kiper Jr. story. Oh.
Yeah, that became the story. I mean, Shedeur fell. He fell.
So there's multiple things.
But he can go prove it.
Is Mel out of his mind?
On this topic, he was.
Yes. And I have to say that Mel's a little on the eccentric side here, which can work really well on TV, and it has worked well for him for decades.
Well, he's an East Coast guy. People yell. You grew up, nobody raised their voice.
Well, that's not true.
Maybe your father got mad.
Yeah, there we go.
But
you
just blew him off.
Eventually. Not right away.
and back east, everybody yells. And it's just considered talking passionately. So that's what he does, and that's how he knows how to respond.
Right.
It became so obvious. Okay, I can live with it in the first round.
Live with what?
That he was, what are you guys doing? Shedeur Sanders should have been drafted by now. It did bug me in the time to praise Jackson Dart. It was all about Shedeur. Right when he got drafted. That was Jackson Dart's moment. And teams don't draft guys based on what they can't do. They draft guys on what they can do. Right? Why'd you draft him then? It's not what you can't do.
Almost everybody's got a can't do.
Yeah.
I mean, once in a while, there's someone who's drafted like, this guy's going to be a Hall of Famer, and everybody knows it. But once you get past the first couple of picks, everybody's got something.
Right. And so, all right, fine. You thought he should have been drafted. But then, what was it? What round? Was it the 4th? Because it was Saturday, right? Where he screams out that they have not known how to evaluate quarterbacks, speaking of the NFL, for 50 years. That's like, every chip I have, I am literally naked now before you. I've put everything I have out on the table by screaming that the NFL doesn't know how to evaluate quarterbacks, and they haven't for 50 years. There's nothing left after that.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the most bizarre statements.
And yet, there's a whole lot of truth to it because guys who get drafted 1, 2, 3 bust, and the 3rd and 6th rounders win multiple Super Bowls.
They're going to screw it up. Yes.
Exactly.
But they don't know how to evaluate?
Yeah. I mean, well, if you're busting on 1, 2, and 3 and missing on 3rd and 6th.
You can't get every evaluation right. They knew how to evaluate Peyton Manning. At best, they went 50-50 on that, the NFL. You screwed up on Leaf, and how much of Leaf was the demons versus the talent?
Well, that's part of the evaluation. It's part, and there's multiple things that make evaluating quarterbacks so difficult, which is why I think teams just breathe a sigh of relief when they get it right. Sometimes even evaluating quarterbacks after they've been in the NFL.
You don't think that Kansas City got it right? You don't think that Washington got it right?
Kansas City did get it right, but other people have traded up and gotten it wrong.
I know, but you don't draft people based on what they can't do. So you can't just use your argument and say the NFL has screwed up for 50 years and name me all the bad ones. Because, yes, there's going to be bad ones, but there's also going to be plenty of good ones. I get Kurt Warner and Tony Romo weren't drafted. I understand that. But yet, they still evaluated them and brought them in. Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick, but yet he was still drafted and he made the team. The evaluation of NFL quarterbacks is not strictly on the draft.
It screams you got lucky when you bring in Mr. Irrelevant, an undrafted guy.
But they could have cut him.
You do see something, and they could have cut him.
Yeah,
right?
I get it.
And
Trey Lance, they screwed up on. Brock Purdy, they scored on.
You could go back more than 50 years. Johnny Unitas got cut. He got drafted, and he got cut. I mean, it's been more than 50 years that they've been missing
on quarterbacks.
But
that's no different. You can say that Michael Jordan didn't make his varsity as a sophomore. Blah, 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 blah. He got cut. Mm-hmm. So how is that? Basically, in the history of sports, every sport has screwed up. Mike Piazza was a 61st round draft choice, a friend pick because of the Pennsylvania connection that the Italian families have, and Piazza goes in the Hall of Fame.
It's so true. Can't evaluate a catcher.
Right.
So, that's a family friend.
Football does not hold a unique card on misevaluations, nor does the position of quarterback hold a unique card on that. So what was it? He got too off track.
Well, I agree with that.
He was like Locke last Friday.
Yeah.
MVPs matter more than titles. No, they don't.
Don't go die on that hill. Don't do it.
But that was for fun. This was serious.
Right. And the thing is that his own logic is why he should have calmed down. Quarterbacks had been misevaluated for decades. Maybe Cam Ward at number 1 was misevaluated. We don't know. We really don't know.
Oh, no. Not for a few
Jackson
years.
Dart, you just have to have enough confidence to be willing to roll the dice. And you went to Patrick Mahomes, which is actually one of the best examples of having so much conviction that this is the guy that you trade up to get him. Now, not everybody in the history of the draft that you trade up to get works out either, so sometimes you still miss. But you got to say, in that case, Kansas City really did evaluate, say he was the guy, push their chips into the middle of the table
and
go get them. Right, exactly.
Good for them.
But the fact that so many have been missed in both directions, guys who've been good and missed, is like, well, then calm down on Shedeur Sanders. Maybe they're just missing again. Why is this, in your mind, Mel, such a big miss that you're losing your mind?
Because he put himself out there, and he got so far out there, he couldn't go back. You know how Pablo Mastroeni said last Friday, when they do the review in soccer,
the referee doesn't want to.
So then you get your ego involved.
Yeah.
And he was just going to back off at that point. He dug himself too deep of a hole he couldn't get out of. And then do what East Coast people do, talk louder.
Because that just means you're more right. I know, but don't you have the feeling there's some ESPN executive going, well, this is good TV. I don't care if Mel's right or not.
Oh, it's an entertainment show. Anytime you turn on the television,
right?
Which I've accepted that, and what sucks about it, it's now morphed into news.
Yeah.
And it used to not be.
Right.
Walter Cronkite rolled over, literally. He did.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what's your agenda?
Right. Well,
CBS, NBC, ABC, nightly news, I don't know if I should trust them or not.
Well, they don't at least have people waving their arms and landing airplanes, like people screaming to the TV, I'm so angry! I'm like, okay, what's the news
But
here?
then I find out that
I'm so angry.
Katie Couric on NBC edited Bader Ginsburg's response because it didn't fit the way she thought it should fit. And that's on the freaking nightly news.
I know, but that's not
I don't believe you anymore. Nobody.
Well, and I get that, but that's not entertainment being loud and waving your arms and an airplane.
Because he's an East Coast, Northeast guy. That you got upset when I do it. That's what we know. Don't blame me. Blame the immigrants. They should have stayed in their own countries. Maybe that wouldn't have happened. But in the culture I grew up, when you're passionate, you start waving your arms and you start yelling. That's what we do. And nobody bats an eyelash over it.
So Mel is right. There's been so many misevaluated quarterbacks.
There are.
Okay, why didn't he get mad and yell and land a plane over all those guys? Why die on this hill with this guy?
He had to.
Because
he had no choice.
Maybe he's Tom Brady. He didn't fall as far as Tom Brady. And Brady won 7 Super Bowls. Nobody knows. And there's so many moving parts. So many things the quarterback has got to develop. So there's so much there. And then you got to have so much around the quarterback. I mean, when you think about it, it's not surprising there's a bunch of misses. There's so many moving parts to making a great quarterback.
Yeah, I get it. The only thing two things I had a problem with him is that.
Well, it became the only thing in the draft, and all these other kids getting drafted.
He went on Jackson Dart when it was Jackson Dart's moment. Tell me what he can do.
No.
And why do you think they did that? Because everybody is drafted based on potential. That's the essence of the draft. But they've got to have some skill. You're not just going to throw a dart at the dartboard and come up with Jackson Dart. Mm-hmm. It doesn't work that way. You think that this kid can be a player. We'll see what happens. So that bothered me. And then screaming the NFL has screwed it up for 50 years.
Just too much, huh?
It was. That was too much. That was over the top. Yes.
Well, don't blame him. It's what he knows.
Well, not screaming it. I'm fine with that because I know that's the way people talk.
Right.
But the context of that's not East Coast. That's what he thinks, and he wanted to continue to push that narrative over and over and over again.
Like it was the only story in the draft.
And that's fine. But then the NFL has screwed it up for 50 years because next year they're going to screw it up for 51 years.
Yep.
And then the year after that.
Yep. And he could have said 60. He didn't have to say 50. He could have said 60.
However long the league is, they're going. But that's just the nature of it. The NBA, the Warriors, who were all that, thought taking James Wiseman with the 3rd pick was the right move.
Idea, right? And they've been screwing things up forever,
and we
too.
hold this Bob Myers dude into be like Jerry West.
Yeah.
But yet, they drafted James Wiseman 3rd, right? Or 2nd, whatever it was. It's Sacramento, so we expect them to screw it up. They thought Marvin Bagley was the 2nd pick.
I did see Marvin Bagley in a box score over the weekend with the DNP,
right.
And I thought about that. Marvin Bagley.
Of course they're going to screw it up. Yeah. Danny Ray is going to screw it up at some point. He's going to make a bad pick. Jerry West made bad picks. Jerry West thought Mike McGee out of Michigan State was really, really good. So he took him, and then I think the Suns' next pick was Larry Nance. Well, who's the better player? Larry Nance was way better. If Larry Nance played for the Lakers in Showtime, he would have been bigger than James Worthy. But he was with Phoenix and Cleveland, so he doesn't get the run. If he would have played there.
And been set up for a bunch of awesome dunks.
Yes, because he was better than James Worthy. And James Worthy in the hall.
Run the floor, run the floor, run the floor. And Larry Nance.
Nobody ran the floor better than Larry Nance.
And when he was there was back when we had the paper copy of Media Guides, there's a media guide, and a friend of mine who's a huge Laker fan, and we're actually intern for the Lakers and Angels. He says, "Hey, take a look at this media guide." And I'm like, "Wow!" This picture, Nance's forehead is right at the rim. It's like his forehead.
Yeah,
I mean, there's plenty of guys who can stun you with their athleticism in the history of the NBA. They're just, dozens and dozens, hundreds and hundreds. But I got to say, when I saw that photo, and his forehead is right at the rim, like, depending on what angle he's flying, I mean, obviously he didn't give himself a concussion and 50 stitches, but he's right there. He could have.
Yeah, and I bring up Larry Nance because my mother-in-law had a house in Phoenix. They lived there for years. And then there was a big field behind them right at the base of the Shaw Butte Mountain, real pretty area in the desert. And they started building big-time luxury homes. Well, right below her, Larry Nance bought the house.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a guy. Can you imagine him in the social media era? Oh, my gosh.
So everybody screws it up.
Yeah, it's true. And they have been forever.
But they haven't screwed it up for 50 years.
And maybe this is one more.
And maybe so. But it became a life of its own. And breaking news, Shedeur Sanders got drafted. Breaking news? So, I mean, come on.
I know, but it
wasn't breaking news when Dylan Gabriel got drafted.
But there were 100 guys drafted who, did they get their moment in the sun while everybody is talking about Shedeur? I do get that part of it sucks. You know, and the truth is, if you're some lineman drafted in the second or third round, you're not going to get that much of the spotlight.
It was funny in that Deion said, "Oh, well, the only reason why we're talking about his jersey retirement is because of his last name," and that was the negative. Well, the only reason why we're talking about it now is because of his last name.
Yeah. Celebrity's a funny thing. Isn't
Well,
it?
I mean, yeah, but you got
You
to
get
take the good with
celebrity
the
in the
bad.
good times and bad times, right?
Yeah, but we don't hear that. We just hear the victim stuff.
Right. Although Shedeur didn't really play the victim himself. That was people doing it for him. I mean, there was outrage all over the place.
Yeah, but that was just now. I mean, I screenshotted something so I wouldn't forget it as far as what happened with him. And you look at the situation, and he's got, he did not participate in the Senior Bowl. He opted out of the Shrine Game practices in the game.
Yep.
He did not participate in the NFL Combine for on-field workouts. So
a
the
lot
point
of that
is he opted out,
yeah.
and so did the NFL.
A lot of that stuff has been done by other players. I think the thing that really plays in here is the notion that A, he interviewed terribly, and B, he may have been doing it on purpose once some teams he didn't want to go to. And I think that's not something that happens a lot. Guys skip not working out at the combine or skipping the Senior Bowl, but you don't submarine your own interviews.
Yeah,
you don't
see,
do that.
He has the safety net.
Yeah, he does. I get that. Yeah.
The people who grew up in privilege have a safety net because the money's always going to be there.
Yeah.
And once you don't have to worry about money, that's like 80% of your headaches.
Right.
And that's you go to work and some boss craps on you and you have to take it. When I worked at Casa Grande Dispatch, I was there 6 months and they made $210. And then after 6 months, they gave me a raise to $215. And as the owner of the paper, he looked at me, "You don't work hard enough. You're lazy. I'm not even sure why we hired you." And I had to take it. I had to stand there and take it. Well, if you're Shedeur Sanders or some other people, you say, "Hey, bleep you," because I have a safety net. I don't have to worry about where my rent is coming from. I don't have to worry about paying a car payment, all the stuff that we have to worry about. And Jimmy Butler, and then we had somebody on, well, it's more, come on. The rest of us here, and I'm not in that situation anymore where I literally have to worry about every penny going out, thankfully for me. But I grew up like that, and you have to take it. He didn't have to take it, so he can do all that stuff. Neuheisel was saying on Sirius Radio on Saturday that he heard that Shedeur was in an interview and says, "Hold on," and takes a FaceTime call from somebody else.
See, there you go. Like, this is, to me, that's the stuff why he fell. Because otherwise someone is taking a flyer on him.
But he's not good enough. Because if he were good enough, they would blow it off.
Right. But there was already the talk like, okay, he's not going number 2. Early on there was talk, is he number 1 or is he number 2?
He thought he was. Because
but the rest of us didn't.
All of us built it up that he's all that.
But by the time the day of the draft came, you knew. I even came in telling you, like, all these mock drafts coming out, like 2 days before the draft. I'm like, the NFL's addicted to quarterbacks. He's going in the top 10. That's what I thought 48 hours before the draft. And the morning of the draft, I told you, it is unanimous. he is going to be late in the first round or maybe not even that. And I'm stunned by it, but it looks like the NFL is really going to swear off quarterbacks this year. And they largely did.
Because they didn't believe they were good enough. But that doesn't mean anything. How do we know?
Well, like I said earlier,
how do we know the kid
as much
from
as he fell,
Schuff doesn't just go nuts?
We don't know. As much as
what was he? He was a second-round pick, wasn't he?
As much as Shedeur
Shuck.
fell.
Yeah,
but he was a second-round pick,
Yeah.
As much as Shedeur fell, he didn't fall as far as Tom Brady. So, I mean, this is a huge story in the draft, but now the draft is over. Go be good in camp. Go be good in practice.
Right.
Even if you don't win the job, maybe the guy in front of you gets hurt because that's what happened to Brady. He was behind an established veteran. Cleveland doesn't have anybody as good as that right now. So find a way to get on the field and then throw touchdowns and non-interceptions, and the story starts to write itself.
Yeah.
And Cleveland's
At this point, it doesn't matter. When you report to camp here, they don't give you something. You may get a better money because you were drafted higher, but you don't get anything else.
They're desperate to find a good quarterback.
And so he'll have plenty of opportunities.
Now, David does say, barring a page out of here of the Jimmer story and maybe the Zach Wilson story, it'll be interesting to see how the quarterbacks that were drafted do. To Sanders' detriment, he was drafted by Cleveland. Not a great place to develop into an NFL quarterback, but it's must-see TV.
We're going to go back 10 years. The Boston Red Sox had the answer for the curse, and what did they do? They won multiple the World Series. So, come on.
Be the one who breaks the curse.
Who drafted Shug? Well, that dog got all excited because they had the dog there when they drafted him.
Shuck's going to New Orleans.
And did you hear? I saw somebody from Phoenix say, wait a second, man. He's from Chandler. And they showed the camera, and it said the house was in Scottsdale. And somebody said, well, yeah, that's NIL, to go from Chandler to Scottsdale.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
All the crashes have been cleared along the Wasatch Front. We still have some slowing I-15 northbound from Draper into South Salt Lake. Southbound I-15 has better speeds, but a few brake lights may pop up from time to time if you're out and about this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. It's time to try UTA. Less stress, no traffic, and more U time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. Your KSL traffic update. I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
So Mike Budenholzer gets one season in Phoenix before Matt Ishbia and the leadership there say no thanks. What a weird place the NBA is.
Does it really suck, though, for Mike Budenholzer?
I mean, that's a great point.
Not a great future there in Phoenix. And get this, he will be paid $10 million a year from now until 2029 by the Phoenix Suns if he chooses to do nothing. How many of you out there
no way
would like that situation? Does it really suck to be Mike Budenholzer?
His contract?
I don't think so.
So he gets
still owed for 4 more years for $10 million a year.
So that's guaranteed.
$10 million per year to do nothing but swim in his pool
of tears.
He can eat Cheetos on the couch for the next 4 years and gain like 500 pounds. He don't care. Mike Budenholzer is now retired.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
M&M Gutters and Exteriors is more than just gutters. We provide full service on all of your exterior needs from top to bottom and everything in between. Did you know that gutters require routine maintenance and cleaning to keep them in good condition? And gutter damage can lead to costly repairs for your foundation if it's not addressed early. Plus, if you need new gutters, it can be a tedious process. Let our professionals with 3 decades of experience installing rain gutters from high-quality materials take care of it for you. Contact us today to schedule a consultation and cleaning of your gutters or any of your other exterior needs. Give M&M Gutters a call at 385-324-7520. That's 385-324-7520. Or visit us and schedule your consultation online at mandmgutters.com.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUNK or go to utahjazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair. Oh. Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Plan your Memorial Weekend, May 23rd to 26th, to include the Soldier Hollow Classic Sheepdog Championship and Festival. Packed with fun for everyone. Bagpipes, food, demos, and more. Presented by Purina Pro Plan, May 23rd through 26th. Visit SoldierHollowClassic.com.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer's strong play of the weekend.
It's Jokic. Zubats is on him. And this is for the win. It's close. They're going to call it. Buzzer. Did Gordon beat the buzzer? They're going to take a look at it.
There's the Chevy strong play of the game. The dunk at the buzzer. The game winner for the Denver Nuggets. That series is tied 2-2 now. Know it this afternoon after 3 o'clock. Alex and JJ will call for it, and you can win fabulous prizes. Remind you a little bit of Big T Thurl Bailey's North Carolina State team. Derek Wittenberg. Oh, that's a long way.
Yeah, for sure, except those stakes at the college game were much bigger.
Yeah, that was for the title, and this is game 4 in the first round.
Yeah. But it did, sure, yeah. And hey, that's an interesting thing that the Nuggets were able to do. You know, by himself, Aaron Gordon isn't much of a player. And he was like the 4th pick because he doesn't really have a shot, literally a jump shot that's consistent enough. But put him on a team where he doesn't need to do that as much, and, man, he's become a really good, effective player for them because he is athletic, he is rangy and bouncy and all those things. But on his own, he's not a franchise player by any stretch.
Nope, and he was a high draft pick.
Yeah, fourth. He was a fourth. I think he went right before Exum.
Mhm.
And so for Orlando, and played 1 year at the University of Arizona. I'd heard about him growing up. I was at the San Jose area, and put him on Denver, and he becomes extremely effective. It's the same thing with Drew Holiday, as Keith Smith was talking about when the Bucks got Drew Holiday. Yeah, he was a difference maker, but on his own, he's not.
But he was a perfect piece to the puzzle. He was exactly what they needed.
Yeah.
And he's really good in what he does.
Oh, I've always loved him as a player.
Twice now he's been the missing.
Yeah.
You did I just distinctly remember he's like 10 or 11 years into his career, and New Orleans trades him to Milwaukee, and you're like, this is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
He's so good, and this is going to be a great fit.
He's a winner.
And now he's done it twice.
Right.
Twice there's been a team trying. They're good.
Yeah.
But they can't get over the hump, and they get Drew Holiday, and all of a sudden they're cutting down the nets.
Yeah, he's a
the
winner.
Trophy's in the air.
He's a winning type basketball player, and everything to me now is with the Jazz and about the Jazz getting better, and how can they do that? How can they get to where they want to go?
And to watch these other teams that have gone down the path, and what have they done right? What have they done wrong? Maybe they're not all the way down the path yet. To know that Orlando and Detroit certainly are not all the way down the path.
You need to get the superstar at the top. That's the most difficult requirement.
In Locke's top 10, top 20, top 50 theory, get the top 10 and the top 20, and then go acquire top 50. Your Porzingis or your Jrue Holiday in the Celtics and Bucks stories.
Yeah, you have
Aaron Gordon.
You should obsess over getting that top player. Really obsess over everything, but get that top player, and they've got a chance here in 2 weeks from today to get that top player.
It is 2 weeks away now, May 12th, 2 weeks from tonight.
Right.
We'll find out the lottery order, and Danny Ainge will find out if he has a number 1 pick in flag or if he has a number 4 or 5 pick. Does he love some players out there, or is he thinking this is perfect to trade?
To me, what I'm looking for these guys is to get that number 1 pick. I'm not going to show up to work that day because I am going to spend most of it in prayer.
Fasting as well?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Mark my words.
Supplication.
2 weeks from today, I will not be here.
Cover yourself in ashes.
But I will be here on the 13th, reveling.
Okay.
And how the ashes, the supplication, the prayer, and the fasting all paid off.
I'll be decked out in Jazz gear.
Head to toe, baby.
Yes. Because it's going to happen 2 weeks from today. They're going to get what they've longed for.
I thought you were going U2 there for a minute.
They're going to get what they've longed for. What the whole purpose of what they did 3 years ago was to this moment. This moment has to happen.
Tear it down and start over again. When does the magic happen, if I can just borrow a phrase?
And you need that superstar. Now, I'm not saying Cooper Flagg is going to be a superstar in the 25-26 season, but I do believe by the time we
get to 2030.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely
Right.
by then. That's at 5 years.
But what is he by then? Like 23?
Oh, I know, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. But I mean, not Trent Edwards. What's his face? What's Edwards' first name? We're looking at him right there.
Oh,
and
I don't know who you're looking at.
Yeah, for Minnesota.
Anthony Edwards.
Oh, Anthony Edwards. Okay,
Yeah, he
Ant-Man.
is only like 23 years old. But he was drafted, same situation, first-year guy coming out, doing his thing. And by now, and it's not like he was a revelation this year by any stretch because he's been doing it. But right now, he is a bona fide superstar. I don't see how anybody could argue that.
Nobody does.
Right.
No, once you get over 25 points a game, you start catching everybody's attention. He's done that a couple times. It's not a fluke.
And the ball's in his hands.
Yep.
Blah, blah, blah. And I expect Cooper Flagg will be that caliber of player in time.
And he's 5 years down the road now. So it's go time.
Yeah.
And here they are up 3-1 on the Lakers.
Exactly.
Which has to bother just about no Jazz fans. I figure between hating the Lakers and rooting for Gobert, there's some unity in the community watching that series.
What about Conley? What about Joe?
Yeah, all on top of that.
What about Nikhil? Is it Alexander Walker or Walker Alexander?
You know.
I don't.
Nah, you know.
I don't. I've never learned it because I knew he wasn't going to be here
Walker.
for Right. I mean, I want Sid Finch to win as a coach. I'm happy for him.
Sid Finch.
Thank you. Thank you, Sports Illustrated.
Yeah.
Thank you, April Fool's joke.
What's his name? It's Coach Finch, isn't it?
It's
Finch.
Chris Finch, but
Sid.
Well, they call him Sid.
Hey, he throws a fastball 110 miles an hour.
He does. Yeah, that 120-mile-an-hour breaking stuff, thrown underneath the tarp over there.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. Are they legitimate contenders? I'm not going to rule it out.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, The Zone. More ahead. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The LPGA returns to Utah with the Black Desert Championship. From April 28th to May 4th, experience the thrill of world-class golf on Black Desert Resort's iconic course, presented by Greater Zion. This isn't just another tournament. It's a celebration of golf's finest on one of the country's most breathtaking stages. Witness legends playing and greatness made. Watch the LPGA live. Get your tickets at blackdesertevents.com. That's blackdesertevents.com.
Attention Utah residents, the tariffs are here and prices will be going up May 1st. Sound Warehouse is loaded in thousands of dollars in pre-tariff mobile audio video systems and more. Beat the tariffs at Sound Warehouse until the end of April. Marine, Harleys, and side-by-side audio. The entire inventory of Sound Warehouse at pre-tariff prices through the end of April. Salt Lake, Orem, and Ogden or soundwarehouse.com. Rockin' Utah for over 46 years. The Warehouse. Sound Warehouse.
At JCW's, we think tipping might be getting a little out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served, or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a 3rd-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy to see you at any of our 5 locations in Provo, South Jordan, Lehigh, Harriman, and American Fork. So come on in and enjoy some quality time and great food with family and friends. And we promise, we won't be pushing you for a tip.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's, and we just want to say thank you, and especially to our loyal customers. We want you to know that at JCW's, your business is all the tip we need. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You know how they always used to ask you in grade school, what do you want to be when you grow up? I bet I'm the only kid who ever stood proud and said, I want to be a rain gutter or siding installer. Jim Jr. here with RGS Exteriors, and man, I can still remember all those wannabe astronauts and quarterbacks looking at me like I was an idiot. Who would want to install rain gutters or siding? Somebody who was a 4th generation in business. That's who. My great-grandfather, T.R. Brown, started the company in the 50s. Then my grandfather took over from him, then my dad, Tim Sr., and now I've been at the helm since 2005. Every day I wake up and think, man, I'm living the dream. And now my own kids are starting to work in the business too. 5 generations. If you want gutters, siding, windows, or any exteriors on your home, and a company that really cares deep down to our souls, give RGS a call. 801-280-3110 or find us online, rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com. 801-280-3110, rgsutah.com.
The
Breeze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you've been thinking about replacing your water heater, Any Hour Services is here to help. And right now, you can save $400 on a tanked water heater or $1,200 on a tankless. Call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, do you believe in karma? I know I do. Log on to KSLSports.com to help raise money for a great cause and create some positive, beautiful, good vibrations for the Utah Jazz in the NBA Draft Lottery. It's the KSL Sports Zone's 2-for-1. Donate at least $2 to Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital in hopes of the Jazz, get this, people, recouping winning basketball here in Utah. Go to KSLSports.com and donate your $2 today. All right, that's the end of the read. I'm adding, if you don't do this, we don't get Cooper.
PK's editorial comment.
Yes.
Big 12 football, 31 players drafted. The conference champions from Arizona State. 1 player drafted.
Who was that?
I believe that'd be Scattabooyah.
Yeah. You see him, man, he cried.
Living the dream. From
He's
one scholarship offer to an NFL
sitting there
draft pick.
looking at it, and they say he drops his head and starts crying. That's so cool. And this kid, I don't think anybody can ever top Danny White and Pat Tillman in terms of popularity. But I think he's going to be right there.
But for this generation, for the generation that didn't know those names, those players,
yeah,
Danny White still resonates 50 years later?
Yeah.
Really?
The name.
Yeah.
Danny White. It's like saying this generation doesn't know about Babe Ruth. Sure they do. To those folks.
Danny White's that big a deal.
Yeah,
Okay.
and obviously with the Pat Tillman story.
Sure, and that story is one of a kind, and I get why that resonates.
Yeah.
Plus, it's newer. I mean, there's another generation that remembers watching him.
And Scattabooyah will have that. But that's awesome. Yeah. BYU didn't have any. And you got 2 teams that finished tied for first. That's exactly what you want.
Iowa State and Colorado also tied for first at 7-2. They led the way with 4 players picked, as did Arizona and Oklahoma State. And Oklahoma State had a terrible season and had 4 players drafted. Because football is a numbers game.
And the Cats had one of them was a kicker.
How much do you buy into you won it because you got a lot of players coming back? You know, ASU and BYU presumably could have NFL players, multiple NFL guys drafted in the next couple years.
I think they will.
I mean, that's part of why Ohio State and Oregon are who they are. They're cranking out 8, 10, 14 a year. So in a given year, you might have 20 or 30 NFL guys on your roster spread across all the classes.
Well, yeah, I think we saw that with the Cougars and the Devils, both of those teams, and even really Colorado. But Colorado needs to prove to me just how good. Everyone needs to prove it, but especially them because they lost 2 high-profile guys, obviously. But the Cougars and the Devils, they sucked the year before, and they didn't have anybody. But I don't know why ATN wasn't drafted, but you could still end up with multiple guys in the NFL off of these teams. Just because you're not drafted,
it's not the end of the
story. Doesn't really mean anything in terms of did you make the NFL or not. Now the road will be harder, but These guys can do it. Dorian Singer, the guy says that he's going to be in the mini camp with the Raiders. Yeah, Dorian Singer, he's been overlooked his whole life. He's not very big, but
He's going to the same mini camp that Connor Pay's going to.
Let's see what he can do. You've got opportunities there. If Scattabooya can do it, you can do it. That's the great thing. And when I say you, I mean you across the board. My goodness gracious. I mean, it's hard, but put in that type of effort. Scattabooya just didn't walk into the NFL. It was a lifelong development, and he got it done. Everybody loves that story. Did you see the guy from Texas and Green Bay? I retweeted it. He's up there giving this opening press conference. His parents are right there, and he is virtually sobbing as he recites all the sacrifices that his mother and father made. I want to see more of that. I want to see the Sanders stuff and blah, blah, blah. Forget that. I want to see the kid who appreciates and has the gratitude to know he's here because, in large part, the sacrifices that his parents made, time commitment, financial commitment, all those types of things. And the guy's sobbing. It was moving. I retweeted it. It was moving to watch him. And you're a fan of the Scattabooyas. You're a fan of this young man from Texas. I think he's a defensive lineman. And that's the type of stuff that you want to see and you want to hear about. Let's show those things to what his name is Baron Sorrell, his 4th-round pick. And it's just so moving to watch him. You cannot watch that little snapshot. It's like a minute and a half or so, and not come away with, I'm a fan of that young man. And I hope he just knocks it out of the park. And Scattabooya drops in tears. How are you not a fan of that? I'm a fan of Travis Hunter when he started dancing and then breaks out into a huge smile. Because this is good. This is what it's about. There's so many great stories that come about with sports. We tend to focus sometimes on the negative, and I'm just as guilty as anybody else. But there is some positives that you can draw on inspiration and can use that. And we see that every year. These are just 2 examples.
I called up your Twitter feed to see this press conference you were talking about with Baron Sorrell. That's the Packers 4th rounder.
Yeah, the lineman out of Texas.
With his parents in the front row.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the sound's down, and I can't hear it. But just his body language.
Right.
Like the way, his shoulders hunch. He's got the Packer hat on. He's standing in front of the Packer logo and whoever their sponsors are in the background, on the board behind him. And then he just looking down. And you can tell, I do not want to cry on camera. I'm a big, tough football player. I do not want to cry on camera.
He's not tearing up. He's crying.
And he's looking down, trying to hide that with the brim of his hat and that. And just, it's...
he's speaking from the heart.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And that's extremely touching. There's just no doubt about it. And then watch, you can find Cameron Scattaboo when he's looking, they're sitting in chairs, looking up at, it's like mounted on the wall, the television. You can't see the television, but you can hear the voices with the whatever pick and the 100 and whatever it was. The Green Bay or the New York Giants select Cameron Scattaboo, and he drops his head. And he's getting extremely choked up. Yeah, that's just so awesome. The Giants were my team as a kid. Now, when I say my team, I'm talking about the team that I followed passionately. I never suffered winning and losing. I never had the joys of winning or the pains of losing. For some reason, I just wasn't that type of fan. But I followed the Giants religiously. The NFC East was like family in my house with my father and I.
Yeah, but was it just that, or was it at school too?
What do you mean?
Like when you went to that, the dumb class you always tell us about, like the kids and you're playing football at recess. I mean, do guys want to be NFC East players?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It was
I'm
so
thinking
dominant.
that it's the whole community.
Right. Absolutely.
The community was probably 60% Giant fans, 30% Eagles fans, 10% Cowboy fans because they're everywhere.
The Jets there, but that siphoned off. But the Giants were so dominant. And to have my ASU guy go there, yeah.
You like that. That's a good fit for you personally.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
They're going to love him. It's the reason why in Philly they love Bryce Harper because he gets called out on a bogus check swing What does he do? He marches straight down the third baseline, screaming at the umpire, that Angel Hernandez, who is now out of the game because he made so many pathetic calls. And it was clear Harper barely even took the bat off his shoulder. It makes a big production. And Harper goes and just, he lets him have it in some colorful language. Philly people love that. Scattaboo, the first run that he has where he breaks 5 tackles, they are going to go berserk. That is a great fit for him. I'm thinking about, am I going to buy a Giants Scattaboo jersey? I might have to.
This is what Christmas is for. You just gotta tell Mrs. K what you're thinking.
Oh, I don't have to tell her.
She knows.
Who doesn't love Scattaboo? Literally, who doesn't love Scattaboo? BYU fans, do you love the Scattaboo story?
Whatever teams he beat up on. Oh, they do love the story, probably.
Any BYU fan with the sound of our voice, call in 857-3201. Whatever the number is, I don't know what it is.
Clearly.
Do you not love Cameron Scattaboo?
Try 575 Zone.
575 Zone. Do you not love the Cameron Scattaboo story? Of course you do. If you don't, something is wrong with you. He's a man, a player who transcends, I hate this team, I hate that team. Absolutely. He does, yeah. It's different, but in a sense it's similar to Britton Covey.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, they're not supposed to be there.
Right,
right.
Yes.
They're not big enough.
Yes.
I mean, you should be sick. When you look at
Or
Barkley.
Scataboo's not fast enough.
Yeah. I mean, like, you look at Saquon Barkley.
Oh, he's a freaking Greek god. My gosh.
He really is, man. It just look like, do you think that guy can truck NFL linebackers? Yeah, that guy probably could. And that's no disrespect to NFL linebackers, but that's the guy who would do it. That's the guy who would just break through the D-line and blow somebody up.
Backwards standing high jump over a tackler.
Phenomenal.
Never
play.
been done before.
Phenomenal.
In the history of time. How about that, man? That's just incredible. That's why we tune in. That's why I've been a sports fan rather than being a team fan. I'm a sports fan that all these stories really light my fire, float my boat, get me going, getting the blood pumping. Amen, man. That's it. And Sanders, if he makes it, he has the opportunity to have the last laugh. And you know what I would hope for him? If he makes it, great. I don't root against him. There's literally no player or no team in the NFL that I root against. Zero.
Well, yeah.
But if he makes it, he shouldn't say a thing. Just ignore it. That would be the way. Instead of, I'll show you, blah, 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 blah. No, just make it. And if you're the starting quarterback, throw touchdown passes, celebrate with your team, but draw no attention to yourself. That's the way to go about it.
You got to keep doing it. That whole, your biggest celebration needs to be for that the Colorado kid, the celebration you saw. The kid who the player never gets in the game. They score the touchdown. In the NFL, it's a little different. The rosters aren't as big, but you got to be as invested as in these guys 51, 52, and 53 as you are in yourself.
Right.
And that'll make you loved in the locker room. And that's never been the complaint about him. He's been popular with his teammates and all that stuff. I think it's submarine and trying to influence where he went. He submarined interviews, word got out, and it cooled people big time. Like, that is just not the way to do it.
I think he should be
literally,
low-key.
he may have wrecked the team that might have drafted him, that might have traded up to draft him, the way they traded up to draft Dart.
Maybe so, but I think there was some evaluation on talent.
Okay, but he still goes in the second round, and all the Saturday craziness is lost.
Maybe so, but
earlier, if you didn't hear the interview earlier, we had Justin Mello on, NFL draft analyst for the Draft Network, and he said he thought he was going to be late first, early second round pick.
But being that has no guarantee you're going to make the team.
Nope.
And now you think about this, man. Every kid who's thrown a football in his life, or her life, maybe the girls don't think about that, but boys do, to be drafted. You were drafted in the NFL. That's such long odds for that to happen. So don't play the victim and, oh, poor me. No, just keep your mouth shut and go out and work. Work as hard as you possibly can. Do what they tell you to do, and then see what happens. There's still an opportunity. And if I were Dion, I'd tone it down. Just tone it down, man. Because at this point, your game speaks volumes. You know, was Joe Montana, Steve Young, whomever, Warren Moon, these guys, were they running around with their mouths? Just go play. Show everybody what you can do.
Warren Moon, that's a story that's lost, man. If Mel Kiper wants to go back and say the NFL can't evaluate quarterbacks, went to Canada for years.
Yeah, and there might have been some racial thing there as far as that goes.
In that era there was.
I buy that.
But the evaluation still, somebody should have brought him back sooner. You know, you missed out.
But yet he's in the Hall of Fame now.
Yeah.
And he's doing his, he had a very successful career.
He also gave Cam Ward the opportunity to wear number 1 with the
He gave Cam Ward the opportunity to wear number 1. Not 1.5, number 1.
Yes, 1.5.
But I like my guy, LT, Abdul Carter.
Make your own name.
No, make your own number, son.
No 56 for you.
Did you see LT interviewed on, do you remember your draft night?
Yeah, 41 Coors Lights. I'm shocked they were lights.
I was hanging out with my drinking buddies, not my family.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Jim McMahon thinks he's offbeat.
Jim McMahon is shaking
He's
his head going,
mainstream.
That's a bit much there, LT, don't you think?
I saw an interview with Kid Rock, and he was talking about somebody coming up in the music business, and I think he was on with that Bill Maher guy, and he was saying, I had to tell him, hey, you need to tone it down. If I'm telling you to do it. And he was making a joke of it, too. He was laughing about it. You know you're over the top. If I'm the one telling you, you need to relax a little bit here and focus more on to quote Jake's Reslap, I want to make the main thing the main thing. You got to make the main thing the main thing. If you ever time to make the main thing the main thing, then you know what's going to happen. The main thing isn't going to be the main thing anymore. We're going to take a swig every time Jake Retzlaff says that. And say it as fast as you possibly can. Looking forward to one more great season of interviews.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Everything you missed in this show, we get you up to speed next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Delays are easing across the Wasatch Front with the commute dying down. Still some slowing northbound between northbound I-15 between 90th South and Sandy and 3300 South in Salt Lake if you're heading this direction. All the roads out of Eagle Mountain are currently congested as well, 2100 North, Pioneer Crossing, and the like. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products, Factory Direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Hockey Club.
You know, success in the NHL is rented, and rents do every day, and that applies to everybody, including me. You got to get better. Everybody in the league is getting 4% better, so you got to push to 10% better. If we can get each individual in our club 10% better, we're going to become a lot better, and it's going to help us take that next step to get into the playoffs, and that's our goals next year, to not walk into the playoffs, but drive into the playoffs, and it's a huge summer for our organization, not only to get better with trades and free agency, but also the players that are returning is to take that step and have that hunger inside them that it's we're getting in no matter what.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
The LPGA returns to Utah with the Black Desert Championship. From April 28th to May 4th, experience the thrill of world-class golf on Black Desert Resort's iconic course, presented by Greater Zion. This isn't just another tournament. It's a celebration of golf's finest on one of the country's most breathtaking stages. Witness legends playing and greatness made. Watch the LPGA live. Get your tickets at blackdesertevents.com. That's blackdesertevents.com.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Play me down, my lover, like we're undercover, like we're in a freshman year.
9 a.m. Slacker Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. Let's give the people something new right now, shall we? One story we haven't talked about. Did you see the video of the former Timview High star, former Ute Cougar, Samson Nakua, after the UFL game? He's playing for the Michigan Panthers, and he jumps up and slaps a fan in the stands.
Yeah, not a good thing to do.
No, not good. And they're investigating it, I guess, to see what might have prompted that, but you can't do it no matter what prompted it. I guess to what degree he gets punished, I assume there'll be some level of punishment here, but to what degree he gets punished might depend on what prompted it. But
I don't understand fans, and this is not to say, okay, I'm fine with that, but I don't understand fans yelling at players that are such inappropriate things. There's a Boston Red Sox kid who talked about how he attempted to take his own life, and now he's on the team. And I think it was yesterday, maybe it was Saturday, somebody yelled to him that he should have done it.
Yeah, Jalen Duran.
Brutal.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Is that funny? Is that clever? Is that entertaining? Because the answer to all these things is no.
Yeah, the only thing I can attributed was alcohol, maybe. And if it is alcohol and it's purchased alcohol, I think these teams have a level of culpability, but they'll always pass it off.
Yeah.
They make enormous amounts of money off of alcohol.
Just walk by and look at the prices.
And
yeah.
And I have no idea. Maybe he's just the fan who yelled at it was nuts.
Just mean.
Yeah.
Angry.
Which even makes it worse, actually. Yeah. To say something like
brutal.
that to another human being. Yeah. I mean, this is sports.
It's supposed to be there having fun.
Yeah.
What part of that looked like fun?
Yeah. To me, it's like boo, and that's it. You can boo all you want, but just literally boo. I would never boo. But you want to boo? Boo. But no stupid comments, especially around people that you're looking for separation. You're looking for, oh, aren't I funny? Then go get a job making people laugh if you're so funny. But you're not funny. You're just annoying, and you're ruining it for the people around you. So boo all you want. That's fine, but don't be doing this other stuff. Yeah. And I don't know. I'd assume something with Sampson triggered it. But that wasn't good. No, it's not. He's an emotional player. He was always a great interview. But yeah, especially in that league where, I mean, I got to admit, I don't pay a lick of attention to it.
Not a lick. And actually, if you see the highlights, it's pretty sparse in the stands.
I never do. I couldn't tell you. I have no clue what team he plays on or anything.
I will only know because of this video and this story. He plays for the Michigan Panthers.
Oh.
But I couldn't name all 8 teams in the league.
You go Michigan Panthers. I mean, they've had, over the years, they've had some shady characters.
USFL back in the day.
Yeah.
The other football story that's new.
I was a big New Jersey Generals fan, though.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
Okay. David Ulrich is commenting on DC's, asked what a new stadium would do for DC's chances of getting a Super Bowl in the near future. Roger Goodell, the commissioner, replies, I would say dramatically.
No. It's got to be warm.
Well, they've already gone to Minnesota, Detroit, and New York, so.
I know.
Why not Washington?
At least the other ones are domes, though, right?
Minnesota and Detroit are domed, yes. New York was not. I know, I agree.
But it is New York.
Yeah, right?
But no, I think Miami, New Orleans, Phoenix, SoFi, and then just start back over again. just like rotate.
And the funny thing is that even in the West, in the warm weather, LA, Phoenix, and Arizona are all domes.
Yeah, you can open the window or the roof, I mean.
Yeah, in Arizona.
In Glendale. But, yeah, I think it needs to be warm. That's what I would do. But, I mean, they go where the money is. I guess Vegas will be on the list now, which is a dome.
Right.
Yeah. Or
Houston and Dallas have hosted.
Yeah, I can live with that.
I mean, we don't go. We just watch on TV, so it doesn't matter to us as long as the weather doesn't impact the quality of the game.
Right, and that's the risk.
It is a risk, yeah.
So I guess in the domes in the northern portions of the country, it doesn't matter. But it also could be difficult to get around. You know, you sometimes have city-stopping snowstorms.
It does happen.
Ice storms back there just make it very.
Well, they're going to build
difficult.
They're going to build a new stadium on the RFK site, and it's going to be a big real estate redevelopment thing: hotels, housing, shopping, blah blah blah. So
right.
Washington's headed back to Washington, leaving Maryland. Although it's going to be years, apparently. 3 or 4.
Yeah.
It's going to be a while. But they'll be back. We did talk NFL draft with Justin Mello, got his take on everything, NFL draft analyst for the Draft Network. And I don't know, your favorite part of that interview? The thing that stuck out to you the most there?
It's funny because I was listening to stuff over the weekend to get more prepared for when we would talk about it. And you've brought this up, the teams with the Eagles, they went strong on the defense, and they had a really good defense. And he did say it seemed like every snap they were in Mahomes' face, and it did seem like that.
They were. Yep.
And their offense, to me, that is like baseball, that formula. Have a strong defense, have strong pitching, and then have your offense be timely. And you do that as San Francisco did and won 3 World Series in, a 6-year span, which is obviously really, really good. You can be consistent with that. And I know he's not listening, but I just got a osmosis high five from Kyle Whittingham.
Defense and running.
Yeah.
Run the ball and defend. Run the ball and win the line of scrimmage.
Right. And you look at the draft, half of the players in the first round were from the trenches, either defense, line, or off. Not even linebacker. Down linemen versus obviously offensive linemen. They're all down. But as far as that goes,
well, there's a couple storylines playing here. You really do need it. One, the best way to win is to get an awesome Hall of Fame quarterback, right? Brady's got the 6 titles. Mahomes has 3 and counting. Brady played in 10 Super Bowls. Mahomes has played in 5. How do you beat a Hall of Fame quarterback if you don't have one? When Brady, with 7-3 in Super Bowls, he lost twice to the Giants. In those games, the Giants' front 4 got after him, and they were low-scoring games, 17-14 and 21-17, I think. And they were able to beat the Hall of Fame legend quarterback because the D-line, that pass rush dominated the O-line. Then you look at the 2 games Mahomes lost. Well, when he lost to Brady, they had injuries on their O-line. Both tackles were hurt. They had no chance. He had no chance to throw the ball, and Tampa Bay won easily. And then this last Super Bowl that you just spoke of with the Eagles, again, the D-line beats the O-line. So if you don't have the Hall of Fame quarterback, you better have an awesome pass rush with your front 4, not depend on the blitzes, be able to drop 7 into coverage to match up with the receivers and take away throwing lanes and open receivers for these Hall of Fame quarterbacks to hit.
I think the Giants won 4 Super Bowls that way.
Oh, if you want to go way back, yeah. Yeah, if you want to go way back. And they beat they beat the Broncos in one of them, so Elway, there's a legendary quarterback they beat. And they had an awesome pass rush.
Right.
Now they were playing the 3-4. It's a little different. But, hey, you just walk up LT and then have him rush the quarterback. It's kind of the same thing.
And they had star linebackers, yeah.
They did. They had awesome linebackers in that era, and LT
Banks,
was at the front
Carson.
of the group. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Those guys were all spectacular.
They were really, really good. So I get why you'd want to do that.
Yeah.
Because you would think that those guys would be easier to find than this premier quarterback. And then if you have those types of guys, maybe you can win with a very good but not necessarily a premier guaranteed lock Hall of Fame quarterback.
It has been done.
Yeah, I don't think Jalen Hurts is a guaranteed lock Hall of Fame quarterback.
Well, and Eli Manning.
But he's a winner.
I
think Manning.
Well, he's a Hall of Famer after he wins twice, but he doesn't have the same kind of dominate you. We're going to win 10 games every year. I'm going to the Hall of Fame. I'm going to throw for 4,000 yards
he's not
every
his
year.
brother.
Right. But he was still a really good quarterback.
Nephew.
Right.
And I think it helped him. Who's the teams that he beat?
He beat the Patriots twice.
Right.
Awesome. Slay the dragon.
Right.
Right. Take him down. And do it in New York. Don't do it often, relatively speaking, the sticks.
Right, yeah. So, like, if he would have beat, the Chargers got to the Super Bowl one year, well, that's not as illustrious as beating.
No, he took down the big dog.
Belichick.
Yeah.
And
the big dog at the height of his powers, 18-0.
For sure. Yeah.
Big dog.
Yeah,
undefeated.
Can't get any better than that. And I really do think the story of the week was the 60 Minutes thing on the where did they meet, and she interrupted him off camera and said, we won't talk about that.
She was running the show. And it was awesome that 60 Minutes, who has like 74 cameras on every shoot.
You see her.
They have a camera angle where you see her.
I want to know more than ever where they met.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I want, Inside Edition and all these types of 2020.
Track it down. Pay people. Let's go. We know how you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. A TMZ, you need to be all over this.
This should be TMZ's only priority.
This is your moment.
TMZ, attention TMZ. Drop everything else. Every other celebrity gets like a what is it in the movies, in the war movies? You know, you get the 48-hour pass to London or Tokyo or wherever, right? So every other TMZ gets a 48. Every celebrity gets 48 hours. All of their resources for 2 days.
They're on leave now?
Yes. They're on. All the celebrities on leave. Go do whatever you want, wherever you want. Yes. You're not going to be stalked by the paparazzi because everyone is focused on this one fact.
Yeah.
Where and how and why did they meet?
Well, I knew why.
Well, we know why. Never mind why. He's got money. She's 50 years younger. Okay, fine. We got the why. So let's get back to the where and the how. Yeah. We have the who and the why.
Yeah. How did they meet? Yeah, that became whatever he said in that interview, I don't care. Yeah. That interview is irrelevant to me. But
I did think the interviewer did, and I can't remember the guy's name, but he did do a good job of pinning him down on. You didn't mention the owner. Well, we parted mutually. He said you were fired. We parted mutually.
Yeah,
he's not even in the acknowledgments.
But I don't care about that.
People want to know what happened. He
still not didn't find out. This.
That's true.
I want to know how they met.
Well, and that's why they spent a lot of time on that as well.
And I want to know when Bill goes to his future father-in-law, who's 25 years younger, and wants permission to take his daughter's hand in marriage. I want to know how that's going to go.
She's too young for her. Mom's too young for you. That's not the point.
The only thing that matters now is the prenup. How much does she get?
How much does he have after all these years?
Oh, he's got to have a lot. Look at the way he dresses.
Didn't the sweatshirt he was wearing last night have a hole in it?
With a hole
Come
in
on.
it. And the guy did say, how'd you get that hole in it? I don't know.
Yeah, right. I mean, so what's he spending money on? He makes Whittingham look like lifestyles of the rich and famous.
Might as well be in a tux. I mean, he's in shorts on a bike, but he might as well be in a tux.
There's only like 4 times I've ever seen Whittingham not in Ute gear.
Why are you wearing that? It's free. Just go back to the equipment guy. I need another hoodie. I need another T-shirt.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, I've been in that room. It is massive with just gear out.
Yeah. Well, look how many people they have to outfit. Yeah. I mean, forget the 85 scholarship players, the walk-ons, all the assistant coaches, now all the support staff.
He took me back in there.
And then hooking up with whatever alums come through.
And he gave me, he said, you want a Sugar Bowl hat? I said, sure. Well, pick one. There's like 400 to choose from, so I took one.
Oh, my gosh. And just as you say that, look what just popped up. Andy Staples, longtime college football writer, did CBS This Morning open up an entirely new demographic with that weird Bill Belichick interview.
Yeah.
That was weird.
I mean, they could have just online or I don't know. They could have downplayed it. But once she said, you will not say anything, and I'm paraphrasing, then that just opened up the box, Pandora's box big time. What the heck? What's going on here, man?
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. There's some of the headlines, some of the stuff we've been talking about. We talked about the NBA playoffs with Keith Smith. Go listen to that. Lakers down 3-1 in real trouble now. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
M&M Gutters and Exteriors is more than just gutters. We provide full service on all of your exterior needs from top to bottom and everything in between. Siding is one of the best ways to improve your home and its energy efficiency. At M&M Gutters and Exteriors, we understand that choosing the right siding is an important decision that affects your home's look and functionality. Our expert siding contractors are dedicated to treating your home with the same care and consideration they would their own. And with over 30 years of exterior home service provided in Utah, our experienced siding contractors can quickly and efficiently install siding that fits your home's needs and aesthetic. Give M&M Gutters a call for a free siding consultation at 385-324-7520. That's 385-324-7520. Or visit us and schedule your consultation online at mandmgutters.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey folks, it's Dave here with Deb, and we want to tell you about our friends at Mountain Home Services.
That's right, Dave. Mountain Home Services has been serving Utah since 1954, and they're the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, they have a 100% satisfaction guarantee.
You know, Deb, with summer around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your air conditioner checked. Mountain Home Services has got you covered with top-notch AC services.
Absolutely. And let's not forget their expert electrical and plumbing services. Whether you need a quick repair or a major installation, their skilled technicians are ready to help.
You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com or call the same easy-to-remember number, 801-543-2222.
And there's a special offer for our KSL listeners. So call now and ask about their KSL specials.
Don't wait. Keep your home running smoothly with Mountain Home Services. Call 801-543-2222 today. That's 801-543-2222.
Tim Hughes back once again at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Greg and Mike are here. Greg, we talk about Replenish, but don't always take the time, I think, to tell people exactly why this stuff is different than anything else out there.
Replenish was developed by Connie Cannon and Peter Lassick years ago. They came up with a formula that was very low in salts, very high in nutrients. It's a material that works well as a soil amendment. It also has a dark, rich color, which many people use as a top dressing. It helps to hold moisture in and keep the weeds down, as well as feeding your plants like you won't believe. And people who use it in their gardens and yards, it gives them this great professional look that they love, as well as producing wonderful plants, and they will come back year after year after year.
You'll find out why people say Replenish is good stuff. Visit them at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. See them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish, it's good stuff.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. It's time for your feedback. What are you thinking about today's show? One of the reasons Shedeur Sanders didn't get drafted until the 5th round. Papa Dave, retribution to Dion. Why are 32 teams involved in retribution to Dion?
To me, I get why he would say that because he's out there. There's teams that I won't let him play for because I know what's behind the curtain.
Okay, that level of it, yeah. I get that.
But then you're asking everyone to be in on it.
Mm-hmm.
All GMs.
Right.
All coaches.
And at some point, somebody's
owners,
going to do what Cleveland does and think of themselves.
All assistant GMs.
Right.
It's like the OJ thing in the LAPD framing. You'd have to have hundreds of people to be in on it. And maybe they were. And maybe this is true. This is retribution. We're not taking them until, okay, here's the memo, teams.
Well,
you can take them, but you can't take them to the 3rd day.
Yeah, I'd be surprised
break.
If 32 teams were thinking the same thing for the same reason. But I could see a handful of teams saying,
no, but the
we
league
don't
puts
want
out the memo. They tell them.
Oh, but he's good for the league. So what's the league's motivation in
this? But if he's cracking against the league, I don't think he is. Speaking of Dion.
Man, it's a story. It's got everybody talking about the NFL in the middle of the NBA playoffs. And
they would
the
be
NHL
talking
playoffs,
anyway.
Because it's the NFL.
What Travis Hunter is. But this should move on to another story. And can Travis Hunter really be a two-way player and play X amount of snaps? Is this guy, that guy? Is Cam Ward really going to be it? Just because you're the best quarterback in the draft doesn't mean you're a good quarterback.
Lots of people talking about Reese Davis going back at Mel when Mel has his full-on rant.
What are you, drunk, Mel? Come on.
Reese's response, nobody's batting 1,000. I think that was perfect, Garrett says. The problem with Mel's rant to me is the fact that he himself has had some horrific evaluations of quarterbacks, yet he couldn't stop yabbing about NFL GMs and scouts and how bad they are at evaluating quarterbacks.
I think what he should have said is evaluating quarterbacks is the hardest thing in the NFL. All of us have had hits and misses.
Yep.
Like, okay.
Yeah, nobody can argue that.
But you happen to think this guy is going to be much better than he's drafted. But screaming that the NFL has been clueless for 50 years. Nah.
His ceiling
is the roof.
No, I don't think his ceiling is awesome. I just can't.
Mel's or Shedeur's?
Shedeur's.
Okay.
Mel's ceiling. I think Mel just hit his ceiling. That's like the most we're going to talk about Mel. There are plenty of quarterbacks who've been accurate, and I do think he's pretty accurate. I have this one play in mind. It was a home game. I don't know who they were playing, but I don't think it was a Ute game. I think it was some brand. But he drops back. He's under pressure. And he gets hit as he throws, and he throws a 15 yards over the middle of the field, complete first down, and the receiver had a DB draped all over him. He really is accurate. Now, he doesn't have the big arm. He's not going to go strutting out there like Josh Allen. He's not that guy, and he doesn't run like he's going to be an NFL MVP. You can't be Lamar Jackson. You can't be...
Okay, you picked the best runner and the best thrower.
Right.
Or second best
thrower. Yeah, I
don't
think he's Burrow, and I don't think he's... But, his best case scenario can be Breeze, a guy who wasn't big but was accurate, and...
Oh, they would take that.
I know. Could he do that? Certainly, I think he can be, you could put the ceiling on him as a playoff caliber quarterback. A guy can get to the playoffs, but you don't expect him to...
I got to see what the team is.
Absolutely.
This is the ultimate team game.
Absolutely. And as we've had multiple people say, Cleveland's a terrible place to go. I
don't know about that. I'm not
graveyard.
going to hold Cleveland 2025, what happened in 2020.
But the people who are tweeting that at us, you got to give them credit because this is what they said about two BYU guys, and now they're willing to give this to a Colorado guy. I mean, it was what we said about Jimmer in Sacramento. Now, ultimately, Jimmer got multiple chances. And it's what was said about Zach and the Jets, and now he's getting his third chance. Admittedly, his second one was kind of weird. They had a guy who was drafted higher, was ready to play right away.
Zach Wilson's in the league.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
This is his fourth year in the league, fifth year, something like that. Fifth year, fourth year.
He's played 4. This will be his 5th coming up.
Right.
Because he played 2020 and came out.
Yeah, so come on. Is it really that bad? I guess if, drafted second.
Yeah, drafted 1, 2, 3.
If Shedeur Sanders is in the league 5 years from now, that's a success.
As a 5th-round pick, yeah, the bar's set in a different place for sure.
Yeah.
Braden, you got to wonder how much Mel and Skip were being paid to push for Sanders. I don't think they were getting paid to push for Sanders. Skip was just looking for a chance to get his name out there and mix it up in a big story. I mean, it's Mel's job. Mel has to be in the middle of it.
And I think some people that they like to play the race angle because they want to be thought of, particularly if they're Caucasian. Look at me. Aren't I progressive?
Mel's cooked, and he needs to retire ASAP. I actually unfollowed him this weekend because of his weird behavior over Shedeur Sanders. He thinks he knows more than NFL GMs. Well, I mean, to be fair, he's been in the middle of this forever. When Polian was with the Colts, which have to have been 30 years ago.
I think it was like 94.
Was it 94? So it's 31 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he's going off on him then because there was already a 5 or 10 year track record that Polian didn't like, and he couldn't wait to take his shot. And he took a good one. That's why we're talking about it 30 years later. But Mel can take a punch because 30 years later, he's still got his gig after how many rounds of layoffs at ESPN? And Mel's hanging right in there.
Was this the topper, though? His last stand.
This is it. He jumped the shark. Not to go all Fonzie on you, but he jumped the shark.
But it did make for good TV with him screaming and yelling about this for 3 days.
Yeah. And on Saturday, when most of the big stories have played out, I mean, if it's your story and it's your team or if it's your player, it's a big deal. But the rest of it, most of it's played out, and yet here they were ranting through the 4th round.
Yeah.
It's the 5th round, and he hasn't been picked.
Boy, it really would have been a story if he wasn't picked.
Yeah. I'll still
I
say
think he deserved to be picked. I think he's a good quarterback.
I do too. Well, like
I enjoyed watching him play.
I know. It won 9 games on a team that didn't run the ball particularly well.
Yeah, but
it was all Bill. I know. Why would you go there to run the ball, right? We're not going to run the ball. That kid's your son.
I know.
You're going to throw it.
Right.
Said every running back in the transfer portal that they tried to land, right?
Right. Yeah.
All right, DJ PK, we're out of time. Jake and Ben are next with more on the NBA playoffs, and Lakers down 3-1. Stick around.
Well, that's it. Show's over.
What? We just started. Yeah, well, the show's over.
That's the end.
That's not the end. Why, yes, it is. Right. That's the end.
And that's the end.
That's the end?
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. Love this time of year. The seasons are changing. We're all getting out into the great outdoors, whether it's taking the kids to their game on Saturday morning or getting away with friends and doing a little hiking up in the mountains. I want you to remember that at the end of that very busy day, it's time to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse and have the very best meal. It's waiting for you right now at 2 wonderful locations. I mentioned mountain activities. Well, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is right there in Hotel Park City. There's so many wonderful things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. Well, there's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse right here for you at 275 Southwest Temple. The service you get there is beyond compare, and the food is something to simply rave about. That entree is cooked exactly to perfection, just the way you like it. It's time. Make your reservations to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, Hotel Park City, downtown Salt Lake City.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Break your spring break routine and make your way into a unique balance of outdoor adventure and arts. In Cedar City and Bryan Head, you'll be greeted with stunning views combined with the most epic trails. At Cedar Breaks or Three Peaks Recreation Area. Recreation enthusiasts, we're talking to you. Visit Parowan's Evil Water Bike Trails, Thor's Hammer, and Kolob Canyon to take the ride and hikes of your life. The trip wouldn't be complete without one of the scenic drives and byways in the region to experience breathtaking overlooks and magical views. That's not all. Cedar City is known as Festival City, USA, hosting dozens of events including free music festivals, parades, farmers markets, and more. But make sure to spend a little time in their historic downtown, lined with quaint shops, eateries, and museums. So break away to the vibrant and welcoming communities of Bryan Head and Cedar City. Plan your visit today at cedarcity.com. That's cedarcity.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From 2 guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Down in Utah, the guys and I dig a city called Salt Lake. It's got the grooviest kids, that's why we never get tired of Salt Lake. And the way the kids talk so cool is an outside thing. And the #1 radio station makes
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making us a part of your Monday. How's it going, Ben? How was your weekend?
Doing well. How are you? You sound sick.
It's still.
Were your allergies actually an illness?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm just still a little congested. I honestly feel fine. Just one of those things. I had an ear that wouldn't pop for like a whole day.
The worst.
Which wasn't all that fun.
Yeah.
But no, I'm doing fine. Interesting weekend. I've got a story for you. Proving what a big deal my 3-year-old is.
Okay.
Like a VIP, very important person. Her birthday is tomorrow. We got the family together. You're part of our family on Saturday at Chili's for a little celebration.
Yeah.
I mentioned Chili's because it's hilarious. My kids love Chili's because they love the mac and cheese, which actually is just Kraft mac and cheese.
Right. It's a really smart move.
It is smart.
Kids know what they want. They're not going to take any variations, so parents can say, they'll eat this at home. I know they'll eat it here, and they'll like it. At least get some food in them.
But it is maddening because a 25-cent box of mac and cheese, they're charging like $7 or $8.
Yeah, right.
And they throw in some mandarin oranges or whatever, and the kids love it. But yeah, it's anyway, that's where we went. So we've got a group of 12. So a fairly big table. They, corner of the restaurant there. We went to the Fort Union location, Ben.
Okay.
Had a great dinner. And probably around we're finishing up, they're bringing out, dessert or whatever. They did the singing for, pretty much about then. The buzz hits the restaurant. Post Malone is there.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Post Malone is at Chili's on a Saturday night, which I absolutely love that was a thing.
I'm pro Post Malone.
I don't know much of his catalog, but I know he's a big deal. I think it's cool he lives here.
Yeah.
He's a jazz fan.
He opens his big-ass stadium tour tomorrow night at Rice Eccles.
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
So we're sitting there at this big table.
Yeah.
And, we're just wrapping it up, and our server comes over and says, Post Malone's actually waiting for your table.
Huh.
And we were like, okay.
Make it worth my while to leave.
Yeah, weird.
And then she goes, and this is how cool she is. Shout out to, I wish I could remember her name. I think it was like Ashley or something. Shout out to her. She was like, you guys open those presents. We told him that if he wants to sit his whole group together, he's going to have to wait.
Yeah.
He'll be fine.
Yeah.
He'll be fine. You open those presents.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, it was awesome. So we took the time to open the presents. We weren't like obnoxiously long or whatever. And as we were walking out, there he is.
There's
just
Posty.
Like sitting in the waiting area at Chili's talking to some gal. I don't know if it was just someone else waiting or whatever, but like it was this incredibly normal.
Did he have his signature blue jeans on that he's rocking now? Do you remember what he was wearing?
Well, he had a cowboy hat.
Yeah.
But my nieces and nephew actually got to say hello.
It's a great story.
Which is so cool. But anyway, so my 3-year-old is such a big deal. Oh, now going to be 4-year-old tomorrow. Such a big deal that she kept Posty waiting, dude.
Ah.
She's going to open her presents. It was awesome.
Very cool.
So anyway, one of those
Glad
things.
he was cool about it.
Like just a random brush with celebrity. Seemed like a nice fellow.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Definitely had security.
Yeah.
They also seemed nice.
I've seen his young men that travel with him. You see, paparazzi photos or videos of them traveling around, and it's like, oh, yeah, that's the protection.
So that's a cool story
Very
about.
cool. That's great.
But local, I mean, Posty, his story overall, or Post Malone, I said Posty like he's my guy. But Post Malone, that story about how he grew up watching the Jazz, was a Jazz fan.
Yep.
Checked out Utah, really likes it.
I think his dad was in charge of food and beverage for the Cowboys, right? That's his sports tie. So that's kind of how he got into the biz.
And now lives in Cottonwood Heights somewhere, right?
Yeah. I'm sure he has several houses. But, yeah, he does seem to enjoy being here.
But has no problem bouncing down to the local Chili's.
Yeah, right. What a funny place to go.
Hilarious and awesome. Very normal person kind of thing.
Well, there was a story a couple months ago. He showed up at a Domino's before it opened and was like, hey, I'm just trying to get a pizza. And the kid was like, yeah, come on in. I'll make the pizza for you. And took a picture with him and everything. Was really chill about it all. He said, if I have to wait till it opens, no problem. But he's like, let's just do it. Let's make the pizza right now.
So there you go.
Cool story.
My brush with celebrity.
Very nice.
My
It
daughter.
was his brush with celebrity. His brush with Jake Scott.
Oh, man, I wasn't going to, let on that there was another big deal in the restaurant. No,
right.
I
that was the table for celebs. I wonder
No,
who came after him.
I just quietly
Was
slid
Shakira
out.
there? What was going on? Who did he make wait?
Man, if Shakira were there, she would have been the third most famous person in the building.
True. Amazing.
Pretty amazing. The Fort Union Chili's is the place to be, Ben.
But the party went well.
Oh, yeah, it was great.
Good.
And then we actually did her little birthday party with her friends yesterday at one of those gymnastics places where they get to run around and jump in the foam pit and all that fun stuff.
Yep.
So really, the best part, though, is she ended up exhausted at the end of every day over the weekend, which was nice.
Right. Well, great. Nice weekend.
So it was kind of a wild weekend.
Yeah.
All right. Where do you want to start, Ben? Do you want to hit NBA playoffs, or is the fall of Shedeur so eclipsed everything else in sports that's where we want to start?
I think they're both on pretty equal grounding, but it was a fascinating weekend for Shedeur. Certainly. That was bizarre in some sense and not bizarre at all in others.
I felt bad for him with the prank.
The prank, yeah, of course, that's cruel.
I thought that was cruel and lame.
And you know what? The fact that the kid Jax got named, we know who his dad is with the Falcons. It's going to haunt him a lot longer than it will haunt Shedeur.
That's just mean.
It is. It's cruel.
It's just mean.
Yep. And everyone went after him, and rightfully so.
But listen, I had an interaction with Booner during crosstalk after the Jazz played against the Hornets, and we were talking about LaMelo Ball.
Mm-hmm.
Booner's like, what do you guys think of LaMelo Ball? And I said, he's not good enough to play that way.
Yeah.
And Booner said, what are you talking about? And I said, he's going to set the NBA record for usage on a, at the time, 14-win team.
Yeah.
He's not good enough to play that way.
Right.
With Shedeur Sanders, if you believe some of the rumors coming out, and we can pick through them or whatever, you're not good enough to act that way. Like, you can't submarine interviews with NFL teams because you don't want to go there if you're not freaking Peyton Manning.
Right.
You better be the best prospect. You know, like, you better be Eli Manning when he played his game to get out of, where was it, San Diego?
Yeah.
Didn't want to play for the Chargers?
Right.
You better be like the hands-down number one guy that teams are just going to bend over backwards to draft you. You can't take FaceTime calls in the middle of NFL meetings.
Right.
If you're not that. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to have some sort of concept on, and maybe this is the problem with playing for your dad all this time and having all this celebrity and all this stuff. You have to have an understanding of, like, where you are in the world. If I went downstairs, Ben, and kicked in Nate's door and demanded $500,000 a year, how do you think that'd go for me?
Right. He would say, you want a pay cut? Why do you want a pay cut?
I wish. But I got to have some sort of concept of where I'm at. Now, if I went downstairs and said, I'd like some jelly beans delivered to me once a year on my birthday.
Yeah.
I bet you Nate would be like, we'll get you those jelly beans. We'll take care of you, pal. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
And if you're going to build your own draft room, which is so weird.
It was weird.
And throw parties with celebrities and all this stuff, but more specifically, like interviews and going through the NFL process. Like, I don't know, Ben, who's like Jalen Royals, right? Who went in the third round, Hatch? Second round, third round? Second round.
Fourth round.
Fourth round.
He was
Kansas City Chiefs.
How do you think he carried himself in every single dang interview?
Right.
And we're talking about a fourth round pick, so we're talking about a stud, right? And he was going to go. What do you think he did for every single interview with the NFL team?
Buttoned up, perfect.
I would love to be here. This is the best place in the entire league.
Absolutely. Probably looked his best, you know? You got to, I mean, I don't know. I don't feel bad for Shedeur because I don't think he put his best foot forward.
You know what? I don't know if it had anything to do with that. What did we know going into this draft? What was the whole narrative about this quarterback class? It's a bad class. And what did they say? That Cam Ward in last year's draft might have been the 7th quarterback taken, right? I just went through it very quickly. As long as I didn't miss anybody, I believe Spencer Rattler was the 7th quarterback taken in last year's draft. He was taken in the 5th round. He was taken 150th overall. That's ahead of where Shedeur, or that's behind where Shedeur went this year. Shedeur went 144. So, and he was what, the 4th quarterback taken? 5th quarterback taken? Cam Ward.
5th.
Jackson Dart.
Tyler
Dylan
Shuck,
Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah. So,
Milroe.
Oh, so he's 6. He's a 6th quarterback then.
So even if you were the second, and people thought all the talent-wise, all the other nonsense around it, the noise, your father, the artificial stats, which we can get into in a minute, because I want to define what I mean by artificial, but we know. Even then, you're exactly on pace with where the league said you were based on last year's draft class, based on value alone. If you're the 8th best quarterback in last year's class, you would have gone in the 150s, and you went 144. Like, it's exactly what they said. It's exactly what they said.
Well, it's not what old Melvin said, but
everybody else,
the argument
all the
is,
NFL analysts, other than Mel Kiper, said it.
Where it doesn't look good is you picked all these guys in front of him that weren't supposed to be in front of him, and that was more than just Melvin. Now, Melvin really dug his heels in,
he did.
which we can get to. But everybody was saying, I mean, even Hatch, who was the draft expert you guys had on, DJ and PK, who said late first, early second?
Justin Mello,
and he was probably the most chill out of any of the draft nerds that I heard projecting this. You know, it's all you heard about was meetings with the Giants to go with 3, and Ben, you thought he would go top 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and here's the thing: a lot of people believed it because the Giants' ownership, when you typically have an NFL draft pick as a quarterback, the ownership wants to sign off on it, and the Giants ownership traveled to Colorado for that pro day to meet with Shedeur. That fueled all of it.
And yeah, I do think probably the manufactured stats played into it. Like, yeah, I don't really believe that is an accurate assessment of who he is as a quarterback. The hitch in his throw is ridiculous. So, yeah, maybe all the draft clowns had it wrong, but the draft clowns have twisted arms into teams drafting quarterbacks all the time. Like, see Tim Tebow for the ultimate example. He went in the first round.
He did, and that was moronic, and he was bad. He was awful, and teams have learned from that mistake that you don't want to bring that around. That A, he wasn't good enough, and B, the circus that came with it was not worth it for the Denver Broncos. And teams learn from that. I truly believe this is a reflection of some of that and the issues you've dealt with.
And
Absolutely.
yet Johnny Manziel went after Tim Tebow. Baker Mayfield went number 1 post Tim Tebow.
And Baker's a much better player.
Josh Rosen went what? He didn't last a year in Phoenix. They haven't learned from anything.
10 or 11.
There was something.
Well, none of those guys were a headache. Not Johnny Manziel was, but none of those
Rosen
guys were
had
a
issues
headache.
coming out of
But
coming
not
out
the
of
way
college.
Tim Tebow is drawing that type of attention. Nobody paid attention to Josh Rosen. He was the 5th quarterback drafted or whatever it was.
So, it's weird. I think you're right. He was drafted where he probably should have from a capability standpoint and talent standpoint. But that's not been necessarily what the NFL draft has been about before. And the fact that he was projected to be the 2nd quarterback in the class, not the 6th. Why are you picking Dylan Gabriel ahead of Shedeur Sanders?
Okay, but that is the difference. What is he being drafted for? He's being drafted to be a backup quarterback. He's not going to act like a backup quarterback. So how do you weigh that with a person who's going to come in and not hold a clipboard and not be okay holding a clipboard?
Yeah, I agree.
Because that's what you're doing. When you don't draft a quarterback in the first round or in the first 2 rounds, certainly, you're not investing in them seriously to come in and be your guy. Maybe they step up and win a job, but you've got to fall in line. And you've got to do whatever you can to hang on.
That's not how Shedeur behaves, nor how he behaved going into all of this.
Correct. It's not. So teams are going to say, at what point is the value there? Then for us, if you're going to be a headache and all the conversation is going to be about when are you going to start your first game, even if behind the scenes we see that you're the 3rd best quarterback on our roster.
I agree with you.
So,
yet the Broncos still picked Tebow.
And it was a mistake. They fell in love with it. And the moron picked him that we always make fun of.
Like in the interviews, he was going in, Ben, and saying that, you might have a nice team culture, but I bring my own culture and you guys will form to that. Can you imagine the hubris? And then it comes down to, am I going to pick Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart? I'm taking Jackson Dart.
Right. No question.
He came in, he said, hey, I'd love to fit in with what you guys are doing. Just said all you got to do is say the right things. I can't imagine taking a FaceTime call. But yeah, can we be done with Mel Kiper? Can this be the end of his career, please?
I hated the argument, and I heard Mel Kiper saying it. He did all of this without a running back. It was like, wrong. They purposely sandbagged their running back and didn't let him get touches so Shedeur could inflate his stats.
Yes.
And when I mentioned artificial stats, it doesn't mean he didn't actually throw the ball and didn't accrue those numbers, but how he got it was ridiculous.
It's Dion prioritized his son getting stats over actually winning.
Specifically to try and juice up his draft stock.
Like, we don't want a running game because we're not going to run it.
It's not in our best interest.
And then Melvin hey, he's tough. He's got all the toughness. The only reason you're saying he's tough is because he took all those sacks. The only reason he took all those sacks was to manufacture stats, to manufacture the completion percentage that you also cite. So, yeah. But the fact that Mel cried about it for 3 days, and I mean, I think he did shed a tear at some point, didn't he?
Mel?
Yeah. I mean, during that GM rant, NFL GMs have been getting it wrong for years.
Yeah.
Said 50 years they've been misevaluating quarterbacks.
So have you, Mel.
Melvin, listen, unless you Chad Ford your record, we can go back and see that you bet. You said, if Jimmy Clausen's not a guy in 8 years, I want 8 years. If he's not a guy, I'll retire.
Wasn't it like 14 years ago, too?
Yeah. Jimmy Clausen sucked.
Yeah.
And so have most of the quarterbacks that you've put on your big board.
You already mentioned Josh Rosen. He called Josh Rosen the most pro-ready of all the quarterbacks in that draft.
Yeah.
Right.
He flamed out.
Yeah.
Melvin, you can't do that.
Right.
Because you're wrong all the time. You're wrong like more than you're right. You know what? Melvin and your guy Gavoni and all these people are absolutely just like Las Vegas. And I'm talking about the people who set lines. Where 1 in 10 games, it will finish right around where Vegas had the line. And some bozo on the radio will be like, boy, Vegas really knows what they're doing, don't they? I'll tell you what, those guys really know everything. Completely ignoring the 9 games that they missed by 10 points or more. You know what I mean? And misidentifying that that's not even what line setters are trying to do in the first place, which I find hilarious. But Mel, right, probably 20% of the time, everybody just ignores the other 80%, right?
And you know what? To Mel's credit, I mean, what's the hit rate on quarterbacks taken number 1 overall as far as actually reaching the expectation you had for them of going number 1? That actually they ended up being the best player in the draft or the most valuable player in the draft. Most of the guys, because they are drafted number 1, get a shot, they stick around, they get to play quite a while. Not a lot of them end up being the superstars anyone expected. And, you mix in the Baker Mayfields and Kyler Murrays and guys who have had successful careers, but they're not superstars.
No.
They're okay. They hit, I guess, but, you're just as likely to get a Bryce Young, if not more so, than you are a Joe Burrow. Joe's a star, was taking his team to the Super Bowl. Bryce Young might be out in 2 years. They all get it wrong. Drafting quarterbacks is really hard. So, to the credit of the NFL, or at least maybe bailing them out a little bit, I think you would hope they recognize that they get it wrong, and they don't know that much. So when you don't know, and then you bring all this other noise into it, which Shador has advertised bringing with him, and his dad has advertised bringing with him, you drop to the 4th round. And now you're in the NFL, and you've got your chance to earn it.
You know what's funny, though, is he would have made way more money if he'd have gone back to Colorado.
Yes, he would have.
Like 10 times more money if he would have gone back to Colorado.
Or anywhere.
Yeah, I would imagine he goes back to Colorado.
Yeah, put your name in the transfer portal. See what you can get.
Well, Deion's going to pay him whatever he wants.
Sure, yeah, right. You're not going to leave your dad, but get the market going.
Yeah, but
let
you
Deion
don't need
go and say, hey, Oklahoma's trying to give him $7 million.
But Deion doesn't need to leverage anything. They'll give Deion anything he wants. Yeah. They're paying Deion $10 million a year.
Right. So, yeah, you're right. He probably lost money. Almost surely lost money.
You don't need to leverage the old man. He's on your side.
Yeah.
He manufactured a whole offense to get you drafted in the 5th round.
So, yeah, a tough fall. But it becomes a very interesting storyline. And that he has to compete with Dylan Gabriel now in that quarterback room for a chance to, follow Joe Flacco. It's going to be a big storyline for the Browns.
Sure, it'll be really hard for them to cut him. Want to remind you to nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First, Federal Credit Union, and Beehive Meals. If Deion were 40 and still playing at a high level, whatever team he was on would have picked Shador like 2nd round.
Yeah.
Maybe 1st.
The Bronny situation.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yep.
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select.
Do you believe in karma? Well, we here at the KSL Sports Zone absolutely believe in creating good vibes for the Utah Jazz in their hopes of securing the #1 pick in the NBA Draft Lottery. Go to KSLSports.com to donate $2 to Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital.
Wait, why $2? And isn't that the jersey number of...
Bob, it's just a random number, okay? Just, stick to the copy.
It's a real 2-for-1. Your donation will help Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital and help the Utah Jazz capture the Good Karma flag in their hopes of recouping winning basketball in Utah.
Fingers crossed, guys.
Donate your $2 right now at KSLSports.com.
In today's fast-paced economy, staying competitive means more than just experience. It means standing out with the right knowledge and skills. An MBA from BYU's top-ranked full-time or executive MBA program will give you that advantage. Whether you're looking to move up in your current career or pivot to something new, becoming a BYU MBA can give you the edge you need. You'll gain critical leadership skills, hands-on experience that will set you apart in today's rapidly evolving job market, and become part of an incomparable alumni network. The BYU MBA gives you a top-ranked education at the leading edge of business that's focused on principled leadership, all for an extraordinary value. Scholarship money is available to help you make your MBA goals a reality. Apply soon. Final application deadline is May 1st. Get ahead of the competition. Advance your skills and transform your career. Learn how you could become a BYU MBA. Visit mba.byu.edu.
You know I love my friends at Mountain Land Supply, but did you know they outfit trucks? Hi, I'm Hans. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters is fully equipped to accessorize your truck, van, or commercial fleet with custom fabrication. Lift gates, wheels, tires, hitches, storage, lighting, and so much more. And right now, get $50 off a 5-window tent package or $50 off standard door graphics when you mention this ad. See my friends at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters or visit mtnlndtruck.com. That's mtnlndtruck.com.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Our climate is dry. After all, we live in a beautiful desert state made up of high mountains and red rocks. Grass drinks up a lot of water, but Waterwise Landscaping thrives while using less. And the best part? You can get paid to make the switch. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn up to $3 per square foot. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
Utah's premier horseback riding from Rocky Mountain Outfitters offers breathtaking horseback scenic tours at Sundance Stables. Follow your horseback tour guide through the forest and witness spectacular views of the Wasatch Mountains and Mount Timpanogos. Enjoy a brief pause as you admire and capture striking photos of the cascading water of Stewart Falls, while your horseback guide teaches you the history of Sundance and the amazing canyon. Visit UtahHorsebackRiding.com today for more info. Giddy up. Break your spring break routine and make your way into a unique balance of outdoor adventure and arts. In Cedar City and Bryan Head, you'll be greeted with stunning views combined with the most epic trails at Cedar Breaks or Three Peaks Recreation Area. Recreation enthusiasts, we're talking to you. Visit Parowan's Evil Water Bike Trails, Thor's Hammer, and Kolob Canyon to take the ride and hikes of your life. The trip wouldn't be complete without one of the scenic drives and byways in the region to experience breathtaking overlooks and magical views. That's not all. Cedar City is known as Festival City USA, hosting dozens of events including free music festivals, parades, farmers markets, and more. But make sure to spend a little time in their historic downtown, lined with quaint shops, eateries, and museums. So break away to the vibrant and welcoming communities of Bryan Head and Cedar City. Plan your visit today at cedarcity.com. That's cedarcity.com.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by our friends at J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, number 1.
Number 1, Damian Lillard is feared to have torn his Achilles tendon.
Had all the signs pointing to that being the case. It was off screen, just barely. But you saw him step back with his left foot, non-contact. It's the launching off your foot that always does it in the NBA, really probably anywhere. He didn't do the, look back, did someone kick me in the back of the calf thing that a lot of guys do, and you didn't see the reverberation necessarily going up the calf that you do.
Ugh.
But again, we didn't see the initial snap. But that's certainly what it looks like for Dame, and that would obviously rule him out for all of next season, which puts into serious doubt the future of the Milwaukee Bucks and how long Giannis is going to stay there.
Man, I gotta tell you, Ben, I feel for Damian Lillard. His career probably will never be the same again.
Right.
You know, like Kobe Bryant's career was never the same again after he ruptured an Achilles late in his career. I guess Kevin Durant has managed to
He's done a nice job.
Has managed to be pretty good. But that injury might be the end of the Bucks, because now Damian Lillard arguably is the old maid. I don't know if he's surpassed Bradley Beal yet, but maybe, because he can't even play next year, Ben.
Right.
And he's got another year on top of that. So he's making 54-1 next year, and he's making 58-4 the year after in a player option, where now certainly he's taking that.
He's going to be 36 by that point.
So I don't know if you could really move him. He's occupying way too much of the cap for the Bucks to be actually competitive without him.
Right.
So what do they do?
I'll be curious if Giannis ever asks out. He may have too much integrity or not faith in the Bucks. I don't think there's a lot of faith to be had left in the Bucks, but the place where he started his career and did win a title there, he may be too polite to ask out. But if there ever was a time, this is when you do it. They have no chance of competing next year. Your prime is starting to dwindle if you're Giannis. It's actually the right thing to do. Get them a haul back, get them a bunch of draft picks back, or allow them to skip a rebuild by, trading with the Jazz, and the Jazz give you everything they've done over the last 3 years. And you say, well, we skipped those 3 years of the rebuild. And we get all these draft picks now, and we're ready to move forward. But that's what teams are going to come barking at. I mean, the Sharks don't have ears, but they perked up in the NBA when Dame got hurt because that was blood in the water for Giannis.
Yep. Well, what's the cap this year? Ish.
160-ish, whatever.
Is that the cap or is that the luxury tax?
I think the luxury is 170 or 180, but I don't know exactly.
The Bucks have $130 million committed to just 3 players next year.
Yeah.
54 to Dame, 54 to Giannis, and 22-4 to Kuz.
Salary cap's 140 this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're almost at the cap with just 3 players. You got to fill out a team, right?
Right. You got to carry at least 13.
Brook Lopez is a free agent. A bunch of guys have player options. They'll probably pick them up. But really, they don't even have that many impact players under contract next year.
Right. There was some question of what were you going to do with Brook Lopez. You obviously let him walk now because you're not competing and you're not going to spend any money to bring him back.
But Gary Trent, free agent. Taurean Prince, free agent. The only people coming back are non-impact guys. I mean, do you really like Pat Connaughton? He's got a $9 million player option next year.
Right. Whatever. Yeah.
So the Bucks are in trouble, and this really makes it a lot worse.
And next year's draft is supposed to be very good. And the problem is I don't know what of their picks they own. They've traded away all their picks, so I don't even know if it's worth
You're talking about the Bucks?
tanking next year. Like
All
it's like
swaps through 2030.
Yeah, so you don't even have a reason to tank next year, which is why you can't really get into this spot. I get it. You've got Giannis. You're trying to be in the spot where you say, hey, we're going to be competitive as long as he's here. You're not anymore. You're not competitive anymore, and now you can't even tank to get to the bottom. Can you trade to get your picks back? Maybe. I don't even know who owns their pick next year. I'd have to look, but yeah, can you trade with that team and get your own pick back? Maybe.
That Damian Lillard deal was just
a stinker. Yep. Elsewhere in the playoffs?
Notice DJ and PK were bummed this morning because the Lakers are down 3-1.
Credit Anthony Edwards. He's just been the best player on the floor. He's better than Luka right now. He's playing obviously better than LeBron is right now. 43 yesterday. Just hits big shot after big shot. Gets stops. He's playing great.
So, Ben, to your point, next year's pick for the Bucks, swap with the New Orleans Pelicans.
Yeah. Horrendous.
Terrible.
Yeah.
As far as the Lakers go, I told you I'm going to find it hilarious when LeBron has to stand there in the fourth quarter and watch Luka play basketball. That's exactly what happened against Minnesota. You know how many shots LeBron took in the fourth quarter?
Oh, it had to be very few.
2.
Yeah. Now, the actual reason for that, I don't think was LeBron watching Luka. It was that he played the entire 24 minutes of the second half because J.J. Redick put on his Tom Thibodeau comb-over and decided to play one lineup the entire second half.
He didn't make any subs.
Didn't play a single reserve. You've got Jared Vanderbilt, who's your best defensive big. Even if you have to play Jackson Hayes, who's not good, 3 minutes in the second half of a game, you do it to get LeBron off the floor. LeBron was walking up the floor and catching it and just throwing it, like getting rid of it as quickly as he could so he could save a little bit of energy to play defense, and he made some great defensive stops, but he couldn't dribble. He was so tired he couldn't get into the paint. I'd have to go back and look. I can pull up the shot chart. I bet you the Lakers' shots in the paint in the fourth quarter, you could count on one hand. They could not dribble. They were so tired, and JJ absolutely blew it for him. It was a terrible, terrible coaching.
Well, I never bought the Sommelier to begin with.
I get that you want to have your best lineup on the floor. They played Friday, then they played Sunday afternoon. We're at that point in the first round of the playoffs where you're playing every other day. You can't kill your guys like that, and JJ did.
And Luka was terrible on Friday. I got a funny tweet. Classless Skip sent me a tweet, says, pretty sure Luka was hungover Friday night, just like MJ in the finals. I'm just saying.
He did not look good. So, I mean, he was good in the first half and good in the third quarter. Still hit some big shots late, but nope, did not have what was needed to close that game out.
The Pistons are going to lose to the Knicks, which is disappointing. And the Celtics are way better than the Magic.
The Lakers took 4 shots in the paint in the fourth quarter. 3 of them at the rim. They went 0 for 4.
Well, maybe if they were a little tougher, Ben, I don't know what to tell you.
They just could not. They took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shots total inside the arc. Honestly, they were just so dead tired they couldn't move.
Tonight's games, Ben, the Cavs will likely sweep the Heat, although that game is in Miami. And then the nightcap, the Warriors and Rockets. Rockets pretty much have to win.
Yeah, they're down 2-1. A huge Warriors performance without Jimmy Butler, and we'll have to see if he's back tonight.
By the way, I wish Christian were here. After watching that replay over and over again, I think Amen Thompson did undercut Jimmy on purpose.
It was on purpose.
I'm around. I'm coming around to that side of the equation.
He's been really disappointing, Amen Thompson. It's his second year. It's his first playoffs. I get it. I'm not trying to read too much into it.
And he's a flawed player.
He's a flawed player, but I was hoping to see a little bit more. Haven't seen it.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, not NBA, NFL draft fallout.
How about Caleb Lohner getting drafted?
I think
Ute.
Yeah. I think it's a really cool story. I don't know if it will work, but he ran a great 40 time.
Yeah.
And every NFL coach has I should say football coach has this fantasy that if you have a really tall guy, you can go just stand him in the end zone.
He's 6'8", 240, and can jump.
Yeah,
okay.
And throw the ball so high, nobody else can go get it.
He's almost a specialist.
Yeah.
Right?
That's how Utah used him.
Yeah, he's almost a specialist. You put him in a couple of spots to get past the sticks or get to the goal line and jump for a ball.
But that just shows, I think, how valuable that, or how hard it is to actually score touchdowns in the NFL. That, you can have a guy on your roster. Hey, if he plays four downs for you but catches 2 touchdowns because the other team can't stop it, Well, that guy's worth every penny you're paying him.
Yep, he is. And again, you can put him in on special teams. Actually, not just because I said he's a specialist.
Try and block
block field goals or whatever. Yeah, you could put him out there. You can find usage for guys that are big time athletes that can run, and he can. So pretty interesting there. Good for him. No BYU players drafted. This felt like it would have been a bigger talking point even 2-3 years ago. I think NIL has totally changed the conversation. Guys get paid. Come back. If you're a borderline, if you're going to be a 6th-round pick, day 3 draft pick of any kind, and you have a chance to return, you're probably going to make more money coming back.
Yeah, don't go. Yeah, I agree.
So,
all right, what's next?
Number 3, Samson Nakua slaps a fan.
Samson Nakua was one of my favorite players when I saw him coming out of high school. He was just an interesting kid, and his hair was all different colors, and he's pretty sweet kid, pretty soft-spoken, and I thought very enjoyable. Now he's in the what's the league?
UFL.
UFL.
The UFL, yes.
Okay.
United Football League.
That they're really trying to push. They're really trying to sell this thing and trying to show it on broadcast TV. Whatever. I guess some people are that hungry for football. I'm not. But was talking trash in St. Louis, which has a pretty rowdy fan base, but a notoriously good fan base for the UFL. And Samson jumps up and slaps this fan on the face.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, your career probably ended yesterday.
What do the 5 fingers say to the face?
You're out of the league? You're already hanging on by a shoestring, by a thread.
I still do not understand why athletes listen to bozo fans. I don't get it. Just keep walking. It doesn't matter. And to the bozo fans out there, listen, you don't need to be quite such a bozo. Not to let the fan off of this thing here, but I don't understand why they don't just keep walking. You know what I mean? Like, if you think about it from a math side of things, Ben, how many people over in at Delta Center, how many people fit in capacity now?
18,000.
I know that's changing.
Yeah.
But you put 18,000 people in one building at one time. You're telling me that you're surprised that there's one a-hole?
Right.
Like, statistically speaking, that's actually pretty low. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
Just keep walking.
Yeah, especially in this situation. This should have been easy for Samson. Samson had to jump to slap this person. He's in the stands. This guy's hanging over, like, barking down to him. Samson talks to him, points at him, and then jumps and slaps him. Like, there's real intent here. This isn't a fan step to me while I was walking off the field.
No. He's in the wrong.
Of course, and he's in the wrong regardless of the situation.
Absolutely.
But
I have no idea. I'm sure that bozo was saying something terrible or somehow got under his skin or whatever. But just keep walking. I just don't get that.
It's an expensive slap because A, he's probably going to get fined. B, it might end his career.
Yeah.
C, you make decent money. You make $20,000 a month playing this in this league.
And I remember the athlete counter argument is like, well, people aren't coming to your job and screaming at you, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you make money because those fans pay to go there.
Right.
Like, to act like fans.
Right. They're your customers.
So just earmuff it.
Yeah.
And keep walking down the sidelines. Great point. They're your customers.
Those
do
are
you
your
know
customers.
how much crap I had to put up with working at a hotel?
Right. Your customers do come to your place of
whatever.
work
Yeah, right.
and talk to you.
And you just have to, all right, well, I'm going to help this bozo.
Yeah, right. Without slapping them.
Without slapping them.
And you wanted to?
I did.
I went
several
to a hotel.
times.
Yeah.
Be like, I wish I could just open-handed slap you right now.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put on a smile.
Yeah, right. Get your bag.
And I'm going to say, whatever you need, sir.
Yeah, right. So we'll see. We'll see if this is the end of Samson's run.
Well, that was a bad decision. All right, we'll have more coming up next. Stay tuned. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Big T Thurl Bailey joining us. Thurl, it's so weird that the fate of a franchise can come down to a random drawing, but that's just how it is in the NBA. Is it too much hyperbole to call this one of the most important moments in franchise history?
Look, it's not a perfect science, but I don't think it's hyperbole at all because your goal is to hopefully get the top pick. I mean, that's not just your goal, but, you know, the other teams that are involved in that as well. But again, it may not happen. But there's some great players coming out in the top 5. I know everybody's talking Cooper Flag this and Cooper Flag that, but, you know, I think there's definitely talent there that can help the Jazz continue to progress based on maybe what they're trying to do with all their other assets. But no, I don't believe it's hyperbole at all. It's a really important time, and there are going to be a lot of eyes on it.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Man, Ben, the weather is turning. Things are really getting beautiful around here. The weather over the weekend was quite nice, and you realize, oh man, we live in a beautiful place. Well, listen, you can invest in your home. You can maximize your experience in this beautiful place that we live, and you can do it in a very simple, easy way.
Yeah, you know, if you can always tell the weather outside based on what the temperature is inside your home, it's probably time to upgrade your windows. If you woke up this morning and said, it's going to be a chilly one today because it's chilly in your house, you've got the wrong windows, or you've got the wrong door because the air is coming in. And not only can you replace it with a better door, you can get the right door, which is the door of your choice. Customize it for your home to maximize the beauty of your house, your personal taste that you're not going to get when you go to one of the big box stores that just has white vinyl. Or the oak door, it's the one that they have. No, get the one that you're looking for, that you've always dreamed of, that will increase the curb appeal and the enjoyability of your house.
And Peach has the best customer service in town. You're going to enjoy your experience. That's why they have so many 5-star reviews. You can Google it and find out for yourself. You can also give them a call, 801-566-1255. They do free and home estimates. You can go to peachbuildingproducts.com or simply drop by the showroom, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
M&M Gutters and Exteriors is more than just gutters. We provide full service on all of your exterior needs, from top to bottom and everything in between. Did you know that gutters require routine maintenance and cleaning to keep them in good condition? And gutter damage can lead to costly repairs for your foundation if it's not addressed early. Plus, if you need new gutters, it can be a tedious process. Let our professionals with 3 decades of experience installing rain gutters from high-quality materials take care of it for you. Contact us today to schedule a consultation and cleaning of your gutters or any of your other exterior needs. Give M&M Gutters a call at 385-324-7520. That's 385-324-7520. Or visit us and schedule your consultation online at mandmgutters.com.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft a perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for janitorial services. The attention to detail will keep your office spotless. Serving Utah for over 30 years with unbeatable integrity. AllProUtah.com. Call in the pros. All Pro is here for you. AllProUtah.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody!
best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you can win big every Wednesday on the station with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, get tickets to the Summer Unity Tour featuring Collective Soul and live with special guest Our Lady Peace, July 13th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win.
A little bit in the weeds of the NBA here, though, but I'll tell you who the Damian Lillard injury could potentially be weirdly bad for is the Phoenix Suns. Because there's a chance it could be a positive. But if Giannis does hit the trade block this summer, he supersedes Kevin Durant as the number one option out there that needs to be traded this summer. The Suns have to wait for a Giannis trade probably to go down before they move him, and they're probably going to get less for him than they expected. I think that was always going to be the case. I don't think there was going to be a huge market for Kevin Durant, but probably a reasonable one. But if you do see him out there, you do see Giannis on the trade block, it's going to gum up the plans of trading Kevin Durant, and they're going to get less for him because someone else is going to spend a lot of assets to get Giannis, and unless that sets a really high price, and someone says, well, we got to try and get somewhat similar, though obviously Kevin Durant's not the same player as Giannis. It's not great for Phoenix.
Yeah, I don't think all Zeke has to worry about that, though.
No, probably not.
Well, I don't think Milwaukee's moving Giannis.
You don't think so? You think he's
Absolutely
going to stick around?
not. No. I'm sure there's a lot of Jazz fans out there that have wishful thinking that Milwaukee's going to move Giannis and the Jazz would be in that conversation. And sure, I mean, I get why that would be the line of thinking. But you think that who's Milwaukee's GM now?
They just gave him an extension.
You think that guy just watched what happened to Nico and is thinking, oh, I'm going to trade my guy? No, I don't think so. I think Milwaukee is going to figure out a way to try and reboot. I'm sure it will be a failure.
John Horst.
Yeah. I'm like, there's no way to back the car out of you're going to have to back the car out of the driveway. But John Hurst is no way. When was the last true superstar they had in Milwaukee? Kareem?
Yeah.
And they traded him.
Yeah, they did.
I don't think there's any way, unless Giannis absolutely says, I will not show up to camp, that they trade him. I don't think there's any chance of that.
Right, and that's the concern, though, is that he says, trade me. I've done everything I can for you. I've stuck around 3 years longer than I should have. I've signed multiple extensions with you, but I've been good to you. Now you need to be good to me and trade me, and let's get this rebuild going. It's too bad for them that, as Hatch mentioned in the last segment, that New Orleans has their draft pick. Because truthfully, any team but New Orleans, and I mean the organization, if you had Zion and you had their future first-round picks that they own is from the Drew Holiday swap, that would be the perfect team to trade Giannis to. You get your draft picks back. You get a young star in Zion, assuming Zion had actually played better than he had. That would actually make sense. And then you control your own destiny. If you want to take next year, you can tank next year and get your picks back. The problem is you can't, if you have a soul in Milwaukee, trade Giannis to New Orleans.
I don't think have you looked at Giannis's contract? He's not going anywhere. Like, he can demand a trade and they could just sit him. It doesn't matter. He's under contract next year, the year after, and then has a player option the year after that. Milwaukee doesn't have to do anything.
They don't have to.
And they're not going to.
But there are times when it benefits teams to trade their stars. Now,
we've seen teams do things that don't benefit them all the time.
We have. But Portland benefited themselves greatly by trading Dame. They waited too long to trade him. They finally did, and it was good for them.
Dame was a geezer at the time that they traded him with the worst contract in the league. That's not Giannis.
No, it's not.
That's not Giannis. If they would have traded Dame 5 years earlier, that would be something that maybe would be comparable.
But this is 3 straight years since they made the champion, or since they won the championship, that they've been eliminated in the first round, right?
But watching what a villain Nico has become, there's no way I'm doing it. You'd have to make Giannis be the biggest villain on the planet, or else you're getting fired for trading
4 days ago, John Horst signed a contract extension.
Yeah.
So
Giannis
he's
isn't-
ingrained. He's safe. That's empowered him to do it if he wants to trade it. You just signed an extension. You have a green light to do it. They have told you that they like the way you're running the business. So if you want to do it, you have the power now to do it if you're John Horst. This is the time to do it if you're him. But it's hard to trade him. You're right. It's hard to trade that guy.
Yeah, I don't see him doing it.
You're not doing it unless Giannis asks out, and I
Right.
agree with that.
Your argument is, well, it would be best for the team to move Giannis.
I do
Sure.
think that's probably accurate still. Yeah. Not that you're going to get a player back as good as he is, but you've reached the end point. You've reached the desperate point. And what you can't do is let Giannis go another year and get hurt, overuse him, and honestly, for his good, waste his prime. He's still good enough to be the best player on a championship team, and there's no real pathway to winning a title with you right now or in the next 3 years. But we'll see. I'll be curious where he goes. I'll be curious if that happens. It may not.
Why do you think the same thing about Jokic?
No.
Why?
Because Denver hasn't traded away all their draft picks through 2030.
Denver's not going anywhere.
Roster.
They're capped out.
But they have players to trade that actually have value if they want to make the move. Well, last week we talked about it. They can't do what the Bucks did. They may need to trade Jamal Murray. They may need to trade Porter Jr. If they do, they need to make sure they're not getting a little bit worse, and giving up all their draft capital. Now, they don't have a lot of draft capital, but at least they still have more talent. I mean, that's a more talented roster, certainly, than what Milwaukee has.
Still going nowhere.
Maybe. I mean, they're 2-2 in a series right now.
Yeah, but you're not picking Denver to come out of the West. I'm not either.
No, but they can probably make the conference finals still. And the Bucks haven't gotten close to that. Bucks haven't won a playoff series since I think they won the championship. And Giannis keeps getting hurt. That's the other aspect of it. He's had calf injuries. He's had knee stuff. So he keeps getting injured.
Yeah, I'd be shocked.
The Nuggets are in a lot better spot.
I would be shocked if the Bucks moved Giannis.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. But if he asks out, I would probably respect his wishes.
In fact, I think this Luka fallout is going to really put the brakes on a lot of big-time trades in the NBA. Because most GMs are cowardly. And listen, everybody is calling for Nico made a bold move. Maybe a lot of people don't think it was the right move, but it was a bold move.
Yep.
And the guy is now viewed as a clown.
Yeah, he is.
He could make the best moves in the NBA over the next 5 years, and he would still be known
The guy who traded Luka.
as a clown.
Sure.
None of these guys want to be a clown.
The difference being that Luka didn't ask out and would have been there forever. Giannis might ask out. This gives Giannis a great reason to ask out that he never would have done before, that it doesn't seem like.
I
But
don't
now
necessarily buy the Luka wouldn't have asked out of Dallas.
Maybe he would have. He hadn't, and he didn't, and he was about to sign an extension with them.
That's the key right there.
Giannis has
already
extension.
signed it.
Right.
Yeah.
So he can say, guys, you made the try. I brought you a title. I'm still giving you my best. I'm averaging 32 and 16 and 7, and we can't win. Like, it's not right for either of us. Let's move on. You get a haul from me. It's going to be what's best for the franchise. I get to go play somewhere else and try and win a title.
In Utah.
But the Bucks don't have to do that.
They don't have to. No, they don't have to.
You know? And he could say, well, I'm not going to sign my next contract here. And they're going to say, okay, I don't care.
Fine. Yeah.
Fine.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Then we'll trade you next year.
Yeah.
Because the value is probably not going to be any different. All right. Stay tuned. We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hey, everyone. Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, there are a few things in life that are more important than the financial security of you and your family. It is critical. And are you equipped to go it alone? Have you given it the attention that it deserves? I know I went for a long time and did not. Well, maybe you need a team of folks on your side who live and breathe this stuff and who help people like you all the time. Help you to set financial goals, like when do you want to retire? How are you going to get there? And then help you lay out a plan and show you what you've got to do. Well, give Trajan a call today, 801-899-7600. They have offices in Draper and Farmington. They're local. They're here. They can sit down with you, show you how to establish those goals, and show you exactly what they can do. 801-899-7600. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Alex Curie here. I'm down 65 pounds. It's not just about dropping the weight. It's about having a weight loss partner, and that's what you get with Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to the blueprint Salt Lake City Fat Loss provided me.
slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors to tell you about our 10-year everything guarantee. Most contractors spout off having great warranties that last forever. But those warranties are always, and I do mean always, riddled with loopholes, exception, fine print, and nonsense. At RGS Exteriors, we cover everything. Parts, labor, material, everything and anything for 10 full years. There's no cost to you whatsoever. No hoops to jump through, no exceptions. Yes, the products we sell, like James Hardy Siding, our windows, gutter covers, come with a 25 to 50-year manufacturer's warranty, just like everybody else. But the truth is, the products almost never fail. It's always the labor and material which is never covered, so you're stuck paying for service calls. For peace of mind, call RGS Exteriors. You'll sleep easy for 10 full years. 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online rgsutah.com. Gutters, siding, windows, and all exteriors with a 10-year everything guarantee.
Break your routine and into adventure in Cedar City, Bryan Head. Connected to nature, Cedar City makes spring the best break ever. Shopping, dining, museums, and recreation galore. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com. Sponsored by the Utah Office of Tourism.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, Want to remind you, don't miss Minky Monday on the KSL Sports Zone. Tune in all day Monday, May 5th, to win Minky Couture blankets. The original classy blanket, Minky Couture, makes the perfect Mother's Day gift, and Zone listeners get 50% off with code ZONE50. Don't miss Minky Monday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben, we don't need to dwell on this here in this segment because it's really not worth it. But I did want to bring this up because I do find it funny. Let me start by saying, like, when Nick Saban said never affiliate with a love interest that has less to lose than you do.
Yeah.
It was really some really good advice. How about another legendary coach that should have been listening? Did you watch 60 Minutes yesterday?
I saw the last famous sequence now.
With old Bill?
No, I didn't watch that one. No.
I know what you're talking about. No, I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
They did a story on Bill Belichick, and he's promoting his new book, The Art of Winning: Lessons from a Life in Football. So he's sitting down. Actually, it was I think they aired it during 60 Minutes, but it was for CBS's News Sunday Morning. Apologies if that wasn't the case. But anyway, they asked Bill how he met his 24-year-old love interest. And she basically shut down the question.
Okay.
Like, she's there for the interview.
Right.
They had a camera that caught the interaction. Hatch, you correct me if I'm mischaracterizing any of this.
Well,
and she basically said, we're not talking about this.
And she thought that she was off camera, but they had an angle where it shows her literally get up out of her seat and like wander over and like, no.
Yeah.
We ain't doing this.
So it leads me to think, one, and I thought DJ and PK were right when they were talking about this. One, like, how did you meet her, Bill?
Yeah.
What is the story there? Because originally they said they met on a plane. Now she's shutting down the question like, well, how did that happen, old Bill?
Yeah.
You're 73. She's 24. And then second of all, like, Bill, you're doing an interview to promote your book that has nothing to do with this woman. Why is she even there?
Yeah.
And then why is she bullying in on your interviews? Can you even imagine what she's like when 60 Minutes isn't there? Poor guy.
She's his quasi-manager, right? Whether or not she's his actual manager, she's certainly playing that role.
Oh, yeah. She's bullied everybody out, I'm sure.
And we watched her. She's on the practice field, like, telling people what's what during spring ball for North Carolina. It's like, who are you?
A psycho is the answer.
Do we think Bill's losing it?
No, I think Bill's in the, like, Al Pacino phase where he's like, I don't care. I'm dating a 24-year-old. Whatever.
Let her do whatever, yeah.
Like, my life and reputation and all that stuff has all run its course. It's like we were joking off the air with DJ and PK. It's like that guy that married Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah.
What do I care?
The poor guy.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bill's at that point where he's trying to line up jobs for his kid and date a 24-year-old. And if she's going to push him around
He doesn't care about
in
anything
front
else.
of 60 Minutes, he doesn't really care.
Sure.
He's probably a little bit of rubbing it in his ex-wife's face, too. I would guess there's a little bit of that there. But, Ben, you're married to a
engaged, but yeah.
Or I'm not married. Yeah, engaged. Whatever. Sorry, I'm confused.
No, you're good.
To a confident, intelligent woman.
I thought you were going to say a younger woman, but okay.
No. I
thought you were going to come after me.
No. But I'm saying she's not running your stuff like this.
No.
Like, she's not standing in the corner right now off camera, like telling you what you can and can't say. I don't. You're Bill Belichick. You must just not care.
She's not that much younger, by the way.
Than you? Is she younger than you? I actually have no idea.
35. I'm 38. So.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
My wife's. How old am I? Like 3 years younger than me?
She's a year older than I am. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Good time.
Anyway.
But anyway.
Either here nor there.
Bill, I don't even think you've got to date a woman necessarily your age. You knock yourself right out. But this woman obviously is. She's coming for you, pal. She's running your stuff.
It's a weird final chapter for Bill before he stops coaching.
They're not even married yet, and I bet his kids are already out of the will.
Well, I mean, he got one of his kids a job, but maybe that's what he does. He gives you a job and gets you out of the will.
Oh, Bill doesn't know they're out of the will.
No money for you left.
He's like, she's already gotten power of attorney. She's that type.
What's her name?
Let me see. Dakupol is her last name?
Okay.
I don't know. Let me see.
Yeah. I mean, you look her up, though, and that's all the story is shutting down questions.
Oh, no, the journalist was Dakopol.
Yeah.
Whatever. That was the Tony. I don't know. Obviously, I don't watch CBS enough. But anyway, I don't know what her name is.
Jordan Hudson.
Jordan Hudson.
Yeah.
She's diabolic. I'll give her that.
Yeah, good for her.
Really?
Yeah, she's consolidated power.
If I'm North Carolina, I'm not loving it.
No, probably not.
Like, you're supposed to be coaching football, not her. Not her, Ben. All right. There you go. So, anyway, there's your Bill Belichick and his 24-year-old. Yeah. Ben, did you see that the commies are moving back into D.C.?
Oh, good.
The only reason I bring this up is just to look at did you see the price tag of the new building? So they're going to knock down RFK.
Uh-huh.
And they're going to build a new building. $3 billion
Wow.
is what it's going
For
to
the
cost.
stadium.
And it just got me to thinking, because I was driving in today, and we can flip this to, a Jazz, more local conversation, but it just hit me as did you drive by Delta Center? I'm sure you did.
I did, yep.
Fences are all up.
Yep.
Trucks everywhere. I mean, it gave me PTSD from the last time that they renovated, and what an adventure that was for the radio station.
Someone shared a photo over the weekend of the entire inside looks somewhat gutted. It's all covered in dust, and there's trucks all over. So, yeah, they're fully underway.
Now, it's not going to run $3 billion, but I got to imagine that the overall project is going to be steep, Ben. And this is coming on the heels of the last renovation at Delta Center, which honestly wasn't that long ago. And Gail Miller herself basically said she was doing it to keep the arena relevant for another 20 years. And now they're going back in and doing a project that honestly was out of the blue, I guess. Certainly they probably weren't planning on. And it just got me thinking the significant investment that Ryan Smith and the Jazz and the Utah Hockey Club are making in particularly downtown Salt Lake City, but how honestly I'm excited to see how it goes. But this is important stuff that's going on. This is a random, really important offseason, like on and off the floor for the Jazz.
Last week, the Salt Lake City Council voted to approve the $1.8 billion overhaul. Now, there are still more things that could get in the way, but it ended up being $300 million more than expected that they added on that they can collect in this tax to pay for the revitalization of downtown. But yeah, it's not $3 billion just for the building like the Commanders are going
So
for.
how do we start a construction company, Ben, and start putting some of this dough in our pocket?
You know what? I tearing up a sprinkling system at my house right now, and my whole body hurts. I don't want anything to do with construction.
Oh, dude, let's put in a bid.
I applaud those guys, but I don't want to do any physical labor. I don't even want to be at the ceremonial, shovel in the dirt thing. My body hurts too bad. I'm not strong enough to do any of that stuff. So that doesn't interest me.
That didn't go well?
It didn't go well. My body still hurts.
Did you
And I'm
rent
not even a third of the way done.
Trencher?
Nope. Bought a pickaxe and been attacking my yard all day or all weekend. But anyways, I mean, you're right. This is a big off season for the Jazz. This is a big off season for actually SEG and the Smith Entertainment Group.
But refitting the building, we'll see where the Jazz land in the lottery. But no doubt, a young player with a ton of potential and a ton of juice is going to be on the roster next year. I mean, even if they fall to 5, they're going to be trying to get their next franchise guy.
Whoever the guy is, yeah, regardless
That's
of where
what
you
they
draft, you hope this guy is the next future face of your franchise. And if it's not this year, then it's the guy you draft next year.
I'm old enough to remember Dante Exum's draft night.
Yep.
Everybody thought that this is the point guard of the future for the Utah Jazz.
The face of the
This is going to be the guy, the face of the franchise, all that. And they booted that pick, obviously, but that's what the expectation is for this pick. So you're going into a slightly refitted building next year. You're going to have a new young player with a bunch of juice. I'm guessing that the Jazz make at least one. I mean, how would you classify it? What would you classify a big move? I bet they make at least one big move because they're not. I can't see them 3 years in a row making all their draft picks.
No, I wouldn't think so.
I got to think there's at least a decent chance that Lauri Markkanen is shopped.
Shopped, yeah.
All the other veterans are going to be shopped who are under contract. So, I mean, this is a big offseason. This is a huge offseason on and off the floor for the Utah Jazz. And I hope that they're not just betting on getting the number 1 pick because that's the odds of that happening are low.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it starts, right? You're 2 weeks out from today is when the lottery will be held. So that will be the first step. And once they figure out where they're drafting, they will start making decisions off of that. I'm sure they have contingency plans laid out. And also the idea of you don't have a plan because plans are somewhat silly in this business. Because you don't know if Giannis is going to ask out. Yeah, if you get the number 1 overall pick, I don't think you would include that in a Giannis trade. If you get the number 5 overall pick, you probably do. That's the difference. If Giannis were to ask out and you have the 5th pick and it's not, Cooper Flagg or number 2 Dylan Harper, you probably do start thinking like, hey, this is the best trade asset that would be out there for him right now because no one's given up Luka, no one's given up Jokic for him. So you give up a player with that type of potential. Houston's going to have a lot of picks that they're going to try and throw out there for Giannis if he were to become available.
Would you trade the number 1 pick for Giannis if you were the Jazz?
No, but I would trade the 3rd pick or 4th pick probably.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you get the number 1 pick, no, you get Cooper Flagg, you stick with that. But if you fall to 5, you call Milwaukee. You say, hey, how do you like Lowry, a number 5 overall pick, and pick 2 of the other young players not named Walker Kessler?
Well, why would they want Lowry?
You just got to make salaries match, and he helps you skip the line. He's an all-star. I mean, Lowry's a good player. Lowry steps in right away, and you don't have your own picks, so there's no reason for you to be terrible, and you get a top 5 pick this year. You hope that guy, like we're saying right now, becomes your franchise face.
Yeah, but if you flip Giannis, don't you only want young players or picks? I mean, you make a good point about the salaries working because you got to figure that out. So maybe Lowry comes in there, but Milwaukee, including Lowry, wouldn't be a selling point for the Bucks.
No, but you take Lowry and then you trade him. Yeah. You redirect him. You want, and you're not going to get value by taking on John Collins and Jordan Clarkson and Colin Sexton to match the salaries there. So you take on Lowry and then you can flip Lowry for 2 more picks or whatever down the line. You just get whatever best package you can get for him, whether that's picks or veterans or whatever. Because Milwaukee doesn't have the ability to drop to the bottom, I just think you take as much value as you can back. So, that's what could be at play coming up in 2 weeks in the lottery for the Jazz. And yeah, you hope you get Cooper Flagg because then you control him for 7 years and he has potential to be a top 10 player in the league. And then you don't throw him out there for Giannis. But yeah, this offseason has the potential for those types of moves for the Jazz this year. It'll be pretty fascinating to watch and see how they approach it.
Oh, they'll be involved in conversations for sure. But the problem is that if Giannis is asking out, then Giannis is going to decide where Giannis goes.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's moving. Do you think Phoenix moves Booker?
No.
Because you can make the same argument that Phoenix should move Booker too.
Oh, and they should. I think they probably should. I don't think they will.
Why would Milwaukee be more likely than Phoenix to move their star?
It's a good question. They may not be. Other than the ownership group in Milwaukee is maybe a little more grounded than Matt Ishbia. Matt Ishbia seems to think that they can win a title with this team. In fact, he said championships with an S. He said he said that this summer. He said they're going to win multiple championships still, even after this disaster that they've gone through over the last 2 years since he bought the team.
Wait a minute. The ownership group that hired Doc Rivers to be a consultant and then fired their head coach only to move that consultant into the head coaching role is more grounded than
yes,
another ownership group?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm buying that one.
Than the one that hired Isaiah Thomas to come in and be their GM?
I agree with you, but we're comparing.
Yeah, we're not comparing the best of the best, I promise you.
That's why I'm not saying that as a compliment to Phoenix. I'm saying that as an insult to Milwaukee, who accidentally got Giannis in the first place.
No, I think they absolutely should trade him. I think they should trade Devin Booker. And if they don't this year, they're going to be talking about it next summer. They're going to be trapped in this loop, the same loop that I think Milwaukee is trapped in right now, that until you trade that guy, there's no out because you have mortgaged your entire future. You can't do that. I think we're going to see fewer and fewer teams. And, history repeats itself, so maybe I'm totally wrong here, but you shouldn't mortgage all of your draft picks to continue to try and stay relevant after you win a title. I don't think the league actually rewards that anymore. We haven't seen teams come back and get an advantage out of that and see it be a successful strategy. If you were still winning a title 3 years from now with Giannis or, if Denver was able to do it, maybe, but
the problem is that every NBA expert, and for good reason, will tell you can't win a title without a top 5 player on your team.
Right.
So if you have the top 5 player, that's the hardest part.
It is.
Why would you move off the top 5 player? And by the way, I don't think Donovan Mitchell was ever a top 5 player, and I bet it was still difficult for the Jazz to move off.
Of course.
Like that's why Nico in Dallas is getting so blasted, is you had a top 5 player.
Right. And he wasn't asking out the way Donovan, I've been told, asked out.
Or at the very least indicated he wasn't going to sign an extension.
Right.
Which is basically the same
And he was still a couple years down the line from that, but yeah, essentially said he didn't want to be here.
So
I'm with you, but these teams have put themselves in bad situations. You can't put yourself in a spot where you have no outs. And Milwaukee has one out. Otherwise, they're going to remain mediocre forever. And same with Phoenix. They have one out. It's trading Devin Booker. Maybe you can get enough for Kevin Durant to kind of get back. Maybe. If you could do that, if you could trade Kevin Durant to the Rockets and get all your picks back, the Rockets own all the Suns' future picks, I would understand that.
But then what do you do with those picks? Not be competitive next year.
Right, yeah, you tank next year.
So Devin Booker goes back to being the worst team in the league again?
Uh-huh. That's your out. I mean, that's your pathway forward, unfortunately for them. They played their hand wrong. So has Milwaukee. They've played their hand wrong with all of these trades. Damian Lillard was the first big swing, and it totally whiffed. And Chris Middleton aged out of being a competitive player, and they got whatever they could for him in Kyle Kuzma, and the Wizards were happy to give up on Kuz.
So not who should, but who will be the biggest name traded in the offseason?
Kevin Durant. I think so. I'm with you. I think Milwaukee should trade Giannis. There's probably a good chance they don't.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
It seems like a lot of teams trade that player a year too late than a year too early, or right on time.
Well, see Damian Lillard.
Because you say, well, Dame's gone. You're going to have all this turnover already because, like we mentioned, Brook Lopez is probably gone with his injury, or not with his injury, but him hitting free agency and being as old as he is. He could retire for all we know. And they just say, well, we're going to be down for a year. We'll see what just having Giannis and maybe retooling a little bit around him with some different faces. But they've missed on all their draft picks, unfortunately. They've traded all their other draft picks for other teams. I just don't think there's a lot of value. And then maybe you find yourself recognizing, hey, you missed the playoffs in the East, which you should never do, but you're the 7th seed. You're where Miami is right now. And you say, well, man, we're watching New Orleans make the 10th pick with our selection. This is the time we got to start getting that stuff back. That's when you could feel Milwaukee or see Milwaukee starting to feel forced.
All right, we can talk some playoffs coming up next. I actually have some advice for the Salt Lake Bees.
Okay.
So we can get to that coming up
great.
as well. Just some advice, which I think that they'll agree with.
Okay.
All right, stay tuned. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Time to welcome David Locke back to the airwaves.
Isn't Finals MVP more important than regular season MVP more than ever?
I think the order would be MVP, champion, Finals MVP. Karl Malone won 2 MVPs, right?
Would he trade one for a title?
Yeah, I don't think he would.
Oh,
whoa! By the way, he can't trade one. He's got to trade them both.
I think he's taking the title every single time.
You can have the highest rated morning show in the country and twice be named the best morning show host in the country, or your station can be named the best station in the country. Which are you taking?
That's not a thing, and you know it. You just totally made that up.
Take that in your pipe and smoke it on your rocking chair while you cherish your greatest morning show host ever title.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Make Mother's Day easy this year and get the best gift ever, a blanket from Minky Couture. Minky Couture creates the amazingly soft, comfy, and cozy Minky blankets and robes. Just in time for Mother's Day, save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at MinkyCouture.com or visit your local Minky Couture for special neighborhood deals. Again, save 50% with promo code ZONE50 in stores or online at MinkyCouture.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
The Garden Restaurant at Temple Square is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building and open Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant at Temple Square.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Do you believe in karma? Log on to KSLSports.com to help raise money for a great cause and create some good vibes for the Jazz in the NBA Draft Lottery. It's the KSL Sports 2-for-1. Donate at least $2 to Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital in hopes of the Jazz recouping winning basketball in Utah. Go to KSLSports.com to donate your $2 today. Ben, here's just my advice. My advice to the Bees, and then we can, hit on the games tonight and what's going on in the NBA playoffs. But this happened for the Washington Nationals, Ben. They scheduled their firework night on the same night as, quote, Pups in the Park. Now I did, we were doing some liners for the Bees and getting people excited about the new stadium. And I know they are doing, I think they're calling it Bark in the Park.
Yeah.
So I know they are doing several dog nights.
Yeah.
And obviously they're going to do fireworks nights, which are extremely popular around here. No need to overlap.
Yeah. There's a lot of nights.
No need to overlap.
It's 80 games.
Let's give the Pups their own night, and we'll give fireworks their own night. Because I imagine as soon as they say fireworks are coming, everyone with the Pups is bouncing, right?
Right.
So then nobody is around to watch the fireworks.
Or if you stick around, you've got a bunch of unruly dogs.
Howling dogs.
Who are terrified of the...
creating havoc. It's just a bad idea. I don't even know how that happens. Like, how does a marketing department even... Does nobody notice? Nobody goes, what?
We double
I
booked
don't
this.
think the dogs like fireworks.
We double booked this night. How do we undo that?
Let's move Pups in the Park to Thursday, huh?
Yeah, and that's the easy one, right? We know we're going to do fireworks all throughout July.
That's one of those that never should have gotten off the ground in the first place. It never ceases to amaze me how many bad ideas like that never should have made it out of the brainstorming room.
Don't get checked.
Like I remember when Bronco wanted to change the back of the jerseys for BYU to Spirit, Honor, and Tradition.
Yep.
Remember, just a bad idea.
Yeah.
Like how did that make it off the ground?
But someone's got to tell them no, and nobody did.
So whoever the genius marketer here is, what they just don't not want to tell them no?
Dogs can bring their own fireworks.
Like that's one of those where is the boss such a maniac that nobody was like, hey, that's probably a bad idea, and everybody just went forward with it?
Yeah.
Whatever. I got to imagine everybody over there at the Bees didn't need this advice not to do those two things.
This was
on the
the
same
minor league affiliate, or no, this was the majors?
No, this is the majors.
Yeah. I would get
This
it
is
if it was
in
a
our
minor
nation-
league affiliate and they just kind of said, we whiffed.
What,
Apologies.
like when the Ormals wanted to do white bread night? You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Or what did the Raptors wanted to do? They wanted to do hourglass night or whatever, and the idea was to bring shapely women to the ballpark. Like, how does that
Anything
make it?
to sell
how does
tickets.
that make it off the ground?
Yeah, right. Hourglass night. Nuggets, Clippers tied at 2-2.
You'd go to hourglass night, Ben. You'd get off your, you'd get off your
engagement ring
duff
fell off.
and head up to what's that ballpark called? I love that ballpark.
Isn't it in Eccles?
Is it
in Ogden?
Yeah, the baseball park.
Yeah,
I thought it was something else. Anyway, doesn't matter. Ben, NBA playoffs. The Cavs going to sweep the Heat?
Yeah, absolutely. Not a great series. Not what anyone's really interested in, and
Do you
not
still
until,
think the Cavs are going to make it to the conference finals? No problem.
I mean, the Pacers are good. The Pacers are a really dangerous team. Like, I think the Pacers are going to win 2 games in that series. Like, that's how good the Pacers are. They really are good everywhere, and they have real depth. And the more I look at the NBA now, and look, so do the Cavaliers, but teams with depth are winning. Teams without depth are really struggling.
Well, it depends on the depth. I think you've got to have, to win in the playoffs, I think you've got to have 7.5 guys.
Yeah, that's right. And that's really always been the case.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You got to have 7 players that can all play 30 minutes, and then a guy that can
step in,
be productive for 20.
And you're going to get an injury. You're going to suffer an injury. Do you have a guy who can step up and play there? You know, luckily for the Golden State Warriors, they figured that out. You know, Jimmy Butler got hurt, and even though Kuminga's not a great player and Steve Kerr doesn't want to play him, they've got Quentin Post. They've just got enough guys that can step up, and Gary Payton can step in the second, third, whatever, can step in and play a little bit. Indiana has that. Indiana has guys that come off the bench that can play, and that's going to give them a real a boost. Milwaukee doesn't. That's why they're going to win the series pretty easily. But they're going to give Cavaliers a real push. Not win the series. I don't think they're good enough. But
it's funny that everybody kind of thought that their run to the conference finals last year was a fluke. Kind of like Atlanta's was, what was that, 2021?
Yeah.
Where everybody's like, oh, conference finals for the Hawks, and then nobody believed in the Hawks going forward, and then they were crappy from that day forward.
Indiana had fluky things happen to their opponents along the way. Everyone got hurt. Knicks got hurt. And then they got beat up by Boston. But no, they're a legitimately good team. And then looks like the Knicks are going to advance, and they'll play the Celtics in the second round. And honestly, I think the Celtics are going to have an easier time with the Knicks than the Cavaliers will with the Pacers.
Oh, I 1,000% agree with that. I think the Pacers are better than the Knicks.
They might be, yeah.
So, and I definitely think Boston is better than Cleveland, so. You would take the Knicks over the Pacers?
No, I don't know. I might take the Pacers right now over the Knicks. Pacers are really clicking. And Tyrese Halliburton's as good as, Jalen Brunson. Probably better. He's bigger.
Oh, I think he's way better than Jalen Brunson, but not according to the rest of the league. I still can't get over that player survey that Halliburton was the most overrated player. Really?
I disagree.
That guy who plays at 1,000,000 miles an hour? And
right. He doesn't play any defense either. I mean, he's got some
No.
Jalen Brunson to him, but at least he's 6'8", 6'7".
And really good.
Yeah, he's really good. I'm really curious what happens in the West. One of the things we did talk about with the Lakers, which seemed to leave the narrative after the Luka trade, it was the initial thought was, this team's pretty flawed. You got Luka, you got LeBron. They'll figure out how to play together, and they will. But outside of that, there's not enough there. Certainly nothing in the front court that excites you. And Rui Hachimura is okay, and Jared Vanderbilt's okay. but they don't have a big guy, and they don't.
No.
And Julius Randle's cooking them right now. As good as Ant has been, Julius Randle's also having his way, which has never happened in the playoffs. But usually you have a big guy to put on him, and it really slows him down, and he can't be as effective as he has been. It gets interesting for the Lakers because while they have Austin Reeves, they still have their draft pick, the stuff that they tried to trade from Mark Williams at the trade deadline and ended up rescinding it. They can use that this summer, but now you're talking about a 41-year-old LeBron. Like, you're going to thin out. You're going to get expensive. You're going to sign Luka to an extension this summer. It's like, there's a chance they just don't have the assets to really fill out their roster that well to build this thing into the type of title contender I think people assumed when they traded for Luka.
By the way, a little side note. How bad must Dalton Connect be?
That they can't get on the floor at all?
Well, they tried to trade him.
Yeah.
And then now in the playoffs where they need bodies.
Anything, right.
Nah. No thanks, Dalton.
Especially because you drafted him to be NBA ready. You drafted
That
him
was
to
the
step
selling
in.
point.
He was SEC Player of the Year. He played 4 years in college. Yeah, he was going to step in and be ready to go day one.
He could be dynamic. He could do all those things, and now he can't even play.
Yep, can't get him on the floor.
He and Joe Ingles are playing the same amount of minutes in this playoff series.
Yeah. At least Joe's walking around on the floor.
I mean,
before
no
the
offense
game.
to Joe, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Joe's washed.
Yeah, Joe's in the
Completely washed.
in the twilight. He's in the vacation portion of his career. Does Joe have another year?
I think it might be a team option if there is one, but I don't think Joe's going to play anymore.
No,
I think this is the end for Joe.
not if he's under contract. Hold on, he's going to play out the string. I would.
I think he's a free agent.
I'm sure he is. Hold on, let me look it up.
By the way, it's Lindquist Field.
Lindquist Field. Yeah, I knew it wasn't.
Yeah, but I think it's the Eccles baseball facility.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Ingles is a free agent. Back to Australia.
Yeah, but no depth there for the Lakers. And J.J. Redick showed it and wouldn't play his guys, and as a result, they lost the game, and they're down 3-1. They're probably going to lose the series, and then they face very real questions going forward.
Do they fire the sommelier?
No.
Do they move off LeBron?
No. Though that would be interesting. Again, teams that could get assets for players and have a chance to win by what they would get back for LeBron. LeBron's still good. You would get something back for him.
They should move off LeBron. You want to talk about teams that should do? They should move off LeBron.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Trade the 41-year-old guy who's just going to be a headache because there's no way he enjoys watching Luka play basketball.
They've got a really fascinating summer. Again, they're going to win because they have a good summer because they're going to sign Luka to an extension. And you've got a top 5 player coming back. That feels like a victory for them. And it is. And it's enough to sit back and, kick your feet up and say, we're doing well. Our future is set.
His name is not LeBron. So LeBron is going to be a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Move that guy.
It's not going to be. I'll be curious what big guy they go after. Again, they desperately need one. They wanted Mark Williams.
He would have made him better.
He would have made them better.
Yeah.
And I get that maybe they feel like they can redirect that and go somewhere else and try and get another better player. Another, better player.
Uh-huh.
Not another better player. But they've got to think that there's something more that they can do that would be better than what they got from Mark Williams or what Mark Williams would have offered them.
Yeah, they'll try and do something. But LeBron's going to be 42.
Yeah, right. That's the problem. This window with LeBron was always tight. It was always short.
No, it's not. He's been there for like 8 years.
No, with LeBron and Luka was going to be short. Those two together at, their ability to win together was not going to be very long because LeBron is going to age out at some point. His body will give out or he's just going to be done playing, which is totally understandable as well. I just don't know how quickly he'll get there, but it's sooner rather than it is later. So you certainly can't really make decisions with LeBron in mind. You may not have to address certain things because they're not weaknesses while LeBron's on your roster. He's still a good playmaker, still a decent defensive player. He showed that yesterday. But you've got to start building a team that will make sense post-LeBron with Luka in mind.
Well, that's not LeBron's opinion.
Correct. It's not.
So we'll see. I mean, they should. I don't know where you would want to trade LeBron to Milwaukee.
Sure.
Be Giannis and LeBron next year.
Or no, get Giannis back. Get Giannis.
Oh, there's no way Milwaukee would do that.
No, of course not. No. If they're trading Giannis, they're getting 4 draft picks, 5 draft picks, an all-star, and a young player.
No, they should trade Kuz for LeBron.
Sending Kuz back to
and
LA.
And the Lakers
should
do it. Kuz could stand there in the corner and watch Luka play. That's probably a good role for Kuz, actually.
LeBron's still a top 15 player in the NBA, easily. But Kuz is bottom 100. He's really had a rough playoff series.
Yeah, he hasn't been good. I don't know if I call him bottom 100, though.
3 points.
I got it. He's still a starter,
3
though.
points, 1 assist, 0 rebound in their last game. 16 minutes.
Making a lot of money. $20 million.
Yes, he is.
Kuz for LeBron. There's my solution for both teams.
Straight up.
Yeah, make it happen. All right, we'll wrap up a Monday edition of the Jake and Ben Show coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In today's fast-paced economy, staying competitive means more than just experience. It means standing out with the right knowledge and skills. An MBA from BYU's top-ranked full-time or executive MBA program will give you that advantage. Whether you're looking to move up in your current career or pivot to something new, becoming a BYU MBA can give you the edge you need. You'll gain critical leadership skills, hands-on experience that will set you apart in today's rapidly evolving job market, and become part of an incomparable alumni network. The BYU MBA gives you a top-ranked education at the leading edge of business that's focused on principled leadership, all for an extraordinary value. Scholarship money is available to help you make your MBA goals a reality. Apply soon. Final application deadline is May 1st. Get ahead of the competition. Advance your skills and transform your career. Learn how you could become a BYU MBA. Visit mba.byu.edu.
M&M Gutters and Exteriors is more than just gutters. We provide full service on all of your exterior needs from top to bottom and everything in between. Siding is one of the best ways to improve your home and its energy efficiency. At M&M Gutters and Exteriors, we understand that choosing the right siding is an important decision that affects your home's look and functionality. Our expert siding contractors are dedicated to treating your home with the same care and consideration they would their own. And with over 30 years of exterior home service provided in Utah, our experienced siding contractors can quickly and efficiently install siding that fits your home's needs and aesthetic. Give M&M Gutters a call for a free siding consultation at 385-324-7520. That's 385-324-7520. Or visit us and schedule your consultation online at mandmgutters.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or lease a 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as $290 a month. You heard right. Get up to $10K off or lease for as low as $290 a month. Make your dollars go further at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
Lease for 36 months, 10K miles per year, $39.99 due at signing. Place see dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Out here, you'll find a community of hardworking creators with loyal followers, along with proud moments worth sharing.
And farm to table, well, that's just supper. And whether it's a raised garden bed, acres of land, or something for your animals, we've got all the supplies and are happy to share a little know-how.
Welcome to Tractor Supply. Into life out here.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Man, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, have you ever been in an argument? It could be with a loved one. It could be with somebody else, but that you just had to get out of there. Like, I got to leave.
Of course, yeah.
I'm so mad. I've got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Would you ever were you ever so mad you would run through a window?
No.
You've got to watch this video. This is in China.
Okay.
And at a hotel. Now, this is on the first floor, mind you, but there's a couple arguing. The guy is so upset. Watch this.
He bounces off the window the first try.
Right out the window. I mean, crashes right through the window, but here's the best part. You get the outside view,
okay.
crashes through the window, then just runs. Then just, I'm out.
The view from the inside, you don't know how high the window is.
No.
So, thankfully, it's first floor.
First floor?
Yeah, he drops 2 feet out of a window once he jumps through it.
But he jumps through the window.
Oh, that guy's all cut up. Those windows are...
For sure.
Yeah, like I got sliced up.
I don't think I've ever been that upset.
Why didn't you just use the door? There's got to be... He's like in an apartment complex.
But that doesn't send the message that jumping out the window does.
No, it does not.
Hatch, you ever been in an argument, been so passionate you were just going to jump out the window?
No, but you guys know I lived in Asia for a couple of years over in Taiwan.
Yep.
Doing the mission thing. And I watched that video and I'm like, you know what? I can totally see this scenario playing out. I did at one point see a person throw, I don't remember what the object was, through a window. They were upset about something and they just straight up hurled the thing through a window. And it, like, the outline of the said object was in said window.
It's a cheap window.
I know. It was in, so I can see why he would do it, but to Ben's point, yeah, or was it you, Jake? Go find the door.
There's a door around. It's not that far.
We were in Las Vegas once,
Uh-huh.
and we were staying at the IP, the Imperial Palace, which is now gone. That's something else now. I don't think it's gone, actually. I think it's the same building. I think they just renoed it. But, of course, we were college students and staying in, like, the cheapest room. It was on the first floor, and it looked out, like, directly into the parking garage, right?
Right.
So me and one friend are going out to the parking garage. I don't even remember where we're going. But we see our other friend who's inside the room, like inside the window, right? And sitting in a chair up against the window. So my buddy's like, oh, I'm going to scare our friend. So goes up to the window, Ben, puts his hand right through the window. I mean, like was just going to bang on the glass, puts his hand right through the window. The funniest part of this story is that I've never heard a louder, more feminine scream than my buddy who was sitting there who just had a window shatter like all over him.
Yeah. Not the guy who put his fist through it.
One of those dudes that you wouldn't think would scream like that. I mean, like our guy Ralph on the like our dude Ralph, the stats guy for Rubel.
Ralph Sokolowski.
Yeah, our guy Ralph. But can you imagine sitting there just having a conversation and all of a sudden
a window explodes?
and you've got glass showering down on you. But I was like, wow, that was a really that was some scream you had
And
there.
an aggressive punch.
Yeah,
Did he get
very
through the window?
overly aggressive. The person who put his hand through the window had to definitely go to the emergency room.
This guy jumped his whole body through it. Neck.
And
back,
ran off.
And ran off. Probably ran to the hospital.
Yeah, probably. Well, I hope he did.
As needed.
Actually, then she'd know where to find him, though.
It's true.
I hope he found some,
Probably know where to find him by the trail of blood.
I hope he found a black market physician.
Go to the vet.
That's what you're supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
I can't go to the hospital, so I'm going to go find a vet.
This should be the last snap of the football game. Snap to John. John
So
backpedals,
picture
plenty
this,
of time,
like,
plenty of time,
right when
plenty
the
of
glass
time. He's
breaks.
moving to his left, shuffling, all kinds of time. Now the heat comes. He's got to run to the right. John Beck is on the run. He throws behind him. It is caught for the touchdown.
Right there, glass breaks.
Caught for the touchdown. Caught for the touchdown. Johnny Harleen got it for the score. Harleen by himself in the end zone. The Cougars win it on the final play of the game.
Actually, I take it back. The funniest part of that story was hearing my other buddy lie to security about it. Because security's like, did you guys break the window? And he's like, I was just sitting there and it spontaneously combusted.
Pressure in the room changed. Must have been something with your guys' AC. I don't know what happened.
Meanwhile, this is Vegas, where they probably have cameras in the room.
Sir, why is your hand
They're
up?
like, we're looking at the footage right here, and we can see that just I don't
know what to tell you.
Yeah, you know what? Don't lie to Vegas security.
Yeah, they'll figure it out.
I'm guessing that they will figure it out. I've seen that show with what's her name? Molly Sims.
Vegas?
Yeah.
The show called Vegas?
It's called Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Those guys can get to the bottom of anything.
Yeah.
The guy from the Transporter movies that was Fergie's lover? Nothing?
You have Josh Duhamel?
Yeah, that one.
I think it's Dumel.
Dumel? Okay,
Yeah.
my bad.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Kahn.
Oh, yeah.
I thought Jimmy Kahn was in
Jimmy
that.
Kahn. Gone too soon.
Didn't that movie,
what a sad
didn't the show
ending.
last like one season?
Oh,
maybe?
no. It was like 4 or 5. Tom Selleck actually took over for Jimmy Kahn by the latter couple of seasons. It was killed by the writer's strike.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Remember that, Ben?
I just remember tuning in, waiting for it to end so TNT basketball would turn on.
Oh, was it
It's
right
always,
before TNT?
Whatever. It was always, that's the only time I ever saw it, right before the playoffs.
Ben tunes in for NBA tip-off and says, get off my screen, Las
Well,
Vegas.
Selleck.
Oh, I legit liked Las Vegas.
Okay. You were the only one?
What's his name, or what's her name? Brian Austin Green's ex-wife was on there. And then that gal who got famous doing the sitcom with the Bobcat Goldthwait bunny. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
Really? You don't remember the sitcom? That was like a ripoff of Married with Children, except for there was a weird bunny in the basement that talked to the dad?
I don't remember that at all.
You don't remember that at all? Hatch.
No, Jake, I got nothing for you here.
And the gal was the version of Christina Applegate, but more buxom. Let's see. Hold on.
Unhappily Ever After.
That's it. You don't remember that show?
Not at all.
Well, anyway, she was on Las Vegas.
Okay.
Tiffany Cox, I think is her name. Who was randomly married to Jay Moore, of all people.
Oh, yeah.
Who's now married to, what's her name?
A lot of what's her names
No,
in this
no,
segment.
no, you
the
know.
most, you know who. You sound like my mother.
You know who.
Talking about her old friends.
You know who Jay Moore is currently married to.
Jay Moore is married to Jeannie Buss.
That's it.
He's fallen upwards.
Yeah, going from Tiffany Cox to Jeannie Buss.
To a billionaire? Yeah.
Is Jeannie technically a billionaire? Probably not liquid.
She owns the Lakers.
Well, that's worth $1 billion, but
Yeah, that makes you a billionaire.
She's not walking around with $1 billion in her pocket.
Who is?
I don't know. Lloyd?
Maybe.
I can't remember. I can't believe you didn't remember Unhappily Ever After.
Nobody did.
And how did Brian Austin Green go from Vanessa Marcil to what's her name?
No more what's her names.
Like that guy hasn't
10 what's her names in this segment.
That guy hasn't been in a successful TV show since 90210, and then he married Machine Gun Kelly's ex.
Megan Fox?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, for 11 years.
They have children together.
Yeah, good for him.
How do you not keep up with all this stuff?
It doesn't interest me.
Really?
Yeah.
The name of this segment is What's Her Face?
What's her face? Yeah. Well, Las Vegas was a good show.
That's where we started.
All right, stay tuned. Hans and Scotty G are coming up
Thanks,
next.
Hatch.
It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
one of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most,
Help me live on.
live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Oh, wow, honey, I love it. It's so beautiful and so sparkly.
Just like you, Mom. Happy Mother's Day.
I'll wear it every day. It goes with everything.
This Mother's Day, wow Mom with spirit-lifting, outfit-making, express your love jewelry. Shop jtv.com/mom for wow-worthy and budget-friendly styles.
I'm never taking it off.
Another wow factor? Sign up for JTV Text and get $30 off. If she loves jewelry, she'll love JTV.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans Olsen out today, and tomorrow he'll be back with us on Wednesday. Getting away for a little 2-day vacation. Hope you all have a great weekend. Monday is here, and we're going to catch up with the head coach of the Utah State Aggies, Bronco Mendenhall, coming up here in just a moment. To kick off the show, we've got a busy show. We always joke around when Hans is out. That means that we got some heavy lifting to do. So that means we bring a lot of people on to try to help fill the void, because those size 15s, you just don't fill those that easily. So you got to have a crowd to help out, and so we should have a fun show today. Coming up a little bit later on, we will chat with Mike Sanford coming up at 2:05 as well. All right. Let's get to it, kicking things off with the head coach of the Utah State Aggies, Bronco Mendenhall. Coach, how are you?
Hey, I'm great. Thanks. How about you?
We're doing well. Thank you for hopping on with us as we kind of recap spring ball. First off, now that you've got spring under your belt, kind of give us your evaluation on how things went.
Man, lots of really positive things. Really, there's a sequence and a rhythm and a cadence to taking over a program and launching, and to me the culture is always first. So the effort component, certainly the physicality, the camaraderie, the teamwork, the unselfishness. So the entire primary focus on the launch was getting the culture right. And when that gets traction and you can start to feel that, then there's certainly the personnel evaluation part, which is, what does our roster look like? Where are the strengths? Where are the needs? Where are the possible depth concerns? And that's really being manifest through the framework of the schemes that you're installing, which is allowing kind of the structure and the platform for the rest of it to happen. And I really like all three of those areas. So I think culture is becoming very strong. I think we have a really clear idea of where our talent currently is and where our strengths might lie. And then we got a really nice head start in terms of the schematic part, so I would say overall, spring was a success and very few injuries, which is always something, especially when you're trying to install a physicality component that's a concern, and you try to balance that the best you can.
Yeah, how hard is that because you got to walk that line of you want to establish a high level of physicality, and I know everywhere you've been, your teams have been crazy physical, but you also want to make sure that guys stay healthy going into fall and all their summer obligations as well. So how hard of a line is that to walk?
It's really challenging, but that's based on the framework, right? And so if that is part of your culture and a necessary part of what the program will require to have success, it's really a non-negotiable. And so, especially at the beginning, and while you're working to get traction, and while you're working to embed the ideals, and while you're working to have that become our way, really sometimes that's at the expense of, or at the additional risk of, an injury or two. And there's really just no way around it. If you miss that at the very front end, meaning the first impression, you're not asking for physical football. You're not asking players to beat blocks and make plays or to finish blocks. It's really difficult to then go back and say, this is now our culture, and do that some other time. And so I lean more toward the risk and inheriting the risk of what the injuries might be like, especially early in the program, than later when it's more established.
I know that a key word for you and all your stops has been consistency, but is there a difference between a year one spring ball for Bronco Mendenhall as opposed to year two, or do you keep it consistent year in and year out?
The baseline is consistency, but certainly there are tweaks along the way, and it's interesting. So not only the template, the template is consistent with slight variations. Really, another way to look at the consistency is, what does the football actually look like?
Yeah.
And usually at the very beginning of a program launch and the beginning of spring, it's just simply wild. You never really know on any given play what's going to happen. In terms of the execution, possible turnovers, maybe penalties, the lack maybe of coordination between all 11 players per side of the ball. And so the intent usually is significantly ahead of the execution. But again, I'm a will before skill coach, right? And we miss on that first, and eventually the execution and the consistency of the execution starts to catch up. And that's really within the framework of a really consistent model, not only in the rhythm of the day, from the team meetings to position meetings, and so the players know what to expect, but really year to year, with the appropriate and necessary adjustments that have to happen year to year, after you've self-scouted and realized where you might have missed the mark a little bit.
How often do you, or I guess, and maybe this year is a little bit different in that regard as opposed to future spring footballs, but is there and I'm not asking you to give details, but is there a rough depth chart that you guys have put in place, or is that still yet to be determined coming into fall?
It's rough with a capital R. So it allowed us to again have a framework and to function. But again, through the course of spring, and as physical as it was, lots of players missing a day or two, or beat up, and we're having to shuffle players around, just so we can practice and function. So not nearly the consistency or specificity of a true two deep to then say this is what it's going to look like. But we do have a really good idea of the combination of players that will be our ideal when all healthy and can put out at the same time. So, yeah, way early to say too deep, but enough of an idea to be in a fairly good place as we start fall when that comes.
Bronco Mendenhall, head coach at Utah State, joining us here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coach, when you're evaluating players and you've had to have some tough conversations with guys who are already on the roster, do you, and I guess I'm putting you on the spot here, and I apologize, do you know percentage-wise how much of last year's team is back, or where you're at in terms of a new turnover in roster in terms of numbers?
Mm-hmm. That's a really good question. So I haven't calculated the percentage. I know after the first winter arrival period, we'd added 42 new players just in that arrival period. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean all of those were scholarship players. But really, at one point, and it might have been a year ago, or as I re-entered college football at the Group of 5 level, 35 to 60 was kind of the range of what number of players were turning over per year, which is anywhere from a third to a half of your roster. And I would say that's right where we are without knowing the exact numbers. And then there's some pending, and some schools have already acted on it, and I think they were mistaken by doing so, meaning that they cut players to get down to their 105 prior to the House settlement even passing. And it looks like now with the settlement, if it does pass, it might allow additional players to remain. And so I think some some leaderships around the country acted prematurely on that and eliminated players from their roster to get down to 105 before they needed to, and now those players are gone and have gone elsewhere. And so there's a fine line of navigating this whole landscape of being ahead of it enough, nimble enough to act when you need to, and then manage your roster and build when opportunities arise. And so we've benefited certainly from some teams that maybe operated a little too quickly, getting down to 105 when they didn't need to, and extra players became available. And so that really is a challenge if you have existing players on your roster that are battling and doing everything they can to make your team. We've been transparent with them, saying, gosh, you're this number or this number, you're 107, you're 108, you're 109, you're 110. So they then know to stay in battle because each team can carry whatever number they have up till a week before the first game. And so some players might stay and just think they can carve their way in through attrition or passing other players. And some might just say, no, I want to go in the portal right now, and I don't think I'll make it. And there's still a lot of volatility and a lot of uncertainty in college football, and the lack of framework that exists and the rules to quite frankly, navigate it.
So when that portal finally closed, and I know that there's still paperwork that can come across, the things like that, but when that portal finally closed, do you take a deep breath and say, man, maybe now I can relax for a little bit in terms of that?
I think the worst part of college football's current structure is the spring window. It really does not give a chance for stability in any way, shape, or form for roster management. And there's clearly a better way that provides access for players to move if they would like to in the appropriate time, and then programs to have enough consistency. A year ago at New Mexico, I had to go out and find 17 new scholarship players after spring. And that's a challenge. We added over 30 total new players, and so a quarter of the roster that didn't get a spring practice, an off-season program. And I didn't feel it till about game 5 where our team kind of started to come together, and then we went on a run at New Mexico after the integration of all the new players, and that's just not necessary. And so back to your question, when the portal closed, I sent a text immediately, and we really of our current team and players that we felt were vital to retain, we did really, really well. And so the relationships are taking hold, the vision is being believed in, the camaraderie and the unity has started, and really the players that were existing here weren't going anywhere, the ones that have been with us from the winter and through the spring.
And I know that you would love nothing more than to open up your camp and allow a lot of access and allow a spring game and things like that. And Hans and I have talked about this a lot on the show, and in saying that, you know what, if we were doing the same and we were in your shoes, we'd do the exact same thing. We would shut it down, and we would put, a proverbial wall around the program, because that's probably the safest way of doing business right now.
I never imagined that I would make that decision or would need to make that decision, but I'm the steward over this program and the resources that we have, and the primary resource and the kids I care about most are our players. And I wrestled even further with, esteemed alumni that wanted to come back, or people that are contributing to our collective that have given so much. And I managed that the best I could in terms of who, if any, get access, how come, how trustworthy, and will that information spread? And it just takes a single comment from someone that comes to watch to a friend of, oh, man, you ought to see so-and-so at Utah State. And it doesn't take any more than that. And I would have never imagined that would be the case, but yet that's the case. And so my hope is to make up for some of that in the fall, where usually it was just the opposite. The fall was kind of the lockdown. We were focusing on the season. And now I intend to flip the script to some extent. I don't really know what that's going to look like yet, but probably more access than I've had in the past during fall now, because it's not a portal window. That doesn't mean I'm excited about everyone sharing what's.
Hell, looks like we may have lost Bronco there.
I never imagined.
There we go, Coach. You dropped out for a second. We got you.
No, okay. I just never imagined in the spring it would be I'd be kind of faced with that decision, but I feel great about it I think we managed it really well, and then hopefully we can make up with some access for the fall.
I know you didn't get the pleasure of coaching this young man, but the last time he was out on a field, Jalen Royals had 11 catches, 188 yards, and a touchdown against you when you were at New Mexico. He goes and gets drafted, and the highest player from the state of Utah to get drafted. So how much does that help a program when you're out there recruiting and talking to guys and saying, hey, come to Utah State, we can still put you in the league?
Oh, it's great. What a great young man, and what a great career. So I've gotten to know him a little bit just in my time here through watching him work out in pro days and him coming to some of our off-season workouts, and just really a neat statement of having a chance to have left a year ago and stayed and could have received significantly more money, but this community, that the coaching staff, the fit for him overrode all of that, and it was long-term thinking. And so the real money, if these kids will just think about maybe prolonging it for a year and get sound advice like he did. He took the advice. It was accurate. It was necessary. And now the compensation part is in place. And so he deserved it. He's a really, really good player. 3 other players signed free agent contracts, so 4 from Utah State. And so the idea that you can't pursue your dreams or you won't based on what being able to attend Utah State is just simply not true, and the numbers just verified that.
So, and again, I want to be careful how I ask this, and you can answer it any way you'd like, but from everybody always likes to talk quarterbacks. Bryson had a good end of the season last year. What do you see out of that room, and what can you tell us about what you saw out of your group?
Yeah, I'm encouraged. I like our depth. I like the competition, and I like the way that it's trending. As everyone knows, man, Bryson is tough. He's physical. He's capable. I believe the number is he's led a team that has won 8 Power 4, I think would be the term we use now, games. And so he's experienced. And I love the basically who he is and how he plays is really a perfect fit for the type of programs that I run in terms of the demand, the capability, the toughness, and the physicality. And then there's really good depth with up to 3 players competing in addition in CJ Tiller, Jacob Conover, and Anthony Garcia. So I like the depth. I like the capability. I like the skill sets, and it will shape out. I'm really confident in time for us to be in a good place before we play.
When you look ahead to next season and you look at what you've got in the Mountain West Conference, how advantageous is it for you to take over a job but yet also know your conference opponents and know exactly what you've got in play there?
Yeah, really helpful. Last year, returning gave me a really good idea. The league is full of parity, really on any given week. I think I can't say 50-50, but it's pretty dang close. Mm-hmm. And so I really like that framework. And so I have some idea now. A few of the teams we didn't play last year, as in the Mountain West, you don't play every team every year. But that was really helpful. And it's really helpful right now as we look to complete our roster and finish up with adding a few players. At least there's a baseline as you know kind of what you're selecting against.
So based on that last statement, there's still opportunities for you. And people need to understand if you're not in the portal already, you can't go in the portal. But if you're in the portal, you still have all offseason to sign with somebody. So it does sound like you do have some spots that you'll be trying to develop some depth throughout the summer.
Yeah, not only some depth, but there's some players that we have more immediate needs as well. And I would say, I don't know what percentage of college football teams are not currently looking, adding in some way, shape, or form. So I think it's certainly not the exception. It's the rule right now. It's just how many. And really, if you're going in with double digits, that's really difficult to find the right fit for your program at that position that will really make a difference and be what everyone hopes it would be. If you have a handful-ish, that's way more reasonable, and you have a chance to generate some momentum with skilled selections and enough vetting and hitting the right need.
Have you found time to find the plot that you're looking for up there for the new place, or is that still up to be determined?
It's to be determined. Holly is looking, and I'm working, and we're just continuing to carve out our place. But we love Logan. It's a beautiful place. It fits us really well, and I think vice versa. Just really hopeful to do my best so there can be sustained progress and success here for a long time.
Well, Hans is out today, but just know I'll volunteer him and me to come up there, and we'll dig post holes for you and help put in that next fence for you. So we're happy to help.
I'll put you on the list.
Right on. Thanks, Coach. We appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
See you. Bye.
There he is, Bronco Mendenhall, head coach at Utah State, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Still trying to, at least I didn't say the BYU miss like I did last time with him, because it's just muscle memory. You say Bronco Mendenhall, head coach at Utah State.
It's still a little strange.
It is a little weird.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, but I think Bronco will be very, very good for Utah State. I think Utah State will be very good for Bronco Mendenhall. I think that is a great fit. When his name popped up in the search, it just seemed like, given what Utah State needed at this time, I think Bronco checked all those boxes. And so I think that is a excellent fit for Utah State, and he'll have them winning games. I have little doubt about that. There's one thing Bronco does. He wins. Wherever he goes, he wins. What he did at Virginia and what Virginia has done since, I think, is proof positive of that. New Mexico, what they did, and look, I've watched a lot of New Mexico football over the years, and he had that thing right there on the cusp of being bowl eligible last year, and they were very close to being a really good team next year. That's not an easy job to have. It's a really difficult job, probably one of the most difficult jobs in the country to recruit to have success with. And he had him cooking. He had him going in the right direction. So I think it's a great fit for Utah State, and look forward to more extended coverage. And you know what? Honestly, I was not able to get up there to watch spring because he not only did he say alumni, guys that were sponsoring the collective and things along those lines, he needed to put a curtain around that. And while I would have loved to have been up there, it applied to me too. And I'm okay with that, honestly, because I understand the philosophy. All it takes, and to his point, all it takes was Hans say, hey, you were up in Logan. What'd you see? I'm like, man, this kid was unreal. He was unguardable. It was crazy. Somebody catches wind of that, it spreads, and all of a sudden the kid's got a six-figure offer to come and transfer during the transfer portal. And while that may seem on the outside like it's a little bit paranoid, it's not. It really isn't. The amount of scouts, agents, guys that are GMs that are now running college football teams, they are looking for any little bit of help they can get, especially now where there's a lot of teams out there that have raised significant amounts of money in their collectives, and they need to find a way to get it spent before the house settlement drops in July. And if that does drop, there's going to be a cap, and a lot of teams are going to have money that they can't spend. So what they need to do is sign kids on contract, get those contracts grandfathered in. And so that's why you're seeing this spending flurry going across all of college football and basketball right now, because people want to get those contracts in place before the house settlement hits. It's a weird time. Right now is as weird as we're ever going to see it in college athletics. I anticipate, because of the market, the house settlement, things are going to come back to a little bit more normalcy. It's always going to be a little out of control. It's always going to be a little crazy, but I do think you're going to see some normalcy start to prevail here over the next couple of years. But we're not there yet.
You talked about what locking up spring ball a little bit. Look what just happened with Utah with Zacharias Williams.
Yep.
That's a guy, by the way, that only had 10 catches for 100 yards last year. Kyle Whittingham talks about he's looking to be probably our wide receiver one, and that's a team that's needed a wide receiver.
Boom.
Next week, transfer portal gone.
Yep. And you're hard-pressed to find somebody more paranoid than Kyle Whittingham. And Kyle just let it slip that he was the number one guy, and the dude's in the portal 48 hours later.
Coincidence? I
don't think so. I absolutely do not think so. All right, 12:26. Hans and Scotty. Coming up next, we recap the NFL draft. Yeah, it got crazy. It got a little weird. And we got prank calls. We got Shador falling. We got all kinds of craziness. Let's break it down next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select.
Do you believe in karma? Well, we here at the KSL Sports Zone absolutely believe in creating good vibes for the Utah Jazz in their hopes of securing the #1 pick in the NBA Draft Lottery. Go to KSLSports.com to donate $2 to Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital.
Wait, why $2? And isn't that the jersey number of...
Bob, it's just a random number, okay? Just stick to the copy.
It's a real 2-for-1. Your donation will help Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital and help the Utah Jazz capture the Good Karma flag in their hopes of recouping winning basketball in Utah.
Fingers crossed, guys.
Donate your $2 right now at KSLSports.com.
M&M Gutters and Exteriors is more than just gutters. We provide full service on all of your exterior needs, from top to bottom and everything in between. Did you know that gutters require routine maintenance and cleaning to keep them in good condition? And gutter damage can lead to costly repairs for your foundation if it's not addressed early. Plus, if you need new gutters, it can be a tedious process. Let our professionals with 3 decades of experience installing rain gutters from high-quality materials take care of it for you. Contact us today to schedule a consultation and cleaning of your gutters or any of your other exterior needs. Give M&M Gutters a call at 385-324-7520. That's 385-324-7520. Or visit us and schedule your consultation online at mandmgutters.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
IFA can help you take good care of your backyard chickens with the most nutritious feed available. Your eggs will be both tasty and good for you. Give your flock only the best. Our poultry feed is locally milled and formulated to provide complete nutrition. Our all-natural plus Chick Starter Crumble gives your chicks what they need to grow up healthy. Visit your neighborhood IFA or shop online at ifa.coop. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Attention Utah residents, the tariffs are here and prices will be going up May 1st. Sound Warehouse is loaded in thousands of dollars in pre-tariff mobile audio video systems and more. Beat the tariffs at Sound Warehouse until the end of April. Marine, Harleys, and side-by-side audio. The entire inventory of Sound Warehouse at pre-tariff prices through the end of April. Salt Lake, Orem, and Ogden or soundwarehouse.com. Rockin' Utah for over 46 years. The Warehouse. Sound Warehouse.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Grass drinks up a lot of water, but WaterWise Landscaping thrives while using less. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn up to $3 per square foot. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right. Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, Bobby Brown? Nice. It's my prerogative.
Yes, it is, Scotty.
I love it. Love it. All right. Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hands out. He'll be back with us on Wednesday. We've loaded the show up. In fact, this might be one of our few guestless segments of the show. So we got a great lineup. Lloyd has killed it today. I'm fired up. 2:30, we're going to chat with Pace Mannion. I haven't chatted with Pace in forever. And I saw a video floating around. It was the 40th anniversary. Yesterday was the 27th. On April 27, 1985, I retweeted this video out last night. Jim Nance, who was working for KSL TV at the time, yep, that's right, for all you kids out there, Jim Nance, hello, friends, used to work for KSL here in Salt Lake City. Did a piece on Jazz players resting up before a deciding Game 5 of the series against the, I believe it was the Houston Rockets. And in that hot tub, when he was interviewing these guys, John Stockton was there, and our very own Pace Mannion, who we've known Pace for almost 20 years, and a good dude. So we'll talk to Pace coming up, get his thoughts on the new Ute regime with Alex Jensen, with the NBA, with everything else that's going on in the world. So we'll chat with him coming up at 2:30, Mike Sanford, former quarterback coach and offensive coordinator, will join us at 2:05. Sly Stevenson Sylvester is going to make us all look a little bit better when he joins us coming up at 1:05 as well. And we might sneak in a little appearance from Patrick Kinahan as well. All right, so the NFL draft is in the rearview mirror. Lloyd, everybody is giving your Raiders all kinds of love today. I've seen nothing but straight A's across the board for the Oakland Raiders, or Vegas Raiders.
The Vegas draft. Raiders. Yeah, you know what? I'm okay with it. Still gonna have to do something, but I liked the Genti pick. I think he's a generational running back.
Yeah,
and I really like the Besh pick from TCU, wide receiver.
What do you think of the back-to-back FCS quarterbacks?
Fine.
Just depth.
Just depth.
Yeah. If one of them hits, that's great.
Just depth. One of them hits, it's just depth.
If you get a good backup out of it, that's great.
But I think they did. All right.
All right. Well, you're getting nothing but love right now. It looks like
now you got to turn it. Now you got to do something with these picks. But for the you know what? The NFL draft is such a crapshoot. It's so crazy how you just don't know. You don't know.
You don't know. That's the problem. And anybody who says, oh, the Raiders killed it, or the Broncos killed it, or this team was trash, you don't know. You really don't.
I do love that Mel Kiper thinks he knows.
Oh, Mel Kiper had a bad weekend.
He had a bad weekend, and if I'm the NFL, oh, man, I don't think you talk about the NFL like that and get away with it.
And look, Kiper's been doing this for a long time. He's been playing the game for a long time. I don't know if he's got like a contract negotiation going on with ESPN, and they're like, hey, he's like, I need to be like Stephen A. Smith, or I need to be more outlandish. But for so many years, Mel Kiper was a good, trusted NFL draft source. And now it's like, who is this guy?
Are you sure you want to put the NFL on blast? Let's because guess what? People are going to be looking at receipts on how you're projections are right now. You're going to call out the NFL how they haven't been able to judge QB talent for 50 years. Receipts are coming, my man, because I'm sure you haven't been perfect.
So Shedeur doesn't get drafted until the 5th round. And we said for a long time that he'd be tied at the hip with Jackson Dart, who went in the 1st round in New York. Well, that might not be the case anymore because it's not like he went with the first pick of the 2nd round. He fell all the way to the 5th round. Now, if he does blow up, there's going to be people in New York that are going to be upset and like, well, we should have drafted him instead of Jackson Dart if Jackson Dart doesn't live up to the expectations. But the further he fell, the more distance he got between he and Jackson Dart, which is, I think, really good for the Corner Canyon kid, that he doesn't have to necessarily live up to that, because had Shedeur been drafted immediately behind him, maybe late 1st or early 2nd, then that could have been a problem if Shedeur blows up. But here, everybody passed on him multiple times. So I think that takes a little bit of pressure off Jackson Dart in terms of his comparison with the career of Shedeur Sanders. But I was talking to one of our guys in the office earlier today, and they asked me, well, what do you think about Shedeur dropping? And to me, it seems pretty simple, really. Nobody in the NFL, at least that needed a quarterback, felt like he was a starting quarterback right now or worth investing in him in terms of draft stock as a starting quarterback. So the Giants needed a quarterback. They did not think Shedeur Sanders was a starting quality quarterback. Cleveland did not think he was a starting quality quarterback. And you go down the list. Anybody who felt like they needed a quarterback looked at Shedeur Sanders and said, he's not worth a high draft pick at 1st or 2nd round. Okay, so why not 3rd, 4th round? Well, when you're drafting a quarterback in the 3rd or 4th round, you're looking at drafting at least next year or the next several years a backup quarterback. And you hope eventually he can be a starting quarterback, but you're looking at a developmental quarterback. So then you work into the circus that comes with Shedeur Sanders. And you're like, okay, is a backup quarterback worth the circus that's going to come along with him? Because I guarantee you, Shedeur Sanders, anywhere he goes, even as a 5th round pick, when he goes to Cleveland and let's say Joe Flacco's the starter, and Joe Flacco, first game of the year, throws 2 interceptions and the Browns lose, which is a very reasonable thing to expect. What's going to happen? Deion's going to hop on Twitter and say, my guy needs to be starting. All of Shedeur's minions of fans are going to be, he needs to be starting. This is ridiculous. You're going to create a massive circus in your locker room. And it's going to be impossible to manage that in this day and age of the NFL and social media and everything that comes along with it. So it does Shedeur a bit of a disservice because he can't develop on a timeline because there's going to be an outpouring of support for him, including his own dad, saying he needs to be starting. This is where he needs to be. This team would be much better if he was playing. And I think there's a lot of teams, once you got into the 3rd, 4th round, that said, it ain't worth it. He's not worth it. And that's the thing that people need to realize. He's not worth it, or at least they valued him as not being worth it. It's the Tim Tebow effect to a certain extent. I think Tim Tebow played H-back or, there was a role for Tim Tebow in some way, shape, or form in the NFL. Not necessarily as a quarterback, but a wildcat guy, short yardage, direct snap. There were a lot of things that Tim Tebow could do very well in the NFL. Play quarterback for an entire game was not one of them. But you can't tell me that his talent wouldn't have allowed him to be a quality NFL player at the prime of his career. When he tried to come back and be a tight end, that was a joke, and everybody knew that wasn't going to work. He'd been gone for too long. But after those, that Broncos year, there was a role for that guy. But the problem is you can't bring him in and not have his crazy fan base lose their mind and be the barbarians at the gate when you're trying to establish a winning team. And so teams are like, it's not worth it. And that's how they looked at Shedeur. He's not first-round talent. He's not a starter right now. Is he worth it as a backup? No. So both things can be true. People are saying, oh, the NFL didn't want to draft him because of his attitude and because of his dad and everything that goes along with him. Okay, that's true in the third, fourth round. But if this guy was expected to be a surefire starter and had all the talent in the world, people would have been fine. Yeah, let's draft him in the first, because talent always wins. Talent is always your number one priority when you're drafting. You'll deal with, and sad to say, you'll deal with issues off the field, whether they be criminal or just being a moron. You'll deal with that if that player helps you win. Now, sadly, that's the case. You get a DUI, you rough up your girlfriend. Well, guess what? If you're not good, the NFL will say, oh, there's no place for that in our league. Get rid of him. That's disgusting behavior. We will not approve of it. But if you're a really good player, they'll be like, you know what? Everybody deserves a second chance. And everybody, all people care about is your ability to help them win games. It's not a racial thing. It's not a we hate Dion thing. It's not collusion. It's, can he help us win next year? No? Okay. Is he worth the circus to develop? No. That's it. That's all it is. There's no conspiracy. There's nothing crazy going on. Don't believe all this craziness from Mel Kiper or anybody else. The fact is, he can't help you win right now. At least teams don't think they can. Now, if he proves everybody wrong, that's great. Everybody will have egg on their face. But when you have a consensus of coaches and GMs and scouts out there that say, then that's the world we're living in. Now, all that being said, Lloyd, did he deserve the prank call? No. No, he did not.
No, that was dirty. The videos that are around going on that, by the way, are just. And by the way, the NFL, they love this drama that happened. Their ratings are up like 40%. Yeah. I was glued. Is Shedeur going to be drafted? Is Shedeur going to be drafted? We had a text thread happening. Ooh, looks like your Raiders are about to take Shedeur. Yeah. And I'm like, I think so. And by that time, I was like, okay, fine. I'm all right. They'd already drafted well. They had picked up some assets. I'm like, fine, take a chance on them. And it just didn't happen. And everybody was glued on the whole week.
Yeah.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, where is Shedeur going to be going? It was crazy.
I bet Saturday's ratings are going to be way above last year's Saturdays because everybody watches on Thursday night. Everybody watches a good chunk on Friday, but then Saturday rolls around and it's like, it's 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. I got yard work to do. I'll keep tabs on what's going on, but probably not. But now, absolutely. Yeah. Because my 13-year-old and me, even my wife, we had it on. Now, we were doing a bunch of different things, but it was on. And when somebody came up that needed a quarterback, we all stopped and we watched. And then they're like, oh, no, somebody else. And then finally, when he did get drafted, and I forget her name, but she's in the front office of the National Football League. She came up, and it was Cleveland, and she kind of had a smirk. And I'm like, nope, that's where he's going. He's finally going off the board. And sure enough, but we were all watching. We were all glued to the TV during those moments.
Yeah, and that coach that had his his kid,
the defensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons' son, got into his iPad and found Shedeur Sanders' number
unknowingly was the still were floating around.
He's trying to protect his
he unknowingly saw it.
Yeah,
came across it.
That was a bad deal. And when the word came out that the NFL was investigating, we should have read more into that because it was like, okay, what's the NFL going to investigate? You figure some kid hacked into a phone and found a phone number.
Figured it's very doable. I just assume kids are savvy these days with technology. I'm like, somebody found his number somehow.
Kids are savvy, but they're also morons because, look, it's one thing for just some schmuck, college junior at Ole Miss to hack into a phone, find a number, and then post himself prank calling Shedeur Sanders. That's one thing, and that's a level of idiotness because you can be prosecuted by claiming to be somebody you're not. I'm sure there's some law that if the Sanders family dug deep enough, they could find a lawyer to try to do something to you. But when you're the son of a defensive coordinator, and as you pointed out, Lloyd, he wasn't the one that actually made the phone call, right?
No, I think he's the kid that was sitting off to the right.
So he wasn't on the phone, but he was in the room and obviously helped facilitate the phone call. When you take a video of yourself prank calling Shedeur Sanders using a number that you stole from your dad, that's all bad. Like, that's a bad thing. But then when you take a video of it and you post it and say, hey, everybody, look what we did. Yeah, we're the ones that did this to Shedeur. At what point, as a young adult, are you going to think of, hey, people are going to figure out that that's my dad and that I probably got the number from my dad? I can't imagine what it was like.
People are doxxed for less. They will find exactly who you are. They will find out who you are. You morons.
That is a level of stupidity that is beyond me. Look, if my dad was let's say a high-level district court judge, when I get a police light and I put it on top of my car and I'm pulling over girls as a college student, part of me's got to think, wait a minute, this doesn't make my dad look good. And that also will get back to me. By the way, I don't know who would ever do such a thing. But I'm just saying, like, at some point,
hypothetically, I know what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Hypothetically, you got to put 2 and 2 together. Okay, video, viral, my dad, phone number. Like, all of those have to be part of your thought process. I know everybody talks about, hey, young kids, their frontal lobes aren't developed yet, whatever. I don't know. It takes a special level of moron from you to think that you can get away with that. And just be like, hey, it's all for the Insta. It'll be great. We're just creating you moron. I don't know, Lloyd, you grew up with a dad that was pretty rough.
Yeah,
like,
give me the business. Give me the business. Very strict.
My dad, I love my dad, and I love him more every single year. But my dad was a guy that I lived out of fear of getting on his bad side. He wasn't abusive in any way, shape, or form, but
mine either.
Neither yours.
Very strict.
But just extremely strict and very, very like, this is the line, and you walk it, and you don't stray, or else you're gonna get in trouble. There was no wiggle room in growing up. And I can't imagine had I done something like that to my dad. That thought is just so, like, it's not like we didn't screw up. We didn't make mistakes, but it was nothing that would come back on my parents. It's just unreal. The level of stupidity. And I know he sent out, I got people that said, well, you know, the apology looked very genuine. No.
On Instagram. His apology on Instagram.
His apology on Instagram was written by the family lawyer.
And they spelled his name wrong, too.
Yes. Oh, jeez. Unbelievable. All right, 12:49. What you may have missed coming up next. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Time to welcome David Locke back to the airwaves.
Isn't Finals MVP more important than regular season MVP more than ever?
I think the order would be MVP, champion, Finals MVP. Karl Malone won 2 MVPs, right?
Would he trade one for a title?
Yeah,
I don't think he would.
Whoa!
By the way, he can't trade one. He's got to trade them both.
I think he's taking the title every single time.
You can have the highest rated morning show in the country and twice be named the best morning show host in the country, or your station can be named the best station in the country. Which are you taking?
That's not a thing, and you know it. You just totally made that up.
Take that in your pipe and smoke it on your rocking chair while you cherish your greatest morning show host ever title.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Before you turn your AC on this spring, make sure it's uncovered. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and it's a good idea to make sure nothing's blocking the outside unit and you have a clean air filter. If your AC doesn't work when you turn it on, consider calling Any Hour Services. For only $29, we'll send a certified HVAC technician to your home to troubleshoot why your air conditioner isn't working and present you with options to repair it. Call Any Hour Services at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
You know how they always used to ask you in grade school, what do you want to be when you grow up? I bet I'm the only kid who ever stood proud and said, I want to be a rain gutter or siding installer. Jim Jr. here with RGS Exteriors, and man, I can still remember all those wannabe astronauts and quarterbacks looking at me like I was an idiot. Who would want to install rain gutters or siding? Somebody who is a fourth generation in business. That's who. My great-grandfather, T.R. Brown, started the company in the 50s. Then my grandfather took over from him, then my dad, Tim Sr., and now I've been at the helm since 2005. Every day I wake up and think, man, I'm living the dream. And now my own kids are starting to work in the business too. 5 generations. If you want gutters, siding, windows, or any exteriors on your home, and a company that really cares deep down to our souls, give RGS a call. 801-280-3110 or find us online, rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com. 801-280-3110, rgsutah.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
Lagoon, your favorite amusement park, is now hiring for several positions. If you're looking for an amazing job, apply today at lagoonpark.com/jobs. At Lagoon, come be a part of our team and be part of our story. Must be 14 years of age or older to apply.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, Lloyd just mentioned something during the break that I think is spot on. Did Shedeur Sanders go from being the obnoxious spoiled kid on Friday to the victim that we're all rooting for, the Rudy story going into next season? When you add in the prank call, falling all the way to 5th, people questioning his there was the story about how he was in with Brian Daboll and the New York Giants, and that he failed miserably in their evaluation and, hey, design this play. What happens if this happens? What do you do this? And apparently it went so poorly that the Giants immediately took him off their draft board. Do we look at him now as a victim instead of being the obnoxious spoiled kid? Is he now likable because of what happened?
I think so. After watching that video, the video of him, because he still had that film crew, the video of him taking that phone call and he's he's confused on what actually just happened. It made you feel for him.
Yeah,
as a human being, it humanized him. You're like, oh wow.
Even Hans was started because you and I were like, we don't feel bad for him on Friday.
No,
when we were doing the
didn't
show.
at all. He's brought on so much. I hate saying, you know what, you did this to yourself, but a lot of things. I'm telling you, you watched that his reaction with the I told you about the Colorado State quarterback after that game when the Colorado State quarterback went to shake his hand and he just said bleep that or whatever and was just a terrible sport about it, and I'm just like, okay. He made it really hard to root for him. And after you watch that, after you see what One, how it went about, and this coach's son pranking, doing this nasty prank. And even then, I was kind of like, well, that's originally when I didn't know it was a coach's son. I was like, well, that's stupid. But I'm like, you know what, man, you've been giving it to the fans. Like, hey, what time is it? Showing your watch out there with all the fans. And it's like you brought some of this stuff on yourself, and you started really feeling for him. After all these videos surfaced, you're like, wow, it's kind of gross a little bit how it went down.
Yeah.
And you actually started feeling for Shedeur. Now I get it. He's grown up with a silver spoon, and a lot of people look at it, they're like, you know what? I don't feel bad, but at the same time, it made him a little bit more likable.
Well, and it certainly makes him relevant,
Absolutely.
even though he was already highly relevant, because I had people that do not care about the NFL draft, do not care that much about the NFL. And, look, I'm going to church yesterday, and you know what? What were people coming up and saying? Hey, what's the story with Shedeur? What was going on with Shedeur? What's this deal? Why did he fall? I thought he was a first-round pick. He's Prime's kid. Why isn't he a top 5 pick? I mean,
dude, I had baseball all day Saturday, so I was following things on my phone a little bit. But my mom texted me, Cleveland drafted Shedeur. I was like, wait, what?
That's a litmus test for a story.
I know.
When moms start getting involved.
Moms texted me that the Cleveland Browns selected Shedeur because I had told her, I was like, man, I've been watching this NFL thing. Like, it's like, watch it, because I was wondering, are the Raiders going to take him? Who's going to take him? What's going to happen? And like I said, during baseball, I get this text message from moms saying, hey, Cleveland Browns selected Shedeur Sanders.
I was ready, by the way, and obviously we should anyway, because I think they did have a good draft, but I was ready to give all kinds of love to your Raiders because of their ability to keep trading back and acquire more picks and then still end up with Shedeur Sanders, at the end of the first or into the second round. Like, we're on that text thread over the weekend, and you and I are with a buddy. It was actually Jake Blair down at Tim Daly Mazda, and he did not want Shedeur Sanders at all. Like, did not want him. And
I wasn't as firmly on that. I'm like, if you get him late, why not?
And so I'm thinking, okay, Vegas is keep trading back. They got picks, so this is a win-win for them. They played it beautifully. They're going to trade back, get more picks, and still get the quarterback that they needed. Well, little did we know that they wanted no part of him. So I would have had they got him in the second round after trading back twice and picking up more picks, I would have been like, wow. Holy smokes, Raiders got their quarterback, and they were able to get more picks out of it as well. But he just continued to fall. Fall, like Tom Petty. He's free falling. Rough story out of the NBA, what you may miss right here on the Zone. Former Weber State grad, future Hall of Famer, Damian Lillard, came back from the blood clot issue, came back to the playoffs, and now left the game. The worry has been confirmed. He has torn his Achilles tendon. And considering his age at this point in his career, I don't want to say that might be it for him, but that might be it for him. This is one thing. Achilles used to always be a death sentence to your professional career. One thing we've known is, as guys, if it happens a little younger and the improvements in medical care, guys have been able to come back from it better, Kevin Durant being one of them. But usually Achilles, you're never fully the same person. And now at this point in his career, playing as long as he has,
the amount of mileage that's on his legs compared to KD when he injured his.
Yeah, it just, my heart breaks for him because he's been on our show a couple times. Just as competitive as a person as you will ever find on the planet. This dude wants to compete in every way, shape, or form. And so with that, I don't think he will walk away from the game after this injury. I think he will fight like crazy to get back out on the court and prove everybody that he can still do it because that's part of his DNA. And I will be cheering for him like crazy to be able to do that. But the odds are not in his favor at all. So nothing, obviously want nothing but the best for Damian Lillard. I hope he can pull it off. I know he's going to do everything he can to try to pull it off. And let's all cheer for him because that's a good dude, man, for sure. All right, 1 o'clock straight up. Coming up next, Stevenson Sylvester. The Ute will join us straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Get ready for an adrenaline-pumping showdown at Bear Lake's second annual MMA Fierce Fighting Championship Battle of the Border, happening September 6th at Heritage Park in Garden City. This is the ultimate event for fight fans. Don't miss out. Plan ahead and grab your tickets today at FierceFightingChampionship.com. While you're here, take in Bear Lake's stunning scenery and enjoy everything this little piece of paradise has to offer. Visit bearlake.org to book your stay and explore the beauty right in your backyard. Bear Lake, your perfect escape. Sponsored by Scenic Idaho. As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
Make Mother's Day easy this year and get the best gift ever, a blanket from Minky Couture. Minky Couture creates the amazingly soft, comfy, and cozy Minky blankets and robes. Just in time for Mother's Day, save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or visit your local Minky Couture for special neighborhood deals. Again, save 50% with promo code ZONE50 in stores or online at minkycouture.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Attention Utah residents, the tariffs are here and prices will be going up May 1st. Sound Warehouse is loaded in thousands of dollars in pre-tariff mobile audio video systems and more. Beat the tariffs at Sound Warehouse until the end of April. Marine, Harleys, and side-by-side audio. The entire inventory of Sound Warehouse at pre-tariff prices through the end of April. Salt Lake, Orem, and Ogden or Sound Warehouse. Rockin' Utah for over 46 years. The Warehouse, Sound Warehouse.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. All right, it's time to classy up this joint. Because, look, Hans is out. And even when Hans is here, we're not the best looking show out there. But we bring in Sly, and the place immediately gets a little bit better reputation. Sly Sylvester joining us. Steven, how are you, man?
Oh, you're giving me too much credit, man. I appreciate it, though. If you ask my wife, I'm ugly as heck, so, I'm good.
All wives think their husbands are ugly. That's just how it goes, man.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Somewhere at one point, Angelina Jolie's looking at Brad Pitt like, you are ugly, man.
Ugly, right?
Yeah. Hey, how you doing, by the way?
I'm doing great, man. I actually just traveled to Vegas today. I'm gonna hang with fam this week for a little bit and kind of get a little bit of time off before heading back to Utah.
What draft day memories do you have? What's that day like for you when you kind of revisit what that was like as a former player?
Man, it just anxiety.
Yeah.
Draft day was insane. Draft week was insane. There was just so much going on because there's so much you don't know, and I think anybody suffers from this when there's things that are you just so out of your control. Like when you get grades, right? Like you go to school, you get grades. Like if you do the work, you should get good grades, right?
Yep.
Simple as that. You do your chores, you get allowance. You do this, you get that. That's normally how it goes. With the draft process, you could do great in college, i.e., the receiver Nash out of San Jose State, right? Leads the nation in every single stat, doesn't get drafted, right? You could do everything right, everything you possibly could, the best of your abilities, and still not get drafted. So that week is just frustrating. So for me, what really comes to mind is just the buildup of it and how I was just so worked up. And then, of course, once I got the call, kind of like that just release and the smiles and it's on the business right after that.
Yeah. So I want to get your opinions on a few players. First off, let's talk about the biggest story out of it. Shedeur Sanders, you watched him. You called some of these games. You've been around this guy. Right. When you watched him, I mean, he looked all world against Utah earlier this past season, but then struggled against BYU in the bowl game. So did you feel like he was a high-level draft pick after watching him play?
But this is what everybody needs to understand. The draft is so not what everybody thinks it should be. It's never what this makes sense. It should do that. It's never like that, ever. Right? That's why, like, when I was drafted, I was like, why are these guys going ahead of me? I know I'm better than these guys. I've shown better, whatever. But, like, the draft is never what it should be. It's always based off of so many different people's opinion on what they need, what should happen, or public opinion. There's so many factors that goes into it. Shedeur Sanders getting drafted late, man. First of all, he didn't look all world against Utah. Utah was just that bad this year.
Fair enough.
And so honestly, I think that the game Utah played is something that BYU took as far as film and like, okay, we need to do that against this guy and we'll win. And so I think BYU just did a great job of prepping for that game and getting after Shedeur. But, I think that Utah gave Shedeur so many opportunities that he ended up with the statistics that he had. And so, but we were frustrating him, that's for sure. And that's what I was like on the sidelines in Colorado. I was just like, man, we could do that, but we just got no offense. We got nothing to put pressure on Colorado. So that just sucked. But Shedeur Sanders is a talent. Like, I was impressed. I wasn't really like sure of his arm with the Jackson State years, but his first year at Colorado, I was watching film and I'm just like, this kid can throw the ball. He's got accuracy. He could throw the deep ball. He could do a lot of different things. And so I'm just like, oh, he's got skills. And then another year, he's refined those. He started making checks at the offensive line of scrimmage. But it's development. And I don't think that I didn't give him a first-round grade in my book. I know that really doesn't mean much. But in my book, I saw him as a second-round draft pick. And definitely with all the teams in the league that have had quarterback issues, i.e. Cowboys, Dak Prescott injured for the majority of the last couple seasons, you need a quality backup. The Steelers, you got nobody. Mason Rudolph is nobody on the roster. You don't draft Shedeur. The Cleveland Browns, you wait all the way until you get Dylan Gabriel and then take Shedeur with your last pick. What my vex with it is he's a very skilled person. I think he needs development. I don't think he'll be anybody's rookie of the year, but he's somebody that you could invest in for the future as far as his size, his arm capability. And you know what? Mike Tomlin said it on a podcast a couple of years ago on the Ryan Clark podcast. He's like, he loves reading draft grades and people talking about kids like, oh, he doesn't have hands. He doesn't do this. He doesn't do that. And that's coaching. So what you're saying is you don't want to coach. You want somebody who's already have NFL experience getting drafted. That makes no sense. And so I think that's what a lot of these people who grade people in the drafts, they just negate the fact that, like, look, people still got to develop. He's still a 22-year-old kid. Let him develop under people. And so I don't know, but I do think he's skilled and talented. I don't think he's a fifth-round draft pick. I think he's a little sooner than that, second, third round. But, the draft is – I've said it to JJ over the years. It really doesn't matter where you get drafted. It's all about the situation and if they're going to give you an opportunity for your skills to shine.
Steven Sylvester joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What do you think about the kid who stole the number and did the prank call, though?
Oh, man, I don't know if you know, like, I spent my entire day arguing with people yesterday. I was so livid at that. I'm pissed off because, one, personally, my experience with the draft and how anxious I was for how many years that I put in to get into that point, and for somebody to make joke out of it is one of the most disrespectful things. But aside from that, people do get prank called, right?
Yeah.
That happens all the time. Actually, when the prank call happened, I'm just like, hey, honestly, the Sanders family, they put themselves out there to be susceptible to things like that. And that's what it is. I thought it was just a regular thing. Somebody found his number and did that. When I found out that it was the kid of an organization, I lost my mind. I was just like, Ulbrich should be fired immediately. The Falcons should be fined from the commissioner. I think they need to be throwing the book at them because it's deeper than this prank call. If a snot-nosed 21 or however old this stupid kid is can get the phone number of a draft pick, who knows what other access of information that he's privy to?
Yeah.
Everybody right now already is skeptical that the NFL is scripted. Everybody's a boys club. As I said, this whole Shedeur thing, how does 32 teams, people who need quarterbacks, people who need valuable backups, how does the Carolina Panthers not look at Shedeur in the third or fourth round, right, to back up Bryce Young, who you're not sure about? How does Geno Smith not have a valuable back? He'd be great in Las Vegas. He'd be great in Dallas as a backup to Dak Prescott. How do these guys all pass on him? And, like, I'm just looking at their draft, and I'm like, you drafted like even the Browns that took him. He was their last pick of the draft. They drafted 2 running backs before they drafted him. And so I'm just like, there's just so much more going on that I'm just like, I'm bewildered at, and it's just dumb. But for a kid of an organization, a kid of a parent, a kid of a coach, to get that and create some kind of and that was thought out, right?
Yeah.
Like they knew, like he portrayed the GM for the Saints. He knew exactly that was thought out. I know the Saints need a quarterback. They're probably thinking about this. Let me make sure to call Shedeur as we're going up and doing this. Like there was information that he already knew to make that call. And so for me, I think Ulbrich should be fired for his negligence because it's just like a doctor, right? If a doctor has his kids around and he's a celebrity doctor and these kids are now accessing Kanye West information, accessing Kim Kardashian's information, or check it out. Like, okay, say Johnny Depp's lawyer, right? Their kid gets Amber Heard's number and starts calling Amber Heard, telling her all the stuff that they know about the legal case. Would there not be another lawsuit attached to that?
Oh, yeah. And that lawyer probably gets disbarred, too.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
My thing is the NFL, and we're talking about how, these teams trade players, they trade coaches, and how privy this information is. How do we know game to game, week to week, this isn't happening? I.e., 3 years ago now, when Brian Daboll got the head coaching job for New York.
Yeah.
Who was the first person to text him?
Was it Bill Belichick?
Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
But Bill Belichick texts Brian Flores instead.
That's right.
Because
I
he
forgot
messed
about
it
that.
up. Right? Like, so what kind of boys club is all of this stuff? Like, and so, like, my thing is like, that's just the tip of the iceberg for me. It's more than the prank call. In my book, and why I was so mad. I was so mad because of me. I was a player who went through the draft experienced the level of angst that Shedeur did. I never had that level, but just to understand that, that's just nothing to play with. And for a kid of a coach, he should be close enough to know that that's not something to play with.
Yeah. Well, number one, you don't play with that. And number two, if you do, you certainly don't post a video of yourself doing it on social media when you're the son of the DC. That's the biggest moronic thing. This guy may end up costing his dad his job, and in your opinion, he should cost his dad his job, and for being a complete imbecile.
Right. It's just like say you're the son of a cop, right? And you get information from your dad's stuff.
Yep.
Right? Is your dad not going to be held accountable?
Yep.
And so I don't care. Here's my thing. Everybody's like, oh, everybody's got snot-nosed kids. I'm like, if you know your kid is an S-bag, you know not to leave proprietary information around them, especially in a celebrity-filled league. I just think his negligence is a fireable offense because we don't know the level that goes to. We talk about the Giants GM and how stupid he was about the Saquon Barkley free agency a year or two ago, right? And how he handled all that and how his kids was talking to him. These kids are involved in these guys' lives. We get that. But the fact that this kid made a joke of somebody's life, I don't take that lightly, and anybody that challenges me on that, I'm willing to have that debate because I think that's one of the most messed up things ever.
I love it. Steven Sylvester right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Sly, the man when it comes to all things football, especially Utah football. And look, in this day and age, if you've got a skill set, you don't even have to put up numbers. But if you have a certain skill set, the NFL will find you. Caleb Lohner ends up being a 7th-round pick going to the Broncos because they like his size, they like his ability, and they like his potential. What do you think? You've been in the league. You've guarded big tight ends. You know what it's like. What could Caleb Lohner do at the next level?
Man, Caleb Lohner is Gronk on steroids. I think utilize, as I said, I've said this all the time, it's about the situation you're going into. The situation in Denver is amazing. You got a young quarterback, a new coach who is investing in that quarterback. You got young people around you. You got an exciting franchise that made it to the playoffs last year and is hungry for more and needing a talent. Caleb Lohner caught 4 passes for 4 touchdowns last year.
Yeah.
Underutilized at Utah. And so for me, if you see this guy run, he probably runs, he's 240, 250, runs about a 4.6. He runs like a deer. Jimmy Graham, Antonio Gates, Tony Gonzalez, all of these basketball converts have made it happen and did it in a great fashion. Caleb Lohner, I know he's tough, right? He blocks. He's very physical. You saw that in his basketball game. You saw that in the touchdowns that he caught. He was boxing guys out. They couldn't do anything. He's 6'8" with a 40-inch vertical. 6'8" with a 40-inch vertical. You know the size of these safeties?
Yeah.
They're 5'11", 6 foot. They don't have a 40-inch vertical. He has an advantage over everybody. I don't know why. Like the Colorado Buffaloes this past year, all of their safeties were 5'10" or lower. Shiloh and the other guy was short as crap. You're telling me we couldn't run Caleb Lohner right down the seam? I don't even need to huddle. Caleb, run right down the seam, right at the goalpost, and I'm going to throw it to you. You just go up and get it. Simple as that in ball game. And we couldn't even do that at Utah. But I know that Sean Payton, if you see that talent, you see that guy run, he has good hands. All he needs to do is work on his route running, which he doesn't even need to do route running. You see how he scored touchdowns. He is a red zone freaking nightmare for everybody. There's nothing you can do about that. That's like you just getting dunked on by LeBron and just being like throwing up your hands like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Like it's going to be Bo Nix has another weapon that is going to be absolutely dangerous. And you know what? The NFL is going to get so much attention to him when he's having success. That's going to open things up on the outside for Sutton and Devon Vele and all of their other weapons. Denver got a steal. Might be the steal of the draft. I think Caleb Lohner is going to be an outstanding NFL talent.
So I am putting you on the spot here a little bit, and I don't anticipate you watched a lot of Boise State football, but is Ashton Jeanty one of those rare guys that you feel like should be worth a high first-round pick at running back?
Man. Oh, yeah, man. You don't even need to watch all his games. You just watch his highlight tapes. So with me, I look at that. Everybody's talking about, oh, he's in the Mountain West. He wasn't in the P4, blah, blah, blah. You look at the talent, and can that translate to the next level? Can that translate to a P4 level? Can that translate to the NFL level? What he does, he has great patience, and he's a great low center of gravity. He's not a tall dude, but you know what? He's compact like Maurice Jones-Drew, and he has a great burst. If you see his burst, as soon as he sees a hole and he gets an opportunity for a hole, he has an amazing burst that first 5 to 8 yards, and that's what's going to get him those extra yards. So imagine if you put a big NFL offensive line in front of him that can create those holes and have a game plan from Chip Kelly that can create those holes. This guy's going to be electric. He's a guy that you can give the ball to 25 to 30 times a game and get you 115 to 140 yards a game. That guy, he's going to have a great NFL career, and it was all about the situation. Las Vegas, not far from Boise State, and you can sit around the fandom with all of that. People can go, and Vegas can market him. That's a terrific pick for the Raiders. And ever since I've said the Raiders have done a lot of dumb things, and I continue to do that all year. But ever since Tom Brady's got there, they've got their head on straight. They got a good GM. They got Chip Kelly over there. They got Pete Carroll, which I like. They're making all the right decisions. They got Geno Smith as a quality guy. He's not a Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or nothing, but like he can get it done. And so you're doing all the right things. Look out for the Raiders. I hate to say it, but look out for the Raiders this year.
Keep saying it, Sly. Keep saying it.
Lloyd, turn the mic off.
Lloyd's excited. I know it.
Yeah, no, he's very excited. So this is the thing, and I'm glad you brought this up because doing the Utah State games, I called some of his games when he was running roughshod over the Aggies. And the one thing, and I want to be careful because, this guy's the greatest of all time, but he reminded me of Barry Sanders. And I'm not saying he's going to be Barry Sanders. I'm saying he reminded me, and when you watch that old Barry film, Barry would hit the line and he could stop and start so fast and then hit that next gear after stopping in the line, waiting, and then boom, that burst that you talk about. And I'm glad you brought that up because that's what always jumped out to me. He's small, he's compact, and can shed blockers, but he can hide in that line, see what's developing, and then hit it so fast. And that's what really jumped out to me about him.
Yeah, I can't give the Barry Sanders nod, but his production says otherwise, right? He was right up there with Barry. But like Ashton, man, I don't actually know his comp, right? I said MJD, Maurice Jones-Drew.
I think that's a very good one.
There's a lot of people like Maurice. If people watch Maurice Jones-Drew coming out of UCLA and his first couple of years of college, there's a lot of semblance from stature to explosion to shedding blocks and tough running. There's a lot of comps there, but I haven't found the exact comp for Ashton Genty, but I like him, man. And they drafted a couple old linemen as well. So they're packing in that offensive line. They got the quarterback. They're getting offensive linemen. They got the number one tight end, I believe, will be in the league, Brock Bowers. Man,
yeah.
Sorry, Lloyd. I don't want to get you too happy today, but I just like what the Raiders are doing, man.
Hey, before I let you go, what's your thoughts where the Utes are at coming out of spring, and what are your expectations for this upcoming year?
It's hard to say, kind of, especially with the loss of a couple players, Landon King and Zacharias Williams and a couple guys that left after spring. It sucks that they're more key players, right? I wish they were more of the bench players that left. But it's guys that you had big plans on in the season. I thought Landon King was another one of those Caleb Lohner talents. He's 6'5", 6'6", 250, and can catch the ball in traffic, putting on weight. He's developing over the years. But, he's had some frustrations, and he locked in a pick at Duke, so he knew something. It's yet to be told. I like Jason Beck, so that there's that. And when I talked to him this spring before the spring game, trying to understand his motive is look, these are the players that I got, right? I'm not trying to force this other ideology into these players. I'm trying to say, these players' skill sets is XYZ, and I'm going to use them as such. I love that, right? Because when you get an injury to a key player, you got somebody else who's fulfilling who doesn't have that same skill set, but they do have a different skill set. How do you highlight that? That is what Jason Beck says that he focuses on, and what is his specialty, and why he finds success is he takes the individual players that are on that roster and puts them into the offense and makes it work. So I'm very excited for that this season. I think our defense is going to be solid as per usual. But again, I was very hyped on the team last year, and we wet the bed. So I'm going to reserve judgment, but I'm still excited of things coming out. I really, really like our quarterback. He's so dynamic and fast that, he can make up for a lot of the issues that he does. Of course, we're trying to get his interceptions down. But I think he makes up for it with his dynamic and playmaking ability with his legs.
Well, no bedwetting on this conversation, man. You killed it. This was fun. We got to do this again sometime.
Hey, you let me know. You got my number.
I love it. Sly, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Steven Sylvester right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Truth bombs right and left, especially about the Shedeur Sanders thing. Hey, and the prank. I thought he nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
He probably should lose his job.
Oh, yeah.
You just can't have that.
Nope. Cannot have that. All right. Hey, don't miss Minky Monday coming up on the Zone a week from today, Monday, May 5th, to win a Minky Couture blanket. The original classy blanket, Minky Couture, makes the perfect Mother's Day gift, and Zone listeners get 50% off using the code ZONE50. Don't miss Minky Monday coming up this Monday, a week from today, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, 1:30 coming up next. We'll have a chance to catch up with Patrick Kinahan straight ahead right here on the Zone.
The Utah Jazz select.
Do you believe in karma? Well, we here at the KSL Sports Zone absolutely believe in creating good vibes for the Utah Jazz in their hopes of securing the #1 pick in the NBA Draft Lottery. Go to KSLSports.com to donate $2 to Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital.
Wait, why $2? And isn't that the jersey number?
Bob, it's just a random number, okay? Just stick to the copy.
It's a real 2-for-1. Your donation will help Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital and help the Utah Jazz capture the Good Karma flag in their hopes of recouping winning basketball in Utah.
Fingers crossed, guys.
Donate your $2 right now at KSLSports.com.
Think you've seen it all? The 2025 venue is prepped. The athletes have trained. Food's on standby. The weekend and weather are clear for the event to be epic. It's the 2025 Soldier Hollow Classic Memorial Weekend, May 23rd through 26th. The greatest value for families and fun. Experience some of the best entertainment and athleticism as they test the boundary between canine and human bonds. Plus, the festival. Amazing food and merchandise, bagpipes, demonstrations, activities, and great sponsors. Presented by Purina Pro Plan. A weekend filled with value and family fun. Nestled in a redesigned Olympic venue. Soldier Hollow. 4 days of adventure, competition, animal and bird demos, plus much more. Something for everyone. The Soldier Hollow Classic Sheepdog Championship and Festival. Presented by Purina Pro Plan. Nutrition that performs. Powder River. Exclusive livestock and canine equipment sponsor. IFA Country Store. Helping to grow the things you love. Visit SoldierHollowClassic.com. SoldierHollowClassic.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say, I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Alex Curie here. I'm down 65 pounds. It's not just about dropping the weight. It's about having a weight loss partner, and that's what you get with Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to the blueprint Salt Lake City Fat Loss provided me.
slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Get ready for an adrenaline-pumping showdown at Bear Lake's 2nd annual MMA Fierce Fighting Championship Battle of the Border, happening September 6th at Heritage Park in Garden City. This is the ultimate event for fight fans. Don't miss out. Plan ahead and grab your tickets today at fiercefightingchampionship.com. While you're here, take in Bear Lake's stunning scenery and enjoy everything this little piece of paradise has to offer. Visit bearlake.org to book your stay and explore the beauty right in your backyard. Bear Lake, your perfect escape. Sponsored by Scenic Idaho.
Matt here from True Rinse Carpet Cleaning. Before tackling the yard or firing up the grill, your spring clean starts ground up. With floors and couches, it's not just clean unless it's True Rinse clean. True Rinse offers a clean, fresh look. Right now, clean 3 areas for $119. That's 3 areas, just $119. Visit TrueRinse.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right. Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When Hans leaves, that means we get everybody to help fill those size 15s. It's not easy to do. Well, PK is up for the challenge. Patrick Kinahan, you hear him every morning, 6 to 10. PK, how are you?
I'm doing well, Scotty. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for hanging out with me, man. I appreciate it.
Sure. My pleasure.
Well, I know that the NFL draft, I remember telling you, like, when we were back at the old place, like, I watch every second of the NFL draft. I love it. It's been a huge part of my sports fandom growing up. And so now my 13-year-old watches it with me. And so we were glued to our TV. We were going to be glued to it regardless. But with the Shedeur thing, I mean, I think the NFL, Lloyd pointed this out earlier, NFL may have hit a bit of a gold mine with him falling, because kept people around for Saturday watching, trying to figure out where he went. You've watched him play. You've covered games when he played against Utah and BYU. What are your thoughts on Shedeur, and how surprised were you with how this played out?
Well, there's no question that it did create a ratings bonanza, much like Bill Belichick. I sat there on Saturday afternoon or Saturday morning with my 24-year-old and watched the draft. So with that in mind, yeah, I'm high on the kid. I know there's some other stuff, and listening to people and reading to people about maybe a sense of entitlement, didn't treat the thing well. That's disappointing to me if it's true, because I think you are basically in a job interview, and every time, now I come from a different situation, and I didn't come from the economic advantages that he did. I came from the lower social economic thing. So
it's one thing Shedeur and David James have in common.
That's so true. It's well said. Thank you. I didn't want to be the one to constantly say it, but you got to treat it as if it is extremely important, right? If you want the job. So that's a problem if all those things are true. I like his talent. I like his mindset. Go out there and ball. You got to deal with today's athlete, and some guys are different than others, And look at his dad, right? The DNA is there to be pretty doggone cocky. But the thing about Coach Sanders when he was a player is, my gosh, he was unbelievable. He was an entertainer, and I think that's what they grew up with. My mother, if you want to look at a chip off the old block, she was a sailor swearing, chain smoking, fine church going woman, and that's me. And so you have that environment that you look at, and I wonder, is that something that he just thinks is the way it's supposed to be? So I cut him a little slack. I look at the ability, and in my mind, yeah, I'm with Mel Kiper. I'm not going to be up there screaming that the NFL has been idiots for 50 years in evaluating quarterbacks, because it's a very difficult position to evaluate. The best of the best get it wrong. You just hope that you're right more often than you aren't, or else you're in a problem. I thought he should have gone much higher. But in the end, what does it matter when they start camp and all that stuff? Go show people. Just try to make the team and then go from there.
If I kept thinking to myself, if my kid did me dirty the way that defensive coordinator at Atlanta did him, I would be irate. Just the prank call is one thing, but when you know your dad is a high-profile dad, he's the defensive coordinator, as soon as you hit send on that social media post that the world is going to know that your dad was the one who helped facilitate you get that number. I was sick to my stomach, because I could totally see my 13-year-old doing that someday, and that's what makes me nervous. But ultimately, that becomes, in a weird way, Shedeur Sanders ends up being, going from an obnoxious, spoiled kid to maybe being the victim that people are rooting for after some of the hits he took over the weekend.
As I understand it, Shedeur wasn't the only one, so we need to spread the equal amount of angst and just shockness, if that's a word, across the board there. If I'm the coach, when that kid comes home, I don't know if he's living at home or whenever, but the next time he does come home, I make sure my updated will is right there on the counter for everyone to see, and his name is not on it.
Yep. No doubt. No doubt. Because he's probably going to lose his job off of this, especially if it's as big as it looks like it could end up being.
Man, I would be hesitant to do that. I mean, it's easy for somebody to sit here. I know your prior guest said that. Lloyd told me. But put yourself in that position.
Oh, yeah.
And as I've gotten older, you can make all the outlandish declarations you want, but the one thing I've learned is you don't really know until you're in the moment. And 21 years old, suppose he gave him the keys. Now, this is serious, and he gets in a nasty accident. Gave him the keys to the car. Is the dad responsible for that? I mean, where do you go on that?
Yeah.
If it turns out he willingly gave him the number, that's another story. So it's more investigation. But a 21-year-old, how many years does it go for the parent not responsible to that degree? If he was a minor, I guess maybe it'd be different. It was obviously just a bad lapse in judgment. And actually, if you want Shedeur to be the victim in this, Dion tends to play the victim no matter what, and you're going after the media and all that stuff. That's part of the shtick and all. I get it, and it draws publicity. It's all about winning and losing at his level and at the NFL level. But Shedeur actually can be very humane by saying, I forgive him. It was a dumb thing to do. He made a mistake, but I believe his sincere apology, and let's find a way to get past this. That would be something that I think most people would look at Shedeur and say, that's a very measured, mature response. And congratulations and good on you for doing that.
No doubt. Patrick Kinahan hanging out with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, all you have to do is donate $2 to the Primary Children's Hospital, and in hopes of creating a little goodwill, so maybe a guy who wore number 2 in college might end up here in Salt Lake City. How relevant are the Jazz if they get Cooper Flagg on this roster next year?
Oh, big time. They're the talk of that night, which is 2 weeks from today. And it's during the playoffs, so it's not going to have a real lasting effect over the next few weeks beyond that. But then when we get past the NBA Finals, focus is on the draft, right? And at that point, absolutely. And I think with my man, I like to call him Danny Ray Ainge, calling the shots, you give him a piece like Cooper Flagg, then that makes putting together the other pieces a lot easier. And we were talking about this morning with an NBA guy. When the Bucks got Drew Holiday, I've followed him since his college days. He played for UCLA, and I really liked him. I thought he was an unsung hero. He's more than a glue guy. He's a very good player that knows how to win. And he gets to the Bucks, right? He becomes a missing piece for them to win the title. Goes to the Celtics, he becomes a missing piece. So if you've got stars, they have Antetokounmpo, they got Jason Tatum. Then when you get that really, really high-level role player, he becomes that much more effective. Look at Jeff Hornacek going back. He came from Philadelphia, right? They sucked. He gets on the Jazz. You got the stars at the top. He becomes that much more effective, a critical component to the team's success. You've got to get that star. That's the hardest thing to do. I think Cooper Flagg, we're talking about Anthony Edwards. He was the number 1 pick. Takes him a couple years. Now at 23 years of age, Anthony Edwards is a big-time star. Different player, but I think Cooper Flagg can have that kind of impact. This kid didn't turn 18 years old until December, and look at him go. My gosh, yeah, if they can find a way to get him, that is just going to set everything in motion to a degree that would just be incredible, because then these guys like Filipowski and some other guys that they've drafted, they can slot in. You don't necessarily need them to be stars. And if you kept marketing, or if you kept Collins, yeah, you can do some winning here in a couple years and give Cooper Flagg time to get his feet underneath him in the NBA. I think it's going to happen. I think Lady Luck is going to shine upon the Jazz, and 2 weeks from tonight, they're going to find themselves with the number 1 pick.
Patrick Kinahan, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Again, you hear him with David James every morning from 6 to 10. The one thing I find interesting about this year in the NBA playoffs is that we actually do have some level of parity. I could see multiple teams coming out of the West. Where if I had to, if we were going down to wherever your parents used to go to drop a few Skittles here and there, Where would you put your Skittles on the team coming out of the West this year?
See, I think we're having that opinion, and I'm not necessarily arguing with your opinion. I'm just stating why you have that opinion is because OKC hasn't proven itself yet.
That's fair. That's 100% fair. Yep.
Right. And once or if, when, whatever, what you want to use there, they do prove themselves, then we're going to back off that it's wide open. And if this year, we're going to the Warriors here, the most recent NBA dynasty. We're looking at 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, whatever it may be, because they are so stinking young, right? And Cody Williams, his brother, it has been so fun to watch him play and how much he has improved since he's been in the draft. Let your mind wander. And if you're a Jazz fan, obviously so many of our listeners are, and I am to a degree, want to see them do well. Imagine his brother, Cody, getting that better as much as the improvement that Williams has made. He's made himself into a borderline star. SGA's already there. Holmgren can do a lot of different things. And then they've got some really, really good role players. So right now, I'm listing them as the favorite. But I get your point. I got to see who comes out of the second round because I'm not really sure. Is it going to be the Clippers? Because I like the Clippers. You got Kawhi Leonard playing healthy. He's a dangerous ball player, right? It's just that we haven't seen it in so many years. And Harden can fit in, and they've got some other guys that are decent enough to help them. But they're going to struggle to beat the Nuggets. I don't even know if they get out of the first round. And then you got the Rockets. Are they going to be able to beat the Warriors? Can Jimmy Butler come back? So right now, I got to go with the Thunder as still my favorite. But I reserve the right to change that because of what happens based on the results of the second round and who's available, particularly for the Warriors are there, right? So, and how about Minnesota? I didn't even talk about Minnesota.
Yeah.
If Minnesota just polishes off the Lakers in 5, that's pretty doggone impressive. And maybe they're hitting their stride. They made a big trade there with Towns, and it may take some time with Julius Randle. Sometimes we look at things and we want that instant result, and it doesn't come, and we said, oh, that's a stupid thing to do. Maybe they're hitting their stride, and DiVincenzo playing a big role for those guys. So see what they've got there. But I agree with you. To an extent, it is open because the Thunder have not proven themselves. I believe it's not an if, it's a when. It may not be this year, but I think if we look and say 5 years from now, we get to 2030, do the Thunder have a title? I say they do.
It's not a matter of if they do, it's how many they have, honestly, I think. Because I agree with you. They're loaded. And you're right. That's a certain level of disrespect that I think that a lot of us, myself included, have shown towards them because it's like, wait a minute, it's still Oklahoma City. Can we really, really consider them being a front runner? And a lot of times, too, because, I got personally burnt by the Jazz a couple of years ago. They have the best record, and they fizzle out against the Clippers in the second round. I think Cleveland is I kind of put Cleveland in the East in that same regard, but maybe I'm disrespecting them as well as a potential team coming out of the East because I'm thinking gaudy regular season record, but do I really trust them in the playoffs? And I'm not quite there with Cleveland, but maybe I should be.
That's another wait-and-see team. I don't think you can discount what they've done, and they needed some time to gel too, and they've made some moves themselves, and they're a dangerous team. Donovan Mitchell is a great, great player. There's no question about that. I still got to go Boston, the defending the winners there until they get beat. And in my mind, if they've got all their guys, they're still the favorite. But I would love to see Cleveland get in there and see Mitchell do his thing to be able to get himself where he wants to go. And it's just not Donovan Mitchell. That's the thing, and I want to make sure that's abundantly clear. They've got some other guys. I mean, look at this. When you think about it, who would have thought the Cleveland Cavaliers, and stay with me here, would have more return missionary Mormon kids on their roster than BYU basketball has on theirs?
Wow. Hey, solid point.
Okay, that's just a joke. We're having fun here, man.
Yeah. I actually think their GM might be one too. But yeah.
The GM of BYU or Cleveland?
No, of Cleveland. Yeah. Yeah, I think Gansey, he's LDS.
How about that? Your guy, Sam. Is he? Wow, good for him, man. Way to go. And Sam Merrill, man, all these years in the NBA, what a story. You got to like that story.
Yeah, good kid. But I'll admit I'm a little biased in that one. So, hey, appreciate it, PK. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Okay.
Oh, you big.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate
there he is.
Too.
The man himself, Patrick Kinahan, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A little whole world news coming up next right here on the Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present?
This is JJ and Alex.
The accusation of tampering happens all the time. It's just dialed up a little bit more into the transfer portal, even before they're in the transfer portal, and that money is being thrown out there.
Now in today's college football, how do you control that? How do you police that? Unless you can prove directly that those coaches are making the offers, I don't know how you can police that.
Look, sometimes you dedicate yourself to doom scrolling. This is just mouth open, like gossip scrolling on the transfer portal. So it's so much fun to read some of the stuff that goes back and forth. Fan bases have zero chill. I mean, the accusations are wild, and it's awesome because it's brand new. We've talked about how wild it is when coaches don't like dudes walking across the field to say good game to the other team because they don't want to risk a coach getting in somebody's ear on their helmet and going, hey man, we'd love to have you.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar W Beef. If you follow me on Instagram, if you follow me on the other social media platforms, you saw that I tweeted out or I sent out video from the old flat top cooking up some Bar W hamburgers. Now, the great thing is, and look, trust me on this one, if you're doing hamburgers, now Bar W will sell you the patties. But this is what I want you to do is, because a lot of people season the outside of the patty, what you need to do is just smash it all up and season it directly, and then press them into patties. But the great thing about Bar W beef, you don't need a lot of seasoning because that beef has been dry aged for 14 days, whether it's their hamburger, whether it's their steaks, whether it's their roasts, whatever you're looking for from Bar W beef, it has been seasoned. It has been dry aged for 14 days, and it's all cattle that's locally sourced, grown, raised, processed right here in the state of Utah down in Nephi. So when you order beef from Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com, you know that has been locally raised, treated extremely well. That cow only had one bad day in its life. Other than that, it was treated like gold. And so when you have that steak from Bar W Beef, when you have that ground beef from Bar W Beef, you know it's the best out there. Trust me on this one. Those burgers I made yesterday were incredible. And also featured, hey, I bet you didn't know this was a thing, beef bacon. That's right. Coming from that belly meat of the cow. That was incredible as well. All that stuff's available for you right now. Bar W Beef. In fact, if you buy $150 or more, they'll ship it to you anywhere in the state of Utah for free. barwbeef.com. Get there now. barwbeef.com.
M&M Gutters and Exteriors is more than just gutters. We provide full service on all of your exterior needs from top to bottom and everything in between. Siding is one of the best ways to improve your home and its energy efficiency. At M&M Gutters and Exteriors, we understand that choosing the right siding is an important decision that affects your home's look and functionality. Our expert siding contractors are dedicated to treating your home with the same care and consideration they would their own. And with over 30 years of exterior home service provided in Utah, our experienced siding contractors can quickly and efficiently install siding that fits your home's needs and aesthetic. Give M&M Gutters a call for a free siding consultation at 385-324-7520. That's 385-324-7520. Or visit us and schedule your consultation online at mandmgutters.com.
It's landscaping season.
So many ideas, so many options for your outdoor space.
But that also means so much back-breaking work moving rocks, gravel, dirt, and mulch on your own.
Wouldn't it be nice if the dirt, rocks, or sand just found their way to you?
With Dirt Rocks, They do. At DirtRocks.com, spelled R-O-X, you can choose anything from construction and decorative gravel and rocks to gardening, mulch, soil, compost, or sand delivered straight to your home or work site.
The best part? At DirtRocks.com, you can browse every material, complete with detailed photos and prices so good, there's no need to hide them.
No need to set appointments for bids or callbacks.
Simply select your material, use the built-in calculator to find out how much you need, and request a delivery. It's that simple.
With on-time delivery and seriously competitive prices on the best dirt, rocks, mulch, and sand in the Salt Lake Valley, Dirt Rocks leaves a lot of gardeners and even contractors smiling every day.
Visit DirtRocks.com.
That's dirt, R-O-X.com.
And transform your landscape today.
DirtRocks.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Our climate is dry. After all, we live in a beautiful desert state made up of high mountains and red rocks. Grass drinks up a lot of water, but Waterwise Landscaping thrives while using less. And the best part? You can get paid to make the switch. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
Create an evening to remember, whether it's a spring break, impressing a client, date night, special occasion, or just because. Ruth's Chris is ready to help you celebrate. Ruth's Chris, Hotel Park City in downtown Salt Lake, or online at ruthschris.com.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. You've got you and me, brother. In our hands, you've got you and me, sister. In our hands, you've got you and me, brother. In our hands, we've got the whole world in our hands.
All right. So a little whole world news here, Lloyd. All right. I do need you to know this is not a political post. Okay. It really wasn't intended to be that.
Oh, I know.
It's just funny how some people just don't understand really how the draft works. And so the statement made, I want people to know this is not political in any way, shape, or form. More importantly, I want Lloyd to know this was not intended to be political. But yes, President Trump, after the first round of the draft, did send out a tweet saying that the NFL owners are morons for not drafting Shedeur Sanders. And that tweet, obviously that's his right, 100% his right. He likes Deion Sanders. He likes Shedeur. It sounds like he's close with the family. And so he was upset that Shedeur wasn't taken. Well, Shedeur went past the second round, and then went past the third, then went past the fourth, and then was finally drafted by the Cleveland Browns in the fifth round. Well, his press secretary today was asked about it, and she said, quote, in fact, I've said, all I will say is the president put out a statement, and a few rounds later, he was drafted. So I think the facts speak for themselves. Now, okay, if you don't know anything about the draft, okay, you might think, all right, well, that's good. A few rounds is a lot. We're talking about 120 picks of selections. It's not. Now, if he was taking a few picks after the statement came out, then you can puff your chest out a little bit.
Even
over this
round
one.
and a half.
Yeah.
Even a round and a half, be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, okay,
that was
fine.
helpful.
Yeah.
Maybe they saw the tweet a little later.
But when you're looking at almost over 100 picks later, you don't get to take credit for that. You just don't. And look, politicians, they will take credit for things they don't deserve all the time. Whether it's you're a Republican, whether it's a Democrat, this isn't pointing out anything. I don't want the Twitter mob coming after me. I'm just saying that there's probably a better way to handle this than saying a few rounds later. But then again, you're talking to the Washington press, and their probable knowledge of the NFL probably isn't great. So, you could probably get away with that one a little bit. But still, that one cracked me up. All right, Hans and Scotty, 2 o'clock straight up. Coming up, Mike Sanford will join us. We'll chat a little NFL. He's covered Shedeur. He lives in Colorado. What did he think of Shedeur falling in the draft? We'll talk to him next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Attention Utah residents, the tariffs are here and prices will be going up May 1st. Sound Warehouse is loaded in thousands of dollars in pre-tariff mobile audio video systems and more. Beat the tariffs at Sound Warehouse until the end of April. Marine, Harleys, and side-by-side audio. The entire inventory of Sound Warehouse at pre-tariff prices through the end of April. Salt Lake, Orem, and Ogden or soundwarehouse.com. Rockin' Utah for over 46 years. The Warehouse. Sound Warehouse.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Alex Curie here. I'm down 65 pounds. It's not just about dropping the weight. It's about having a weight loss partner, and that's what you get with Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to the blueprint Salt Lake City Fat Loss provided me.
slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Water belongs in pipes, not in your yard or on your floor. Call Utah Utility Pro, your leak detection and repair specialist. Utah Utility Pro handles major leak detection and repair services for your water, sewer, main, and gas lines. UtahUtilityPro.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous Monday, kicking off your week. Yeah, I know Hans is out. We'll get him back on Wednesday. He'll be all right. We'll get Hans back with us. And he's enjoying, let's just say, a very quality, lengthy weekend, of which you will get as many details as I'm sure he can possibly share coming up on Wednesday. All right, joining us coming up here in just a moment, we'll chat with Mike Sanford, one of our favorites, former OC. And, in fact, he joins us right now, former offensive coordinator for a bunch of places, including Utah State, interim coach at Colorado. And, Coach, congrats. New head coach at Valor Christian High. That's a big school there in Colorado.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Scotty G. It's fun. I've coached 20 years of football, and I'm going the way of my dad, which is go from college game to now coaching the high school game. My dad actually, for those Ute fans and even Utah State Aggie fans that knew my dad from his time coaching at both those places. And actually his first coaching job in high school was at Wasatch High School up in Heber, in that area up north and east a little bit of Park City. But yeah, so I'm going following in his footsteps and here at Valor Christian and looking out on the field right now as we speak from my office.
What's it like? I mean, how are the athletes different? Do you have to treat them a little differently, or is it kind of fun getting back to the basics at that high school level?
It's awesome. It's a lot of fun. I've been really impressed with just the type of kid that we have, but I think it's just fun for me because you have such a wide range of skill levels. Like we have Cannon Smith, our junior offensive lineman, had 67 scholarship offers, and he's just committed to USC. My parents' alma mater. It truly had nothing to do with it, I promise. But then you have somebody who's never played football before. Yeah. And you're bringing them in. Like we have a bunch of lacrosse players that, they got the bug and want to play football their sophomore, through senior year. And some of them are first timers. So I think that's a lot of fun to just be able to work with people of different and varied skill levels.
So you're there in Colorado. You still do the media thing. And by the way, if you're not following Coach on Twitter, you got the Twitter thing figured out, my man. Like you are on it. And it was great following you throughout the draft. You covered Shedeur. You're there in Colorado. You watched him play. How surprised were you? And frankly, how disappointed were you to see him fall like that?
This is disappointing just because I think the on-field abilities of Shedeur Sanders, and people can have their personal opinions about, a lot of the antics and, holding up the Rolex to the, opposing student sections and whatnot. Is that something that I love? No, it's not. But the one thing I did see that Shedeur Sanders did consistently, it's something that is a requisite of, I would say, top 15 starters in the NFL, and that's that you win games in the 2-minute situation with the game on the line. And that's something that I saw Shedeur Sanders do in both the years he was here. His game is best when his team needs him to perform in the biggest of moments. And that's something that I was so impressed with. And I think that's something that if you take all the other pieces out of it, I do think that there was going to be a team that was going to get a very, very plus potential starter at really good value. The problem is, it's the Cleveland Browns. It's a terrible landing spot for anybody with a quarterback next to their name. And B, they have so many different quarterbacks, and there's already a deficiency of reps that you can give out because there's just the NFL mandates that all of these practices in training camp and the OTAs in the offseason are so short. Like last year when Bo Nix was going through his competition, I was at every single day of training camp, and I was like, there were days where he had 7 total reps of team, and I'm sitting there like, how is he going to get ready to play? And so that's the thing I'm concerned about with Shedeur. I don't think this is going to be a great situation or fit because the opportunity to be the guy is not going to be afforded him.
If you're an NFL GM needing a quarterback, what round do you think he should have gone in?
Man, I think it's either you were all in and you just go all in and you have a plan for him. And I think he's a first-round pick. I do. And I stand by that. And that's a lot of people think, like even some of my closest friends are like, you're just playing politically correct because you're in the media in Colorado. I'm like, no, I was actually a big doubter of his game when I got let go at CU. And I started kind of watching the Jackson State tape, and I just wasn't buying that it was going to translate over to Division I football. And I became a believer last year. It was 2 years ago. His first year at Colorado, it was the game against Colorado State.
Yes, yeah.
And that game for me was like it opened my eyes to this guy performs at an extremely high level when the game is in the balance. And then he did it again this past season in that just wild Hail Mary come from behind game against Baylor at CU. So I just think the guy's he truly does. He does have ice in his veins.
And that's not something you can coach, right? You can't develop that. You either have it or you don't.
Yeah, that's what I see, and so when people think I'm crazy for I guess backing him and putting my stamp on him, it's like, show me other quarterback in this draft class that you knew was going to lead a comeback to win a game with 2 minutes remaining in the contest. I can't say it was Cam Ward. I mean, he did come back a few times, and it just felt different. Shedeur's felt more like something that you'll see in the National Football League. So I know Utah fans and BYU fans probably not the biggest fans of Shedeur Sanders and a lot of the antics, and not a big fan of Coach Prime and a lot of the antics. And frankly, not everybody here in Colorado is, but I can't unsee what I saw in that Shedeur Sanders leading drives that an NFL quarterback needs to lead in order to be a starter in that league.
You also obviously saw Travis Hunter. If you're a coach in the NFL, where if you had to choose one, where are you playing him?
Yeah, I was. So his first year starting at CU, I was all in on him being a defensive back, and I was like, just the football instincts and the football intelligence just off the charts. And this past season, the moment for me where I said this guy's he's a top 2 NFL wide receiver as it relates to ball skills was the opening game against North Dakota State. Remember, everybody's watching that game, and Travis Hunter made some catches that, frankly, we just don't see in the National Football League outside of Justin Jefferson, and that's right. I see Travis Hunter being Justin Jefferson in terms of his skill set and ability to make catches that literally nobody else on planet Earth can make outside of those two.
Would you give him a shot to play both, though?
100% yes. 100% yes. And the thing that's crazy that nobody wants to talk about is he's going to be playing at sea level at Jacksonville, right? He played all those snaps in Division I college football up at altitude, and CU is well above the mile high limit, right?
Yeah.
The mile high piece is 5280. That's Boulder's closer to being above 6,000 feet. He was performing all of those reps in quality reps at altitude. I just think that he is a guy that could easily, in an NFL game, he could easily play 70 to 100 snaps. I would not put it past him whatsoever. Frankly, like anything that I started doubting about that dude, he just continued to show that he is the kind of player that can do things nobody else can.
Well, you're hard-pressed to find somebody happier than when he saw that trade and knowing that he'd probably spent a couple months thinking he was going to Cleveland and then realizing he was going back to his home state in Florida. There was a reason that guy was dancing on draft day.
Yeah, and I'm glad he didn't say anything publicly because his teammate and quarterback ended up at the place that he avoided,
right? Yeah.
Which is wild when you think about it, right? Yeah, it is. It's crazy. It's really neat. Just a 4.5-hour drive from his hometown of West Palm Beach, Florida, just up the coast. You pass by a lot of the space stations and whatnot on the way up there. In Daytona, you pass by Daytona 500. But yeah, it's going to be a great spot for him. And that's a franchise that you feel like has almost been is flirting with. Is it going to survive in Jacksonville, or is that going to be a franchise that moves to London? And I think that signing a player of the magnitude and caliber and personality of Travis Hunter, I feel like that really is going to captivate the Jacksonville fan base, and frankly, that has been a fairly empty stadium much of the last few years.
So growing up as the son of a coach who coached at high levels in college football, and knowing that he was a big time coordinator, how much stress did that put on you and how you behaved? And that was pre-social media. I'm talking about the kid who, essentially threw his dad under the bus by posting a video of him making the prank call to Shador. I got to imagine your dad, when you're in high school saying, hey, look, there's a lot of things you can do, but you can't embarrass me and you can't make me look bad because that might cost me a job and ends up costing all of us. So mind your P's and Q's. I mean, did you feel an added pressure of knowing that, hey, my dad's a big-time coach and I got to be careful?
Oh, absolutely. And the craziest thing about this story, like when I immediately saw it, I'm like, wait a minute, that's Jax Ulbrich, son of Jeff Ulbrich, defensive coordinator of the Atlanta Falcons. You've got this information is available to you, which is every single draftable player, and in the databases that exist. So, that's on the coach for having that exposed to adolescence, if you will. Which I think they were actually in college, but they acted like children. So that's on you. That's on you as a dad. And that's also on you to make sure you got your house in order, man. And if you can't do that, that's embarrassing to the Atlanta Falcons franchise. Frankly, like that's a place that Deion Sanders himself, and nobody's talking about this, I mean, he made that franchise relevant.
That's true.
In a point it wasn't relevant. Now, you're bringing about this type of disparagement for his son. I just think it's dumb. It's stupid. It's childish. Is it the worst thing that's ever happened? No, but I think that if I had done that, my dad would assume that he was getting fired. I mean, I just know how the coaching industry works.
Mike Sanford joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so from your perspective, knowing the NFL goes through running backs like chewing gum, is Ashton Jeanty one of those rare running backs that is worth a high first-round pick, and did the Raiders get that one right?
They got it so right, and it got it even more right in the fact that Pete Carroll, he's not going to be any younger anytime soon. This guy's 77 years old. I believe that's where he's at. He's going to build it his way right away. He's a defensive-minded head coach. He's dealt with tremendous personalities in this industry, and I think that this is a perfect fit. I'm thinking it's Marshawn Lynch 2.0. I actually think that Ashton Jeanty is a better running back than Marshawn Lynch. I think he is the kind of player, beast mode, if you will, that breaks all the tackles. But I think that Ashton Jeanty is like, I'm a Boise State alum. I've been able to get to know Ashton Jeanty, having gone to the Fiesta Bowl this year in their college football playoff appearance against Penn State, covered the team for Bronco Nation News. Ashton Jeanty is the best possible face of a franchise because he just represents every aspect of what you want in a football player.
So are the Raiders very quietly having a really good offseason? Do you like the Geno move too?
I don't love the Geno move, but I think if you minimize his ability to beat yourself, because he does turn the football over, if you build it behind a really good ground game, I love Brock Bowers, and I think that you now have Brock Bowers and Ashton Jeanty. And frankly, a lot of people are saying their receiver room's no good. Jacoby Myers was a really good player this past year for the Raiders. So I think the Raiders are in a position to play good defense. Max Crosby getting long-termed, staying in that franchise. I think Pete Carroll will be a welcome voice, a guy that's won a Super Bowl and has credibility, but also is a bit of a player's coach. So it's kind of like Antonio Pierce, who was a player's coach, but has way more street credibility in terms of what he's done as a head coach in the National Football League. And I think the Raiders are a sneaky team. Like, we look at here in the Broncos and what they did in the draft, and I look at it as like, are you in Splitsville now with the Denver versus Las Vegas series on an annual basis? Because frankly, last year those were 2 wins that you got right off the bat.
Yeah. Finally, before we let you go, you look at the team that you're around, that you cover, the Broncos there in Denver. Bo Nix for year number 2, obviously phenomenal in year number 1. But the book's going to get out on him a little bit, but also you learn and you grow and you develop from year 1 to year 2. So what are reasonable expectations for Bo in his second year in the league?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out this basketball playing tight end Caleb. Is it Caleb Lohner?
Yeah, Lohner.
I need the scouting. Give me the scouting report so I can take it back to Altitude Sports Radio tomorrow.
Well, I will say this. He is, again, my co-host, and Hans really well. When this kid showed up at BYU to play basketball, Hans immediately said, this kid needs to get on a football field and either be a D end or a tight end. He immediately said that because he's like, if this guy's got any ounce of anger, he will make money playing football. He will not make any money playing basketball, but he will make money playing football. He called it immediately, and sure enough, eventually he ends up coming back to Utah playing tight end. And only 4 catches, 4 touchdowns, but he's a 6'8" guy. He's got a 40-inch vertical. He is, he's got a chance to be Jimmy Graham. He's got a chance to be Antonio Gates. He has a chance because he's got that skill set. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be those guys, but he's got the skill set and he's got the ability to high point a ball. And when you're up against a 5'11", 6-foot safety and you're running a fade route or against a corner on a fade, that guy's going to come down with it more often than not.
No question, yeah, and I think Sean Payton looking into the Antonio Gates of the past, and even Jimmy, probably a basketball player. I think you're spot on, and I think the Denver Broncos had a very strange draft. We in Denver, we were looking at all the different names of particularly running backs and tight ends, and we thought for sure that the Broncos would be involved in a Travion Henderson, potentially Quinshon Judkins. And R.J. Harvey is an exciting back, but you don't love the fact that he's a 5'8" running back that has a bit of mileage on him because of 2 years of being the offense for Gus Malzahn at UCF, and then an ACL in 2021. But he's got big time burst. I've heard kind of from the inside there at Dove Valley in the Broncos facility, Sean Payton doesn't look at him as the next doesn't look at him as the next Alvin Kamara, but looks at him as a Darren Sproles. And for all of you just weirdos out there, I would put a little wager, a friendly wager on the fact that he might throw a touchdown pass this year because he was a high school quarterback, R.J. Harvey, and was actually offered by Bronco Mendenhall at the University of Virginia as a quarterback.
Wow.
So just a little interesting little niche right there to chew on. But also, at the tight end position, I think getting Lohner is really an interesting piece. We thought that they would be in the, Jackson. We thought they'd either be, going after Tyler Warren or potentially Colston Loveland. Weren't able to get into those spots by trade. They end up getting a bit of an unproven at the tight end position. And then the pick that everybody's wondering about is a wide receiver out of University of Illinois, Pat Bryant, ran a 4.6 plus at the combine. And so is he going to be the next Amon-Ra St. Brown, or is he going to be the next every other receiver that's run a 4.6 at the combine and doesn't do anything? So we'll see what happens.
Where's your when you look at the fact that they were pretty good defensively, in fact, really good defensively, and they used so much of the draft defensively, especially at corner, which I like the fact having somebody on the other side of Surtain, but still, that was a bit of a shocker there.
Yeah, it's from the school of Michael Lombardi. Draft analysis adds strength to strength. You got a strength in what the Broncos have is defensively. They just chucked more luxuries on top of that strength. And frankly, a lot of people think that a tight end or a good run game is a quarterback's best friend. I think a really dominant defense in the National Football League is probably even better friend if you can have it. And I think that had a lot to do with Bo Nix's first season being such a success, is that, that defense was really good, and it created a lot of takeaways. It created a lot of sacks. And it had the opposite offenses playing from behind the sticks quite a bit. And so the Broncos played on some short fields. And so I think it's going to get even more so this year with some of the additions, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, both coming from the San Francisco 49ers. And then, and making sure that you signed and solidified your defensive front. I mean, it's a really talented defense.
So what's the mascot there, Valor?
We're the Eagles.
All right. So what? Fly Eagles? What do we got to end the interview with?
Just go Eagles will work here.
Go Eagles. Let's do it.
Yeah, I've done enough. 20 years of coaching college football and doing recruiting. I've done enough cheesy slogans. I'm sloganed out. After 2 years of working for PJ Fleck up at the University of Minnesota, I promise to never have a cliche slogan used the rest of my life.
You're not burning any boats there, Valor. That's
I'm
what you're saying.
I know, we are not going to be rowing. I promise you that.
I love it. Hey, thanks so much, man. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey, appreciate you, Scotty G.
There he is, man. One of our favorites. Good dude. Mike Sanford right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, Pace Mannion will join us. That's right. Wall-to-wall guests. Hans isn't here. We got you covered. We'll talk a little NBA, Utah basketball with the legend himself, Pace Mannion, straight ahead right here on the Zone.
The Utah Jazz select.
Do you believe in karma? Well, we here at the KSL Sports Zone absolutely believe in creating good vibes for the Utah Jazz in their hopes of securing the #1 pick in the NBA Draft Lottery. Go to KSLSports.com to donate $2 to Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital.
Wait, why $2? And isn't that the jersey number?
Bob, it's just a random number, okay? Just stick to the copy.
It's a real 2-for-1. Your donation will help Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital and help the Utah Jazz capture the Good Karma flag in their hopes of recouping winning basketball in Utah.
Fingers crossed, guys.
Donate your $2 right now at KSLSports.com.
It's landscaping season.
So many ideas, so many options for your outdoor space.
But that also means so much back-breaking work moving rocks, gravel, dirt, and mulch on your own.
Wouldn't it be nice if the dirt, rocks, or sand just found their way to you?
With Dirt Rocks, they do. At DirtRocks.com, spelled R-O-X, you can choose anything from construction and decorative gravel and rocks to gardening, mulch, soil, compost, or sand delivered straight to your home or work site.
The best part? At DirtRocks.com, you can browse every material, complete with detailed photos and prices so good, there's no need to hide them.
No need to set appointments for bids or callbacks.
Simply select your material, use the built-in calculator to find out how much you need, and request a delivery. It's that simple.
With on-time delivery and seriously competitive prices on the best dirt, rocks, mulch, and sand in the Salt Lake Valley, Dirt Rocks leaves a lot of gardeners and even contractors smiling every day.
Visit DirtRocks.com.
That's DirtRox.com.
And transform your landscape today.
DirtRocks.com.
Make Mother's Day easy this year and get the best gift ever, a blanket from Minky Couture. Minky Couture creates the amazingly soft, comfy, and cozy Minky blankets and robes. Just in time for Mother's Day, save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at MinkyCouture.com or visit your local Minky Couture for special neighborhood deals. Again, save 50% with promo code ZONE50 in stores or online at MinkyCouture.com.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
My granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
one of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
When I wasn't myself.
When I need it most,
Help me live on.
live on.
live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Hey folks, it's Dave here with Deb, and we want to tell you about our friends at Mountain Home Services.
That's right, Dave. Mountain Home Services has been serving Utah since 1954, and they're the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, they have a 100% satisfaction guarantee.
You know, Deb, with summer around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your air conditioner checked. Mountain Home Services has got you covered with top-notch AC services.
Absolutely. And let's not forget their expert electrical and plumbing services. Whether you need a quick repair or a major installation, their skilled technicians are ready to help.
You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com or call the same easy-to-remember number, 801-543-2222.
And there's a special offer for our KSL listeners. So call now and ask about their KSL specials.
Don't wait. Keep your home running smoothly with Mountain Home Services. Call 801-543-2222 today. That's 801-543-2222.
Get ready for an adrenaline-pumping showdown at Bear Lake's second annual MMA Fierce Fighting Championship Battle of the Border, happening September 6th at Heritage Park in Garden City. This is the ultimate event for fight fans. Don't miss out. Plan ahead and grab your tickets today at fiercefightingchampionship.com. While you're here, take in Bear Lake's stunning scenery and enjoy everything this little piece of paradise has to offer. Visit bearlake.org to book your stay and explore the beauty right in your backyard. Bear Lake, your perfect escape. Sponsored by Scenic Idaho.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans Olsen out. He'll be back with us on Wednesday. But last night I was running through Twitter, and I found out that yesterday, April 27th, is the 40th year or 40-year anniversary of a somewhat of a interesting moment in Salt Lake sports media history. Pace Mannion joins us now. Pace, do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, because we talked about it earlier, but I didn't know.
How about that? 40 years ago, you pulled Jim Nance into a hot tub, which sounds a lot weirder than it really was. But how you doing, by the way?
I'm doing well. I'm doing really well. How about you?
You believe it's been 40 years since the old NBA days?
My body does. My body definitely does. But no, I mean, it was. If I remember right, I think Stockton was in that hot tub with Rich Kelly.
Yep.
And I think Bobby was there, Hansen.
Yep, Bobby Hansen.
Yeah.
And you know what? I have not done the research on this. It was right before Game 5 of a best-of-5 series against Houston. Did you guys win that series or not? I honestly don't know. I'm not trying to be –
we won that. We lost Game 4 and had to go back, and I remember John Lucas talking a bunch of trash as we were going off the floor after Game 4 here at home. And then, we went in there and beat them. I think that's the game that Hakeem punched Billy Paultz.
Oh, okay.
That's the game. So, but we didn't. And obviously he didn't get tossed.
Nobody's going to toss him. Yeah.
But we won that game and then moved on.
I'll be darned. Hey, how much of the NBA are you watching these days?
These days, almost all of it.
Nice.
It's when it is. It's like watching the EuroLeague right now. To be honest, the physicality, the every possession matters. It's not a regular season game, so it's actually really fun. I was talking about it with somebody today, and I love the NBA game. I love the excitement, but the regular season, the gap between how they play during the regular season and the gap of how they play during the playoffs can't be as big and wide as it is now. It just is. Those games are more entertainment than anything. I know they're trying. I know they're playing as hard as they think they are. But when you see how they play now compared to if you were to pull up a game that was played at game 20 during the regular season, it's a completely different ball game. And it's sad that the gap is so wide. I just wish the gap wasn't as big as it was.
Yeah,
because it wasn't like that back in the day when we played. I don't think that there were the gap wasn't that big. Was there a gap? I'm sure there was. But the playoffs, they've just gotten to be very physical, fewer free throws, and I love the way they play now. I love the game. I love the physicality and the way they're playing right now.
You spent a lot of years playing overseas. Was this style of play that we're seeing now, did you see that creeping into or was that already part of the European style? Because eventually it did and then made its way over to the NBA, but did you see this coming?
Well, I saw it coming as far as, the tough thing about the NBA that they haven't moved, and I think they will try to get this rule put in Europe as well, to open the spacing up, is the 3-second defensive rule. That's not a rule that is there in Europe. So you can, you've got big guys. You never get to the basket in a 5-on-5 set. The physicality that they have there, I thought it would end up getting here, but it hasn't gotten to the point where, it was worse in the 90s. You think back to the 90s,
yeah.
You're watching Detroit, in New York, Detroit and Chicago. Those series were always just, if there wasn't any blood, it didn't seem like there was a game being played. And now it's turning back into that, and I think fans enjoy that. I think they like to see that physicality. I think they like the way the game is being played. Are there still some calls that are being missed? Sure, because they could call a foul every play. But the one thing I'll say is the NBA refs are the best in the world. They make mistakes like everybody else. Like the one, I'm sure you saw the game, that Detroit lost. And to me, there was a foul at the end of that game. There should have been 3 free throws. And they came out and said there was a foul. They missed it. Doesn't help Detroit at all. But, that's the human element. And I think the game is, but the refs here, after being in Europe for as long as I was and watching it as much as I do with my son over there now, trust me, the refs are the best in the world here. There's no doubt about it.
It could be a lot worse, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no rhyme or reason for European refs, what they call and when they call it. And, at least in the NBA, I think the refs set the tone 5 minutes in. And okay, I can get away with this. I can get away with this. And they're pretty consistent through the 48 minutes. In Europe, what's called in the first quarter might never be called again in the game. And it could change from, timeout to timeout. And it's just hard to, as a player, it's really hard to get in a flow and know what you can and can't do. But that's, because you're getting refs, especially in the EuroLeague, you're getting refs from, 3 different countries coming together for a game. And, they don't ref as much as the NBA crews ref together. So I'm sure they have their excuses for it as well. But some of them just aren't very good.
So coming into the playoffs, I was looking at the West, and I'm like, wow, I'm seeing like 5-6 teams, maybe more, that could come out of the West. And I'm thinking there's a lot of parity here. And I brought that up with, and I know this hurts you to hear me say this, but I brought that up with PK, and PK brought up a really good point he's saying, you know what, maybe there is just 1 or 2 teams, and that one big dog is Oklahoma City, but we're just not giving them the kind of love and respect that we should because they haven't won that title yet. Are you a big believer of Oklahoma City and who they are right now, and them, not just coming out of the West, but winning a title?
I was until you said PK brought this up.
I knew it.
I can't agree anything with PK says, but no, I think Oklahoma City is the odds-on favorite. With their style of play and with, Shea's been phenomenal all year and so has Jalen Williams. Those two, I think, carry that offensive load, but just their style of play and all the weapons they have and when they go small and they can defend, they switch everything. It'll be interesting. They've got to get past some teams, even in the West. There's going to be some tough games for them. And do they stay healthy throughout the playoffs? To me, that's the biggest key for some of these teams. The top 3 or 4 teams in the league, if you're healthy, you got a chance. You lose one of your superstars, I'm surprised Golden State won without Jimmy.
Yeah,
but they did. But can they do that and win a 7-game series? I don't know. But it's just going to be. I'm an Oklahoma City fan. I think they're great, but I'm like a lot of people. I'm still out on can they win a title. That's it's a whole different ballgame. And if you're against a team that's got some experience and has been there numerous times and has had those battles and can handle the pressure and can handle all the stuff that goes along with that, it gets tough. Most teams have to go through that a couple of times to get there, and we'll see how they do. But I think they're my pick. If I had to pick a team to win it right now, that's who I would go with.
We have not had a chance to talk for a while. So when the Luka trade went down, what were your immediate thoughts, and how shocked were you when that sucker hit the wire?
I was as shocked as everybody else. I think Luka thought he'd retire in Dallas, and I don't know why they traded him. I'm still baffled. He took you to the finals with a team that had nobody on it, and he's just. I know there are some issues, from that I've heard from people about, did he drink too much? Was he lazy? Had he put on too much weight? Was he going to be all those things? But he's a generational player. He's changed this game by his size, his quickness, his shooting ability, his passing ability, his IQ. And to give up on a guy like that, and don't get me wrong, I think Anthony Davis is a great player. He's hurt half of his career, and I think you're rolling the dice with that. But I would have never traded him, and I think it'll cost Nico his job before it's all said and done.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, so how much college do you watch these days? And have you seen Cooper Flagg? If the Jazz get him at number 1, is he worth the headache of what they went through this past season?
I think so. I think he's going to be a superstar. I really think he's going to be very, very good. I watched him through college, and the thing I loved about him, Scotty, was his temperament on the floor and his patience, and a guy that had all that attention, and obviously he got paid big money to go to Duke with all the NIL stuff and all that stuff, but he was never on the floor. He was always a true teammate, and I look at that for a lot of guys. I watch guys that play, and he never acted like he was better than anybody. He never acted like, hey, I'm not getting enough shots. You never heard him say the wrong thing. He never had a moment on the floor where he looked at a player and put his hands up like, hey, what the heck are you doing? I'm the guy here. He was just a true teammate, and he's a superstar, but he doesn't have the mentality of I'm going to be the jerk superstar. I'm just going to be a good teammate. I'll take over games. I'm still going to be the guy, but I'm not going to ever put anybody down for that. And it's refreshing to watch with all the entitled athletes we see these days, to see that come out of and Duke's got some great players and had great players come through there, and I'm sure some of them were the same way. But he'll be the number 1 pick. He's the overall favorite for sure. But I loved his demeanor and obviously his talent speaks for itself, but I can see great players all the time. You see good players everywhere you go. All over the world you see these type of players. But it's the little things I watch for, how they treat their teammates, how they talk to their coaches, all the little things that you might watch going to out of a timeout or into a timeout. Are they talking to one of their guys that's having a rough night? And he did all those things. He checked every box that I watched. And I'm sure his interview process will go great with, the one team that needs to interview him, the 3 that might have the pick. So he's in a good spot, and I think he'll do extremely well. And I think the Jazz could be a good fit for him. Obviously they got to get some more pieces. This year has been a rough year, and I don't know how much of it was intentional and how much of it wasn't. But they rested guys. They did some things to, but they put themselves in a good position to get Flagg, and I think he's going to be a big help and a big piece for this franchise.
Do you ever look at the current landscape of college athletics and think you were born about 45 years too early?
I look at all the landscapes and think I was born way too early, because the money in college and the way the NBA is played with, you want guys that are, 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", that can guard multiple positions, that can do a lot of things. And, I was able to do that, but it wasn't as highly, what's the word? The importance back then wasn't on that.
Yeah.
The game was different. Now, they put size out there where you can guard everybody. And I was, I guarded 1 through 4 in the NBA, and I would have been a perfect, guy to play at this level right now. And, but hey, those days are long gone. I'm not shooting any jumpers or playing any defense anymore. So it's good.
I just think of the NIL money and the fact that if you grew up in this era, I'm sure you would have been a 3-point shooter just like everybody else, and your ability to switch 1 through 4 and in some cases 1 through 5. Heck yeah, man. I'm on Team Mannion right there real quick.
Yeah, I never, I hate to date myself, but damn, I didn't play with the 3-point line until I got to the NBA.
Yeah.
college, we didn't have it. And they tested it that year. That's the year that North Carolina State, I hate to say that because Thurl's listening. I still don't like you. And they tested it, because Wittenberg was shooting. And the three-point line was inside the top of the key. It was like a 18-foot jumper, And I'm like, seriously? And but they finally got it in a few years later, and I think it's changed the game. And then Steph Curry has just completely changed the analytics and dynamic of how the game is played.
I know you and I are both big fans of Craig Smith and wish that would have worked, but what are your thoughts on Alex Jensen and the transition that Utah's making?
I think it's the best hire they could have made. I think Alex, he's been in the NBA, and he's, obviously his coaching speaks for itself. He's been around some great players, some great talent, and coming in here, being able to recruit kids, the high-level kid that want to get to the next level. How many coaches can say, hey, I've been there for, double-digit years. I understand. I've coached in the NBA. I know what it takes to get you there. We're going to run a lot of that same style stuff here at Utah. This is what I expect from you as a player. This is what I'm going to offer you. You just have to do your part to stay on the floor. All those things I think are great. And I think they hired him early for a reason. With the NIL money changing July 1st, you try to go out and get some kids maybe before that.
Yeah. And
pay them what you can and convince them to come to Utah, what you're trying to build here, and convince them that they could be the huge part of turning it's always been when I was there, it was always a basketball school, and then it's turned into a football school. Not to take anything away from Kyle, but I think basketball needs to be back up and at least at the same level as the football team is what you would like. And I think they can do that, and I think Alex will do a phenomenal job there and turn the program around.
Pace, we got to do this more often, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hey. And if you're around, breakfast is on me. Let's make it happen.
Appreciate it, man. Good talking to you, Scotty. Take care.
You too. One of our favorite dudes on the planet, Pace Mannion, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, we'll take a quick break, wrap this bad boy up, get you ready for JJ and Alex. It's all straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
IFA can help you take good care of your backyard chickens with the most nutritious feed available. Your eggs will be both tasty and good for you. Give your flock only the best. Our poultry feed is locally milled and formulated to provide complete nutrition. Our all-natural plus Chick Starter Crumble gives your chicks what they need to grow up healthy. Visit your neighborhood IFA or shop online at ifa.coop. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of a dollar going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or lease a 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as $290 a month. You heard right. Get up to $10K off or lease for as low as $290 a month. Make your dollars go further at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
Lease for 36 months, 10K miles per year, $39.99. Do it signing. Place see dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you've been thinking about replacing your old water heater, Any Hour Services is here to help and save you some money. Whether you're looking for a new tanked water heater or you want to see what upgrading to a tankless would cost, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can show you what options are available. And right now, you can save $400 on a tanked water heater or $1,200 on a tankless. Call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at KSLPodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce. And Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at KSLPodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Spring has sprung, and so have the big savings at Burt Brothers. This month, roll into big tire deals from Firestone and Goodyear to Laufin and Hankook. Plus, we've got Valvoline specials to keep your engine running smoothly. And we'll check your alignment, brakes, battery, and even that pesky check engine light for free. So don't wait. Drive into Burt Brothers today. Burt Brothers, where auto care is done better.
Burt Brothers does it better.
Don't miss the Soldier Hollow Classic Sheepdog Championship and Festival, presented by Purina Pro Plan. Memorial Weekend, 23rd through 26th. 4 days of competition. Vendors, bagpipes, food, bird and animal demo. Visit SoldierHollowClassic.com.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe today was a good day.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Remember to nominate the U Sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nominations at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex to hear the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules, First Federal Credit Union, and Beehive Mills. Think anybody gets that reference anymore? Hercules.
Yeah, I
Hercules,
think so.
Hercules.
I think so.
I don't know, man.
We are getting
It's an old movie and not necessarily a popular movie.
Hey, Scotty, what did you learn today? What did you learn from the show today?
That the Shedeur Sanders prank call has got people very emotionally fired up.
It's both ways, by the way. Some people are like, stop overreacting. Like, come on, people do dumb things all the time.
And Sly, Steven Sylvester, he wants blood. And
that's coming from a player. If I was a player, if I was Shedeur, I would want blood too. I really would. I would be irate, especially how everything went down.
What'd you learn, Lloyd?
I learned that the Raiders are on their way up. Things are looking good. Ashton Genty is going to be legit.
Look at that, man. Genty, the Raiders, man, everybody's...
AFC West is going to be an absolute, just a gauntlet.
You know what? If the Raiders don't get a wild card.
Stop. Oh, knock it off. You know what I was thinking about? I was like, I don't know who. I think right now, I was like, I don't know who. I still think the Broncos are probably my least favorite team, even though the Chiefs.
Really?
Yeah, I just it's probably because I grew up and everything's Broncos around here.
I mean,
it's the market. It's the market.
David James does force feed you the Broncos.
Yes,
that's true.
I mean, I only got to deal with what's his face every once in a while.
Yeah.
And that's fine. It's been annoying, but I think it's just because there's always, kids wearing Elway's jersey in elementary, and I was just force-fed Broncos. So
I get it.
Probably my least favorite.
All right, fair enough. So,
and the Chargers, you just don't worry about them.
Chargers are
they're cute.
Although they, as long as Jim Harbaugh's there, they're going to be a problem. They actually hired a good coach.
As long as his health permits it.
Yeah. I would love for him to go away, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Well, that was a little harsh.
Well, not that.
I said health, and you bring up, I'd like him to go away.
Okay, I didn't mean it like
mean that.
I'm not wishing death on Jim Harbaugh. Let's just clarify that. I just mean
don't be rolling your eyes because you're on camera. You can't do that anymore.
Did I roll my eyes?
Okay.
I'm staring
just
right
saying,
at the camera.
You can't get away with that anymore. By the way,
I know. Trust me, I know the gestures that I make sometimes during conversations and stuff.
Can't do it.
By the way, if you do want to see the live stream, I don't know why you wouldn't. No, actually, it's really cool. And a lot of cool features are coming down the pipeline on this. Go to KSLSports.com, click on the streaming button, and you can watch the live video cast of the show. Available for you now at KSLSports.com. Also on our YouTube page, just search KSL Sports on YouTube and get all the action right there. Hey, get Mom the best Mother's Day gift ever, a Minky Couture blanket. Save 50% off using promo code ZONE50 in stores and online at minkycouture.com. The best Mother's Day gift available for you at minkycouture.com. All right, busy show coming up tomorrow. Again, one more day of the Hans Olsen vacation. Then he'll be back with us on Wednesday. But we got Mark Medina. We'll talk a little NBA with him. David James will join us coming up at 1:30. I'm assuming Tuesday's David Locke Day, but because David's always a moving target, you never know. So it could be at 12 o'clock. It could be at 2:30. I got a good feeling, though, David's going to be on the show in some way, shape, or form. By the way, the Philadelphia Eagles on their way to the White House to meet with the president. So celebrating their Super Bowl title. So it's the Philadelphia Eagles Day as they are now.
Don't let anybody touch the Lombardi.
No.
Don't let anybody.
J.D. Vance, you're not allowed to touch the Super Bowl trophy. Just stay away. You're not allowed. Love you, dog, but nope, can't do it. Who is that addressing the media right now? Because dude, you're at the White House. You got to put a tie on. I mean, I don't think that's asking too much, right? To wear a tie to the White House.
Yeah, you can't wear socks and sandals.
Yeah,
I'll be wearing socks. Suit up.
Suit up, man.
It's the White House. I don't care.
The one thing you're expected to do is just wear a tie. That's not that much to ask. I know these are big dudes. They don't like wearing ties, but you're at the White House. Just put a tie on.
Like if you go to a very important press conference, don't wear a hooded sweatshirt.
Or wear a, what was it that Gordon was wearing at the, oh man, our old boss lost her mind. It was a Sesame Street.
He wore Oscar the Grouch shirt.
That's right.
Yes, and it was at Willow Creek.
It was at Willow Creek. Yep.
Don't wear that to Willow Creek.
Oh, my goodness. We had an old boss. His name was Randy Rogers. And I, frankly, learned more about radio in my few years working for Randy Rogers than I have anybody else in my entire radio career. Dude was absolutely brilliant in the radio world. And but he was big into, we have to look good at events. When we go to events, we have to look good. He was always big in everybody's got to wear station gear.
Which is important.
Which is
absolutely
important. Or at least look presentable. And there was a big press conference in which we were broadcasting live, and Gordon Monson shows up in a Oscar the Grouch ratty T-shirt. And Randy Rogers lost his mind. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. And Gordon doesn't care. I mean, Gordon's Gordon. He's going to wear whatever he wants.
Gordon.
Nobody's going to tell him otherwise. But the one person I did see get after Gordon for what he was wearing was Randy Rogers. Because holy smokes, he was mad. Then he gets mad at me. I'm like, look, I can't. I'm not in Gordon's closet. Like, I'm not dressing him.
He's coming to Willow Creek. I'm assuming he knows what Willow Creek is. I'm assuming he's going to dress nice. I didn't think he even had to send an email.
The guys at Willow Creek tried to kick him out because you're supposed to at least wear a collared shirt when you walk into there. And they came close to just booting his butt out of there, which, wouldn't have broken
God knows there's video of him taking like 7.
Jeez. I was not there for that. I wish I would have been hanging out with you guys for that one. That was an incredible story.
A good time.
All right, that wraps it up for us. Coming up next, JJ and Alex straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Attention Utah residents, the tariffs are here and prices will be going up May 1st. Sound Warehouse is loaded in thousands of dollars in pre-tariff mobile audio video systems and more. Beat the tariffs at Sound Warehouse until the end of April. Marine, Harleys, and side-by-side audio. The entire inventory of Sound Warehouse at pre-tariff prices through the end of April. Salt Lake, Orem, and Ogden, or soundwarehouse.com. Rockin' Utah for over 46 years. The Warehouse, Sound Warehouse.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Break your spring break routine and make your way into a unique balance of outdoor adventure and arts. In Cedar City and Bryan Head, you'll be greeted with stunning views combined with the most epic trails at Cedar Breaks or Three Peaks Recreation Area. Recreation enthusiasts, we're talking to you. Visit Parowan's Evil Water Bike Trails, Thor's Hammer, and Kolob Canyon to take the ride and hikes of your life. The trip wouldn't be complete without one of the scenic drives and byways in the region to experience breathtaking overlooks and magical views. That's not all. Cedar City is known as Festival City, USA, hosting dozens of events including free music festivals, parades, farmers markets, and more. But make sure to spend a little time in their historic downtown, lined with quaint shops, eateries, and museums. So break away to the vibrant and welcoming communities of Bryan Head and Cedar City. Plan your visit today at cedarcity.com. That's cedarcity.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Travis Hunter said that playing both ways in football is harder than what Shohei Ohtani does in baseball. A corner and a receiver, you're basically using the same skill set. Shohei Ohtani is playing 2 different positions that are completely unrelated. Being a good pitcher has absolutely nothing to do with being a good hitter. That's like being really good at algebra and poetry.
You're Leonardo da Vinci. You're not Stevie Wonder. It's like, yeah, Stevie Wonder's a great drummer and harmonica player and guitar player and piano player. Yeah, he's musical. Da Vinci being the greatest painter of all time and maybe our greatest inventor. How the hell did that happen?
Yeah, that's not the same thing.
What were you working with?
It's like Carl Lewis being good at the 100 and the 200.
What? How?
How is that even possible?
He's fast.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus?
Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to your Monday, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie here. Jeremiah Jensen to my right. What's going on, JJ?
What a weekend.
Oh, boy.
So much fun. So much to talk about.
I'm trying to figure out.
I still haven't been drafted, by the way. I'm still in the green room.
Did you get that mini camp invite, though?
No, not even that.
Wow.
Nothing.
I want to do like one of those honorary, like, hey, he got the honorary contract at the end of, you know, they do that for somebody. They're like, and they signed.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They signed Mike the pit bull.
People with special needs,
right?
They sign contracts for, like the Make-A-Wish,
little kids, yeah, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's as close as you and I will ever get, and we won't even get those invites. So,
well, I shouldn't. I don't deserve that.
No.
I deserve nothing.
No, you should. There's some NIL money probably still kicking around for you. Maybe if you have some collegiate athletic eligibility left. You can't get away from Shedeur Sanders and Prime and Shiloh and all the Sanderses, and you can't get away from any of it. There's not one TV that you can find yourself watching that doesn't have the historic slide that was the Shedeur Sanders slide, so to speak.
It captured a lot of people's interest, and I'm not just talking about us sports fans.
It's the most.
I had casuals coming up to me asking me about Shedeur.
No.
Hey, has he been taken yet? What's going on? What's the deal? What's up with that?
And I'm trying to think if there has been a draft where this much attention was paid at all to a draft.
We're not paying any attention to the number one overall pick. We're talking about a fifth-round pick all weekend.
Right, and not only that, we start to go back and forth. You have the weirdest thing that happened, too, where you have a prank call that was pulled off by an NFL's assistant's son to add to, like, the weirdness of all of it. We'll get into that at some point. We have maybe one of the greatest predictions of all time from our own Stevenson Sylvester when it came to drafts and locals. Speaking of locals, we had a very light draft, JJ. We talk
lighter than we thought.
We talk about how far we've come here locally with the programs, and we knew Jalen Royals was probably going to be the highest name that was picked here locally of people who attended the local schools, and that was the case, but he was a fourth-round guy. Right. It took till the middle of the fourth round for you to hear.
We thought he'd go second. He went fourth. But, man, can you think of a better landing spot for him?
Goes to the Chiefs. He's going to have Patrick Mahomes as the guy who he's going to learn how to run routes with. Not a bad way to get started. I always love those guys. Like when you get picked and you go, I'm going to a winner. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's what you want.
It's crazy.
We'll talk about it with Sly as well, but he talks about it all the time as somebody who was drafted. If he doesn't go to the Pittsburgh Steelers, does he have an NFL career? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But it was the perfect position and perfect place for him to succeed. and to reach his potential. And there's so many guys who go to a place and thrive, and others who go to a place and die. And we can talk about Shedeur and whether the Browns are actually a good fit or not.
That's tough. I mean, who friggin' knows? When all these teams are getting draft grades, by the way, on a Monday, I know that you got to put out an article, ESPN or Bleacher Report or whomever. I know you have to put an article out and put grades next to all these different teams. How on earth do you grade a team's draft? We should be grading the 2022 draft right now.
Yes, we should. I would like to see that.
To look back and go, we've got 3 years in the books on these guys. We actually know, or 2 years in the books on these guys. We can actually tell you how it worked out. You can look back now and say, let's look at that quarterback, the 18 or 19? No, the 2020 quarterback draft that had your Trevor Lawrence's, your Zach Wilson's. Now we can look back and grade those drafts.
We were told that was going to be a great draft.
Well, and when teams get A's after a weekend and you've never even seen, these guys haven't even shown up at the facilities yet, I always think that that's hard.
But we look back on that, and guess who the best quarterback was in that class?
Yeah,
it was Justin Herbert, who was not the first pick.
Right. And by the way, you look back now, and it's always the case, and you go, oh, yeah, Justin Herbert. How on earth did you pass on that guy? But that's where we start things off. Let's start talking about the draft. We'll get into it officially. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. The G2G Bar is the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot. Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other places in the refrigerated section. Go check it out. Let's kick off the hour, though, officially with the cut, and we'll get right into it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And this portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com for all of your trusted needs in retirement. It's Trajan Wealth. All right, so obviously the biggest story of the draft was a guy who went in the 5th round. We don't usually get that. But here's my thing is that the Shedeur Sanders slide, as it's now being known, shouldn't actually be the publicized item that we are talking about because he is not a slide. It's not a slide. You know who it's a slide for? All the media who missed the grading on it. Here's the thing that we don't know, JJ, is we don't know what the grade was that he had with all of these teams. We know for sure that out of the 32 teams, only 12 took quarterbacks. Only 12 took quarterbacks. So 20 teams weren't even interested in drafting a quarterback. So now you're down to 12. And even then, you have the Browns who took a second quarterback who happened to be Shedeur Sanders. So when you look at what you get here, you have 12 teams. And after the first round, if you don't feel like a quarterback is a first-round talent, which they obviously didn't feel like Shedeur Sanders was, then after that, you're starting to look around and going, all right, so if he's not first-round talent, he probably isn't all these other versions of what everybody has been grading him as either. And our need for a quarterback right now in the second round is not as big as our need for a cornerback or a safety or a tackle. And by the way, it's not a slide if all these teams graded him as a 5th to 7th round guy. And in some cases, what did we see all trickling out last week, JJ? And it was offensive to everybody.
He didn't interview well. He rubbed people the wrong way.
He's not a good interview. Executive says he's not somebody I want on our franchise. Executive says this. Assistant, longtime AFC assistant says he's actually not that good. Those are the
entitlement.
Grades. Those are the grades that matter. Those are the only grades that matter. So Shedeur Sanders didn't slide. We fooled ourselves into thinking that his draft stock should have been higher than it was. In a weird way, and we do this with everybody, right? There are some guys who go, it's way more often do we over-evaluate and overgrade guys. How often do you see a team doing what the Giants did, and that is take Jackson Dart ahead of what what a lot of kind of the quote-unquote, draft grades were for these guys. Those little 6.5s next to these players, they matter nothing in these war rooms. They matter nothing. Every time these guys sit down, these GMs and these owners and all these coaches sit down and they go, look, the reality on these players is this. If you're Stephen A. Smith and you think there's collusion going on, if you think these teams got together and go, let's teach this kid a lesson, you obviously haven't been a part of or watched the NFL in years or decades or whatever it is. It's the same people who think that it's run by the mafia, right? Because the reality is this. It's probably more likely that it's run by the mafia is that these teams got together and said, let's all not take Shedeur and teach him a lesson. You know why? Because all these teams are trying to compete against one another. If Shedeur Sanders was the talent that everybody were in our seats were saying, or in the quote-unquote draft experts, your Mel Kipers of the world. If Count Chocula says that he's a first-round guy, the reality is that these teams don't care about any of those grades, and they really don't care even what your character is, JJ. We know that. The NFL has taught us that lesson. They actually don't care what your character is if your talent level has surpassed that.
Depends on the position.
If you are a bad character person, and this isn't, and Shedeur is not one of the ones I'm talking about, because his character stuff of like, he thinks he's entitled, he thinks he's better than he is, he's kind of living off of his dad. That's not what I'm talking about.
He's just a spoiled, rotten rich kid.
The NFL, right.
That's the problem.
The NFL.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Signs bad dudes to contracts all the time, knowing that they're bad dudes. Why? Because they're taking the gamble, because it might be worth it to their franchise. That's how important talent is in the NFL. They will take people who probably don't deserve a shot of having millions of dollars in their back pocket. They're not good people, but they look the other way because they're good at football. We've seen that. Shedeur Sanders obviously was not good enough at football for these guys to feel like he got the grade that he did. This grade that he got, this fifth-round pick that he got, is probably exactly what a lot of these teams had him as. And a lot of these teams, quote-unquote, like I said, didn't even need a quarterback. And so that's why you saw this quote-unquote slide. Yeah. My theory is it's not a slide at all, because his grade was exactly probably what we saw in the places that it mattered, which was in those NFL war rooms.
20 teams had no interest in a quarterback in this draft. That's absolutely the truth. And even a lot of the quarterbacks that went in this draft went late.
Yeah.
The Will Howards, the Quinn Ewers, those guys.
So what was Shedeur picked? You said he was sick. He was the sixth quarterback taken overall, right?
Yeah, and Dylan Gabriel went before him. But the Browns are weird. Like,
it's super weird.
I don't know what they were doing.
But 7 more quarterbacks went after Shedeur.
Correct. Yeah. So Cam Ward, number 1. Jackson Dart then went in the first round as well. Tyler Shuck was in the second round. Then you have to wait till the third round to get 2 more. That's Jalen Milroe and Dylan Gabriel. So then finally on day 3, a quarterback isn't taken again until the 5th round, and it's Shedeur Sanders. After that, you don't have any quarterbacks taken until the 6th or 7th. And that we all know 6th, 7th is a crapshoot. You've got Kyle McCord, Will Howard, Riley Leonard, Graham Mertz, Cam Miller, Curtis Rourke, and Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers was in the 7th round. He was the last quarterback taken.
Remember when Quinn Ewers was a 5-star guy and was probably going to be a first-round overall pick? You see what I'm saying? Like, no, these evaluators, and do you think that that's a huge slide for Quinn Ewers? Quinn Ewers was taken in the 7th round. And by the way, he's a quarterback who was on a team who won, and he was in the national he was in the semifinals, and then the national, the semifinals 2 years in a row. He brought Texas to a place that they pretend that they always are at all the time, and he was a 7th round guy. And if you looked at him and you go, well, size, whatever, all the things that made it to where he's a 7th round pick, and he could have easily gone as an undrafted free agent. But we don't look at Quinn Ewers and go, what an embarrassing slide that he took. You know why? Because he doesn't have Coach Prime as his dad. He doesn't have all the cameras in front of him. The circus that surrounds the Sanders family is not, and by the way, is not Shedeur's fault. It's something that is just the nature of what you get with what you got with Colorado. And by the way, his jersey being retired at Colorado is the perfect example of somebody who is overpicked in the last couple of weeks.
That situation is exactly what all these NFL executives were concerned about. The Deion show. Do I have to deal with Deion Sanders and all this?
Not fun.
Bull junk? Do I have to deal with that? And the entitlement and arrogance of this kid. Look, that's all we're talking about. I don't know him. We've had interactions with him at media days. It was like a little over the top, a little arrogant, a little disinterested, a little rude. Be quite honest, right?
Yeah. Short with people.
He treated us the way he probably treated a lot of these NFL executives. Looking down at his phone, looking down at
half answering questions.
Even if he would agree to talk to you.
Right.
Last year was ridiculous.
They didn't even come
around.
Their
whole entourage went around and they wouldn't talk to anybody. And they weren't just blowing off us local people. They're blowing off national outlets.
Oh, yeah. No, they were sitting up in the stands at one point.
This is an
Remember
event
that?
where you're going to talk to about your program. Your whole reason for being there is to talk to the media about you and your program to help build up your program. It's a fun event, and they had no interest in participating in it, and they wanted you to know they had no interest in talking to you because they thought they were better than you. And they made that point. at Pac-12 Media Days 2 years ago and last year at Big 12 Media. We have our own personal experience with this Sanders deal.
Yep.
Okay? So they did that to the NFL executives. Did he show up to Senior Bowl? No. Did he what did he do? All the pre-draft process. What did Shedeur Sanders do?
Do you remember how everybody?
Not much.
Do you remember how everybody gave him all this credit?
Because he thought he was too good for it. He was the man. He didn't have to go out there and throw. He didn't have to work out. He didn't have to do interview well.
Everybody gave him all this credit for playing in that bowl game. He and Travis Hunter. And the reality is if he would have not played in that bowl game against BYU, if he would have gone to a pro day, not even the combine. Say I'm not going to do the combine, but I'll do pro day. At least that, because he didn't even do a pro day. If he doesn't play against BYU and have a crap game and was exposed a little bit,
it didn't help him at all.
And then if he would have gone to a pro day, put up some numbers, because you can train for those days, JJ. We know guys who have said, hey, look, that's not even the NFL. That is its own thing, and you can prepare for that thing.
Right after the bowl game, they go to a place in California, wherever it is, and they start their 3 months training, so they're ready. 2 months training.
For a pro day or the combine, not for the NFL.
A crash course in track and field, basically, is what it ends up being. So they're ready to max those numbers out.
He does that, and he might be able to sneak in on these GM's sheets a little bit higher. But the reality is these guys.
Some are even saying he sabotaged the interviews with the GMs on purpose because he didn't want to go play for those teams.
So there's 20 teams that didn't even want a quarterback. You know what those 20 teams do when they don't need a quarterback? By the way, this is when the lying season comes up perfect for those 20 teams because they go, oh, yeah, we love that guy. He's amazing. If you're a team who's not taking a quarterback, talk about all the terrible quarterbacks in the draft and talk about how awesome they are. You know what I mean? And some of them did. They're like, oh, he's an amazing talent. There's Sean Payton was like, I think it's a travesty, blah, blah. You know why? Because he's not picking a freaking quarterback. Wait, did the Broncos take a quarterback? They didn't, right?
No.
You know what? Brian Daboll's having to answer questions like, why didn't you tell us about how bad the interview was with Shedeur? And he's like, dude, I don't want to talk about that. First of all, none of those. I'm not talking about a guy who didn't come to our organization. Yeah, but talk about how bad his interview was. Like, whether or not it was bad or not. These teams, as soon as they don't want a person, they don't need to talk about them. So every one of these coaches, they're like, every one of them is avoiding the question about Shedeur Sanders. You know why? Because he's not wearing their jersey. It doesn't matter anymore. So this draft got made totally weird by the fact that we have, and we've known this, the draft grades that teams give guys, after they give those grades and they don't tell you how they get those grades, they burn them because they don't want to let you know how they graded their guys. I watched a whole interview this weekend with all these different coaches. They were asked, hey, who's the most difficult position to evaluate? Every one of them had a different answer. You know why? Because some of them, if you're a Ben Johnson type guy, you're more of a quarterback dude. Like, you kind of know what you're looking at for quarterback. And so what is his answer? Man, safeties and cornerbacks are hard for me to grade. All these guys, safeties, corners, offensive guards, quarterback every once in a while. But most of them, you get the most on quarterbacks than you do from any other position. And so I think that they had more in their back pocket on Shedeur Sanders than they're letting known, on top of the fact that you had a lot of teams. And next year's a different draft, JJ. You're gonna have it be the inverse. You're gonna have 20 teams who are going to draft a quarterback, and you're gonna have 12 who don't need him. And so that makes a difference.
Yeah, that
makes a difference for a guy like Shedeur Sanders, who is waiting for that invite, waiting for that thing. I'm glad he got picked because I think that kid, I think he got a little bit of that humble pie slice that he probably needed. But the reality is probably didn't necessarily. He still got drafted by an NFL team, man.
Let me give him some credit. The way he could have shut down the cameras, he could shut all of it out. He could have went and sulked in a corner. When he was picked 5th, he was excited. He had his moment. He had a great attitude there. So you're right. Hopefully he learned something from all this. And he's landing in a place in Cleveland, while Cleveland is where quarterbacks go to die. Who's their starter? Who's their future?
So I think the word that we read, or the word
he couldn't have found a better place to go to in this draft.
Well, they definitely don't have necessarily a future for him, especially because they don't have a future totally worked out for their quarterback situation. The Kenny Pickett's 2026 option is not going to get picked up. They've already said that it's likely that they're not going to get picked up for his 2026 option. But you're going to have a 4 quarterback deep room. I don't know what that looks like with Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
Someone's got to go.
And Kenny Pickett. And But here's the thing. Joe Flacco's not going to be around in Cleveland very much longer. Obviously, if they're not exercising the option for Kenny Pickett in 2026, the Browns are going to draft another quarterback next year. That's what's going to happen.
But they took Dylan Gabriel in the third, and they took Shedeur in the fifth. You can draft a quarterback next year because financially, you're not having to owe Shedeur Sanders $10 million. You take a quarterback. For people that don't know, there's a rookie scale. And in the first round, the rookie scale is incredibly high.
Yeah,
but
huge.
Beyond that, the numbers go way low.
Yeah, in fifth round, and as everybody pointed
So
out.
the financial the financial demand that they have for Shedeur Sanders and his contract is next to nothing.
Yeah. It's league minimum-ish.
Right. So they can. And this is kind of like the Tom Brady thing, or there's been many quarterbacks. The quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. What's wrong with my brain?
Purdy.
Brock Purdy. I mean, the 49ers have benefited financially and with their cap tremendously because they've got a guy that was taken with the last pick of the draft as their starter. So they can go spend all that money somewhere else. That window closed for the 49ers, but the Browns have a similar deal here where if they like Shedeur and he ends up being the starter, he's a bargain for them.
Yeah.
And allows them to make their roster better in other places. But if he doesn't work out, they cut him and they don't lose anything.
Okay. So you know what his number is? The rookie scale for him at the pick that he was picked is 4 years, $4.61 million. So you're talking about just over league minimum.
He made more than that at Colorado.
He would have made $5 million next year probably.
Yeah.
Somewhere. You know what I mean?
Probably,
like
maybe he should have stayed another year.
Could have. I don't know if. I mean, look. The reality is the faster he can get the NFL, I think the better for his development as a pro.
For sure,
anyway.
we've talked about this.
But Colorado, by the way, is in a bad spot. They're not going to be a good team.
I don't think they are either.
I don't think they're going to be a good team. Poor Prime, man. And didn't he just sign an extension? I don't know. Bottom line is that this whole and it's a shame because there was so much more going on in the NFL draft than just Shedeur's quote unquote slide. But we need to understand, and I wish that these guys would say, hey, guys, it's not a slide. It's not a slide.
It's not. This is a bad quarterback class. To your point, you brought up earlier, the Zach Wilson draft. 2021, real quick, I'll go over this. How many of these guys are awesome? I'll go through real quick. Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond, Davis Mills, Ian Book, Sam Ehlinger. That's the 2021 NFL quarterback class. Only 2 of those guys are currently starters. And some of them are already out of the league.
A handful of those guys aren't even in the league. Yeah.
That was just 4 years ago.
Again, the grades after the draft, this is when we should have that discussion. We should be grading the 2021 draft
This
right now.
draft class for quarterbacks might end up being the same.
Yeah.
And then you're looking at all the league teams in the leagues like, well, you probably did the right thing by not taking a quarterback.
Here's the part we don't know. Cam Ward could be the next Lamar Jackson. Cam Ward could be the next Jamarcus Russell. We have no clue. I think it's closer to the former rather than the Jamarcus Russell part because I feel like Cam Ward's he's a type that actually works hard.
Maybe Kyle McCord becomes the best quarterback in this class.
I don't think Shuck could either be an amazing pickup or he could be the next, Will Levis, type. I look at all these quarterbacks that get taken and the grades that they're given and the grades more and more that are grades, by the way, like I said, given out by us as media or given out by these scouting services that are not actually the teams. The teams are the ones. This is why it's difficult. If I'm a GM, I go, never listen to the media ever. And here's case number 1, Shedeur Sanders 2025. Never listen to what the media says. And is Shedeur Sanders now? Guess what? In a lot of people's drafts now, they go, wow, that's the steal of the draft because he was this rank, the 39th overall rank in this draft. And he was picked 144th. Wow, what value? We have no idea. We have no idea if it's good value or not yet. What we do know is, from a money perspective, it's great value because it's basically the same as it's the same thing you're going to pay a guy if he makes the 53-man roster and he plays, the next 4 seasons and he's the unlikely hero of making that $950 a year. That's what you're talking about here. He's going to be making over just over $1 million a year. I'm sure he got some signing bonus. It's probably nominal, to be honest. It's probably not huge. And I hope that I want to see Shedeur Sanders be in the league for a long time because if he's good, then that's great for the league. It's great for us. We love football, man. If he's not good, ask anybody this league will chew you up and spit you out, and we won't even think about you anymore. Trey Lance. He was the 3rd overall pick, right? Trey Lance was the 3rd overall pick. What
no, not 3rd overall. Let me pull it up real quick.
Or maybe he's the 3rd quarterback in that draft. But he was high.
It was the 5th?
He was. I think he was top 10 for sure. I can't even remember, but yeah. I mean, it's bonkers. 3rd pick overall, right after Zach Wilson.
Yep. 3 quarterbacks went 1, 2, 3 in that draft. And one of them still starts, and he's questionable. And I don't know how much longer Trevor Lawrence got the money, so that's why he's there. But
and the other one you look at and you go, what could have been? Or if he'd have found a good situation or whatever it might be.
Justin Fields is on his 3rd team already. Mac Jones, he's a backup.
Yep.
That's your 1st round.
Sam Ehlinger, is he in the league still? All right.
Probably is a 3rd quarterback somewhere.
All right, we'll come back. We'll take a break. We're going to have Stevenson Sylvester. Sly's going to break it down for us because he made the biggest pick of the entire draft when he said exactly where a player from Utah was going to get drafted and even to the team. It's like the guy works for the NFL or something. Let's take the break here. We'll come back. We'll talk to Sly, give him his kudos next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Good start to the afternoon drive. No accidents on the board on I-15 or the other freeways across the Wasatch Front, but eastbound 201 is a little slow approaching 72nd West in Magna. Murdoch Hyundai, home of 3.99% for 6 years on the Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Time to welcome David Locke back to the airwaves.
Isn't Finals MVP more important than regular season MVP more than ever?
I think the order would be MVP, champion, Finals MVP. Karl Malone won 2 MVPs, right?
Would he trade one for a title?
Yeah,
I don't think he would.
Whoa!
By the way, he can't trade one. He's got to trade them both.
I think he's taking the title every single time.
You can have the highest rated morning show in the country and twice be named the best morning show host in the country, or your station can be named the best station in the country. Which are you taking?
That's not a thing, and you know it. You just totally made that up.
Take that in your pipe and smoke it on your rocking chair while you cherish your greatest morning show host ever title.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Make Mother's Day easy this year and get the best gift ever, a blanket from Minky Couture. Minky Couture creates the amazingly soft, comfy, and cozy Minky blankets and robes. Just in time for Mother's Day, save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at MinkyCouture.com or visit your local Minky Couture for special neighborhood deals. Again, save 50% with promo code ZONE50 in stores or online at MinkyCouture.com.
Since Any Hour Services only charges $29 to snake any drain line with normal access, you may never want to deal with a slow or clogged drain yourself ever again, especially when all you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Sinks, showers, tubs, toilets, even that sewer main line that connects to the city. We'll snake any drain line with normal access for only $29. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value.
Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Grass drinks up a lot of water, but Waterwise Landscaping thrives while using less. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There's always winners and losers after every NFL draft. If you're Mr. Irrelevant, that's a night. That's good. Kobe Minor gets picked up by the New England Patriots as the 257th pick in the draft this year. Great, Mr. Irrelevant. His last name's Minor. The New England Patriots thought it would be really good from their social media account to tweet out, "We picked up a minor."
Oh my
They immediately
gosh.
deleted it. Good job. Nice. Hey.
They just called their draft pick a pedophile.
Don't you just... but don't
What
you
are you
just,
doing?
Like, listen. That is somebody going... That is... In my mind, the person who sends that out was actually like an older person on the social media team who's like, I think it'd be kind of funny if we did this.
They thought they'd be hip.
His
last name's
the
Minor.
Young people are like,
All
I'm
the
telling
kids are
you,
saying, a minor.
The young people they hired as their social media managers are like, hey, I'm telling you, don't do it. That's probably not good. Nope.
That
they
was
had to take
so
it down.
skibbity. It's the most
Stop
Ohio
it.
tweet ever.
Oh. Joining us on the program right now, he's never going to be Mr. Irrelevant. Not just because he wasn't taken last in the draft, but also because he gets it all so freaking right. How do you make these guesses every dang year, Sly? I say guesses. They're educated hypotheses is what we need to give you credit for.
Man, I sent you guys a GIF of Billy Madison, after he won the
I'm the
spelling bee in
smartest
first
man
grade.
in the world.
That's how I feel. After my draft picks get good, I feel just like I spelled couch right in the spelling bee.
You can use cursive. You can draw out the letter Z in cursive. You are the smartest man in the world.
Rizzuto.
So I do. So the pick was one. We had this discussion about locally. Maybe you see no guys picked, and when we were talking about who might be a local, who could be a surprise, that ended up being the only guy out of Utah or BYU that was picked, and it was Caleb Lohner in the 7th round. You said, Caleb Lohner, he's going to be my late pick, and he's going to go to the Broncos, and that's exactly what happened. He was the 7th round pick overall for the Denver Broncos. Why did they fall in love with him, and why did you think that they were going to, or that a team would want to attach themselves to a guy like Caleb Lohner?
Well, I think people get so wrapped up in college statistics and think that is the determination on why and where you should get drafted. I learned a long time ago it's not about that. The good teams, anyway, the good teams don't focus on those statistics. They focus on your skill set and value, right? And you don't have many 6'8", 6'9" basketball guys that have a 40-inch vertical and can catch the ball and run like a deer. I don't care what statistics you have right there. You give that guy the ball, right? And so I just looked at Caleb Lohner. I'm just like, he's a unicorn. I was saying all year, why have we not utilized that more? He got a touchdown pass early in the year. After you've seen that touchdown pass, he should have had a touchdown pass in the red zone every single game after that, at least 3-4 times a game. You got safeties who run 5'10", 6 foot with a 32-inch vertical. This guy's 6'8", 6'9" with a 40-inch vertical. You're trying to tell me that's not leverage? That's what some of the things that pissed me off about Utah this year. But, Caleb Lohner, one, the Broncos are just building something over there. One, they're the Denver Utes. So let's just change their name right now. I know JJ's a fan of the Broncos and the Orange Crust. Just the Denver Utes. Corinne Reed's there. Thomas Yasmin's already there. Cody Barton was there last year. Devontae. We got a ton of Utes on this Denver team. I think they have, the inside scoop to Utah guys and know the value there. But with a quarterback like Bo Nix, you got a young receiving core. You got Cortland Sutton, Devon Bailey. You got all these other younger weapons right there. And you throw in a guy like Caleb Lohner, who nobody's looking at, and you could make a star. One, Sean Payton has experience with Jimmy Graham, right? He knows what that looks like. That is, if you want to look up Jimmy Graham's Wikipedia, it's Caleb Lohner. It's the craziest thing. So watch Sean Payton just go ham with Bo Nix and Caleb Lohner connection. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. And I'm excited for it. I truly am excited for it.
Yeah, as a Broncos fan, I'm excited because they really need a tight end, and Lohner will give them that depth and could be a surprise unicorn, like you say. The other part of it is I continue to be disappointed, like you, with what Utah did offensively last year, knowing that they could have used that weapon a little bit more. Obviously, NFL guys saw something, and maybe he wasn't ready yet. I don't know, but it feels like Utah could have used Caleb Lohner a lot more last season. Now, Sly, the story everyone was talking about this weekend, I want to give you a chance to share your take on it. Shedeur Sanders slips from the 1st round to the 5th round. Everybody thought he was going to be taken in the top 10. He wasn't. He ends up being taken in the 5th. Why the discrepancy between what everyone expected to happen, which was him in the 1st round, and what the NFL actually evaluated him at, which was a 5th round pick?
I mean, what I took from this weekend in Shedeur Sanders' situation is you will never be bigger than the game. Right? And I've heard that from veterans. When I got to Pittsburgh, I try to soak up as much veteran experience as I could to learn the ropes, right? And that's one thing that I definitely paid attention to, especially when guys got their money, like Lamar Woodley, James Harrison. I'd listen to my linebackers coach, Keith Butler. He was a former player in the NFL. And he's like, get your money, but make sure you don't get too much, because if you get too much, you're expendable. Right? That means that their pressure's on you, and there's a lot of that. And what Shedeur and his father has been doing in the media the last couple of years, that has been all their control. They've been able to control the narrative, control the media hype. They're literally, Deion Jr. is their social media expertise, and they control all of that. Deion has the context to bring ESPN in, Fox in. He has the context to make everybody pay attention to him because it's him. He's been able to control everything. This is something he hasn't been able to control, and you see the outcome. And that's it. That's the whole story of the draft for me is, one, the NFL is sending a message, right? Is like, look, because there's no way all the teams, whether you think he's a backup or whatever, he's a talented dude. I got him as a second-round grade, but, like, he's a talented dude, a lot more talented than the quarterbacks picked above him, right? And he slides all the way down to the Cleveland Browns' last pick. They picked another quarterback before him, and he was the Cleveland Browns' last pick. That is the most awkward thing. Steelers with Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson as your quarterbacks on roster. That's your guys you have on roster. And you don't draft a quarterback in the first 5 rounds? You take Will Howard from Ohio State? Pissed off. I got a Steelers alumni call tomorrow with Mike Tomlin on the phone. And please believe Sly's going to speak up and like, yo, what's up? But anyways, I digress. But Shedeur, for me, that whole situation is just, they've had the ability to control everything, and this was a situation where they could not control, and they saw what happened.
Sly, one of the, I think I mentioned something similar where at the beginning of the show where I say, hey, look, this is not a slide when the actual grade that the guy has is the one that matters, which is in these teams' rooms, and there actually weren't that many teams that needed a quarterback, and there weren't that many teams who felt like that they got a good shake out of him. So there's a one side of you that goes, okay, we'll grade the stuff that we have, which is, a guy who basically went 500 in college, and yeah, he had a lot of touchdowns and not very many interceptions, but he also was not super successful. And then you got guys like, think about Quinn Ewers going in the 7th round, and that was a guy who won a ton of games and had similar numbers. But, we just grade people differently. The NFL will tell you exactly what you are if they feel like it. And you know what? If he were good, if he were phenomenal, they would take you. You know what I mean? They take you. They don't care about any of the other stuff. Like, even if they would take the off the field stuff if he had that first round, first pick overall talent, because they'd just say, we can't not do it. Look at the talent level that he is. But nobody felt like that talent level matched what the attitude and what the entitlement was, which is wild. I do want to ask you about something that we were texting back and forth with last night, which was the prank call that went to Shedeur Sanders, and it ended up being the defensive coordinator of the Falcons, his own son, who ended up making the call, and he had to apologize. The team had to reach out and actually put an official statement on it, and they apologized. But Jeff Ulbrich, his son, makes this prank call. It actually gets to the phone of young Shedeur Sanders and is filmed and all those things, and then these idiots filmed it themselves. What do you do in a situation like that to the Falcons?
Fire the guy who is negligent on his proprietary information.
The iPad was open. The iPad was open as he walked by.
Any business with proprietary information and, PHI, HIPAA violations, as far as legal stances and what does your lawyer tell you? It's like, when a lawyer comes home or an FBI agent comes home, he's like, I can't talk about this case, right? There's reasons for that. Right? You cannot use because there's so many other things that could come up. One right now, my biggest vex with it is the NFL has been, talked about and chastised as being a scripted league. This is everybody knows information, all these betting sites. Everybody saw the program and how these bettors and scalpers and mob guys can talk to guys and influence games. So you're telling me this snot-nosed little punk can get into a defensive coordinator's – he's a defensive coordinator. He's not even an offensive coordinator that would draft a quarterback. He could get into Atlanta Falcons proprietary information and get people's phone numbers, let alone God knows what else he can get. He could sell that. He has no affiliation with the organization besides his dad.
Great point.
Right? I want to make some money. Somebody's going to give me $400,000 because they're going to put a lot of money on this game, on this prop bet. Right? Fire Ulbrich. That, to me, is the only reason. I know I was texting you guys, but yesterday derailed my whole adulting day yesterday. I was texting my all alumni groups, and I was going back and forth. I was supposed to get a lot of stuff done yesterday, and I didn't. I was out standing in the yard texting all day because I was so pissed off at this. For me, the only situation that the league can do is fine the Atlanta Falcons for making sure that for them not having proper protocols, and then fire Ulbrich as the Atlanta Falcons, because that's just stupid. You're just being careless. And my thing is, if the league comes back and says all he needs to do is apologize to Shedeur Sanders, then I tell you what, the next kid of an offensive coordinator or a quarterback's coach is going to get the number next year and be like, all I got to do is apologize and that's it, because I have a case where the kid last year did the exact same thing and nothing happened. That's stupid. You got to set the example right now, because I think it's bigger than the prank call.
Oh, there's absolutely, you're spot on. And I don't think they came down hard enough on the situation, but we'll see how that continues to develop. I mean, a kid didn't murder anybody or anything, so like I'm not going to get too crazy, but he did a really stupid, childish thing, and there needs to be consequences for what happened. There's so many questions I want to get to. We're almost out of time here. Jalen Royals to the Chiefs, I thought was an incredible pick for the Chiefs and for Jalen. I think he can be a star there, actually. But I want to ask you before we leave, which undrafted free agent, Utah or BYU, do you think has the best chance to make it in the league?
Man, that's a great question. I was kind of looking at it, and it's so hard because, guys are listening to their agents and they have inside scoop, probably more information than I do about situations. But I wish Mekhi Bernard would have went to the Niners. That's what I went. I know I saw another undrafted free agent go to the Niners. I was like, that just needs to be Mekhi. But Mekhi's in a good situation with Tennessee with Cam Ward. You got a lot of young people around there, and all he has to do is make an impression, which is a strategy. So I like that. And so there's a lot of things that can happen. I like Zamiah Vaughn in Minnesota. I think that he can come up with some awesome things there. I don't know. I don't know exactly who's the best and would be. Honestly, if Corinne Reed is able to actually get an opportunity, I think he could make a shine in Denver, because Cody Barton's now gone, and Corinne's a very smart guy. If the evaluators can give Corinne a chance, I think he could make a spark over there and make something happen. But I mean, honestly, the world is anybody's oyster. They can make anything happen. It's not based on like, oh, that's in a bad situation. You got to go out there and be better than the next guy and not take no crap. Don't think that just because you're undrafted, you're not good enough. There's been so many people, especially from the university, that's went undrafted and made a name for themselves. Silver Salinga, Derek Shelby. There's been tons and tons of guys who's got second and third contracts and then undrafted. So don't think that you're anything less. Just go in there and boss up and get it done.
Stevenson Sylvester. Sly, thanks for the breakdown, and thanks for the all the last week's breakdowns as well, because so much of it ends up coming true, and then we end up having to call you back and get your vibe on it. And it was a fun draft weekend, and it gets made better by your analysis. So we appreciate it, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you guys.
There you go.
Thanks, Sly.
Stevenson Sylvester. Caleb Lohner.
He may or may not be receiving a prank call later today. Just want to see how he reacts.
One prank call.
Sly does not like prank calls.
I was going to say, I don't think.
Star 67.
I just used Star 67. Is that still a thing? Can you still do it?
Let's find out. Find out.
Our producer, Alex, was very quick to answer that it still works. He's like, as of last night at 10:50 p.m., it worked.
Yeah.
In my personal life, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Man, Star 67.
You must have got Star 67 last night
by
that girl listen, you really like. She just doesn't know it yet.
But, Alex, do you know what 10-10-3-2-1 is? Because you can save 10 cents a minute on each call. Do you remember those old days when you're dialing 10 other digits before to save some money on your long-distance phone calls? This is the world we come from.
Remember long-distance phone calling? That used to be a thing. They used to charge you for calling long distance.
Big time.
I remember having to load up my flip phone with the prepaid minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And then I couldn't even surf the internet when I was in middle school.
that was like a version of what we're talking about, probably 5 versions down the line.
Yeah.
1010 321. Remember all those companies were like,
technology's come along
with AT&T, you can save 20 cents a minute. Just dial 1010 321 before your number. So you're dialing 1,000 numbers to make a phone call. All right. We'll make a quick break here. We'll come back and we'll get you ready. We've got our weekend warriors, people who won the weekend. Football currently live, and I actually followed it this weekend. Plus, amazing performances across the entirety of the NBA, the NHL. Awesome stuff. All right, stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
We've talked about, Colin Sexton going to Orlando or something like that. Maybe it's a bigger trade. Maybe it's a Lowry type of player.
Well, they need a point guard, and
they still need a point guard.
Is hairline their guy?
You find better physical traits to give somebody a nickname by, whether it's armpit, whether it's fingernails, or now hairline for Jalen Smith. I'm glad you're not calling the guy you saw at daycare the other day flat face.
Oh, flat face. Hey,
I wonder where your daughter gets it.
Yeah, it's
I wonder
true.
where your daughter picked up.
Look how flat that guy's face is, Dad. By the way, in my defense as well, I'm not the one that noticed hairline.
Sure.
He went viral.
Sure. It became a staple.
Because people were clowning him for his hairline. Yeah, same with fingernails.
And same with armpit. His whole thing is he got into a fight with the people at ESPN because he didn't want to put a shirt on.
Well, that is my theory, but yeah.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
M&M Gutters and Exteriors is more than just gutters. We provide full service on all of your exterior needs, from top to bottom and everything in between. Did you know that gutters require routine maintenance and cleaning to keep them in good condition? And gutter damage can lead to costly repairs for your foundation if it's not addressed early. Plus, if you need new gutters, it can be a tedious process. Let our professionals with 3 decades of experience installing rain gutters from high-quality materials take care of it for you. Contact us today to schedule a consultation and cleaning of your gutters or any of your other exterior needs. Give M&M Gutters a call at 385-324-7520. That's 385-324-7520. Or visit us and schedule your consultation online at mandmgutters.com.
Get ready for an adrenaline-pumping showdown at Bear Lake's 2nd annual MMA Fierce Fighting Championship Battle of the Border, happening September 6th at Heritage Park in Garden City. This is the ultimate event for fight fans. Don't miss out. Plan ahead and grab your tickets today at fiercefightingchampionship.com. While you're here, take in Bear Lake's stunning scenery and enjoy everything this little piece of paradise has to offer. Visit bearlake.org to book your stay and explore the beauty right in your backyard. Bear Lake, your perfect escape. Sponsored by Scenic Idaho.
At JCW's, we think tipping might be getting a little out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served, or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a 3rd-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy to see you at any of our 5 locations in Provo, South Jordan, Lehigh, Harriman, and American Fork. So come on in and enjoy some quality time and great food with family and friends. And we promise, we won't be pushing you for a tip.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's, and we just want to say thank you, and especially to our loyal customers. We want you to know that at JCW's, your business is all the tip we need. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hey folks, it's Dave here with Deb, and we want to tell you about our friends at Mountain Home Services.
That's right, Dave. Mountain Home Services has been serving Utah since 1954, and they're the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, they have a 100% satisfaction guarantee.
You know, Deb, with summer around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your air conditioner checked. Mountain Home Services has got you covered with top-notch AC services.
Absolutely. And let's not forget their expert electrical and plumbing services. Whether you need a quick repair or a major installation, their skilled technicians are ready to help.
You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com or call the same easy-to-remember number, 801-543-2222.
And there's a special offer for our KSL listeners. So call now and ask about their KSL specials.
Don't wait. Keep your home running smoothly with Mountain Home Services. Call 801-543-2222 today. That's 801-543-2222.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, your weekend warriors right now on the program. People who won the weekend here for you. Brought to you by the good folks at Gillette Heating and Air. Right now, get seasonal maintenance done on your furnace or air conditioning for only $59. See GilletteHVAC.com for more information and to make an appointment. GilletteHVAC.com. People who won the weekend, JJ. A
lot of them.
I know, lots of folks on there.
We don't have time for all of them.
We do not. This one from the world of the NBA, though. Right off the bat, a guy who may take his team to a second title in a row. Seems like a difficult ask to beat this team, especially when this guy's playing as well as he is.
Tatum against Banchero. Tatum, a little hesitation, step back, 1 foot, and got another one. He's hit 3 there. Clock down to 10. Shot clock at 3 now. Tatum dancing with Carter. Tatum, oh, a little sweet revenge. Tatum lays it in. Well, he delivers that contact so well, Jason Tatum. It's subtle.
That guy had a good game. 37 points, 14 rebounds, 3 steals. He's really good. And, you know, it's nice to have guys like Anthony Edwards having a good go in the playoffs. It's nice to have the Cavaliers. They're sharp. The up and coming Oklahoma City Thunder, but the Boston Celtics, until otherwise, they're at the top. And right now, it doesn't look like they're a team that are going to be real easy to knock off of that top step. And they might end up being the champs. I don't know. If you get play like that out of your best player, then you're for sure going to be on that list. Man, definitely. It's ridiculous. Hey, a soccer world reference right here. We were
Football
wondering
is
about
live.
it. I know.
That's
listen,
right.
I was the guy this weekend who was asking Google what the score was of the Wrexham-Charleston game in the, I don't even know, what is it, League One? Is that what they're called? In that? Okay. League One, which is the 3rd tier of English football. Now, of course, 3 years ago, were they in the 5th or the 6th tier? Bottom line was they were basically playing, the same, it's church ball, the equivalent of church ball over there in England. So, but this is what it sounded like when they got the promotion to the 2nd tier of English soccer at Wrexham this weekend.
Wrexham are promoted to the Championship. A rise that English football has never seen the like of before has been realised here in North Wales. Phil Parkinson, the hero. And just look at these scenes of the racecourse. So much emotion, so much delight, and so much success over 3 years of unparalleled highs for this football club.
It's just really nice to see an upstart team that defies all the odds with millions of dollars of Hollywood money pouring into their coffers. Yeah. So there you go. Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively were on hand.
I bet they were. Rob McElhenney
was also there. And we were talking about, because now they've already started the push of like, man, it's awesome, but the championship's a different level of pay scale. It's a different level of what you need in the bank. And so they're all looking at everybody with their hands out going, could you please help us?
Ryan Reynolds needs a handout.
We're trying to get to the EPL. We're trying to get to Premier League. You have a shilling you can spot me, sir. They all suddenly turn into turn into Oliver Twist, turn into some Chitty Chitty Bang Bang or something over there. All right, we'll take a break. Those were your weekend warriors. Every Wednesday, by the way, is a Win Ticket Wednesday on our program and all the programs across the KSL Sports Zone. The Summer Unity Tour that features Collective Soul and Live is where you're going to get tickets this week. If you're listening in on Wednesday and you call in at the right time, you can also get tickets at livenation.com or just listen to our station all day long, the KSL Sports Zone, on Wednesday for your chance to win. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Let's get into some way too early. That's right, post-spring college football top 25. Thank heavens we're talking college football again. We went like a few minutes without talking about it, and I want to get back to it, right? Where the Big 12 teams are right now in the post-spring preseason top 25 from USA Today. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
It's landscaping season.
So many ideas, so many options for your outdoor space.
But that also means so much back-breaking work moving rocks, gravel, dirt, and mulch on your own.
Wouldn't it be nice if the dirt, rocks, or sand just found their way to you?
With Dirt Rocks, they do. At dirtrocks.com, spelled R-O-X, you can choose anything from construction and decorative gravel and rocks to gardening, mulch, soil, compost, or sand delivered straight to your home or work site.
The best part? At dirtrocks.com, you can browse every material, complete with detailed photos and prices so good, there's no need to hide them.
No need to set appointments for bids or callbacks.
Simply select your material, use the built-in calculator to find out how much you need, and request a delivery. It's that simple.
With on-time delivery and seriously competitive prices on the best dirt, rocks, mulch, and sand in the Salt Lake Valley, Dirt Rocks leaves a lot of gardeners and even contractors smiling every day.
Visit dirtrocks.com.
That's dirtrocks.com.
And transform your landscape today.
dirtrocks.com.
Before you turn your AC on this spring, make sure it's uncovered. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and it's a good idea to make sure nothing's blocking the outside unit and you have a clean air filter. If your AC doesn't work when you turn it on, consider calling Any Hour Services. For only $29, we'll send a certified HVAC technician to your home to troubleshoot why your air conditioner isn't working and present you with options to repair it. Call Any Hour Services at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Attention Utah residents, the tariffs are here and prices will be going up May 1st. Sound Warehouse is loaded in thousands of dollars in pre-tariff mobile audio video systems and more. Beat the tariffs at Sound Warehouse until the end of April. Marine, Harleys, and side-by-side audio. The entire inventory of Sound Warehouse at pre-tariff prices through the end of April. Salt Lake, Orem, and Ogden, or soundwarehouse.com. Rockin' Utah for over 46 years. The Warehouse, Sound Warehouse.
The Garden Restaurant at Temple Square is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building and open Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant at Temple Square.
Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, man, what a bummer. Watching the footage of that torn ACL for Damian Lillard.
Achilles. He ruptured his Achilles.
The ruptured Achilles.
Awful.
Which is two things. It's not exclusively this, but when somebody tears an Achilles, like, they're usually of a certain age group, right?
Those mid-30s players.
It's kind of like
Kobe did in his 30s,
right.
KD 30s.
Right. Or if you and I are playing in the Turkey Bowl.
Yeah, that too.
That is like,
that's an old man injury for sure.
It's like it's
rare to see somebody that's young have that kind of an injury.
Yes. Now, it happens periodically, but Damian Lillard at 36 years old and a torn Achilles, that's a tough one, man. That is, and watching it, it's a real bummer. But we'll talk a little bit about that later, as it might actually impact what the rest of the league does. It could be the beginning of the end of this Bucks roster as currently constituted, and we'll see how that works out and what type of ripple effects that'll have throughout the league. In the meantime, welcome to the program. Our show brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot. Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, Costco, and many other places in the refrigerated section. Go check it out for yourself. JJ, let's get into this. We got some college football, and we have some way too early college football. It's the post-spring. It's not an AP poll or anything. It's just people making guesses, which is what we love, speculation in the world of college football. And here we go. It's the way too early top 25. Let's do it. Let's get into it with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And this portion of the show brought to you by an amazing selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram, and now the Mitsubishi brand is under that umbrella of the Doug Smith brand of dealerships. Nobody knows cars like Doug. All right, JJ, it was not that long until finally everybody's spring ball got over. And by the way, what are we going to do when spring football goes away? When are we going to get the post-spring? We're going to have like a post-transfer portal, and that actually is what this is kind of referring to as well. The football transfer portal being closed and spring officially being done at all these different places, and the Big Ten has many, many teams represented in the way too early edition of this out of the USA Today. So you tell me, I'm just going to go from 25 all the way down to 1, okay?
Okay.
Now, here locally, some interest because you've got these Big 12 teams now that you're looking at, and you're going, okay, what are you up against here? Now, there's going to be some head scratchers in here because it always happens. And it starts right off the bat with the number 25 team on the way too early pre-season, post-spring top 25 for USA Today. Oklahoma, who finished the season 6-7 last year and weren't ranked on any of the preseason anything, but hey, they're the 25th ranked team in this preseason poll. I don't know. There are certain bumps that programs like Oklahoma always get.
Are they the new Texas? Where they're just automatically in the top 25 and this is going to be their year.
They're a blue blood. They get the benefit of the doubt. Always, right? And I don't know, it's just kind of a weird thing because Brent Venables can't be too long for this job anymore, right?
I don't feel like he would be.
If you give him one more of these seasons, he's way done.
Is John Mateer going to save the Sooners?
No idea. But as being this program that is always able to recruit, by the way, is always able to compete from they will always. That's something you could never say against this Oklahoma
oil
team.
money.
They have resources that other programs are not going to ever have. And like I said, they're blue bloods. They're multinational championship winners. They are multi-Heisman Trophy winners. You know, like it's just one of these programs that will always be, you'll be ready to give them the benefit of the doubt because of how much talent they can bring in. The question mark in their case is, of course, the coaching aspect of things. But yeah, John Mateer comes in, speaking of guys that they had to pay, reportedly $2 million going the direction of the former Wazoo wideout. But I don't know. You tell me, is Oklahoma, it's always one of those things where I look at it and I go, okay, whatever. We won't see them there at the end of the season. But it's also a program that if they went 10-2, they would be in that discussion for the college football playoff immediately.
Right.
And so that's what you expect. First Big 12 team on this list is TCU.
I love the Horned Frogs.
This is a team that, according to you, and I'm jumping on this bandwagon too, that might be actually, and they weren't previously ranked. After spring, they got this little bump here. They were 9-4 last year, a quiet 9-4, by the way, with a really good quarterback, maybe the best one in all the Big 12 coming up this next season.
Maybe.
Right? Josh Hoover is legit, and TCU always has the ability to recruit lots of stars on defense, lots of stars on offense, and they improved a ton after they go from the national championship to a struggle the next year, or the national championship game to a struggle the year after that, to the 9-4 year that was it was like the quietest 9-4 season of anybody. And I think Andy Avalos, who's the DC there, I mean, he's a good defensive coordinator. He does a phenomenal job, and I could see TCU being really, really good. That might be a low rank for this TCU Horned Frogs team, I think, when it comes down to it.
I think they'll end up being better than 24th in the country by the end of the season.
UNLV at 23?
Nope.
Why not? They got Dan Mullen.
Okay,
guy.
that's why they're 23. Like it's funny how certain coaches just get like hype attached to them no matter where they go. How many? I mean, Dan Mullen is a really good offensive guy. I think he's really good with quarterbacks. He's kind of been a failure as a head coach,
100%.
Right? So why is he all of a sudden? UNLV just lost a bunch of talent. I don't think that. I don't even know if UNLV is going to win the Mountain West.
No, why would they be a favorite ever to win the Mountain West? You know what I mean? Even when they do bring in some talent.
I know they brought in Alex Orji as their quarterback, but what did he do at Michigan?
Yes, exactly. But they also had some of their best talent that walked out the door last year too. So yeah. I don't see multiple years of UNLV being a threat in the Mountain West. But you know, what did Dan Mullen say? We were a game away from the college football playoff, which means we were 3 games away from the national championship game.
Are you playing the Kevin Bacon game? What are you doing here? 5 degrees of Kevin Bacon?
We were almost national champions out of that using that. And by the way, he wasn't even the coach. You can't claim any of that stuff.
And they don't even have money to pay him through the entire contract. What a weird situation there.
That's what happens when you make.
I mean, I think it was a good hire by UNLV. I think Dan Mullen's a good hire for them. But this is UNLV we're talking about.
Yeah,
it's UNLV.
I got to go quicker through this list here.
Yeah,
I'll get caught up on all these teams and complain about it.
Well, we should do it in the next segment. I'm loving this.
So here's what we got. So that's UNLV. The next one on the list is Nebraska. Again, a team that just gets kind of an automatic bump. Dylan Raiola coming back, the poor man's Patrick Mahomes, the very, very poor man's Patrick Mahomes.
They barely got 7-6 last year.
Like, if you squint, you may confuse him for what's Patrick Mahomes' brother's name? The one no one likes, Jackson Mahomes.
No,
you might confuse those two, but not Dylan Raiola is like, I'm wearing number 15 too, right? I'm the same. Nebraska at 22. Arizona State is the next Big 12 team. Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils, of course. You lose Cam Scadaboo, which probably actually might take you out of this entire thing. However, in their preseason poll, the prior one they put out, they actually had them ranked up in at 10th, which I thought was extremely high, and way too much that
they've got a lot to prove without Scadaboo.
Sam Levitt does, especially.
They had a lot of close games last year. Scadaboo was unbelievable. You had one of the top 5 players in the country on your team, and it wasn't just his play. It was the spirit that he had about him. It was the confidence and swagger
changed
that
the whole team.
He brought to them. And they won a lot of close games. Some of those could have gone the other way. I'm not sold on them this high. I think they're going to be good, and Dillingham's a really good coach. What he's done there in a short period of time and given them belief, I'm just not sold that Levitt's going to be able to carry them without a running back like Scadaboo. You know, is their receiver back? How healthy is he going to be? I don't know if Levitt and that receiver are enough to make Arizona State a top 25 team this year. I'm skeptical.
Iowa State is at 20, another Big 12 team.
I'm not skeptical of Iowa State.
They should probably be higher, right?
Could be. Rocco Becht is great. They're bringing a lot of guys back. The team was in the Big 12 championship last year. It wouldn't shock me if they're back.
I would actually recommend, and before we even get there, that they swap the number 12 team that they have on the list and the number 20 team, but we'll get to that. Mississippi, Ole Miss, trying to replace Jackson Dart, that's going to be a tall order, but
they got a lot of talent.
They have a ton of talent that's coming back, and so I think you're going to be, at the very least, that's a program that Lane Kiffin has got kind of rolling right now, and from a visual perspective, they are bringing eyeballs, they are bringing a lot of recruits in, and they are beating Alabama and Auburn to some of these recruits that normally they wouldn't even have a chance against, which is huge for them. Louisville at 18, BYU coming in at 17, which is exactly where they had them at the very first preseason poll. They don't have them moving at all, but
yeah, I don't think Keelan Marion and in the linebacker leaving is going to be enough to drop them from there. I don't think that's enough impact there. Keelan Marion was, while a great returner, wasn't their best receiver.
No, for sure not. And now that we've started to refer to Harrison Taggart as the linebacker.
Didn't mean that. I just a bit of a brain slip there. Yeah, Harrison Taggart, corner king high school.
BYU fans are like,
last year.
That's what I did too, JJ. I forgot his name as soon as he transferred out. I've never even known who he was.
Shared some video from Cal. Looked like he was visiting Cal Bears. So wouldn't be a bad spot for him.
Who's the head coach at Cal, by the way? Is it? It's that. What's his name? They have
same guy, Wilcox.
No, yeah, but Ron Rivera is like their GM now.
Oh, is he?
Ron Rivera is the GM. Yeah.
Glad that Uncle Ron could find some.
Yeah, it's cool. South Carolina at 16, Michigan at 15, Tennessee at 14. Some of these teams, by the way, taking tumbles out of some of these earlier rankings.
Tennessee makes sense. I think they lost something at quarterback.
Illinois, a shock team last year to go 10-3, but all their guys are returning basically.
Yeah.
Kansas State is your highest-ranked Big 12 team.
Here we go again.
At 12. I really do think that Kansas State needs to be put behind Iowa State, and I think they probably need to be put behind BYU.
Well, here's the line. Here's the line I got to read out loud. And they're rating Kansas State 12. They're saying, we're going to roll the dice on quarterback Avery Johnson taking a big step in his second season as a starter. That's
That's a lot to ask.
That's what you're doing with Kansas. It all depends on how good Avery Johnson really is, and where in the world did all the hype come for this kid? I saw nothing last year.
No.
That told me he's elite.
He's
12, a good athlete, not an elite quarterback.
Number 12 is wild on this list.
Yeah,
considering
it's too
that considering that they were. By the way, there were I think 3 teams that were 9-4.
I think Iowa State and TCU and BYU were all better than Kansas State.
And Iowa State and Iowa State, and who was the other one you said?
Iowa State. TCU and BYU.
So Iowa State and TCU were both. What was Iowa State's final record though? They were 10-3,
right?
Yeah, but Kansas State.
Yeah, they were 11-3. Sorry, I took a win away.
Oh yeah,
they won 11 games last year.
So Kansas,
first time ever.
Kansas State was
9-4.
They fell off of the planet at the end of the year too. You remember how bad it was? They needed to go in there and beat Iowa State in that last game to give BYU a shot and they didn't even show up for the game.
There was a gap. It was clear.
It was and it was just not. It was not good. Florida 11th, Miami 10th. Which again,
I don't buy Florida.
I don't know how Miami moved up 6 spots from their previous preseason poll because I think the most overrated dude in all of college football from a money standpoint, from an NIL standpoint, and from a name standpoint. You're talking about Miami, who just went 10-3 with the number 1 overall pick, and you've replaced him with Carson Beck, who has not proved himself at all, by the way.
I agree with that.
I don't think he's...
I think he was an okay quarterback on an elite team. And you're looking at a similar situation here. Is Carson Beck good enough with this Miami roster that's not as good as Georgia's to have similar success? Because you're saying Miami's going to be a top 10 team this year. I don't buy that. But with the ACC being down and weak as it is, Miami can dominate that league. And when you dominate the ACC, they're going to put you there because you're Miami. You're a brand.
Alabama is 9th. 9-4. Kalen DeBoer, I love it. When you go 9-4 at Alabama, you may as well go 4-9. That's what it feels like, right?
Is he on the hot seat if they don't make the playoff this year?
Oh, that's a wild question. I mean, if this were the NBA, yes. But I think they may give him one more year. One more.
How much patience will they have in Alabama to miss the playoffs 2 years in a row?
But he better win double-digit games. You know what I mean? Like, you miss the playoffs, but you go like 10-3. Going 9-4 was like the biggest disaster for these guys.
I think there's better teams in the SEC. Teams plural.
100%.
Alabama.
100%. But it is still Alabama. They still have that power to pull, and we'll see how that goes. Rounding it out here after them is number 8, Oregon. I think Dan Lanning. I think they're right to move them up because I think this Oregon is one of these plug-and-play systems, and I think that the quarterback.
I love Dan Lanning.
I think that's what I was going to say. I think the head coach.
I trust him.
Is as big of a deal in this situation as anything. Number 7, Notre Dame. Number 6, LSU. That's an overranking, right? I know that Garrett Nussmeier.
They didn't finish in the top 25 last year.
Garrett Nussmeier.
Bringing back the same quarterback, and you're going to put him at 6?
Garrett Nussmeier is getting all this pub.
This feels like the hype machine is out of control.
It's between he and Arch Manning for the number 1 overall pick already in the mock drafts. Wow. And I'm like, why? Why? Both of those guys haven't shown me enough, right? Garrett Nussmeier at least played a bunch of games last year, in the last 2 years. Clemson at 5, a little bit high for me, but again,
Cade Klubnik hype too.
Cade Klubnik is another guy who's overrated.
Jeez.
Georgia at 4. I'm not going to bet against those guys.
No. They're loaded. They got dudes.
I love how they were 11-3 and it was a bad year. They went to the college football playoff. It was a bad year. Texas at number 3, Penn State at number 2, and then number 1, the Ohio State University.
So no problem with the top 4.
I'm fine with it too.
I think Clemson and LSU are overrated. I'd put Notre Dame and Oregon ahead of both.
You could actually convince me. You could swap Georgia and Penn State at 2 and 4.
Sure.
And I'd be like, yeah, all right.
If Georgia figures out their quarterback situation, that will determine how high they go. But they're top 5 just based on talent alone.
Well, Drew Aller is, again, one of these quarterbacks that has a lot of hype before the season, probably without really doing much to earn it. He did not have.
I think he's pretty mid, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and you know what?
I'm talking about a college level. He's a good quarterback.
He also just lost his biggest target with Tyler Warren, right?
Yeah, and that tight end solves a lot of problems for you as a quarterback. He's going to be missed.
Yeah.
He's going to have to find another guy.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. We have some more college football discussions to have, and this one surrounds the NIL and the collective discussion and what the future of paying athletes or getting money back from athletes who you've already paid and are no longer at your program, what that looks like, and who the latest program is who are not going to stand for kids leaving before that quote-unquote contract is up. So stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A northbound crash on I-15 approaching 72nd South in Midville has been moved over to the left barrier, but delays in that direction start at 90th South in Sandy. Usual southbound I-15 delays right now to start just past 45th South in Murray and go all the way through Midville. Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that away. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Hockey Club.
You know, success in the NHL is rented, and rent's due every day, and that applies to everybody, including me. You got to get better. Everybody in the league is getting 4% better, so you got to push to 10% better. If we can get each individual in our club 10% better, we're going to become a lot better, and it's going to help us take that next step to get into the playoffs, and that's our goals next year, to not walk into the playoffs, but drive into the playoffs. And it's a huge summer for our organization, not only to get better with trades and free agency, but also the players that are returning is to take that step and have that hunger inside them that it's we're getting in no matter what.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
It's landscaping season.
So many ideas, so many options for your outdoor space.
But that also means so much back-breaking work moving rocks, gravel, dirt, and mulch on your own.
Wouldn't it be nice if the dirt, rocks, or sand just found their way to you?
With Dirt Rocks, they do. At DirtRocks.com, spelled R-O-X, you can choose anything from construction and decorative gravel and rocks to gardening, mulch, soil, compost, or sand delivered straight to your home or work site.
The best part? At DirtRocks.com, you can browse browse every material, complete with detailed photos and prices so good, there's no need to hide them.
No need to set appointments for bids or callbacks.
Simply select your material, use the built-in calculator to find out how much you need, and request a delivery. It's that simple.
With on-time delivery and seriously competitive prices on the best dirt, rocks, mulch, and sand in the Salt Lake Valley. Dirt Rocks leaves a lot of gardeners and even contractors smiling every day.
Visit dirtrocks.com.
That's dirtrox.com.
And transform your landscape today.
dirtrocks.com.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at KSLPodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce. And Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at KSLPodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. It's a Monday. We're getting through it together. We're doing this all together. Come on. We're going to make it. Lots going on, of course. I found myself with, I'm telling you, the added, somebody asked me, and we get this question at this time every year. I'm like, geez, you guys do the sports radio thing. Now what do you do? And I'm like, we have a lot of fun, number one. Number two, I've never been as into the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs as I am right now. Obvious reasons.
They're great.
Why, right?
Last night was amazing.
Yes.
Did you stay up and watch the overtime between the Oilers and Kings? What a great game.
We were, my boys, and it was, again, it's this fight that we have with my younger boys who are like, it's going to overtime. And I'm like, you guys are already pushing it.
Yeah.
It's freaking.
That didn't end until past 11 p.m. Mountain
I know.
time.
And I said, I can't do it. And so I put them to bed. And then,
Two
of course,
overtimes, by the way.
And then I stuck around and watched it myself, like the hypocrite that I am. You guys got to go to bed. Hold on. Let me turn this up. Right? So, yes, the NHL's awesome. The NBA has actually gotten a little bit more of my attention as well over the weekend. And it's exciting stuff. But we're still talking some college football. And this one, again, it's usually based off of if you or me or Sly, we see something and we go, what the heck, man? What is going on with this? And I saw this story over the weekend and I went, oh, my goodness. And I think, was it you or Sly that sent it? And we started to have this back and forth discussion about the money situation.
Yeah, Sly sent it over to us. He thought it was fake for a minute.
Well, I had read it on Saturday morning, and I thought the same thing, like, well, that's going to be quite the tall order. And what we're talking about is that obviously over the weekend or over the last couple of weeks, the biggest thing that you could have, the biggest name that was thrown out there was Nico Iamaleava. And if you didn't know, he's got a little brother named Madden. And he transferred from Tennessee, by the way, but Madden was at Arkansas. All right, so Nico goes from Tennessee to UCLA, and it made a lot of headlines because it was basically him before he had even entered the transfer portal, still with Tennessee gear on, making it known that he wanted to go somewhere else as his people were shopping him around. And then UCLA ends up making it official. They sign him there, and soon to follow was his little brother from Arkansas, who had already signed reportedly a 6-figure deal with the Razorbacks, where he's been for the last season. After playing last season and getting this 6-figure deal, he wants to leave, and Arkansas goes, "That's great. We wish you the best. You owe us $200,000 because you violated the agreement that we had, which was part of the contract that they had initially signed." Smart on Arkansas's part, because they said, "Hey, if you leave early, though, we're going to take 50% of all of the money that we gave you, because we're paying you for the time that you're going to be here, not for one season." Because NIL works like this. We're going to pay you for name, image, likeness. We're going to throw the money at you, but it's for this period of time. They feel like they only got half of what they were owed in terms of the effect that he would have on the name, image, his name, image, and likeness would have on the school, which is what they were paying him for. And they're asking, and this is why it's unprecedented, they're asking for 6 figures back from one of these kids. And you know what? I hope they freaking get it. I hope they get it. I hope that UCLA ends up having to pay up. Or not UCLA, but Nico ends up having to pay up. I hope Madden has to pay up. And if it has to be them going to UCLA and UCLA saying, "Yeah, we're taking them over to our school," and if they're the ones who are going to help with that buyout, then so be it. But you're buying out coaches, you're buying out contracts, and the funny thing about this story was, too, JJ, is that people were like, yeah, they signed the agreement, and he knew that he was going to have to give money back, but because it's never enforced, because that part of these NIL contracts is not really something that's enforced. Schools are afraid to enforce it because they don't want to get hit with the, "Hey, you're limiting their amount. You were paying for their name, image, and likeness. You owed them that money from the beginning." This kid is picking up and packing up and going out of town, and they paid him money thinking he was going to be here next year. He's got to give some money back, and I hope that this establishes a little bit of something to keep some accountability out there. And if they do, guys like Kyle Whittingham will go, "Thank heavens. Let's keep some of these kids responsible and keep them a little bit, to their word. And if they're not, then they're going to have to pay out and buy it out." I want this to go through. I want this to happen because I want both sides to be accountable. The schools are already being held accountable. The NCAA is already being held accountable. I get that the athletes are important. You need to make sure that they can't just take money from schools and then leave and go to the next one who's paying as well.
Just the latest example to show how this situation currently with NIL, as it's currently structured, or lack of structure, is not sustainable. Because, like you've been saying, it's kind of been like a free-for-all, wild, wild west type of deal. And when you have that kind of stuff, when there's very little structure, you tend to have people say, "I'm not going to honor certain contracts or certain things," and try to get away with it. It just calls for more reason for there to be a structure in place for all of this. I love that these players can get money. I love that he was able to sign a $200,000 NIL deal.
No, it was more. It was almost $500,000.
Okay, $500,000, but he's got to give $200,000 back.
He's got to give $200,000 back.
Fair enough. Whatever the numbers are, happy for him. But this is not how the world works, where you can sign these contracts and get something and then not have to give it back.
Right.
Collections comes after you. If you do that with a car or a house, imagine the bank comes after you.
Imagine $200,000.
So that has to be the same in these situations, where if you sign a contract, you have an obligation to honor your part of the contract. Just like with all of I have employment where I sign a contract, I have an obligation to my employer to fulfill that contract, or I owe them money, or whatever it might be. This is the real world. And a lot of these young guys, we talked about the draft all weekend. How many guys didn't get drafted? A lot of guys at BYU and Utah, et cetera, didn't get drafted. Some of them might find a way, undrafted free agent, but most of them are going to have to go out in the real world now, like the rest of us, and find a way to make a living, work for companies or start your own company, whatever it might be.
What did Tom Brady say when he got drafted? "I don't have to be an insurance salesman."
Right.
But these other
Tom
guys
Brady was this close to selling insurance for a living. Like, you don't understand. Like, it's thin.
It's really
very
thin. Yep.
And so these guys are fortunate that they have these opportunities. Don't ruin it by making bad decisions and not holding and standing by your word and honoring these contracts. Now, I do see the hypocrisy in this when you have college coaches that are not honoring contracts and have their lawyers working to try to I'm not talking about that. I understand that. But the system as a whole, and this is not just about one kid, this is about a system as a whole, needs to work so that these kids can get paid and they can be rewarded for who they are and what they've done. But at the same time, there must be accountability. Otherwise, you have chaos. And this is a chaotic situation that shouldn't have existed. There should have been a system in place that allowed this kid to make the money and for the program to be protected. And this goes both ways, too. Some of these programs or some of these NIL things or these other people, whoever involved, the boosters, whatever, need to be held accountable so that these kids aren't taken advantage of either. This goes both ways. But the system needs to be in place. We do not have a system right now. It's a weird, scary place for college football and college sports to be in without that system in place. We have situations like this come up, and they are unfortunate.
When the cost cap or whatever the player revenue sharing situation happens, I don't think you're going to get prepayment for just kind of being here for a couple of years.
No.
It's going to be on a year-to-year basis, and you'll know what those numbers are, but this kid had almost $600,000 hit his bank account.
Right.
And when that happens, and
it's
I
like
get
paying a contractor for the pool they're going to put in, and then they give them the money, and then you never hear from them again.
Or they build it halfway, and then they go,
right,
thank you so much, which is kind of what we're talking about here. I get it. But this kid's going to UCLA. He's going to join his brother there. And if you work it out, and I don't, and some of these other schools, by the way, who are getting these guys to come over to them, they should, and it's the argument again for the old, for the way they do it in English, in the English soccer, tiers, and in the EPL. Yeah, great. We developed this guy though, or we had him here, or we paid him this amount of money. We're going to need that money back, whether it's out of this guy's personal pocket or the team he's going to, who definitely picked him up when he was not on waivers, by the way, who definitely picked him up out of the transfer portal before he was in the transfer portal, right?
Yeah.
That school needs to pay up. So if he gets help, if the kid approaches the school he's going to and goes, yeah, I would love to come play for you guys. I want to make this much money, but also I need you to buy out that $200,000 clause that's in my contract with Arkansas. And that's part of the business that they'd have to do. If they want him that much, then they're going to have to pay it.
I would like to see a future where BYU has to pay Weber State for Jack Kelly.
100%. And then you take Weber State off of the schedule.
I would like to see a future where Utah has to pay New Mexico for Devin Dampier.
Come on.
Those schools develop those players, and if they move on to the next level, there needs to be compensation for that. Now, you have that in some forms of pro sports around the globe. They probably need to have that at the college football level at the very least, and college basketball even more so.
Oh, yeah.
Man, some of these programs have developed really good players, and then the best teams in the country don't even recruit anymore. They just go watch some film and say, hey, I want that guy, and write a check. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. There needs to be some compensation given for that. We see it with Real Salt Lake. They are selling basically they're developing talent, and then they're getting paid for, Alex, chime in, am I right? There's higher levels clubs around the world that are coming in, and they're saying, hey, Real Salt Lake, we like that guy. We want to pay you for his rights.
And what are those rights that they're paying for? It's because they did all that development, right? They're like, hey, we're losing out here. We don't want to just give you this dude. And those the transfer fees are significant too.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what you're paying for, right? You look at a guy like Andres Gomez last season in the summer. They initially bought him in for $4 million, and you sell him off to a French club after he's noticeably developed, after he's taken a different step in his game, and you sell him off for $10 million plus.
Yeah.
That's the investment for developing this guy.
I just wonder if,
and that's where Real Salt Lake's not in the English Premier League, right? So there's higher levels of soccer where these guys can go play, and they want to be able to do that. But Real Salt Lake should also benefit for developing those players. Yeah. A similar system needs to exist in college sports, and specifically college football.
I just want to know if these people are they're scoffing at this, and I can't tell if it's because they're like, no, this is not. We need to make sure that the athlete is taken care of. I'm like, yeah, and I get that the big bad school, the one with all the money, oh, come on, they can afford this. I hate that idea. This kid, he makes this commitment there, and this is why I'm not the guy who goes, I want the kids to be able to go to these other places, but you can't do it to the tune
You can't
of
blow off your responsibility and your obligations that
Well,
you signed
took
on
money.
contract
You
for.
took money from
right.
these
That's
guys,
a lot of
man.
money. You're just going to run with it?
You took money from these guys. If we were playing still during the era of the bagman, you didn't have to give that money back. You know why? Because no one would ever need to know because they could never know.
That money was laundered.
It was illegal. So
Quite
you
a
could
while
walk up
ago.
and be like, hey, man, I'm transferring to Arizona. I'm transferring to UCLA. And then you get a lot of, yada. That's all you get because these guys don't want to tell everybody in the world that you're that's what you're paying for. So $200,000, small price to pay for this kid to go get money at UCLA and not play for Arkansas. All right. Hey, nominate that youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. The way we do it is we get those nominations that you put in at kslsports.com/contests, and every week we read off a winner, and they get a prize courtesy of the folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, who sponsored that amazing program. Nominate somebody today, kslsports.com/contest for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Oh, my goodness, it's that time of year already, by the way. Guys who are out there, and you know how it is, Mother's Day basically turns into an extra time that you have to buy your wife gifts, okay, and your moms. You're on the hook for a lot of it. But don't miss Minky Monday on our station all day next Monday on May 5th to win Minky Couture blankets all day long. Plus, you're going to be able to get an awesome deal. How about 50% off with the Zone 50 code? It's the best. It's the perfect Minky gift. It's the perfect Mother's Day gift. A Minky Monday coming up next Monday all across the station on 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. We'll come back. We got more to go. Sucks to be you. Coming up in just a little bit. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Accidents are being cleared like northbound I-15 between 90th South in Sandy and 72nd South in Midville, where the cars involved are blocking the HOV lane. And there's a right shoulder crash in Ogden on Harrison Boulevard just past 20th Street, but not causing many delays. It's time to try UTA. Less stress, no traffic, and more U-time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select.
Do you believe in karma? Well, we here at the KSL Sports Zone absolutely believe in creating good vibes for the Utah Jazz in their hopes of securing the #1 pick in the NBA Draft Lottery. Go to KSLSports.com to donate $2 to Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital.
Wait, why $2? And isn't that the jersey number of...
Bob, it's just a random number, okay? Just stick to the copy.
It's a real 2-for-1. Your donation will help Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital and help the Utah Jazz capture the Good Karma flag in their hopes of recouping winning basketball in Utah.
Fingers crossed, guys.
Donate your $2 right now at KSLSports.com.
If you want to be able to drop the LBs and you want to be able to do it and stick with the program for a long, long time, you've got to get with SLC Fat Loss. JJ and I were just talking about this during the break. And it's interesting because I've been on a bunch of different programs. I've lost weight in different times of my life, but I've never been able to keep it off like this. Weekends are the hardest, by the way, JJ.
They are.
And really being able to kind of keep that momentum of a success that you've had during the week when you have more structure, that's hard to do on a weekend when you're hanging out. And I am equipped with the best way to beat those weekend cravings, to be able to make sure that I stay on task and that I'm keeping the weight off. And that's what you get with SLC Fat Loss, is a program that's going to last for a long, long time.
Well, left to your own devices and left alone, without any resources or strategies, you easily make those mistakes. I'm a late night guy. I get home from work and all I want to do is eat because I got a bunch of adrenaline from the day from working in this business. And you get home and all you want to think about or do is snack and eat. That's not good. So it's good to have a program that's going to teach you how to manage those situations. It's good to have a program that's going to teach you how to stay in that caloric deficit, which is required for you to lose that weight, get rid of that fat off your body. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has a program, a blueprint, a plan, whatever you want to call it, to help guide you through that process. They have constant, every single day, instructional videos to teach you how to do this. It's not just being on a program and following a list. It's actually learning of the science about losing weight that you're going to be able to maintain and take with you for the rest of your life. This program does that for you and more. It helped me lose 40 pounds in 60 days, and it's helped me keep that weight off as well. And I've loved it so much, I'm trying it again to lose even more of those pounds that I want to drop. They're helping me reach my weight loss goals. They can help you do the same. If you need help, if you need a program, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is a great option. Go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com. Get a free consultation. If you like it and you want to do it, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get $200 off. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Attention Utah residents, the tariffs are here and prices will be going up May 1st. Sound Warehouse is loaded in thousands of dollars in pre-tariff mobile audio video systems and more. Beat the tariffs at Sound Warehouse until the end of April. Marine, Harleys, and side-by-side audio. The entire inventory of Sound Warehouse at pre-tariff prices through the end of April. Salt Lake, Orem, and Ogden or soundwarehouse.com. Rockin' Utah for over 46 years. The Warehouse. Sound Warehouse.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Hey folks, it's Dave here with Deb, and we want to tell you about our friends at Mountain Home Services.
That's right, Dave. Mountain Home Services has been serving Utah since 1954, and they're the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, they have a 100% satisfaction guarantee.
You know, Deb, with summer around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your air conditioner checked. Mountain Home Services has got you covered with top-notch AC services.
Absolutely. And let's not forget their expert electrical and plumbing services. Whether you need a quick repair or a major installation, their skilled technicians are ready to help.
You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com or call the same easy-to-remember number, 801-543-2222.
And there's a special offer for our KSL listeners. So call now and ask about their KSL specials.
Don't wait. Keep your home running smoothly with Mountain Home Services. Call 801-543-2222 today. That's 801-543-2222.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W Beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W Beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hi, it's Matt from True Rinse Carpet Cleaning. You are inside all winter. Your carpets, couches, and tile are ready for a deep True Rinse at a true deal. Spring into savings and clean 3 areas for $119. That's 3 for $119. For a chemical-free, quick, dry, effective cleaning, visit TrueRinse.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Basking in the sports misfortune of others to help make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. As JJ and Alex present...
Yes, we got beat. We got beat badly.
It sucks to be you.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. One of our favorite segments. Sucks to be you. Who does it currently suck to be? Well, in the world of sports, you can always find somebody.
Plenty of options today.
And from this weekend, for sure. I mean, my heavens.
Sucks to be the Lakers?
Oh, Lakers in 5, my guy. Can they still win it in 5? Mathematically, or are they?
The Timberwolves can win it in 5.
Yes, they could. Lakers in 5 is right. Lakers eliminated in 5. So are they down 3-1 in that series now?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, but it's because that one call.
What is Kendrick Perkins going to do?
What's anybody going to do who's a Lakers fan? And Alex and I were talking about this before the show, and it was like, yeah, but now the trend is what was trending on Twitter last night was Lakers in 7 now, because do the math. That's the only way for them to get
that team, with how poor they are on defense, is going to come back down from down 3-1 to win that series against that defense.
That's a tongue-in-cheek Timberwolves fan starting up that trend.
Jeez.
Oh, Lakers in 7. Now, let me ask you this, though. Can you say that Nico Harrison was right after
No.
I'm just kidding.
Stop.
I couldn't go that. I couldn't. You know that he's cheering against Luka, though, right? Forever.
His reputation is staked on it.
I would assume.
He has to be right about that. He has to be right, or he's got a job in Dallas, I guess.
For now,
he's not going to get one anywhere else.
You know where he might get one actually at one point in the future, which would be hilarious.
The Lakers.
Is with his buddy. What's his name? Not Kupchak. Who's the guy who he did the deal with?
Rob Lowe.
Listen, with Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson. Rob Pelinka.
Pelinka, that's his buddy. He and Pelinka can.
Pelinka owes him big. I still can't believe that.
I still can't believe that
they worked out one of the biggest blockbuster trades in NBA history in private and didn't include any other teams in the deal.
I just can't believe that Jeannie Buss still runs that place, man. All right. Sucks to be you.
LeBron runs that place.
Kenny Pickett currently sucks to be Kenny Pickett. Why? Because the Browns chose 2 quarterbacks in the draft.
Yeah.
They will not be exercising that 2026 option. I guess this could be a tryout year for him. Could he be the starter into the future for the franchise who are going to bring in Joe Flacco? I could see Joe Flacco doing 2 more years. You're trying to develop Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders, I guess. You're trying to develop both of them? I don't really know.
I don't know what the Browns are doing.
Nobody knows what their plan is.
And Kenny Pickett has small hands. Smells like cabbage.
He
has no chance to be a starter.
The only quarterback room with more question marks is the Pittsburgh Steelers, where I couldn't even tell you who is on that quarterback depth chart right now.
Aaron Rodgers is going to walk out of some
waiting for Aaron
darkness
Rodgers.
retreat, smoking whatever it is that he smokes.
And they're going to sign him.
And he's going to say, all right, I'll play for the Steelers.
Oh, Mason Rudolph is back. Sorry.
Bless his heart, as Sly would say.
Bless Mason Rudolph's heart. I love that the Steelers have like an alumni phone call with the coach.
Cool.
Well, it's cool, but also be very annoying to have to hear everybody's opinions on who you should have drafted a few days after. I'm sure Tomlin just has that wide-eyed look the whole time during the phone call and just nods and goes, "You're absolutely right."
You know what, though? Mm-hmm. That tells you a lot about that organization.
Yeah, they have
That's
standards.
why they're successful.
Yeah. Sucks to be Damian Lillard. Of course, the torn Achilles might not just be a season ender for next year. Could be the beginning of the end of the career for
unfortunately, yes.
The Weber State Wildcat. And but that could also mean that the entire Bucks organization is blown up as well. So that could have started.
This could have massive ramifications in the league as the future plays out.
Sucks to be the Pistons. Who
so
are
close.
Sucks to be the Pistons who are dealing with the fallout of a non-call that you can't go back and review. But don't worry, because the referees go back and review how they did at the end of the game, and they decided we missed that call big time.
I can't imagine being a Pistons fan today, knowing that.
They're down.
He got fouled.
It was going to be 2-2 in the series, probably.
Yeah.
You're talking about 2-2 in the series.
There's such a big difference between 2-2 and 3-1.
Oh.
You know that. The percentages of winning a series change dramatically. 3-1 to 2-2.
Next up on who it sucks to be, Deion Sanders. I think Coach Prime's having a tough weekend. I think he kind of basically did the whole like, hey, look, if you guys need to separate yourselves a little bit from my name for a minute, do it. If you feel like it's taken away from it.
Do you know who's having a tougher weekend?
Shiloh.
Jeff Ulbrich.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
What would you do if your kid did that?
I don't know. Look,
as a father, I can imagine this. So I try to put myself in their shoes, just to like, because I wanted to understand the situation better. I'm like, I mean, this guy's similar age as me. We're both 47 years old, and we both have teenage sons or whatever.
How old is his kid? His kid's
like 20 or something
like that. Yeah, I think
that.
he's in college, yeah.
But, like, kids are dumb and kids do stupid things. But how many of you could imagine having your kid do something that stupid on that scale? How embarrassed you must be.
Well, and then
and he's very fortunate that he's kept his job.
Well,
he could have and probably should have lost his job.
Part of their statement that they had to make was, unbeknownst to him, the information was there on the iPad and he was able to get it from him, and that's still not a good look.
How did the kid know where to get it on his iPad?
It's still not a good look.
The fact that the kid knew how to get it on his iPad that's what I don't understand how he knew how to get it off the iPad.
If you're not familiar with Jeff Olberg, he's the guy from the what's the HBO series that they do for football?
Hard Knocks.
Hard Knocks. He's the backward hat wearing former defensive coordinator of the Jets. So
correct.
He's that guy. And then finally, it sucks to be the two-time Stanley Cup winner, Mike Sullivan, who is now out as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Penguins. And
underachieving team.
Yeah. And you know what? They did. It's not like they won 2 Stanley Cups in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And then he got fired this year. That'd be an NBA move. At least they let him lose for a while. At least
he would have got fired right after he won the cup if he was in the NBA.
At least they let him lose for a while before they finally said, we can't do it anymore. So there you go. Call in right now. What are we calling for? The Chevy Strong Play of the Weekend. DJ and PK every Monday give out the play of the weekend as they see it. And you heard it on their program this morning. And if you can recall what it was, and you give us a call right now, 801-575-ZONE, you're going to get yourself an Amazon gift card, courtesy of the folks of your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers, America's fastest growing full-line brand, Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. If you can tell us what the play of the weekend was as DJ and PK gave away. I'll give you a little bit of a hint. It was a basketball play. There you go. That's all I'm going to say. 801-575-ZONE for that Amazon gift card to be able to call in right now. We'll take that break. We'll come back. Tim Lacombe is going to join us. The coach is going to give us his breakdown on some of these goings-on in the NBA playoffs. What team now has been very impressive in this first round? What teams have absolutely underperformed? We will get to that and much more. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
The LPGA returns to Utah with the Black Desert Championship. From April 28th to May 4th, experience the thrill of world-class golf on Black Desert Resort's iconic course. Presented by Greater Zion. This isn't just another tournament. It's a celebration of golf's finest on one of the country's most breathtaking stages. Witness legends plan and greatness made. Watch the LPGA live. Get your tickets at blackdesertevents.com. That's blackdesertevents.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you've been thinking about replacing your old water heater, Any Hour Services is here to help and save you some money. Whether you're looking for a new tanked water heater or you want to see what upgrading to a tankless would cost, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can show you what options are available. And right now, you can save $400 on a tanked water heater or $1,200 on a tankless. Call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. You need a partner who keeps you ahead of the curve. At Les Olson IT, we help your business thrive with top-tier office technology, from copiers and IT hardware to advanced IT services and security solutions. With Les Olson IT, you get more than just products. You get solutions, service, and a team that cares. Les Olson IT, empowering businesses with the tools for success.
Les Olson IT.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Think you've seen it all? The 2025 venue is prepped. The athletes have trained. Food's on standby. The weekend and weather are clear for the event to be epic. It's the 2025 Soldier Hollow Classic Memorial Weekend, May 23rd through 26th. The greatest value for families and fun. Experience some of the best entertainment and athleticism as they test the boundary between canine and human bonds. Plus, the festival. Amazing food and merchandise, bagpipes, demonstrations, activities, and great sponsors. Presented by Purina Pro Plan. A weekend filled with value and family fun. Nestled in a redesigned Olympic venue. Soldier Hollow. 4 days of adventure, competition, animal and bird demos, plus much more. Something for everyone. The Soldier Hollow Classic Sheepdog Championship and Festival. Presented by Purina Pro Plan. Nutrition that performs. Powder River. Exclusive livestock and canine equipment sponsor. IFA Country Stores. Helping to grow the things you love. Visit SoldierHollowClassic.com. SoldierHollowClassic.com. As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
Plan your next corporate, friend, or date night, special occasion, or just because at Ruth's Chris. Delicious food, cooked, served, and delivered to perfection. Hotel Park City in downtown Salt Lake, or online at ruthschris.com.
Connect your family with nature this spring. Container gardening with plants from Olson's Greenhouse will get them off their screens and out in the yard. The perfect way to spend time and grow together. For tips and ideas, visit ogg.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. The Battle of the Floridas down there for the first round here of this NHL.
Big game tonight.
Yeah, the Panthers, man, and the Lightning. I know that Coach Bear was like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams that could win it, but man, that Lightning team's really good. And then suddenly they're down 2 games
to
none.
The Panthers are the defending champs for a reason.
Yeah. It's the playoffs are so good. The playoffs in the NHL are so good, and so that's part of the thing that we're marrying ourselves to here in this market now that we have the hockey club in town is the playoffs in the NHL are a different level, and it's really fun to watch.
Well, because you've got teams that had 100-plus points in the regular season playing each other in the first round.
That's crazy. It's bonkers. Hey, listen, it's that time of the show for us here to get some serious people on here that are going to class this place up a little bit. Our program is brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. That dude is going to class it up. This segment is of course the coach, Tim Lacombe, joining us on the program. That's where we're going to kick things off with the cut, so let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the show, TRAJANwealth.com, for all your trusted local needs in retirement. He is the coach, Tim Lacombe, pre, half, and post for the Utah Jazz on the Jazz Radio Network. And then, of course, all-around good dude and also a friend of the program. And he's also kind of a savant when it comes to making picks because all the things that we've talked about with this NBA and all the things that could happen in the college world, it seems like you get all this stuff right, Coach. I would assume don't try to pull the humility thing. Go full Stevenson Sylvester on us and just say, yeah, I'm that smart, man.
What's that? Dang, I had the perfect line, but I forgot it. The bowler. It said, "You know what I am? I can't remember what it was."
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, Alex. Alex has probably got her
Who
somewhere.
do you think you are? I am. It's the guy.
That's it. Who do you think you are? I am.
Yeah.
No,
and
you know what?
That's you.
I'm just trying to be the best me I can be, man. That's all.
When you watch the NFL draft and compare it to what happens with the NBA draft, is there anything comparable that goes on? They're two totally different worlds, but the guesswork that has to happen at both levels is insane. And we see guys drop, but like when you see the Shedeur Sanders thing go on, do you look and then you go, boy, I'm glad that the NBA draft doesn't have 6 and 7 rounds because this would be wild every year.
Oh, for sure. And obviously it's a numbers game and a lot more guys on the football field and a lot more on the roster, and so they deal with that. I actually was not shocked by the Shedeur Sanders thing. I was not a huge proponent. I did feel like, he threw the football around a lot, but, when it comes to some of those things, like just common respect for other people, I can see where he rubs some teams wrong, and, you have to probably sign on to put up with a lot. And so not really surprised. It was surprising, I guess, that he became the story, but much like the LeVar Ball situation, it was pretty daddy-driven.
Well, and you gotta, if you have the tape, the NFL will sign you up. They don't care. Like, oh yeah, you've got a bad attitude and you rub people the wrong way. Yeah, but if you're the best, they will take you. And the real draft grade comes from the guys in those war rooms. I think that's kind of the end of it. The media can say whatever they want, but the guys who didn't pick him because it didn't seem like he was good enough. On top of all the negatives that come with it as well. It's complicated.
Yeah, let me ask you this, Tim. You coached for a long time at the college level. Was there ever a point where there was a kid where you guys really wanted, but after you sat down and talked to him, you're like, you know what? No, we can't do this because there's just too many issues here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a huge part of the process. You get a really talented group of guys, and then you're trying to obviously get talent, but there's a give and take, no question. And look, I'm not a hater. Like I think, he definitely, like I said, he threw for gaudy numbers and all those things. But to me, just watching the game, he holds on to the ball too long. And I just watched the NFL, and it's such a split-second decision type league. On the plus side, our guy Caleb Lohner got taken, which is really cool.
That's wild.
It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, I started recruiting Caleb when he was an 8th grader, so I've known him for a long time. And we stayed in touch through the years and become really good buddies, and so that was really neat to see for him. You just never know, man. You just keep waking up every day and see where life's going to take you.
You didn't write down on the scouting report. Probably a good tight end for some team in the future. Probably be a really good.
In 8th grade, you know what his comp was in 8th grade was to me. I called coach when I left the gym the first time I saw him, and he was really long and lean.
Yeah.
And he could really shoot the ball for a big guy. And so I said, hey, I see some Gordon Hayward here.
Wow.
He never really developed into that skilled basketball guy, but I think it's partly because he had so many stinking interests. He had so many things he loved to do. But football comes naturally, obviously his size and then his speed at the combine. I think that was the thing that, kind of flipped the switch for teams to take a chance.
No, his just elite athleticism at his height and his size. They talked. Sean Payton was talking about watching him run routes for the first time at Big 12 the Big 12 Pro Day, and that's when they were sold on him. So it just, you can't, that's the thing you can't teach, right, is athleticism, and he's got it in spades.
Yes, he does. And like you said, that height, that'll be an interesting dilemma for corners and, particularly down near the goal line, like Utah used him. So excited for him. But, Shedeur has now an opportunity to just go out and shut everybody up, and make a name for himself. But that's what it's going to take.
Yeah, nobody wants, and I'd love to see him succeed. It'd be a great story.
I would too.
It's a good lesson, though, for all of us that, like, you're not entitled to anything. Like, the idea that you can walk into a job interview and think you already got the job or you don't even need to show up. Like, it's a good reminder to everybody. Like, you need to carry a certain level of humility with you.
Well, and I was shocked that that's how DJ and PK got their job.
Wow.
Prima Donna.
There's exceptions, Tim.
They didn't cut. Yeah, look.
Like Alex was saying earlier.
If you've already got the talent, why would you even show up?
There's some that are just so great, you'll put up with anything.
Come on, man.
Hey, you checked my name. Here's my ID. You might know me.
Well, let's get on to the NBA playoffs, which have been extremely intriguing. At the very least, and you don't love to hear this. If you're a league guy, you're not like, oh, awesome, more talk about the referees. But my goodness, the Detroit Pistons, if they've got a gripe, to be able to have a game go down like that, and then for you to fall down 3-1, it's such a different story than going down 2-2. But that Pistons team has really surprised me with being such a competitive team, even though they did go down 3-1.
I agree. It's fun when Detroit's good at basketball. I mean, it just kind of harkens the good old days.
Yeah.
And, it's great to see that uniform in the playoffs, and they got a bona fide star in Cunningham. Mm-hmm. I mean, that guy's built to carry a team, and it's taken him a couple of years to get there. But that's the development piece we talk about a lot on pre and post. And we watched Jazz guys improve their standing in the league this year, and that's what Cade's done. That was a bummer, that last call. And the only thing I'll say on it is I can't tell you how many hours are wasted in my year by watching reviews, whether the ball knocked off a finger with 14 seconds left in the game
Amen.
or, 5 minutes left in the game, but yet we're going to have a play that basically decides the game that the officials admitted they missed. And they're going to miss some. But, man, there should be something that you can do. Like, that's where you have, like, the ultimate red card to throw out on the court and say, review that one. So that's a bummer. But the playoffs are crazy. They're fun. You see a totally different level from these guys than you do in the regular season. And I think that's probably the most apparent thing to me thus far.
Well, what wasn't fun was watching Damian Lillard go down last night, a guy that we've followed for a long time, and just my heart breaks for him. At age 34, 35, to go through that kind of injury is going to be tough for him. But what that does, Tim, is it could end up causing some disruption. And following the Jazz, or being a Jazz fan, you're looking around the league for some disruption because the Jazz could use some disruption in this league to jar loose a few good players. Are the Bucks one of those teams that have to look at if this series doesn't go their way, they're down 3-1? Is it crazy to think that that's a team that won a title just 4 years ago, but they might be looking at blowing that thing up?
Well, the windows are so short, and so much talent comes into this league on a yearly basis, and really the complexion of the league changes year to year, and so it's not outlandish, right, to think that they may make a move. I think the time the Jazz moved Donovan and Rudy, the teams that were recipients of that were obviously in line. They had the assets to do it, and I think that's what Danny's talked about all along. The big game hunting. You don't always get the big game, but you go out there and you scour and you look for those opportunities. There's another one in Phoenix, with the way their season went. So
and the Grizzlies too.
The Grizzlies too. And you look back to the way Danny put the Celtics together the first time. It was a combination of guys on the latter end of their time with the club. Obviously, you look at Garnett, and he was such a big part of that. But, it really took timing on all those parts to make that happen. And that is the one thing that I will go to my deathbed and say that makes Danny so great is he's so patient. And the deal he gets is the deal he wants. And he does not cave, So the Jazz, they're a player in all of this stuff. It just depends on how it swings.
Mm.
Well, speaking of Rudy and Donovan, both are still in these playoffs. Both are a win away from advancing to the next round of these playoffs, obviously on different teams. But you've got the Cavs who are absolutely dominant, and they could wrap that thing up against the Heat today. How surprised are you that the Timberwolves have been putting it together and that the Lakers are starting to kind of fade away while the Timberwolves are finding a little bit more of a stride?
Not surprised at all about that. I was never a fan of the Lakers, any version of them this year. I mean, obviously Luka and LeBron pose a real issue offensively, but in that same token, watch their defensive film and, watch the effort that Luka gives defensively. LeBron's a little bit limited, but I mean, his effort's always there, but Luka's just such a bad defender and they don't have dominant bigs. So, teams are going to have their way with them. And Minnesota, this year after getting to the conference finals last year, I mean, they were a team that were definitely, I guess they were the finals, right?
Yeah, conference finals, yes.
Conference finals, right? So, and they obviously had a ton of success. And so I just think they obviously learned from the regular season. You see different lineups. Rudy's not out there as much. He's about 25 minutes a game. But they're a dominant team because they have a dominant player in Anthony Edwards. And at the end of the day, that's what the playoffs come down to is whose dominant player is going to be better.
You see, obviously the Lakers made a great decision in making that trade with the Mavericks. Not what I'm saying at all here, but with Luka's problems on defense, what do the Lakers need to do around him moving forward into the future? Because LeBron's not going to be around that much longer. What do the Lakers need to do to win with Luka now that they've got him?
I think they need to surround him with they got to go get a good big in free agency if they can. But they need somebody to protect the rim because that's going to be a huge piece. When you have four guys defending on your five, there's going to be holes at the rim, and you got to have somebody clean that up. And then the other thing, I would surround him with shooters. He is as gifted a playmaker, and his size allows him to make plays that, the average guy can't make. He sees over the top and sees the corners and sees the dunker spot. He's always got such a good feel. So I would surround him with great shooters and a good big, but the Lakers, they're pretty cash strapped too. And, they're kind of out of moves and out of chips. So it would have to be something that fell their way.
The Celtics are exactly what we thought they were, which is not just the world champs, but they might not have the best record in the East this year. The Cavaliers were exceptional this season, but the Celtics are the kind of bar none favorite, I think, for a lot of people. And until proven otherwise, and until a time like Jason Tatum, I mean, when he has nights like last night with 37 and what did he end up with rebounds-wise? 14 rebounds and 3 steals. When you have a night like that from the best player on the best team in the league, it's hard to bet against those guys. Are the Celtics still the team to beat in the East, or do you think the Cavaliers have enough firepower if they're able to fire up against them in the conference finals?
Well, I love the moves Cleveland made. I love the fact they went out and got more size, on the perimeter with DeAndre Hunter, and he's been a great add. They've had guys develop. Evan Mobley's changed his game as much as anybody from one year to the next this season, and, his dominance around the rim, blocking shots, getting rebounds, those sorts of things really have shored up what was, a good team, but I think they have become a great team. And now the challenge for them is they have great momentum. Can they close out Miami tonight and get some rest and then be ready to rock and roll again? Their challenge is to knock off the champ. And Majerus used to say it all the time in our locker room, heavy is the head that wears the crown. There's a lot that comes with that. You're taking everybody's best shots. And until the Celtics are proved, otherwise, they're the champs. That's the way I look at it. And I do think that they're the most complete team. Like, they can play different rosters. They can play different ways. But the team is always the essence of that club. And I think that's what makes them great. Pritchard can get you 40 in a night, and that's just crazy. But they're built for the playoffs and playing matchups and being able to kind of match personnel to matchups. So I think they're in a good place.
Looking ahead, and we have the benefit now of seeing the first round, but I was curious to know who you think is going to meet up in the finals from the West and the East. Now having the benefit of seeing the first round, has that changed at all, or you still have the two teams locked in that you had to start?
I think Oklahoma City is going to get there, obviously.
You think they're for real?
they quickly dispatched the Grizzlies and did not play with their food. Even in games where they got down, they came back.
Oh, that 29-point comeback was all I needed to be sold on them.
Yeah, absolutely. And the bummer for me is I've got to admit David Locke's right, because David was saying that he felt like Minnesota would be in the final all year long. And, they were teetering at one point whether they even made the playoffs. And they really picked up steam late in the season. But I think it's going to be OKC and Minnesota coming out of the West. And out of the East, it will be the Cavs. I think the Cavs will get there, and I think they'll have to beat No, I'm sorry. They'll play will they play the Celtics? Will they play the Celtics?
They would, yeah.
They'd have to play the Celtics.
If they, in the Eastern Conference final.
So I do think Indiana's interesting and intriguing and could beat Cleveland. So I'm going to put that in there as a bookmark for next week. But I love what Indiana's doing. I think they may have just enough juice to beat Cleveland. So I'm going to say Indiana, Boston.
Ooh.
I don't hate that pick, especially since nobody wants to give Indiana any credit in the East right now, and they're playing pretty dang good basketball. I've also been impressed with what Kawhi and the Clippers have done so far. I know that it's not – I mean, that's tied up at 2 apiece, and the Nuggets have been hit and miss all season long. But
whoever wins that series against the Thunder in the semifinals is going to be awesome.
I just dismissed both of those teams because neither of them seem to be playing very good basketball kind of running up to this thing. But you can't – it's hard to deny a guy like Kawhi when he's playing decent.
You're right. And when he's healthy, he's a real problem, and he's been unbelievably efficient. What he can do on the boards, but he certainly makes that Clippers team way more interesting, way more impactful. I agree with JJ. I think that's going to be a heck of a series, whoever comes out of that. But I think Oklahoma City's too much. And for many of the reasons I talked about Boston, I think they've done a nice job at having multiple, like their offseason last year was incredible for their culture. Like they went and got Caruso and Hartenstein. I mean, those two guys were born to be on this Thunder team. So I think they have an understanding of what their guys do well, and they can throw matchups out there to have the luxury of a Lou Dort, a Caruso, a Jalen Williams. I mean, that's a ton of talent, and we're not even talking about the top level in Gilgeous-Alexander.
Tim Lacombe, he's the coach. Tim, we would never take you in the 5th round, brother. You're our first-round draft pick, my guy.
I'm a walk-on. Like literally, my career in basketball became. I knocked on the door of Jeff Judkins at the University of Utah and said I'd like to volunteer my services. So I got no issues being a walk-on. I just want to be invited to the party.
Minicamp invite is okay as well. All right,
That's
Coach, we
totally
appreciate
fine.
it. Thanks for the breakdowns, and we'll chat with you again and have fun this week watching these games.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
There you go. Tim Lacombe.
That's great.
They're never going to say about Tim Lacombe entitled and not humble.
No.
So he's always got that going for him. I think if you work for Rick Majerus, you get to that point anyway.
You have to be pretty humble to work for Rick Majerus.
And if you weren't when you got hired, you are after.
Yeah. He makes a good point on the Thunder. Their depth is unmatched in the NBA.
And
their depth is unbelievable.
They're just mowing through.
And it makes me sick because the Jazz are so far behind what they've built and established, and they're loaded with picks in the future. I don't know how they're built for a decade run. Yeah. They really are. And if they're there right now, I didn't think they were until that 29-point comeback. I'm like, oh my gosh. They play with a confidence that's unwavering, and they're ahead of their years. So the Thunder for real, for sure.
Did you see that clip of Ja Morant, by the way, where they were showing him in the crowd at some event, and the camera was right in his face, and he was not having it. So he put his hand right in front of the camera. So it gets awkward. But the TV crew was smart. They immediately flipped cameras because he's going like this, and they had a different angle of him from up top. So he's holding his hand in front of the camera, and his face is still in another angle. And I was like, I love whoever's running the truck on this crew.
They outsmarted him.
They're like, no, we're gonna still show him.
Ja's a good talent. So this is a topic. We don't have time. This is a topic for another day, and I'd love to talk to Tim about this. I think there's 4 teams that are going to blow it up this offseason, or could. The Bucks, the Hawks, the Grizzlies, and if the Nuggets don't win this series,
maybe, yeah.
They fired their GM and their coach. Something's going to happen there. and they're cash strapped, and they're not going to be able to get better.
So you're looking around going, what are the pieces the Jazz can pick up off the floor?
Exactly.
From these desperate
The
teams.
Jazz will benefit from any disruption that takes place in the league this offseason. Keep an eye out for that.
Crazy. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more coming up. We still have to get through some of our some of the things we didn't get to from the NFL with our NFL Blitz coming up. So don't miss any of that and much more. So stay right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The HOV lane is still blocked on northbound I-15 just past 90th South, with delays going back to the 114 South exit in Sandy. Northbound delays also heading from Davis into Weber County on I-15 on the west side of Hill Air Force Base, but no crashes there to report. Murdoch Chevrolet, home of the 2.9% for 6 years on a Silverado. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoli here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solver.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
M&M Gutters and Exteriors is more than just gutters. We provide full service on all of your exterior needs from top to bottom and everything in between. Siding is one of the best ways to improve your home and its energy efficiency. At M&M Gutters and Exteriors, we understand that choosing the right siding is an important decision that affects your home's look and functionality. Our expert siding contractors are dedicated to treating your home with the same care and consideration they would their own. And with over 30 years of exterior home service provided in Utah, our experienced siding contractors can quickly and efficiently install siding that fits your home's needs and aesthetic. Give M&M Gutters a call for a free siding consultation at 385-324-7520. That's 385-324-7520. Or visit us and schedule your consultation online at mandmgutters.com.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Attention Utah residents, the tariffs are here and prices will be going up May 1st. Sound Warehouse is loaded in thousands of dollars in pre-tariff mobile audio video systems and more. Beat the tariffs at Sound Warehouse until the end of April. Marine, Harleys, and side-by-side audio. The entire inventory of Sound Warehouse at pre-tariff prices through the end of April. Salt Lake, Orem, and Ogden or soundwarehouse.com. Rockin' Utah for over 46 years. The Warehouse. Sound Warehouse.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by BYU Athletic Director Tom Holmoe.
We know there's the quote, "You will not outbid us," and it seems like the administration has tried to downplay that. How do you think they feel about all this stuff that they're going to have to do in order to be successful?
When I got the job, C. Samuelson said, if you want to be successful, you got to stay aligned with the church. That's what we've really tried to do. We're working through this together. There's a thing called social media that you always have have to deal with. But we can't be affected by what's being said on social media. We know where we're going and what direction we're going to take. We have a plan, and right now it's pretty good. It's probably going to change in the next little while. And I'm not going to say it's easy. We're just going to stick to the plan.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
It's been a long winter. Mud, salt, snow, and all that indoor living. Your carpets have taken a beating. And spring is a perfect time to freshen up your home from the ground up. At True Rinse Carpet Cleaning, we've been helping Utah families for over 20 years with expert carpet, tile, and upholstery cleaning. Our natural cleaning solution is safe for kids and pets, tough on dirt, and it works. Best part, our quick dry times mean you can get back to living fast. So before you tackle the yard or fire up the grill, start your spring cleaning with clean carpets that look, feel, and smell amazing. Call True Rinse today or book online and get a spring into savings offer. Get 3 areas clean for just $119. Perfect for those rooms your family uses the most. Find out more at TrueRinse.com. Experience the difference of a deep, effective, natural clean. True Rinse. It's not just clean, it's truly clean. Visit us at TrueRinse.com. That's TrueRinse.com.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. The estimate's free, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
NFL Blitz. You know what that music means. We're going to talk more NFL as if you didn't get enough. I mean, frankly, this is one of those days where we have so dang much to talk about. We get to the NFL Blitz and we're like, man, let's get to the stuff that we didn't get to talk about before. We start putting things on the back burner. Hey, do you believe in karma? The KSL Sports Zone wants to invite you to help raise money for a great cause and to get some good vibes going for the Jazz for the upcoming NBA lottery. What are we? Oof. We're getting to May this weekend, which means May 12th is your lottery day.
Getting nervous.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to be a freaking wreck that day. It's a Monday. We'll of course be super excited for it. But if you want to create some fun, positive vibes for this Jazz team, you go to KSLSports.com. Participate in the KSL Sports 2-for-1. That means you donate at least $2 to Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital. And that goes toward the good karma of possibly getting that first overall pick. Don't know who you'd pick at the number 1 overall pick. That's up to the GMs, okay? I wouldn't know. But you can participate, and all the money is going to go to a good cause at Primary Children's Hospital, a cause that we love right here in this building. All right, go to KSLSports.com right now and donate that $2. The Bills GM not happy with what some local yokel radio host said there about their draft because they didn't pick up enough wide receivers. JJ, that doesn't sound like people in our business getting frustrated with their local sports franchise.
You shouldn't listen to local sports talk radio shows anyway.
What a bunch of jerks.
Idiots. That's funny, though.
The Jeremy and Joe Show. Whoa. You're listening to WGI 550, the Jeremy and the Joe Show. Jeremy and Joe. While you guys were complaining, I said complaining because that's not the word he used. While you guys were complaining about 2018 Josh Allen, you guys wanted Josh Rosen. Now you guys are complaining we don't have a receiver. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games a year ago. I bet you guys were asking why we didn't have any receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points. What do you want from us? Listen, I'll just tell you right now.
Oh, jeez.
I'll just tell you right now.
Well, can I read this out loud?
Yes.
This is fun. I love this. This is why, this is just part of the deal. But so I guess he was listening to them talking before he came onto the show. And he says, sounds like 2018 all over with you guys. Well, you guys were bitching in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen. And now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver? I love it.
Well,
I love it.
It's a lot.
Hey,
and you're into those big markets.
You go on the radio. Like, we're saying this where we're at right now. You go on the radio and say some stuff. I love that there's accountability out there. Hold me accountable. Hold Alex accountable.
Okay.
And I love that the GM went and said, hey, you guys, you wanted Josh Rosen. He had receipts.
Hey, Josh Rosen, he would have worked out in the right situation.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Although they tried him out in 5 different teams, I think. So there you go. Relative to the peers, we did not invest in the wide receiver position. You're right. They didn't feel like they needed to. They feel like they have exactly what they want. Or they'll go out and get it where they want it instead of from the draft. There's a handful of wide receivers in this draft that were great, and you didn't necessarily need to draft some of those. But there are also a lot of guys. There are also going to be a lot of guys available in the offseason, man. Come on. Let's get some people going here. Hey, Broncos linebacker Dre Greenlaw injured his quad while working out. What does that mean?
Well, there was massive panic in Bronco Nation over the weekend.
Because of
there was a report that came out that he tore it.
Uh-oh.
And it was bad.
Tore your quadriceps?
Now, this is Dre Greenlaw, who ruptured an Achilles in the Super Bowl. Remember that?
Coming off of the sideline.
Yes. And this is a big pickup for the Broncos. Like, they need Dre to be good. So it scared everybody. It turned out it was just it's a quad strain. So it's not torn. It's not a serious injury. So take a deep breath. Broncos Nation, he's not out for the year.
My favorite place where we were able to break some news over the weekend about Derek Carr's shoulder injury was him giving a church sermon. Imagine him coming to your local ward, JJ, saying,
he'd be welcome.
Visitors are welcome. You're right. And he rolls up and goes, hey, look, I've got an MRI to prove it. The team knows about it. We've been in constant communication. There's nothing wrong. We're figuring it out. We're going to go forward with this. But yes, I was injured.
That's his testimony?
I guess at that point, then the church band fires up.
Did the bishop tell him to sit down?
He's all, hey, now, listen.
It's like, that's enough. You're done.
Stop preaching these wild things from the pulpit here.
Stop it.
So there you go. That's where he revealed that for sure the shoulder injury did happen. It was at a local sermon that he gave. All right. Next up. The Commanders are going to have a new stadium, and they are reaching it. Listen, this is when you roll out a new stadium, by the way. After you go to the NFC Championship game in a year that people thought you were going to be trying to get a little bit better, and your rookie quarterback ended up being the best thing that's ever happened to your organization in the last decade. That includes you selling the team. I mean, honestly, $4 billion is what they're looking at spending on a new stadium at the old RFK site.
It's cool they're going back to where it started, though.
Yes.
I like that.
I think so, too. And that's the stadium I grew up watching a lot of football games on TV in, and RFK just has that, it's got that cool vibe. That's
now that they're winning again, and they can only tap into it so much because they can't use the old name, but, that's an incredible history that franchise has.
I
grew up in it, and as a Bronco fan, I hated them because I was jealous. They beat us in the Super Bowl.
Well, listen, RFK
There's
Stadium,
a great tradition there.
It's not going to be ever named something cool like RFK Stadium again.
No.
But what it will, so when it is named like Amazon.com Stadium, actually it really could be that.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, it's right there in Washington, D.C. Doesn't he own the Post?
He does.
So I can see that, but they're going to spend $4 billion. They're going to build a stadium. And you know how many seats are going to be in it? 65,000. You spend $4 billion these days, you can't get more than 65,000 people in that thing? I know the NFL model is not to have as many people in the stadium.
That's not anyone's model anymore because it's not about volume. It's about quality of seat. How much can you charge per seat?
Yeah, but if you have an 80,000
Trust me, they'll build so many luxury suites, they'll make up for the extra 20,000 seats that they lost. You don't want a stadium. You don't want a 100,000 seat stadium.
By the way, did you see that Sean Taylor's brother got a mini camp invite by the Commanders. I think that's pretty cool. Pretty cool nod. The former Washington great.
That's awesome.
Gets his brother to get a mini camp invite. All right, let's take a break. Wait, yeah, let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got a best and worst, so I've got something fun for JJ to throw around here. So we'll come back with that. Stay here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's getting better on northbound I-15 from Sandy to Midville, but southbound slowing remains in Salt Lake County in spots from Murray down to 114 South. It's still heavy and thick for southbound drivers on Mountain View Corridor as well, from the 201 Highway to 35th South in West Valley City. Murdoch Hyundai, home of 3.99% for 6 years on a Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select.
Do you believe in karma? Well, we here at the KSL Sports Zone absolutely believe in creating good vibes for the Utah Jazz in their hopes of securing the #1 pick in the NBA Draft Lottery. Go to KSLSports.com to donate $2 to Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital.
Wait, why $2? And isn't that the jersey number of...
Bob, it's just a random number, okay? Just stick to the copy.
It's a real 2-for-1. Your donation will help Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital and help the Utah Jazz capture the Good Karma flag in their hopes of recouping winning basketball in Utah.
Fingers crossed, guys.
Donate your $2 right now at KSLSports.com.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. Check out the website and the place that JJ and I started our weight loss journey last April. And in 60 days of the reduction phase, I dropped 60 pounds. I'm down 65 overall. I've kept it off that entire time. And part of the reason is because I learned different skills. Dropping the weight, it's not that it wasn't hard for me in the past, but I've had that success on other programs before, but it wasn't sustainable. It is with SLC Fat Loss, and you can have that success too.
No pills, no injections, no prepackaged meals, no crazy workout plan. They're going to teach you how to lose weight. They have a plan specifically tailored to you, built by a doctor that's going to help you lose pounds fast. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days on the reduction phase. And then after that, they're going to help you keep it off as well. And that's the Salt Lake City Fat Loss difference. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Schedule a free consultation. They'll give you 15 minutes. You can find out if it's right for you. If it is, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. They'll give you $200 off the program. slcfatloss.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy, and Washington County Fairgrounds Legacy Park, Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. Love this time of year. The seasons are changing. We're all getting out into the great outdoors, whether it's taking the kids to their game on Saturday morning or getting away with friends and doing a little hiking up in the mountains. I want you to remember that at the end of that very busy day, it's time to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse and have the very best meal. It's waiting for you right now at 2 wonderful locations. I mentioned mountain activities. Well, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is right there in Hotel Park City. There's so many wonderful things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. Well, there's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse right here for you at 275 Southwest Temple. The service you get there is beyond compare, and the food is something to simply rave about. That entree is cooked exactly to perfection, just the way you like it. It's time. Make your reservations to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, Hotel Park City, downtown Salt Lake City.
The Garden Restaurant at Temple Square is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building and open Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant at Temple Square.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
What's the score? I'm keeping score. What's the score? Well, we have 88 points.
That's not the score.
What's the other team have? Wouldn't you like to know? Ask the other team. Ask the other team. They're keeping their own score. That's a little interaction I had with a parent this last weekend. All right.
Oh, boy.
JJ, best and worst. Brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith family of dealerships, Chevy, Dodge, Ram, Subaru, Kia, and, of course, now the Mitsubishi brand of vehicles. Go check them out, American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden, where you can find the Kia. Hey, I did want to bring this up. So, Eugenio Suarez had a 4 home run game, and having a 4 home run game is a big friggin' deal because it's pretty rare. Now, hitting 2 home runs, hitting 1 home run is already crazy. You've heard hitting a fastball in Major League Baseball, it's the hardest thing you can do in sports, right? Well, Eugenio Suarez just hit 4 home runs in a game, and he's only the 19th person ever in Major League Baseball history to do it. JJ, there have been 24 perfect games that have been pitched in Major League Baseball history. Would you have a perfect game or a 4 home run game on your record? Which one would you rather have?
I'd probably go perfect game.
Just because the mystique is a little bit different, right?
That's the difference. Is just
even though it's technically more rare.
Can you name anybody that's had a 4 home run game? It's not even something we keep track of. But perfect games make headlines. Perfect games I put on the 10 o'clock news.
Yeah, but from an actual a perspective of a.
That's pretty interesting though when you bring it up like that. Only 19 players have done it.
19, and there's been 24 perfect games. Perfect games are the thing where you're like, holy cow, that didn't happen. But 19 players have hit 4 home runs in one game in MLB history. I don't know. You're right. I think the perfect game is interesting because it's a full, the pins and needles that everybody's on. If a guy doesn't hit his 4th home run, you don't go, well, crap, I guess we didn't witness history tonight. You're still going, that dude hit 3 freaking home runs tonight, man.
But the other thing is, my argument would be, well, it's just so much more difficult to do the perfect game. But then your comeback could be, there's been more perfect games than 4 home run games. So I don't know. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah,
interesting.
You're right. There should be 25 perfect games, by the way. Who's the Detroit Tigers pitcher who got robbed by Jim Joyce?
Oh, that's a tough one.
See, that's tough because we probably Galarraga, right?
Yeah, that's tough. It was 12 years ago.
That's bonkers. You go back and do that. Yeah.
Sorry, almost farther than that.
Is it Galarraga? It was the
Armando Galarraga.
Armando Galarraga, and it was Jim Joyce who made the crap call.
Yeah.
See, and nowadays it would have been reviewed and it would have been a perfect game.
Yes.
That's what sucks about how it works.
Well, at least it led to change.
The worst of the day. Brother of an NFL star caught slapping a fan at a UFL game. Now, this would be fine and you wouldn't necessarily hear much about it, except for it was Samson Nakua who slapped a fan at a UFL game, brother of Kai also, but of Puka Nakua.
Why'd you bring Kai up with that?
Hey, maybe the Nakuas have of all the Nakuas, the one who's the best in the NFL, he's got the perfect record on not slapping guys after the games, either with helmets or with their hands.
I was at the
Miami Beach Bowl.
Miami Beach Brawl. Remember, I was on the field with my phone recording it and posting the video of it because I was right in the middle of it. It was nuts. That was the craziest thing I've been a part of in this job, was being on the ground for that. How things escalated so quickly, and all of a sudden I'm right in the middle of this thing that went viral. It was nuts.
Well, they go back and forth. It's not a good look. He jumps up and slaps the fan who is yelling down at the field.
Weird, right? Just weird.
Very weird. Well, hey, look, it is crazy. I don't even know what's the UFL, you can watch it, I'm not sure where still. Despite the fact that they combined the two leagues, we're dying for football. Why is it that we can't get one
Are
of these
we dying for the UFL?
That's the thing, is that these guys...
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Our producer Alex is like, it's on Fox. You've been watching it religiously. You saw the slap happen live. Okay. That's fine.
He has a podcast. A UFL podcast. He
started up a UFL podcast. I don't even know what team Samson Nakua plays for. The Michigan something rather.
Panthers?
The Michigan Panthers? That sounds like one of those movie teams that they make up. You've been playing for the Michigan Panthers for years now.
Oh, hey, it is the Michigan Panthers.
Is it really?
Yeah. Well, the Michigan Panthers were an old USFL.
Right.
And that's where they got it.
Yeah. The Michigan Panthers. That sounds like a Hollywood made-up.
It does.
It
sounds fake. It's kind of like Richmond in soccer, right, Alex?
Wait, they're not real?
So Wrexham and Richmond aren't going to play for the league title?
So Roy Kent's not a real person.
No, they're not real.
No, but I know. I think they based him off of Roy Keane, though, right?
In the case of Kent, yes, they based him off of Roy Keane.
Yeah.
Legend,
legend, and also like kind of a hard A, right? That was kind of the thing he was known for.
That was his shtick.
Okay. Hey, how'd Real Salt Lake do this weekend? They have a match?
Yeah, they bounced back nicely. They ended up going down to San Diego, and they came back with a 3-1 win.
Right.
Diego Luna with another brace, and he's really starting to break out, man.
Diego!
Now, the brace scores first and then last, and the one in the middle was some other person we don't want to mention. Is that right?
No, the brace is just 2 goals.
Okay, just
two goals. Yep.
Yeah. Congratulations to Pablo Mastroeni on his 100th
that was his
career
100th
coaching
win?
victory.
Nice. Oh, we should have put him in. Well, this is best and worst, I guess. So he's going to get the 1B of best. So congrats to Pablo. Awesome. And if Diego Luna is not playing in that game though, because of that red card appeal.
Ooh, yeah, that's right.
That would have been a tough one. That's why you got to make those appeals and make them happen. All right. We're going to take the break here. We'll come back at the finish of this break here. And we got some things still up the sleeve here. So stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
At JCW's, we think tipping might be getting a little out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served. Or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a 3rd-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy